A car sped away from the west side of the city. On the way, Han Qingxia, Yu Tu, and Lu Qian huddled together for a meeting. That tunnel is very useful. We can use it as a base to clear out the entire zombie horde. I think so too. Feasible. Jiro looked at Han Qingxia, who was in the meeting with them, her gaze filled with even more admiration. Han Qingxia was incredibly cool. In their base, women were powerful, and men were unwilling to listen to them, let alone discuss matters with them. Seeing Han Qingxia always at the center of their alliance, making decisions, Jiro felt a surge of admiration. Just then, a disheveled, staggering figure suddenly appeared in front of their car.
Help me.
Jean, who the driver, said, Boss, there's someone ahead. Han Qingxia, who was making decisions, looked up and saw a woman in her early 30s wearing a thin long dress with only a long-sleeved men's jacket over it. The woman's hair was disheveled and unkempt, her complexion was terrible, and she looked like she might collapse at any moment. The April cold snap continued, and she shivered outside. There were no zombies on either side of the road. She looked around and waved frantically at Han Qingxia's car. The car in front of her slowly came to a stop. The woman immediately rushed forward and pounded on the car door. Help me.
Help me.
Just then, 2 cars surged out from the road in front of her. Seeing this, the woman became even more terrified. Her expression outside the car was one of utter fear.
Please, help me.
What's wrong? Jiro opened the car window. The woman clung tightly to the window. I escaped. If they catch me, they'll beat me to death. As she spoke, the woman rolled up the sleeves of her large men's coat, revealing arms covered in wounds. Her lips, chapped and cracked from the cold, were purple, and her panicked eyes were filled with pleading. Save me. I'll repay you for everything. Han Qingxia stared at her face, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. She looked so much like her mother. Your name is Ouyang Lan? Hearing this long unseen name, the woman outside paused, looking at Han Qingxia with confusion. How did you know? Save her, Han Qingxia said. Ouyang Lan. That was her mother's surname. This was her aunt. Han Qingxia's mother had a younger sister, 10 years younger than her, making her 13 years older than Han Qingxia. When Han Qingxia was little, her mother loved taking her out to play, carrying her out to clubbing and drinking. Yes, clubbing and drinking. Her aunt was a bit of a wild child, plus a hopeless romantic. Of course, her aunt was incredibly kind to her. Once, Han Ying's father suddenly returned home and, for some unknown reason, began to berate 3-year-old Han Qingxia. Upon hearing this, her aunt immediately grabbed a knife and rushed at him, scaring Han Ying's father so much that he ran away in a panic. Later, the rebellious Ouyang Lan fell in love with a man in his 40s at 18 and insisted on going abroad with him, infuriating Han Qingxia's grandparents, who severed ties with their daughter. From then on, Han Qingxia never saw Ouyang Lan again. After Ouyang Lan got on the bus, she saw Han Qingxia right in the middle. Auntie, it's me, Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia called out. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's name, Ouyang Lan froze completely. Xia, baby. Just then, with a few screeches, 2 cars pulled up on either side of their vehicle. Still in shock, Ouyang Lan instantly became like a frightened bird, clutching her head and shrinking back into her seat. Seeing this, Han Qingxia reached out and hugged Ouyang Lan tightly, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Don't be afraid, I'm here. When we were little, you protected me. Now, I'll protect you. Bang.
Bang. Bang.
Their car windows were violently pounded on. A group of menacing-looking men were pounding on their car windows from the outside, like those vicious villagers who buy women, chasing after a fleeing girl and pounding on her. Get out now and hand her over. That woman is ours. If you don't hand her over, you're finished. The car windows they were pounding on slowly rolled down, revealing rows of dark gun barrels. Everyone opposite. They immediately cowered. Brother. The car door opened, and everyone got out. Just Jiro walking out with a gun was intimidating enough, not to mention the rest were all ruthless. Each one was more ruthless than the last. Lu Qian, you too, Han Qingxia? Misunderstanding. There must be a misunderstanding. At this moment, a man leading the group quickly said, "We just saw wrong. It has absolutely nothing to do with the big shots. Let's go back first." "Stop. Did I give you permission to leave?" A clear female voice came from the middle of the group. The leading man saw the girl in the center and was slightly taken aback. Where could you find such a beautiful girl in this apocalypse? The one who just escaped from their base was already the most beautiful in their base. Although she was a little older, they couldn't bear to part with her, otherwise they wouldn't have gone out of their way to chase after her. And such a beautiful girl. "Miss, is there anything else? We just took in a woman on our bus. Is she from your base?" Wang Chong was immediately taken aback. He pondered Han Qingxia's meaning repeatedly. Could it be that she wanted to return her to him? He quickly came up with an answer. "It used to be, but now if you want it, it's yours. After all, we're all survivors. We should help each other. If you want it, I'll give it to you." "Give it to me?" "Of course, if you want to give us some supplies, that's fine too. After all, she's a woman and quite pretty. We haven't really had much of a chance with her." Han Qingxia's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. "A few times?" Wang Chong was puzzled. "So, I can calculate the price for you." Hearing this, Wang Chong's expression immediately relaxed, and he smiled broadly. That woman used to be quite stubborn. "Oh, right, she had some special abilities. She could hypnotize zombies. She used to fight zombies with us, but we never got to play with her. It's only recently that her special abilities have worn off, so she's become our plaything. We've only played with her for about half a month. Why don't you just give us something? Let's just consider it making friends." "I'm from Chongqing Base and you are?" "The Midsummer Alliance." A flash of light appeared behind Han Qingxia, and Wang Chong felt a sharp pain in his groin. Excruciating pain. Han Qingxia turned around. "Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Send a message to all radio stations. Every man at the Chongqing base. Kill him one by one. Trade his heads for food." A car sped towards a factory on the outskirts of the city. When the car stopped, Ouyang held Han Qingxia's hand tightly, not letting go. Because there were many people there. Almost all of them were men. "Auntie, this is my territory, it's safe." Ouyang still wouldn't let go of Han Qingxia's hand. Han Qingxia told the others to get out first, to settle the other women rescued from the car, and then she took Ouyang with her. "Don't worry, no one will bully you anymore here." After a long pause, Ouyang looked up at Han Qingxia. "Xia Baobei." "It's me. Auntie finally found you." Ouyang hugged Han Qingxia tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. "I've been looking for you for so long." Han Qingxia helped her calm down, looking at the face that resembled her mother's so closely. "You've been looking for me?" "That's right. Before the apocalypse, I discovered the zombie virus abroad. I knew something terrible was going to happen, so I rushed back to find you. By the way, where are your mother and grandparents?" "They passed away a long time ago." Ouyang froze, stunned. "Grandpa passed away 3 years after you left, and Grandma passed away not long after. My mother died in a car accident when I was 14. Thankfully, they didn't have to see this mess," Han Qingxia said calmly. Ouyang remained unsettled for a long time. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so reckless back then, they definitely wouldn't have gotten into trouble." "It has nothing to do with you." Han Qingxia patted her shoulder. "You couldn't have changed anything anyway." Ouyang looked up, stroking Han Qingxia's hair. "At least you wouldn't have grown up all alone. By the way, Auntie, you said you discovered the zombie virus abroad?" "Yes, the zombie virus existed before the apocalypse broke out. It had been lying dormant. My team studied this virus until I realized it was completely uncontrollable. I immediately returned to China to find you, but I was too late. By the time my plane landed, the zombie virus had already fully erupted." Ouyang face was grave. "Auntie, you're a researcher?" Ouyang raised her eyes, a hint of pride in her voice. "I'm the famous virologist, Anita." Han Qingxia. "Anita?" "The only woman on the top 10 Ruthless people list, the puppeteer Anita." Han Qingxia's mind flashed back to the only woman's name she'd heard on the list of the top 10 Ruthless people in her past life. Her early life was largely unknown. All that was known was that she had been a fugitive in many bases before joining Hope Base and becoming its most skilled virus expert. Her special ability was to hypnotize zombies. She could render a zombie unconscious for up to 3 seconds, causing it to lose its prey. Rumor had it that Qingxia was captured by her. She was extremely low-key, keeping her special ability as her trump card, so almost no one had heard of her exploits. If Qingxia hadn't been arrested, no one would have known about her abilities. After all, she could easily make a living with her talent. Her special ability was just a supplement. So, the remarkable virus expert and puppeteer Anita from her past life was Han Qingxia's aunt. Qingxia, what's wrong? Ouyang looked at her with concern. Auntie, you can hypnotize zombies?
What kind of superpower is that?
That's not a superpower at all. Ouyang shook her head. It's a virus spray I developed. When I was researching the zombie virus, I discovered its weakness. It has a certain resistance to antibiotics. I formulated a recipe that, when sprayed on a zombie's eyes, can suspend its movements for 1 to 3 seconds. I ran out of spray last month, which is why those beasts bullied me. Han Qingxia. My darling Xia, if you get these medicines for your Annie, I can make you a self-defense spray. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Her auntie was such a treasure. This self-defense spray would be incredibly useful in a critical moment. Most importantly, ordinary people can use it. Everyone can carry it. At this moment, Han Qingxia couldn't help but think about why the Hope Base was so strong later on in her previous life, managing to withstand several waves of zombie hordes despite having little military strength. So, it was all thanks to Ouyang. She's unearthed another huge treasure trove. Okay, write down the medicines you need, and I'll go collect them next time. The water was steaming. Han Qingxia had someone boil water for Ouyang while she helped her wash. While washing, she discovered Ouyang was covered in injuries. Seeing this, she felt an urge to dig up those perpetrators again and kill them all. Han Qingxia wasn't punishing the perpetrators for some so-called justice. She was a staunch individualist. I won't offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will retaliate severely, and there are different levels of punishment. Those who only provoke her can live, but those who provoke those in her heart will die. Those who provoke her family wouldn't be spared even if they died 100 times over. Damn it, they died too easily today. Hearing her words, Ouyang turned to look at her, extending her scarred hands to hug Han Qingxia. Baby Xia, it's okay. Your aunt isn't one of those traditional women who makes a scene. I'll just consider this a dog bite. It'll be fine. That's still not okay. I can't swallow this. Ouyang smiled. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Just consider it your aunt's treat. So many men serving me. I'm the one who got the better deal. Han Qingxia. An hour later, Ouyang emerged from the room, dressed in a completely new outfit. After cleaning herself up, her appearance had improved dramatically. She already resembled Han Qingxia by about 3 points, but now she looked 5. However, she possessed a more elegant and sophisticated air, exuding femininity. The people waiting for Han Qingxia to arrive for dinner all stared wide-eyed at the two of them. Let me formally introduce you. This is my aunt, Ouyang. Yu Tu was the first to greet her, saying generously, "Hello, Auntie." "Hello, Auntie." Jiro followed suit. "Hello, Auntie," Su Xiaoyang echoed. Lu Qian said earnestly, "Hello, Auntie." Jean, who hesitated for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Hello, Auntie."
Hey.
"Hello, kids." Ouyang really liked them calling her Auntie, even though she might not be much older than them. "Annie doesn't have much to give you since we just met, but I'll give you red envelopes later. Everyone. Let's eat, Auntie." Han Qingxia led her to a seat. Another seat was immediately added to the row. Ouyang sat next to Han Qingxia. Seeing such a large table of food, she was starving. "Eat slowly, no one will take it from you." Han Qingxia gave Ouyang most of every kind of meat and vegetable. She herself was fine even if she went hungry, but she couldn't let Ouyang go hungry. Ouyang was starving and accepted everything offered. Han Qingxia, mindful of her stomach, told her to slow down and gave her water occasionally. After a whirlwind of eating, Ouyang Lan finally finished. I was so hungry, I'm sorry. It's all right. No one objected. This was Han Qingxia's aunt, so wasn't she everyone's aunt too? Han Qingxia barely ate a few bites before her food was gone. At that moment, several pairs of chopsticks were placed in front of her. Boss, I still have some food here. You can eat mine. Su Xiaoyang handed her his bowl. I haven't touched these, here you go. Lu Qian also handed her a plate of food. I left you a piece of spare rib, clean one. You too put a piece of spare rib on her plate. Even Ji Euro generously offered her own food. Sister, I still have vegetables. Eat mine. Han Qingxia watched as everyone fed her vegetables like pigs, her face hardening. At that moment, Ouyang Lan beside her burst out laughing. Auntie, what are you laughing at? I'm happy for my little Xia darling should eat. Han Qingxia felt uneasy at Ouyang Lan's laughter. I'm full. Let's go back. You've only eaten a few bites. You need to eat your fill. I'm full. Let's go. All right, Auntie will go back with you. Ouyang Lan stood up, smiling and waving to the crowd. We're leaving now. Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, Auntie. On the way, Ouyang Lan asked Han Qingxia, Xia Baobei, who are those people? Lu Qian, the manager of K1 base. You too? The manager of the Fire Seed base. That girl is from the Spark base. Her name is Ji Euro. And there are two others, one named Su Xiaoyang, and the other named Jin Hu. They're my people. Hearing this, Ouyang Lan looked enlightened. Oh, so which one do you like? Han Qingxia. She looked at her with a questioning expression. Why should I like anyone? These are all good. Lu Qian is the best looking and has the most mature demeanor's got that old cadre vibe. Being with him will feel like having a daddy-like boyfriend, always there to take care of you. Su Xiaoyang is a loyal, good-natured guy. He's handsome, has a good temper, and most importantly, he only listens to you. Being with him will be a unique experience. Actually, I'm most satisfied with you too. My years of experience tell me that if you can handle a man, he can keep you entertained every day. Han Qingxia. She looked at Ouyang Lan, who was analyzing so intently. How could she have figured so much out after just one meal? What about the other two? Hearing her question, Ouyang Lan's eyes widened. Really? You're interested in those two? Han Qingxia. Jin Hu. He wanted to pass you food, but when he saw everyone else had, he had that brotherly smile in his eyes. He clearly sees you as a little sister.
Don't even think about it.
That little girl named Ji Euro. TSK. My darling Xia, you've gone beyond my expectations. But if you like her, I support you. I'm very open-minded. You two are actually quite well-matched. I can tell she admires you a lot. If you ask her, maybe she'll agree. I wish you happiness. Han Qingxia. Go to sleep, Auntie. Darling Xia, Auntie absolutely has to sleep with you tonight. All these years I've been abroad, I've dreamt of you every night. I've wanted to come back countless times, but I've never dared to. Give Auntie a good hug tonight. Han Qingxia was ruthless to outsiders, but always kind to her family. After Ouyang Lan pestered her for more than 10 minutes, she let her sleep with her. A good night's sleep. The next day, Han Qingxia had Chui come over and take Ouyang Lan and the other women back to her base. Auntie, you can stay at my base. I'll go back after I finish my work these next few days. Ouyang Lan also wanted to go with them, but she knew she didn't have the strength and would only be a burden. Xia Baobei, you must be careful. By the way, if you come across any of those medicines, collect them. I know there's a Baixing pharmacy in the north of the city that definitely has these medicines. If you can, just go there and get them all at once. I know. Han Qingxia remembered. Baixing pharmacy. If she remembered correctly, Baixing pharmacy was right outside the ancient town. After clearing out the zombies in the town, she could go there to get the medicine. With the spray, everyone would have an extra bargaining chip. After seeing Ouyang Lan and the others off, a voice echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Beat base guard detected +1. Reward, 1 combat uniform, 1,000 points. Loyalty increased. Current loyalty, 100. Gold, eternal unique. Han Qingxia's first gold-level member has appeared. Ouyinglan. The president detected +8. Reward. 800 points. Loyalty increased. Current loyalty 99. These are the women rescued yesterday. Their loyalty is also quite high. After acquiring this group, Han Qingxia returns to the ancient town. This time, it's a formal attack on the ancient town. All personnel are brought.
Charge.
8 months had passed since the zombie outbreak. The human survivor bases were gradually recovering from the initial chaos and panic. Some of these bases, large and small, were poorly located and didn't last long before being wiped out by zombie hordes. They vanished like ephemeral flowers, leaving only their coordinates on the world radio. Some lacked resources and couldn't obtain supplies from the outside, relying solely on internal strife. For example, the cannibalistic base Han Qingxia encountered a few days ago. Even without the killer Han Qingxia, these people would have only lasted a few months before dying. Of course, there were also various bizarre reasons. For instance, internal strife destroyed the base itself disintegrated, everyone scattered for survival, and some were even driven mad by the apocalypse, committing massacres within the base and attracting zombie hordes. In short, those who survived were those with ample strength and exceptional luck. Qi Sang roughly tallied the numbers on his computer. Since he started recording the bases in this area, up to now 1/3 of the human bases had disappeared. Like bubbles bursting, those that didn't meet the standards were eliminated after the powerful storm subsided. If the base's strength was like this, how difficult must it be for the individuals below them? Qi Sang coldly stared at the data model before him. Han Qingxia is still attacking? He asked. Yes. Standing beside him was a beautiful female secretary. The secretary didn't look well, and her hair hadn't been washed in a long time. However, due to a lack of oil and fat, her hair wasn't oily. It was dry and had a malnourished yellow tinge. Nevertheless, she was in good spirits, dressed neatly, and her hair was meticulously combed. This was a world apart from the survivors of the smaller bases. They're attacking the north of the city, heading towards the ancient town. Han Qingxia was waging a calculated, overt war. Overt strategies don't need to be hidden. Every step was announced to the entire radio station. Firstly, to attract more smaller bases to join them. Secondly, to send any fools away so they wouldn't interfere with their work and hinder their progress.
Play it for me, Qi Sang said.
Yes. The female secretary played a recording. A civilized male voice came from the recording. Listen up, you idiots. We're going to attack the ancient town in the north of the city. Those with eyes, get out of our way. Anyone who dares to interfere with our operation will be treated like a zombie and slaughtered. Of course, we also welcome intelligent humans to join our glorious and great alliance, where wisdom and strength coexist, to fight zombies together.
Comrades.
Qi Sang. Joining you makes you intelligent. Not joining makes you an idiot. Couldn't you be a little more direct? Actually, initially it wasn't so direct. It was quite subtle. The person broadcasting this on the radio was Chu Yi.
Chu Yi was a cultured man.
After receiving Han Qingxia's notice, he would polish it, sending the content very politely. For example, the first time he sent the radio signal, the content was, "Our dear fellow survivors, hello everyone. We are the Qingxia Alliance. We are uniting with multiple bases to counterattack the city and reclaim our city. This is a momentous matter, and we hope everyone will join us in this great undertaking and lend us a hand." After Chu Yi sent out his flowery radio reply, there was no response whatsoever. Han Qingxia, however, was furious. Her domineering call to action sounded like she was begging on her knees. She berated Chu Yi and then made him relay messages one-to-one. Whatever she said, he would repeat. From then on, the first line of the radio broadcast was always, "Listen up, you idiots." Han Qingxia always believed that power was also attracted. She welcomed those who came, but she wouldn't go around begging each base. Humble pleading would never bring true power. Those who came were only after receiving promised benefits. Once they saw the situation becoming difficult, they would weigh the pros and cons, and their morale would crumble. Han Qingxia didn't need a large, pretentious group. She needed a truly unified, iron-willed army. And when her power reached a certain level, it would naturally attract those truly willing to join. We can proceed slowly, but we must proceed steadily. Let them come or not, they'll come to us of their own accord. Qi Sang, who had just been scolded by Han Qingxia again, thought for a moment. There are far fewer zombies in the ancient town than in the city, but the terrain is complex, with many streets. They simply don't have a good entry point. She's bound to suffer a crushing defeat in this battle. As soon as Qi Sang finished speaking, a breaking news report came through the radio in his secretary's hand. Listen up, you idiots. Our Midsummer Alliance has taken the ancient town. A resounding victory. Qi Sang. Damn it. Does it have to be a slap in the face every time? He had barely finished speaking when Han Qingxia's slap in the face came. Qi Sang's usually icy demeanor was crumbling. The female secretary, watching their base boss's face twitching, asked, President Qi, are you feeling unwell? Why is your face turning red and then pale? Qi Sang. Get lost. News of Han Qingxia's latest victory spread across the radio stations of various bases in the eastern region. This time, many bases were truly on edge. The Qingxia Alliance has already invaded the North City District. They've successfully captured the first stronghold in the North City District. Taking over the entire district is just around the corner. If they take one more district, they'll have both districts in City A. Their strength is truly formidable. The Summer Alliance's strength is truly formidable, capable of infiltrating the city from the opposite direction. I'm even considering joining them. Our base is thinking the same
thing.
Joining the Summer Alliance would allow us to buy evolution fluid at low prices and trade with other bases of benefits are amazing. I suggest we wait and see. Even the scattered zombies in the suburbs are giving us a hard time, let alone the zombies in the city. Wouldn't that just make us cannon fodder? I think that makes sense. We've only just taken over the easiest part, the high-tech zone and the ancient town. The real challenge is yet to come. Let's wait and see. Hopefully, this base hasn't joined yet. We'll see when they do before joining ourselves. Besides, spring is finally approaching. We should focus our efforts on production. That makes sense. After a large group of small and medium-sized bases discussed it, they finally agreed to wait and see. After all, the cold wave had finally ended, and it had significantly hampered the zombies. The Summer Alliance's success in eliminating zombies during the frigid weather was largely due to the weather. Spring was approaching, the weather was warmer, and the zombies would be much more agile, making them much harder to deal with. They decided to wait and see. First, they needed to restore production at their base and grow some food. On this land of China, everyone had an extraordinary obsession with the land. While people abroad might focus on gathering resources and not on production, here, once things settled down a bit, everyone immediately thought about farming. Restoring production. Han Qingxia led his men through the tunnels for 2 days and 2 nights. They successfully lured all the zombies in the ancient town, including those within a 500-meter radius, and eliminated them wave after wave. Qi Sang had no idea they had discovered the secret passage to the ancient town. They all hid in the tunnels, spreading out to ambush from different entrances. When unsure of what to do, they retreated into the tunnels and attacked from another exit. Therefore, this attack on the city was unusually easy. Not a single one of them was injured. Furthermore, they didn't need to return to base frequently. Hiding in the tunnels, they could continue fighting at night. Han Qingxia captured another area, and a crucial one. From now on, when they invaded the northern district, this tunnel in the ancient town would be their permanent stronghold. After capturing the area, Han Qingxia ordered the main force to clear out the supplies within the ancient town. The ancient town was a purely commercial street, and the supplies there were enormous. Compared to the supplies found in the numerous empty buildings in the high-tech zone before, this was incomparable. There were tea shops, specialty shops, porcelain shops, unique jewelry shops, clothing stores, and of course some food shops. However, since it had been over 8 months since the apocalypse, short shelf-life food had spoiled, but some long shelf-life food could still be collected. For example, bottled water, instant noodles, packaged long shelf-life snacks, potato chips, biscuits, chicken feet, duck feet, and various dried goods, etc. Because of the commercial nature of this area, staple foods were still scarce. Most were specialty snacks. This was actually very convenient for Han Qingxia because she didn't lack staple foods, but she was desperately short of these snacks and dried goods. This time, her spoils were plentiful. Han Qingxia told everyone to clean up the scene, while she went to the Baixing pharmacy outside. "Boss, I'll go with you," Su Xiaoyang said immediately, when he saw her about to leave. "No need. I'll go and come back quickly. I can get away if anything happens," Han Qingxia said. Baixing pharmacy wasn't far from here, located on the edge of their zombie clearing zone. Han Qingxia had teleportation abilities. If she encountered a zombie horde, she could return on her own. She was only going to get medicine, not kill any zombies. Two people would easily cause a commotion, so she could go alone. Su Xiaoyang's eyes were filled with worry. "You must be careful. Go ahead and get busy. Take stock of our supplies." Okay, Han Qingxia alone, carrying her tang sword, headed towards Baixing pharmacy. After leaving the ancient town area, she was faced with a network of roads. The roads were desolate and bleak. The snow was gradually melting, and thick ice remained in some shady spots. Occasionally, a few zombies would dart out, but Han Qingxia's amplified spiritual power easily dispatched them with a single strike. She walked purposefully to a main road, sword in hand. She immediately spotted Baixing pharmacy diagonally across the street. However, there were a lot of zombies here. A large group of zombies had gathered in front of the Baixing pharmacy. These zombies were pounding on the large glass doors of the pharmacy. On the wide road, besides the scattered wrecked vehicles from various accidents, there were also scattered zombies wandering around. Han Qingxia felt like she was in a city street from a zombie movie. Zombies were everywhere, and the atmosphere was one of utter desolation. A female zombie with wavy hair, wearing a long halter-neck dress, darted out from behind Han Qingxia, her neck tilted to one side. A cleaver was embedded in her shoulder, a trail of dark brown blood running down the handle. It was clear she had been attacked but failed to cut through the wound before fleeing. This zombie, with slightly protruding teeth smeared with unidentified tissue, opened her wide mouth, revealing her unfathomable throat. Her vocal cords trembled with excitement at the sight of a living person, emitting a hoarse sound. Swish! Han Qingxia slashed at her with her cleaver, and the unevolved zombie immediately collapsed to the ground. Just then, other zombies from the surrounding area began to approach Han Qingxia. Even the zombie horde across the street, roughly 300 meters away, was startled. Han Qingxia stared at the dense horde of zombies across the street. The next second, she found herself 5 meters away on the other side of the road. Instead of heading towards the main entrance of the Baixing pharmacy, she walked towards its back door. At that moment, a very young girl in the building across the street exclaimed, "Look, there's someone outside." "She's been killing her way across the street," the girl's words attracted the attention of a group of people on the second floor, and everyone gathered around. But when they arrived, Han Qingxia was nowhere to be seen on the main street. "She's not here. Where's she?" "She was just across the street a moment ago." The girl looked at the street in confusion. How could she have disappeared in the blink of an eye? "Are you seeing things?" "You're hallucinating." The girl began to doubt herself after hearing everyone's comments. She stood on the second floor, searching along the street, but she couldn't find Han Qingxia anywhere. The only thing she could find was, "Look, a zombie was killed over there, and other zombies are all gathered around. There must be someone there." Hearing her words, everyone glanced outside again. Isn't that always the same? There really is a guest. At this moment, a young man's voice came from the group. He was wearing a baseball cap, standing in front of the large glass window, watching the group of zombies opposite him, aimlessly spinning in place, occasionally letting out howls. "Tell me, what does that person look like?" The young man walked over to the girl who had spoken. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw him approaching. Even in this apocalyptic world, she couldn't help but blush and her heart race. "Brother Qin, that's a woman." "A woman? Tell me in detail." The man in the baseball cap smiled slightly at her. The others present, seeing this scene, immediately showed expressions of jealousy, envy, or gritted teeth. Especially the young girls in uniforms among the group. Their expressions were incredibly varied. They were a group of students from the same school. Last year, when the zombie virus broke out, they came to the ancient town together and happened to stay at a nearby hotel. After the outbreak, they fled several times, eventually escaping into this enormous pharmacy. This wasn't just any pharmacy. It also sold health supplements and food. It was the kind of supersized pharmacy that accepted medical insurance cards, a department store-like establishment. So the supplies here are quite plentiful. These people were very lucky to be trapped here and have been hiding until now. Until about half a month ago, when the pharmacy's food supplies started to run out, they finally faced a crisis. And fortunately, at that moment, this man wearing a baseball cap appeared before them. There were 8 of them in total, 4 men and 4 women. Exactly 4 couples, and the 4 girls were even roommates. With this combination, their small group of 8 had always been quite stable. Although there were some squabbles and conflicts among them, in the apocalypse, they supported each other, and as classmates, even the biggest grudges couldn't escalate into anything serious. Until the man in the baseball cap appeared. Li Jie, look at your wife. She ran off with someone. The man named Li Jie glared angrily at the 2 people. Guo Xiaoxiao, come here. The girl who had just seen Han Qingxia was named Guo Xiaoxiao. She was walking with Qin Ke. Hearing his words, she looked at him with even more disdain, continuing to walk with Qin Ke without saying a word. Ignore him, brother Qin. Let's continue talking. Guo Xiaoxiao, Li Jie's anger flared, and he strode forward. Do you even want to be right? What's wrong with me?
You don't believe me anyway.
What's wrong with me talking to someone who believes me? Don't think I don't know what you mean. Li Jie looked at Qin Ke with jealousy and hatred. Brother Qin brought us food. We would have starved to death long ago without him. He also brought us so many zombies from the first floor. Guo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. There are already so many zombies outside. If you're so capable, go kill them. What does it matter how many zombies there are if you're not capable? Guo Xiaoxiao. That's right. I'm stating the facts. You don't have Brother Qin's ability to kill zombies, yet you always look at us like we're thieves. If you're a man, go kill zombies. Don't try to show off in front of me. Hearing this, Li Jie's anger flared. You don't want to be with me anymore, do you? I didn't want to be with you for a long time.
Trash.
Get lost. Guo Xiaoxiao glared at him, then turned to Qin Ke. Brother Qin, let's continue. The one I just saw was a woman. Li Jie could no longer control his anger and raised his fist to punch Qin Ke. Just then, they suddenly heard the sound of a roller shutter door being flung open downstairs. Everyone, there is a zombie. They all stood frozen in place, then heard a whooshing sound echo from the otherwise quiet apothecary after the shutter door closed. They didn't know what it was. But immediately afterward, there was the sound of a round object rolling. They all saw a disheveled zombie head rolling towards them from the second-floor stairwell. Instantly, the 4 girls all screamed. Han Qingxia, who was clearing away scattered zombies at the back door, frowned upon hearing the screams. But it was already beyond her control. She had quietly entered the village, without even firing a shot, clearing out the scattered zombies at the back door one by one with a knife, planning to leave smoothly the way she came after taking her things. She had just finished off the last zombie when she heard 4 booming female screams. The zombies in the backyard and the ones in front were immediately drawn to the scene. With a whoosh, she didn't care how she would get out later and quickly slammed the roller shutter shut. Damn it, how can anyone be so stupid? She pulled down the roller shutter and with a thud, several zombies pounced on it. Clang, clang. The large metal sheets slammed against the shutter with a loud crash. She pulled the glass door shut, barely blocking the view, and turned around to find 4 or 5 short knives and baseball bats behind her. 3 meters away, 4 boys dressed as students warily gripped their weapons, staring at her. On the stairs behind them, 4 girls were also armed fruit knives. Han Qingxia looked at the group. Are there just a few of you here? Who are you? Li Jie looked at her warily, feigning fierceness. What do you want? Han Qingxia, Seeing this group of well-trained students with still somewhat childish faces trying to intimidate her with weapons didn't even bother with them. She glanced around the pharmacy and found the first floor a mess, all the supplies gone, except for the medicine section, which was almost untouched. She went straight to the medicine section with her bag and started stuffing all the medicines inside. Of course, she planned to hide them in her spatial storage. The group opposite her exchanged glances as Han Qingxia ignored them and focused on stuffing medicine. Li Jie said again, "Stop. This is our territory. Don't stuff." Han Qingxia acted as if she hadn't heard him and continued to sweep up the medicines row by row. Seeing that she wouldn't listen, Li Jie tried to approach with his men. Clang! A Tang sword was thrown through the air, landing squarely on Li Jie's toe as he took his next step. "Take one step forward, and you're dead." The lazy tone fell, and all the young men opposite him froze. Especially Li Jie. He stared at the silver Tang sword dancing before him, its murderous aura palpable. He suddenly became absolutely certain that if he went forward, he would truly die. She possessed a genuine, blood-soaked killing intent. Completely different from them, the lucky survivors who had endured since the apocalypse. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, watching Han Qingxia fill shelf after shelf with medicine. When she reached the glass counter for prescription drugs that required a key to open, she punched it with a crash. The glass in front of her shattered completely. Those people watching couldn't help but swallow hard. A powerful sense of oppression washed over them, making them even more afraid to move. They watched as Han Qingxia took all the medicine from the first floor. "Is there any more medicine?" Han Qingxia asked. "There's some on the second floor," Gui Xiaoxiao said, staring at her in shock. Han Qingxia smiled, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and walked straight through them, patting Gui Xiaoxiao's head. "Good girl. By the way, is there anyone else here?" "Just us, no. There's one more person," Gui Xiaoxiao replied. Just then, Han Qingxia looked up and saw a familiar figure on the second floor. "Hi. Beautiful captain, we meet again." Qingke stood on the second floor, not running away, but instead opening his arms, grinning as if to embrace her. The next second, Han Qingxia grabbed the stair railing and hopped up the stairs. This scene made everyone stare in disbelief. They knew each other, and judging by their appearance, they were very close. Li Jie and the other boys felt even more aggrieved. Qingke's arrival had already inadvertently stolen their girlfriends, and they couldn't do anything about it. Now he had another acquaintance, and seemingly quite powerful. With these two together, they were even less capable of competing. Meanwhile, the girls felt a pang of envy. That was Qingke, the strongest man in the apocalypse they had finally met. He had resources, strength, and was incredibly handsome, with a wonderful personality, and he understood girls' hearts perfectly. He himself was as mysterious as the ocean. He was completely unpredictable. No one could guess what he was thinking. He was several levels above their clueless boyfriends. He was practically the perfect male god in everyone's eyes. But none of them had ever seen their brother Qin so enthusiastic towards a woman. He even opened his arms and took the initiative to hug her. This filled them with indescribable envy and jealousy. Just when they all thought this was a romantic encounter in the apocalypse, they saw Han Qingxia rush forward and deliver a powerful kick to the man's open arms. Bang! Qingke was kicked several meters away, crashing through the shelves behind him. Everyone. This wasn't what they expected. Then they witnessed an even more shocking beating. Han Qingxia, on the second floor, was relentlessly beating Qingke. Every blow made their hearts pound. This. After beating him for 5 minutes, Han Qingxia picked up Qingke, who had been thoroughly beaten from head to toe. "You like running away that much?" Qingke tilted his head and smiled, his only exposed human eye gleaming. "You like me that much?"
Bang!
Qingke's other eye now had a large dark circle. Han Qingxia grabbed his collar. "I've lost my patience. If you run again, I'll kill you." Qingke blinked. "Beautiful captain. I can do it again."
Bang!
Han Qingxia threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Still furious, she beat him again. He was half zombie anyway. She couldn't kill him. Shed beat him to death. The harder she beat him, the happier Qingxia was. After all, a madman's thought process is incomprehensible to normal people. Nobody knew what he was thinking. As Han Qingxia fought on, she realized that force was useless against him. She grabbed Qingxia by the collar and gave him a final warning. I don't have time to play games with you forever. You're not stupid. That's enough. Understand? Qingxia blinked his dark circles, his suave smile deepening. I wasn't playing games with you.
I've always been serious about you.
From the first moment I saw you, I seriously wanted to sleep with you. Han Qingxia. Just as Han Qingxia was about to lose her temper again, a loud crash echoed downstairs as the roller shutter door was ripped open. Crash. A large tear appeared in the roller shutter door of the main entrance on the first floor. The zombies outside swarmed forward, lunging through the gaping hole at the next glass door. The glass door was a double door with a U-lock in the middle. The dozen or so zombies rushed onto it, immediately smashing open the largest gap. Countless zombie hands reached out from the glass gap, howling and staring at the fresh, juicy meat cans inside. Instantly, several girls on the stairs screamed. Shut up. Hearing the shout, Han Qingxia forgot all about dealing with Qingxia. She looked around. Quickly blocked the door. The students finally reacted. Li Jie and a few other boys quickly pushed the empty shelves on the first floor to the door. They stared at the zombies so close, the stench of blood overwhelming them. The zombies squeezed out from the cracks in the door, their skin as white as corpses, devoid of any human life. Their fingertips were completely black, their nails incredibly long, capable of tearing glass shards from their grip. A chill ran down their spines. They were definitely the lucky ones in this apocalypse. Although they hadn't joined the main evacuation to the shelter base, they had been trapped in the pharmacy supermarket from the start. The zombie virus outbreak occurred in the early morning. They had spent the whole night partying in the town's bars and were heading back to sleep when they came across the only 24-hour pharmacy and stopped to buy something. Upon entering the pharmacy, they found it deserted, save for a pool of blood at the checkout counter. Just as they were wondering what was happening, they heard screams erupting from a street outside. A pharmacy employee, covered in blood, was chasing a middle-aged man. The man was tackled at the intersection, pinned to the ground, and brutally torn apart. At first, the group thought they were hallucinating from drinking, but the screams outside terrified them. They stood frozen by the glass window, watching the man being devoured by the employee. Just as they were about to call the police, the man who had been attacked twitched, his limbs spasming, and he rose from the ground. When he got up, his face was a deathly bluish-white, his eyes swollen and white, like those in zombie movies. Even if they didn't understand what was happening, they had seen similar zombie movies and read similar novels. Seeing the middle-aged man and the zombie employee in the white coat spot them and run towards them, they immediately closed the main door and lowered the roller shutter. After that, they never opened that roller shutter again. They witnessed firsthand the increasing number of zombies in the outside world, the full-scale outbreak, saw the announcements on their phones, and then completely gave up on the rescue. The internet and electricity went out, leaving them utterly trapped here. In short, this group was incredibly lucky. From the time the zombie outbreak began until now, they hadn't encountered anyone trying to steal their supplies. This world is not without its lucky ones. The situation varies from place to place. Some places are incredibly fortunate, while others are like the deepest hell, a cycle of despair upon despair, bitterer than any bitter melon stew. For example, there's the cannibalistic ghetto hidden within an ancient town just a few hundred meters away. It's too horrible to look at. So, this group of lucky ones has yet to have truly encountered zombies. A thin boy slipped and fell in front of a large glass door while pushing a shelf. A zombie hand grabbed his thigh. Lu Ming, several classmates around him immediately pulled him back. His girlfriend also ran over at this moment. Are you alright? I'm fine. Lu Ming's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Just then, a cold voice rang out from the second floor. Check for injuries. Everyone looked up at the second floor again. Hurry up, everyone who has been grabbed by a zombie will turn into a zombie. Didn't you know that? Hearing this, everyone immediately looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's already pale face turned even paler. I'm not injured. He voluntarily rolled up his trouser leg, up to his knee. No. The zombie just grabbed me here, but I'm not injured. Han Qingxia, standing on the steps, coldly glanced at him. Take it all off. The others immediately showed their displeasure. However, due to Han Qingxia's recent display of absolute violence, no one dared to speak. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and pulled down all his outer pants, leaving him only in his boxer shorts. Han Qingxia looked his legs up and down. Keep taking them off. This time the others protested. Isn't that unnecessary? Yeah, right. Who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you? Lu Ming is a boy. Why should we show him to you? How dare you say that? Han Qingxia looked at this group of people, even more naive than the group she dealt with at the science park last time. Qin Ke, you don't just like this kind of thing, specifically targeting idiots? Qin Ke, bound hand and foot, chuckled with his head down. Check me if you want or don't. If you turn into zombies, you'll all die. Han Qingxia was too lazy to pay them any more attention. She tied Qin Ke up and turned to continue collecting medicine on the second floor. Once she had collected all the medicine, she left. Han Qingxia showed no favoritism or hostility towards survivors, regardless of gender or age. She respected everyone's will to survive. As long as they didn't provoke or interfere with her, she never interfered with how others lived or did what they did. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was struggling to survive. She wasn't a savior, eager to guide people through life. Everyone lived their own lives. If someone came to her seeking help and they agreed on the terms, she would help if she was satisfied. Everything else, she respected everyone's choices, including choosing death. It was none of her business. The people downstairs, hearing Han Qingxia's words, all felt like they had won. However, they still allowed Lu Ming to prove himself a little. Lu Ming undressed in a corner to show his girlfriend, Sun Jingjing. A moment later, Sun Jingjing told the others, he's not injured. Upon hearing this, Li Jie and the others all looked upstairs. Li Jie shouted, he's not injured. Han Qingxia, who was packing the medicine, chuckled. At that moment, Qin Ke behind her said, Captain Beauty, those guys are all incredibly stupid. I know, I can see that. Just then, a scream erupted downstairs. Ollie Ming, what's wrong with you? Han Qingxia, still packing the medicine, felt that Qin Ke's mouth was filled with black ink. He never said anything unpleasant, and the consequences were immediate. She immediately looked downstairs and, sure enough, saw Lu Ming's body begin to mutate. He convulsed in the corner, and when he looked up again, his neck stiffened, blue veins spreading from his neck down to his cheeks. When he turned his head, his eyes were grayish-white. I can't see. Lu Ming clutched his eyes tightly. His classmates scattered, backing away. It hurts so much. My body hurts so much. Jingjing, where are you? Don't come any closer. Seeing him like this, Sun Jingjing retreated, stumbling and falling to the ground in front of a shelf. Lu Ming suddenly released his grip, his face devoid of any life. His grayish-white eyes were completely lifeless, staring at Sun Jingjing like a tiger pouncing on its prey. At that critical moment, a cold, sharp tang sword flew down from the second floor. Lu Ming, who was lunging forward, was pinned to the right-hand shelf by the sword, the blade piercing through him from head to tail. His zombie-like eyes gradually lost their luster. All the students who witnessed this scene turned deathly pale. Their hearts pounded wildly. Several girls even vomited and cried. Sun Jingjing stared wide-eyed at the dead Lu Ming before her, frozen in place. At that moment, an even more frantic pounding came from the front and back doors of the first-floor lobby, accompanied by the howling of zombies. The two flimsy doors seemed unlikely to hold for long. The students involuntarily looked up at the second floor and all ran towards Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia turned back to continue packing the medicine. She had filled nearly half of the medicine on the second floor when a young boy approached, carrying her tang sword. Hey, miss, here's your knife. He carefully handed her the knife. Han Qingxia slightly raised her eyelids. not even glancing at him, and with a swift movement, sheathed the knife. The boy's eyes lit up at her incredibly cool way of sheathing the knife. He watched Han Qingxia silently collecting the medicine, stood there for a moment, and then said, "Miss, are you collecting medicine? I'll help you." Han Qingxia finally turned to look at him. Of all the students in the group, only this boy had come to talk to her. The other girls were all huddled together, checking each other's bodies and comforting Sun Jingjing. The other two boys were huddled together, saying something, glancing at her, and then at the other girls. Han Qingxia tilted her head. "Get a big bag and pack the other side for me." Dong Yi immediately nodded. "Okay," she continued packing the medicine, the names of the medicines going through her mind as she swept them away. She got almost all the medicines on the prescription her Aunt Ouyang Lan had given her, and of course, she didn't let any extras go to waste. She took it all. At the same time, she noticed everything else in the large pharmacy. All the food was gone, and some health supplements, tonics like ginseng and deer antler, had been opened. The pharmacy had so many edible things. Aside from the Western medicine, these people could eat almost anything, even vitamin pills. They were practically food to them. After Han Qingxia collected all the medicine, Dong Yi came over carrying 2 large bags full of medicine when the 2 boys across the street approached. "These are our things. You can take them, but you have to agree to one condition." Han Qingxia lazily watched 2 boys approach, followed by 4 girls. They all walked over, staring at her as if she were a magical creature. Han Qingxia looked at these idiots, too lazy to respond. Li Jie, however, couldn't hold back any longer and continued, "You took our things, so you have to protect us." "Yes, you have to protect us here," the other girls echoed. Dong Yi remained silent, holding the medicine in his hand, looking at Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia took the medicine from him and hung it around Qin Ke's neck. "Hold on for another 10 days or 2 weeks and you might be saved, Qin Ke." Dong Wei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. But the others, like curious children, continued to ask, "Who will come to save us? Why 10 days or half a month? What if no one comes after 10 days or half a month? What if we can't hold on? There's no food left here. What if we all starve to death?" Han Qingxia ignored them. "What will we do?"
Die.
She carried Qin Ke on her back, taking all the medicine, and left. The students didn't want Han Qingxia to leave, but they didn't dare stop her. Han Qingxia had just killed someone right before their eyes. That one stab had left them terrified, their brains still on edge. But how could they let Han Qingxia leave? "How could you do this? You can't abandon us. Take me to my parents. My parents have money. If you take me there, they'll definitely give you money." "Me too. Take me with you." Several girls swarmed around Han Qingxia, clinging to her. Han Qingxia, looking at these teenagers who were still living in the past and lacked even the foresight and survival skills of Wang Yunduo from her territory, drew her knife in annoyance and began to teach them a lesson. Just then, Li Jie suddenly called out to her, "Big sister, there's still medicine here." Li Jie strode over to Han Qingxia. "There's an underground warehouse here. I know it's stockpiled with a large amount of Western medicine." Hearing this, Han Qingxia finally showed some interest. "Where is it?" "It's downstairs. I can take you in, but you have to take us away." "I can't take you. There are too many of you, and you're all stupid. Let's wait for the rescue if you survive until then," Han Qingxia said bluntly. "Everyone. Then could you help us clear out the zombies a little?" Han Qingxia shook her head slightly. "Given your circumstances, I can only offer a few survival tips. That's all I need. Next time, I'll go in myself." Li Jie hesitated for half a second before decisively agreeing. "Okay. Reinforce the gate.
Pile all the heavy objects on it.
Don't use short knives. Don't you have medical canes here? Those are much more useful. Aim for the zombies' heads. Their weak point is their heads. If you don't know how to hit them, just smash their heads. Most importantly, stop yelling. If you see a zombie and don't know how to fight it, don't yell, understand? You idiots." Li Jie and the others all nodded. "Lead the way, I'll tell you a little something along the way." "Okay." Li Jie immediately led Han Qingxia downstairs. This time, everyone was much calmer when they saw the zombies downstairs. Even though the girls were terrified of Lu Ming's zombie corpse, they didn't make a sound. They tried to minimize their presence, staying close to Han Qingxia, their hearts pounding as they looked at the swarming, gaping, terrifying zombies outside the glass windows and doors. They had previously lived on the second floor and tried to observe the zombies, but they were too terrifying. None of them dared to stare and study them, especially the girls. Those who weren't worried about food or drink would never even consider facing zombies. Now that they finally saw zombies and so close, as if they were about to devour them, those with boyfriends clung tightly to them. Gua Xiaoxiao and Li Jie's relationship was being repaired again. Except for Sun Jingjing, who had lost her boyfriend, she stiffly gripped a cane and walked at the back of the group. Upon seeing Lu Ming's body, she quickened her pace, then stopped to look at him again. Soon, Han Qingxia reached the innermost row of medicine cabinets. She had already emptied the medicines inside, but she hadn't noticed the side door behind it. It appeared to be the same as the outside. In reality, after Li Jie unlocked the door, there was a very narrow staircase behind it. This is the underground storage room. A lot of the medicine is down there, Li Jie said. Go first, take it. Han Qingxia gave him a look. Even though this group seemed incredibly stupid, she didn't trust any of them. Leading the way was essential, and going first was a must. Li Jie nodded. He had no questions, because there really wasn't anything down there. When they occupied the pharmacy before, they had scouted the place and knew that the basement was just a storage warehouse. They had taken everything edible, leaving only boxes and boxes of Western medicine. Han Qingxia carried Qin Ke down the long corridor. There were no lights, so Han Qingxia used a flashlight to illuminate the way. Soon she saw rows of large shelves. On the shelves were boxes and boxes of medicine. Just by looking at the names, many of them were things Han Qingxia needed. Perfect timing, miss. Do you need us to help you carry them out? Li Jie asked. He had realized the situation. Threatening Han Qingxia was useless. He could only demonstrate his value and help her to gain some benefit. No need, Han Qingxia said lazily. I have a spatial ability user here. He can collect medicine. You didn't know that, did you? Qin Ke. Han Qingxia used Qin Ke's name, grabbing his hand and reaching towards the shelves, pretending he was collecting the medicine, but actually putting it into her spatial storage. Qin Ke had previously used her name to swindle her out of supplies, and now he's using her as a scapegoat. Everyone who owes her something will have to get it back. Qin Ke. Han Qingxia grabbed his hand and packed everything up in a few seconds. At that moment, everyone was stunned. They looked at Qin Ke in disbelief, as if they suddenly understood many things. The remaining people, watching Han Qingxia empty the entire 60-square-meter warehouse, gradually realized what was happening. They stared at the man Han Qingxia was carrying Qin Ke, whose hands and feet were bound together with pig's hoof straps, a large backpack slung diagonally across Han Qingxia's shoulder. His head rested on Han Qingxia's shoulder, and things were occasionally hung around his neck as hooks. When this man first appeared, he only had a bulging backpack on his back. They felt supplies constantly appearing in his backpack. It was his spatial ability. Then why didn't we have any? A girl asked. Han Qingxia turned to look at the narrow stairwell. How old are you? We're last year's high school graduates, freshmen preparing for university. Han Qingxia realized they really were a group of ivory tower kids. Just then, a crashing sound of shattering glass came from the top of the narrow stairwell, followed by a girl's scream. After the scream rang out, several students tumbled and scrambled into the narrow staircase. Help! Zombies! The zombies are coming, Han Qingxia, carrying Qin Ke on her back, shone her flashlight in that direction. The next second, she reached the top of the narrow staircase. Just as she arrived, a gaunt, elderly zombie appeared before her. It clung to the stairwell doorframe, its disheveled hair peering inside. Its two extremely thin hands gripped the doorframe tightly, and behind it surged a relentless horde of zombies. Han Qingxia jumped to the top of the stairs and slammed the door shut immediately. Sizzle. The sound of steel needles scratching at the aluminum alloy door was like the sound of a violin being played, a piercing sound that sent chills down one's spine. Countless zombie hands clung tightly to the doorframe, scratching furiously, leaving rows of claw marks on the aluminum door. Creak, creak. A zombie head was wedged at the very bottom of the doorframe, its dark teeth grinding against the frame as it climbed upwards. Behind the extremely narrow, single-person staircase, Han Qingxia braced herself against the door with one hand, wrestling with a horde of zombies outside. With her other hand, she drew a knife from her back and, with a swift stroke, chopped off all the zombie hands that had reached out. As for the zombie head still biting the doorframe, she sliced off half its face with her long knife, then slammed the door shut with her other hand. Thump, 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 she smashed the head to pieces in just a few blows. She turned around, using Qingke behind her as a human cushion, and pushed hard against the gap in the door. Qingke gasped, "Beautiful Captain, I'm still breathing." "I know," Han Qingxia snapped. She locked the door with the bolt. After she closed the door, the boys and girls below all stared at her, still shaken. "Miss, are we trapped here to die?" Han Qingxia rolled her eyes. "You want to be trapped to death?" "I don't." Looking at the not-so-thick door behind her, which was being pounded on by zombies outside, she began to formulate a plan. This door could only hold for half an hour at most. There were about 100 zombies outside, and with her spiritual power extended, she sensed they were mostly ordinary zombies. No mutated zombies. Her early attack on the city had many advantages. First, there were very few mutated zombies at this stage. So far, she had encountered very few mutated zombies. In the early stages, mutated zombies were as rare as superhumans. They would only begin to fully evolve over time. She planned to set a trap to wipe out these 100 or so ordinary zombies outside. The only uncertainty was how many more were outside. At this moment, Dongy spoke up. "Miss, I know there should be another way in here." He patted the wall beside him, finding one that echoed hollowly when knocked on. "This basement is connected to the underground parking garage of the shopping mall behind. My dad did this shopping mall project. I've been here with him before. There's a parking lot behind this." Han Qingxia's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She walked to the wall Dong Yi had mentioned, knocked on it, and sure enough, it was hollow behind. This wasn't a load-bearing, reinforced concrete wall. It was a partition wall added later. She used her psychic abilities to sense the situation outside the wall. Her current psychic abilities could detect objects up to about 30 meters away. Behind the wall, it was empty. There wasn't a person or any zombies. She said to the people behind her, "Make way." All the students scattered. Under their watchful eyes, a loud thud was heard. A large hole was kicked through the brick wall in front of them. Everyone, even if it wasn't a reinforced concrete wall, it was still a brick wall. Just one kick. That's it. They all wondered if they should try to break through the wall together. Everyone stared at Han Qingxia in shock, speechless. "She's amazing. Is she a mutant too?" "She's definitely a mutant. She even has spatial abilities. She must be one of those power mutants from novels." "So amazing. That woman is so cool. Hurry up and follow her. We can definitely get out if we follow her." As they spoke, Han Qingxia had already carried Qingke outside. Seeing that it was still pitch black, everyone squeezed through a small hole and quickly followed Han Qingxia. It was very dark here, and it was enormous. Shining a flashlight, all they could see were rows of heavy-duty pillars and a few cars parked inside, covered in a thick layer of dust. Han Qingxia stopped beside a car, shining her flashlight inside. This car wasn't just covered in dust on the outside, the inside was also covered in dust. Even the small figurines inside were dusty. They didn't know how long it had been parked there. "It's unusable. This car's totaled." Qingke's voice came from her shoulder. "Shut up and don't say anything nice next time." Han Qingxia was resigned to her fate, knowing his jinxed mouth meant he shouldn't speak without a word. She yanked open the car door. Even if the car couldn't be driven, she still had to take what was inside. She took a pack of toilet paper, an unopened bottle of water, and left behind a half-opened bottle of water. After she left the car, her little followers peeked inside. They spotted the half-empty bottle of water and were immediately thrilled to find there was still half a bottle left. They didn't care that the water had been drunk from and had been sitting for months. They grabbed it and were about to drink. I'll drink first. At that moment, Sun Jingjing snatched the half-empty bottle. She gulped down 2/3 of it. How could you do that? Everyone's thirsty. I'm so thirsty. Let me drink it all. No. Zhang Qian snatched the water bottle. There are so many of us. You've almost finished it. Don't we want some too? Zhang Qian, I want some. His girlfriend, Wang Ping, tugged at his sleeve. Zhang Qian thought for a moment and gave her the last bit of water. After Wang Ping took a sip, the half bottle was almost empty. She looked at the others. You guys drink. Li Jie and Gua Xiaoxiao weren't very thirsty, so they didn't drink. Dong Yi was very thirsty, but looking at his girlfriend, he decided against it and gave her the last sip. Lu Meng, you drink. Okay. Lu Meng picked up the last bit of water and drank it down. Let's hurry. Stick close to her. I think she doesn't want to take us with her. And she doesn't seem to want us to follow her either. I have an idea, Dong Yi said, and he strode towards Han Qingxia's direction. Miss. Han Qingxia, carrying Qin Ke, didn't stop. Speak. I know the map here. I can take you out, Dong Yi said. Han Qingxia looked around at the seemingly endless underground parking garage. Conditions? Take us with you. Han Qingxia glanced at the dense group behind him. I'll only allow you to follow me. You're responsible for your own lives, and you can't cause me any trouble. Dong Yi thought for a moment. Okay, you can let us follow. Han Qingxia's combat skills are so high. As long as they don't fall behind and stay close to her, they'll be safe. Dong Yi quickly understood this. He immediately waved to his companions behind him. Come on. Miss allows us to follow her. The others immediately ran forward. Han Qingxia looked at the people who were now within her safe range. Let's make this clear first. You're responsible for your own lives. I won't stop for you. Everyone nodded blankly. Also, everyone check each other's bodies. Anyone who hides anything will die. This time, everyone obediently listened to Han Qingxia's words. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Jingjing dodged backward. Jingjing, what's wrong? Jingjing, why are you dodging? Sun Jingjing, you have a wound on your hand, Wang Ping shrieked. She was closest to Sun Jingjing and immediately saw the blood slowly trickling down her arm. I didn't. I got this when I was moving Lu Ming's body. I bumped into a corner. It wasn't from being scratched by a zombie. Sun Jingjing hurriedly explained. But her explanation only made everyone else avoid her. Really, please believe me. Xiao, Lu Meng, Wang Ping, we've been roommates for 3 years. You're the ones who trust my character the most. The 3 girls looked at him with pity, but the 3 boys remained resolute. No way. No one can prove your injuries weren't caused by a zombie. You're just bullying me because my boyfriend is gone, Sun Jingjing immediately yelled, backing away as she shouted. Lu Ming used to treat you like brothers, giving you all the good stuff. His body is right there, and not one of you helped him. You're all selfish, cold-blooded, and heartless. She then turned and ran away. The young people were speechless upon hearing Sun Jingjing's accusations, watching her disappear into the distance. Jingjing. Sun Jingjing. Why is she running away? We're not distrusting her. Let's call Sun Jingjing back. We can just tie her up and observe her. If there's nothing wrong, then there's nothing wrong. How can she survive alone like this? Let's wait a bit. Let's find Jingjing and go together. Han Qingxia, hearing these idiotic comments, didn't want to say a word to them. She carried Qin Ke and strode forward. The group of boys and girls hesitated for half a second after seeing Han Qingxia leave, then all chased after her. On the way, Dong Yi led the way. The others followed closely behind Han Qingxia. As she walked, she checked every car she encountered. The worst part was that none of the cars were in good condition. The underground parking garage was flooded, and almost all the vehicles had faulty tires. Dong Yi understood Han Qingxia's thoughts. Miss, you're looking for a car you can drive, right? Han Qingxia glanced at him and nodded. Let's go to the first floor. There's a car dealership on the first floor. Lots of new cars. Han Qingxia couldn't help but give him a few more approving looks. Good job, young man. Lead the way. Her praise pleased Dong Yi. He led Han Qingxia back to the right wall, walking about 200 meters until they saw a fire escape door. Just then, a trembling figure appeared in the darkness. The flashlight beam shone, and everyone saw Sun Jingjing leaning against the fire escape door. Jingjing. Sun Jingjing. She gripped the doorknob, her body trembling violently, looking extremely distressed. We promised. We'd be friends for life. Even if we go to university, we'll go to the same one. Gua Xiao, Lu Meng, Wang Ping. I feel so bad. Just then, a massive commotion erupted behind them. In the silent underground parking garage, below the pharmacy where Han Qingxia had left, came the sound of countless zombies running. Ha ha ha, the zombies blocking the door finally broke through, rushing towards them like a flood. A wood, the closest zombie's cry rang out. Sun Jingjing, like a black shadow, lunged at Dong Yi and Lu Meng, who were closest to her. Her entire face was deathly pale, and beneath her dark blue eyes were a pair of murky, grayish-white zombie eyes. Dong Yi and Lu Meng were horrified at what they saw. However, one improvement was that this time, they didn't scream. In this moment of crisis, Dong Yi shoved his girlfriend Lu Meng aside, facing the zombie Sun Jingjing himself. Clang! A tang sword flashed. Thump! A zombie corpse landed at Dong Yi's feet, its head rolling around with it. At this sight, Dong Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Dong Yi, his girlfriend Lu Meng rushed into his arms. Dong Yi, having survived the ordeal, also hugged his girlfriend tightly. It's okay, I'm okay. A friend in need is a friend indeed. It's in times of crisis that you truly see someone's character. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Han Qingxia had already strode towards the emergency exit. The other two couples had already followed her in, but Dong Yi and Lu Meng remained standing. Hearing the voice, he immediately grabbed Lu Meng's hand tightly. Let's go quickly. Stick close to this lady. We'll be fine. After leading the group into the emergency exit, Han Qingxia immediately locked the door from the inside. As they ascended, the sound of zombies pounding on the door echoed from below. The zombies, who had followed from the pharmacy, howled and pounced on the door. This door was far sturdier than the aluminum alloy doors of the pharmacy. A genuine fire-resistant safety door. The thudding sound of the zombies hitting the door sent chills down everyone's spines, and they instinctively tightened their grip on Han Qingxia's steps. When they reached the first floor, light finally appeared before them. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the fire escape, illuminating the path ahead. Han Qingxia pushed open the emergency exit door on the first floor and, sure enough, saw a car dealership display area filled with vehicles. One new car after another was parked in the vast showroom. And they were all luxury cars. No one would leave empty-handed. Take them all. Han Qingxia, carrying Qin Ke and holding his hand, pretended he was a space-age ability user, but in reality, she was there to collect the vehicles. Sedans collected. Pickups collected. Mercedes-Benzes collected. SUVs collected. Sports cars collected. While collecting the cars, Han Qingxia addressed the others. Go find me the keys. The others dared not disobey. They were still waiting for Han Qingxia to lead them away. The group immediately dispersed, heading towards the sales counter and the staff quarters behind it to look for the keys. After Han Qingxia finished storing all the cars, only 2 SUVs remained. She looked around. Still haven't found the keys? Just as she finished speaking, Li Jie and Gua Xiao ran out of the staff area. Miss, Wang Ping and Lu Meng have stomach aches. They're in the restroom. Let's wait for them. Han Qingxia. She strode towards them with a cold expression. The keys. Li Jie and Gua Xiao exchanged a glance. We found the keys. They're with Wang Ping and Lu Meng. We'll give them to you when they're done in the restroom. A laugh came from Han Qingxia's shoulder. Qin Ke said, Beautiful Captain, if you call them stupid, they're not stupid at all. If you call them smart, they're not smart either. They're loyal to their comrades. They at least know not to abandon their comrades. What about you? Han Qingxia felt this was time to rebuke him and give him a lecture. Can't you learn a thing or two about being loyal to your comrades? Qin Ke smiled slightly. I'm only loyal to my sexual partners, Han Qingxia. She sighed deeply, put Qin Ke down and beat him again. Gua Xiao and Li Jie stood by watching the scene, neither daring to move. After beating him a third time, Han Qingxia grabbed him. Can't you think of anything else besides that? And do you even believe what you say? You go wherever you want, loyal my ass. You could use any other organ to speak, and I'd believe you. Miss, Guo Xiaoxiao said at this moment, Qin Ku is indeed a very loyal person. He told us that he has someone he likes and will never find another woman in his life. Han Qingxia. Even Li Jia looked at Guo Xiaoxiao in disbelief. Guo Xiaoxiao nodded. It's true. He told all of us that he's very devoted. Then he's always with you guys and he even gives you food. Li Jia asked uncertainly. He asked us to tell him stories. He said he liked listening to stories. He never forced us to do anything, and he never said anything bad to us. He's really a gentleman and very proper to us, really. Guo Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment. Besides, with Brother Qin's abilities, he doesn't need to use food as bait at all. We all want to be his girlfriend. Li Jia. Is it really okay to admit it like that to his face? Qin Ku chuckled softly after hearing this. Han Qingxia looked down at this guy whom no one could understand, her brows furrowed. She didn't believe Qin Ku's words at all, and she didn't believe that she was the person he supposedly liked. She hadn't done him any good. The only time she did was help him deal with his family and stand up for him once. But if he had remembered her kindness even then, how could he have turned around and cheated her? Is that something a human being would do? Not to mention, whenever they met afterward, they would fight, and after beating him, he would take the opportunity to run away. Han Qingxia didn't believe this was what they called love, and that it would make him loyal.
Come on.
She had solid data. She decided she still had to tie Qin Ku back, keep a 24-hour watch on him, and use pure perseverance to raise that last bit of loyalty in him. A half-zombie body, she absolutely needed it. The more he refused, the more she wanted it. Just then, they heard a voice coming from the staff room. Xiao Ping, what's wrong? Xiao Ping, Han Qingxia frowned upon hearing the call. At that moment, Li Jia seemed to remember something. Miss, that's right. Wang Ping and Lu Meng both drank the water Sun Jingjing drank from. Han Qingxia heard this. She immediately hoisted Qin Ku onto her shoulder and rushed into the staff room. As soon as she rushed in, she saw two people rushing out of the corner restroom. The girl named Wang Ping was tightly hugging her boyfriend Zhang Qian, her whole body trembling. Zhang Qian looked at her anxiously. Xiao Ping, what's wrong with your complexion? Xiao Ping, why are you shaking so badly? Xiao Ping, your face. Zhang Qian noticed her neck. Black veins were growing upwards. He was terrified and quickly pushed her away, but Wang Ping clung to him tightly. It hurts, Zhang Qian. You promise to stay with me forever? Ugh, the girl in his arms suddenly raised her head, her face instantly turning a deathly pale zombie face. Wang Ping opened her mouth wide, her jaw agape beyond what a normal person could manage, and she lunged at Zhang Qian's face. Zhang Qian screamed, simultaneously unleashing tremendous strength to shove her away. Bang! Wang Ping shakily stood up after hitting the wall, her neck twisted as she lunged at him. At that moment, Zhang Qian noticed the cane beside him. He remembered what Han Qingxia had told him. The zombie's weak point was its head. He grabbed his cane and smashed it down on her head with all his might. Bang! Wang Ping was sent flying by the blow. Zhang Qian continued punching her head, yelling, Why? Why did you turn me into a zombie? Why don't you just die yourself? You deserve to die. After he had beaten Wang Ping to a pulp, he stared at the mangled zombie corpse on the ground, his cane clattering to the floor. He slowly turned his head to look at the people who had followed him in. His face had been brutally torn open, starting from his left cheek, revealing the muscle definition and nasal bone. The ripped ends of the skin were jagged, exposing the fascia and blood vessels to the air. He gave a tilted smile to everyone in front of him. You've come. Zhang Qian ripped open the muscles at the corner of his mouth, and bright red blood gushed from the torn cheekbone. It flowed down his cheek, onto his lips, onto his teeth, quickly staining him crimson. I killed her. She was a zombie. She turned into a zombie. I killed the zombie. I killed her. Zhang Qian cried as he spoke. I left her the last bit of water. Every time I had something, I would save it for her. If I didn't give it to her, she would get angry. I loved her so much. Why did she have to drag me down with her? She should have just died. How could she be so selfish? She deserved to die. She deserved to die 1,000 times over. Zhang Qian, you've become... I'm not a zombie. Zhang Qian raised his head, his blood-soaked face gradually losing its color, the bluish-black veins standing out against his pale skin, and a sharp light shone in his eyes. I'm not. I don't want to become a zombie. Please, please save me. I want to live. He ran towards the group of people in front of him. His expression grew increasingly ferocious, his black pupils turning a murky gray-white with each step, the black pigment in his eyes gradually fading. His will to survive transformed into the excitement of seeing food. Guo Xiaoxiao and Li Jie, witnessing this, were both terrified and retreated hastily. Guo Xiaoxiao bumped into a shelf and was about to fall when Li Jie pulled her into his arms, tightly closing his eyes and hiding behind Han Qingxia. Swoosh. A tang sword flashed, a splatter of blood. Zhang Qian, running at full speed, was instantly cleaved in two, falling to the ground with a thud. Due to inertia, his body lurched forward several meters, the tang sword stuck in his head sliding back to its original position. Han Qingxia didn't budge an inch, just bounced Qin Ku on her back, coldly pulling the tang sword from the zombie's head. Beautiful Captain, I love watching you kill zombies, so cool. You'll be my next one sooner or later. Qin Ku. Just then, they heard a sound coming from the bathroom. Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng, open the door. Xiaomeng, what's wrong? Han Qingxia was speechless at these idiots. She walked inside, sword in hand. Just as she reached the bathroom, she heard a scream of extreme pain. Dong Yi, my stomach hurts so much for no reason. It hurts so much. I'm bleeding so much. Hearing this, Dong Yi pounded on the door even more violently. Xiaomeng, open the door, let me see, okay? See my ass. Han Qingxia wanted to curse. Get out of the way. Li Jie and Guo Xiaoxiao followed her in. Guo Xiaoxiao gripped Li Jie's hand tightly and said to Dong Yi, Dong Yi, Wang Ping has turned into a zombie. She and Lu Meng both drank Sun Jingjing's water, and Lu Meng must have been infected too. Get out of the way. Lu Meng is about to turn into a zombie. Zhang Qian was just bitten by Wang Ping. You can't be next. Hearing this, Dong Yi's eyes widened in shock. From the stall door behind him, Lu Meng's painful cries continued. Ugh, Han Qingxia coldly glanced at him and strode towards the stall. Just as Han Qingxia reached the door of the toilet stall, Dong Yi stretched out his arm to block her way. Sister, please don't kill her, I beg you. He spread his arm wide, firmly blocking the stall door behind him, his clear, foolish eyes fixed on Han Qingxia with unwavering determination. Han Qingxia, she sighed again. Get out of the way. I won't. Don't kill her. If you're going to kill her, kill me first. Han Qingxia, should she marvel at their pure love, or at his foolishness? Dong Yi, Lu Meng really will turn into a zombie, Guo Xiaoxiao said. Get out of the way. Everyone's reluctant, but zombies aren't human. Lu Meng is beyond saving. No. Dong Yi knelt down with a thud, kowtowing to Han Qingxia. Sister, please go. Don't kill her. I beg you. Please don't kill her. Let her go. Even if she's a zombie, I'll accept it. I promise I won't let her out to harm anyone. I beg you to go. We won't go with you either. Don't kill her, don't kill her. Han Qingxia looked at the young man kneeling on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Give me the key. Hearing this, Dong Yi looked up at her, suddenly seeing a glimmer of hope. He turned and pounded on the bathroom door behind him. Xiaomeng, give me the key. She won't kill us. Xiaomeng. I won't go. I'll stay here with you. Don't be afraid. Give me the key. His voice trailed off, but there was no response from inside the bathroom. Just as Han Qingxia's last shred of pity was about to run out, and she was about to act decisively, a pale hand emerged from under the bathroom stall partition. She grabbed Dong Yi's arm, who was sitting on the floor. Watch out. Guo Xiaoxiao and Li Jie's hearts pounded as a long bunch of keys fell to the ground. Go. A distorted female voice came from inside the stall. Dong Yi's shoulder was shoved open with tremendous force. Immediately afterward, a loud banging sound came from behind him as he violently pounded on the door frame. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ha. The howls of a zombie came from inside the door. Lu Meng, now a zombie, was pounding on the particle board door in front of her, the bolt on the lock breaking open in a few blows. Lu Meng's pale face was pressed against the crack in the door, her grayish-white zombie eyes devoid of any expression, howling at everyone outside. Xiao Meng, Dong Yi, Gua Xiaoxiao, and Li Jie rushed forward, pulling Dong Yi, who was still trying to lunge at Lu Meng, back up. Dong Yi shoved them aside, tossing his keys to Han Qingxia. You all get out of here. Are you crazy? Lu Meng has turned into a zombie. What are you doing here? I'll stay with her even if I become a zombie. Get out of here. Dong Yi shouted, his eyes bloodshot, as he stood in front of the thin, seemingly impenetrable panel. Just then, the panel door behind him was smashed open. Lu Meng, disheveled and deathly pale, lunged at Dong Yi. Just when everyone thought Dong Yi was surely dead, he was shoved away again, this time to Gua Xiaoxiao and Li Jie's feet. Veins bulged on her face, and her grayish-white zombie eyes trembled violently, yet it was clear she was still restraining herself, retaining a sliver of humanity. She opened her blood-red maw, straining to utter a single, distinct syllable. Let's go. Drag him away, Han Qingxia ordered directly, grabbing the keys and hoisting Qin Ku onto her shoulder, running outside at top speed. Gua Xiaoxiao and Li Jie, each dragging an arm, also unleashed astonishing strength, carrying Dong Yi as they followed Han Qingxia outside at full speed. Han Qingxia immediately ran to the two SUVs she had left behind. While running, she found the keys. Beep, 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 both cars opened simultaneously. Han Qingxia then realized something. You guys don't all know how to drive, do you? Li Jie then said. Zhang Qian knows how. Han Qingxia. That means they don't know how. Get in, all of you. Han Qingxia was too lazy to argue with them. She put the other car into her spatial storage, let the three of them go to the back seat, and went to the driver's seat. She left Qin Ku in the passenger seat, grabbing his bound hands and feet, her hands slipping through the gaps to grip the steering wheel. She held him tightly. In this position, Qin Ku couldn't even sit at an angle, let alone fasten his seatbelt. Captain Beauty, untie me. I won't run away. Dream on. You can drive like this? Yes. With a boom, Han Qingxia started the car. This strong woman declared that locking up a man and driving was a piece of cake. She charged towards the large glass door in front of her. Clang! Han Qingxia smashed through the glass. As she rushed out, Lu Meng, now completely transformed into a zombie, howled and charged out from behind. Han Qingxia floored the accelerator, tethering Qin Ku and speeding along the road, quickly disappearing from the huge car dealership. Through the rear window, the three people in the back seat watched Lu Meng, dressed in a school uniform, drive further and further away, all silent. Of their group, only the three of them survived. Especially Dong Yi. He kept looking back at the car window. After Lu Meng was completely out of sight, he seemed to have lost all his strength, his head hanging low, not uttering a single word. Kid, you really like your girlfriend that much? Qin Ku asked casually, looking at the three people in the back seat. Dong Yi remained silent, but Gua Xiaoxiao next to him said, Lu Meng and he are childhood sweethearts. They grew up together since they were little. They've been boyfriend and girlfriend since elementary school, and they even promised to get married after graduating from university. Qin Ku chuckled, looking down. Elementary school? What do you know? Even if his girlfriend turned into a zombie, he wouldn't leave her. You think you know anything? Qin Ku turned his head, a glint in his single eye, and craned his neck to get closer to Han Qingxia. Even if you turned into a zombie, I wouldn't leave you. I'd catch living people to feed you every day. Han Qingxia. She made a sharp turn, shaking off a group of zombies that surrounded her and simultaneously knocking Qin Ku, the half-zombie, away. Hiss! Qin Ku gasped, his head hitting the ceiling. He wanted to speak, but then he heard a sentence. Shut up. Shortly afterward, their car drove towards the ancient town. Upon entering the ancient town area, the zombies disappeared. Both sides were empty. Only a group of zombies followed their car. Just as Gua Xiaoxiao and her companions were wondering where Han Qingxia was going, her car gradually slowed down, and a group of fully armed, imposing figures, exuding a chilling aura of power, appeared before them. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. Bang, bang. Crossbow bolts grazed their car, firing at the zombies behind them. When Han Qingxia's car stopped, the zombies that had been chasing her were gradually cleared away. The large group of people eagerly surrounded her after her car stopped. Boss. Boss. Sister, how are you? Gua Xiaoxiao and the others stared wide-eyed at Han Qingxia. She was the leader of this group? Han Qingxia opened the car door. I'm fine. As she got out of the car, she pulled Qin Ku out. Su Xiaoyang's eyes widened when he saw Qin Ku reappear. Boss, I'll take him back to my base first. Don't make any rash moves for the next few days. Deal with the small groups of zombies nearby. We'll attack the entire district when I return. Han Qingxia carried him towards her car. Lu Qian and the others were even more dumbfounded. What's going on? At this moment, Ji Yuro noticed someone else in the back seat. Sister, there's someone else behind you. A rescued survivor, let them be. Han Qingxia tossed Qin Ku into her armored vehicle and sped away. She needed to get back the medicine to Ouyang Lan. She needed her to develop the spray. Only with the spray could she dare to officially infiltrate the city's core area. Xiaoyang, who is that person? Lu Qian asked. Su Xiaoyang frowned. He's also one of the boss's men. The armored vehicle sped off. Around 5 or 6 in the evening, she successfully returned to her air raid shelter. She hadn't been back for a while, and her air raid shelter had changed drastically. Her previous planting area remained unchanged, but a large number of decorations had been added. A cobblestone path ran through the entire perimeter of the air raid shelter, and everywhere she went were flowers and landscaping stones. The outdoor dining area had been transformed into a charming little pavilion, and the houses where Su Xiaoyang and the others were staying had been repainted a beautiful pink. Her air raid shelter now looked exactly like the fairy tale kingdom of Alice in Wonderland. Is this okay, Auntie? A little more to the left. And now, a little more to the left. All right, like this. A woman in an elegant long dress was directing in the garden, while a man in a shirt and thick glasses struggled up the stairs to set up a swing set. Just then, he spotted Han Qingxia's car returning. Boss, you're back. Ouyang Lan, who was directing the work, immediately turned around upon hearing the voice, Xia baby, I'm back. Han Qingxia stopped the car, and as she got out, the dogs swarmed around her. Ouyang Lan and Shui ran towards her. Han Qingxia carefully hugged each of the 16 dogs one by one, then was pulled into a tight embrace by Ouyang Lan. How are you? I'm perfectly fine. Let me take a good look at you. Ouyang Lan looked Han Qingxia up and down, carefully examining her. Ouyang Lan's personality was completely different from her mother's, but when she showed concern for Han Qingxia, their expressions were very similar. Han Qingxia saw the concern in Ouyang Lan's eyes and felt a warm current slowly flow through her heart. No matter how well she got along with Han Ying's family, there was never a strong sense of blood ties. But whenever she saw Ouyang Lan, she couldn't help feeling close to her. Because Ouyang Lan truly loved her, this direct and pure affection didn't need words to be felt. Han Qingxia suddenly remembered that Ouyang Lan had joined the Hope Base very late in her previous life. Had she searched for her in many bases, only to find nothing, and then joined the Hope Base in disappointment, devoting herself to quiet research and almost never hearing from her again? All right, Auntie, I brought your medicine back. You'll have to work hard these next few days. More than a week has passed in the blink of an eye. At Hope Base. Listen up, you idiots. This is the Midsummer Alliance. We're about to enter the North City District and expect to take it over within a month. The Midsummer Alliance welcomes any wise individuals to join us. Here we take good care of small bases. Everyone is united, loving, kind, energetic, and passionate. Qi sang. If Han Qingxia hadn't publicly declared war on Chongqing Base half a month ago and annexed them, he would have believed Han Qingxia's claims about the Midsummer Alliance's unity, love, kindness, and care for small bases. Damn it, the Midsummer Alliance is just a bunch of ruthless bandits. However, Qi Sheng now has no time to criticize Han Qingxia's banditry. Compared to her domineering style, what she's done does truly impress him. They've already begun their attack on the North City District. These people are really doing something remarkable. They systematically cleared the city of zombies, reclaiming territory while gradually reducing the threat posed by the city's million-strong zombie horde. If they didn't eliminate the zombies, the million-strong zombie horde in the city would inevitably become a massive disaster. They gritted their teeth and pressed on. The more zombies they cleared, the smaller the future threat would be. A deed for the present, a benefit for future generations. However, Qi Sheng was now very pessimistic about Han Qingxia's chances. First, the weather was starting to warm up. It wasn't the cold snap of February or March. The cold snap greatly restricted the zombies' movement, making them much easier to eliminate. Now, with the weather getting hotter every day, the zombies' movements would only become more rapid. Furthermore, the North City District was a large district with a population of over 200,000. If Han Qingxia tried to penetrate deeper into the city center, she would inevitably encounter large hordes of zombies. She was leading several bases in a coordinated effort: K1 base with over 500 people, Fireseed base with over 400 people, plus her own summer base and another small base, totaling only a little over 1,000 people. How could Han Qingxia dare to fight against an army of over 200,000 zombies with such a small force? Did she have some top-secret trump card? Everyone spray this before setting out. Also, put 2 capsules in everyone's mouth. If a zombie gets close, bite down on the capsule. Yes. Han Qingxia distributed the newly developed spray capsules from Ouyang Lan to everyone. The method of use was something Ouyang Lan had improved countless times. The test subject was Qin Ke. Everyone in the Qingxia Alliance was armed with Han Qingxia's latest zombie spray, and then they charged towards the city center. This time, everyone in the Qingxia base was surprised to discover something. Han Qingxia's new spray was practically a lifesaver. Tang Jian, at the forefront, went to lure a horde of zombies from a residential area. He accidentally detonated a massive zombie horde, and zombies swarmed in from all directions. He Zhongping desperately sprinted towards their ambush point, constantly being pounced on by zombies from both sides. Tang Jian was incredibly surprised to find that the zombies about to reach him paused for a second or two. Using those crucial seconds, Tang Jian fought his way out. Just as he was about to reach their ambush area, a mutated zombie with superhuman strength suddenly leaped out, its immense power knocking him down. It opened its gaping maw, a foul stench filling its mouth as it lunged at Tang Jian's neck. Under the immense strength of the mutated zombie, Tang Jian was virtually powerless to resist. In a flash, he remembered the capsule in his mouth. It was given to him by his older sister, Han Qingxia. It was for his survival. He immediately crushed the capsule. A massive, incredibly concentrated medicinal fumes erupted from his mouth. He opened his mouth wide, and the powerful zombie, about to tear his throat apart, momentarily froze. Bang! A 3-edged spike pierced the mutated zombie's head. Tang Jian, in this life-or-death moment, had turned the tables. Jian,
Run.
He Zhongping, who had arrived to provide backup, pulled Tang Jian up and jumped towards their ambush point. As they jumped into the safe zone of the ambush point, the zombies on their backs swarmed in. At this moment, they were met with an overwhelming barrage of supernatural attacks. Bang!
Bang. Bang.
Bang!
Bang. Bang. Bang.
Bang!
Bang. Bang.
Large swathes of zombies were ambushed. Tang Jian, now inside the safe zone, felt his chest heaving violently. Jian, you were amazing. You even managed to fight back against the mutated zombies. Tang Jian shook his head violently. He opened his mouth, and a burst of medicinal vapor shot out. He exclaimed excitedly, "It was the capsule my sister gave me that saved me." I bit into this capsule, and that zombie paused for a second or two. It was at that crucial moment that I managed to fight back. Hearing Tang Jian's words, He Zhongping's eyes lit up immediately. I noticed that too. After I sprayed myself with my sister's spray, the zombies chasing me today all paused when they touched me. After exchanging words, Tang Jian and He Zhongping both stared wide-eyed in shock. My sister is awesome. Not only Tang Jian and He Zhongping, but everyone else noticed. After spraying the mist brought by Han Qingxia, everyone gained a significant boost during today's operation. Several times, when their lives hung in the balance, the zombies that attacked them momentarily paused, and those 1 or 2 seconds of pause allowed them to turn the tide and achieve a desperate counterattack. This greatly increased their chances of survival, especially for the ordinary members with average strength. Thinking about this, they couldn't help but wonder, is Han Qingxia God? Han Qingxia, what is this thing? After a fierce battle, Lu Qian and Yu Tu both found Han Qingxia in utter shock. They had anticipated a very high casualty rate in today's formal attack. They weren't even sure if they could break through. But unexpectedly, Han Qingxia, after returning to her base a week after taking Qinko, brought them such a shocking result. Not only did they break through, but their casualty rate was only 1/10 of their estimate. The thing Han Qingxia brought saved everyone's lives several times. She'd given them all a massive buff. Han Qingxia gazed at the city, then turned and said, "No big deal, just a small research project from my Qingxia base. Lu Qian and you too. Damn, this is a small research project?" This small research project is almost as good as evolution fluid. Thinking this, they looked at Han Qingxia as if she were a super treasure. She not only possesses tens of thousands of acres of fully automated farming areas and industrialized production lines, but now she also has such cutting-edge and practical research capabilities. She herself is also burdened with a host of extraordinary abilities, making her exceptionally powerful. This girl is simply defying the heavens. Qi Sang had always thought they lacked the strength to attack a city, but in reality, Han Qingxia had it all. She had food, equipment, and logistics. He couldn't say he knew nothing about Han Qingxia. He knew absolutely nothing. He simply couldn't imagine how powerful Han Qingxia's backing was. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. How could we have such a severe drought? At the Hope Base, Qi Sang stared at the weather report he had analyzed, falling into deep silence. This spring, a severe drought struck. Humans are an incredibly resilient species. Even with the most ferocious zombie virus outbreak, as long as humanity can breathe, they will resume production and development until they launch a counterattack. Zombies weren't humanity's greatest crisis, but zombies combined with natural disasters? Damn it, this is tantamount to wiping out humanity. While Han Qingxia was launching his counterattack on the city, these small bases had been working tirelessly to restore production, but unfortunately, they discovered a severe drought. Since the blizzard and cold wave ended, not a single drop of rain had fallen, and now, in May, the weather was getting hotter every day. It reached 40 degrees Celsius in just 2 days. All the production they had painstakingly built up was gone. Just then, he heard a radio broadcast. "Listen up, you idiots. Our Midsummer Alliance has conquered the North District." Qi Sang's heart leaped out of his chest. He listened in utter shock to Chu Yi's perfectly translated words. Never before had the word idiots sounded so real, so directly directed at him. Han Qingxia, she won again. She stormed into the city in this sweltering heat. In just half a year, she'd taken 2 districts. Han Qingxia was simply amazing. He couldn't even resume production, yet Han Qingxia withstood immense logistical pressure, leading her men to chip away at the city's health. At this moment, his heart pounded wildly. After a long period of shock, he told his secretary, "Send a message to the Midsummer Alliance. I want to organize a meeting of all bases." After clearing out the last street, Han Qingxia led her men to loot the spoils. The supplies in the city were absolutely massive, incomparable to the supplies they'd painstakingly found in a small village on the outskirts. After capturing the city, these supplies were unearthed like treasure guarded by zombies. Shopping malls, shops, pharmacies, tool shops, furniture stores, gold, silver, jade, jewelry, all kinds of clothing, large and small appliances. A continuous stream of supplies was unearthed in abundance. And of course, there was Han Qingxia's reward. Congratulations on capturing a new urban area. Reward: 5th generation fully intelligent nuclear power plant *1. 5-person operation. Can be placed anywhere within the territory. Han Qingxia, who was leading his men to move supplies, grabbed Qin Ke, Xiaoyang, brother. You guys keep moving here. I'm going back. Su Xiaoyang and Jin, who weren't surprised by Han Qingxia's words this time. They were used to it. Han Qingxia had done the same last time. They watched as Han Qingxia dragged Qin Ke away. Her hands were handcuffed to Qin Ke's, and Han Qingxia drove off again towards the air raid shelter. During this time, she had been personally watching over Qin Ke. Wherever she went, she took Qin Ke with her. She absolutely couldn't trust leaving Qin Ke alone in her air raid shelter. Even with Ouyang there, she worried she wouldn't be able to control Qin Ke. This guy needed her personal supervision. He couldn't leave her sight. On the way, Han Qingxia was in a good mood. Qin Ke, one hand tied to hers, the other braced against the car door, watched her with interest. Captain Beauty, why are you so happy? Han Qingxia turned to look at him. Be loyal to me, and I'll tell you. Qin Ke chuckled, then held out his hand and swore, I swear, I will be absolutely loyal to my Captain Beauty from now on, never betraying her, never running away, following her to the death. If I break this oath, may I die a horrible death, my body utterly destroyed, my bones reduced to ashes, sent to the 18th level of hell, to be devoured by 1,000,000 evil spirits, never to be reincarnated. Han Qingxia listened to this death-defying oath and saw his unwavering loyalty. Just how powerful is this person? Not a single word he utters is sincere. Damn it, if anyone believed him, their parents would be sold off. Fuck you. Han Qingxia punched him. Her car sped off towards her residential area. Having been away from her residential area for a long time, she noticed changes. The first thing she saw was vast stretches of farmland, with automatic irrigation machines continuously watering the crops in the sweltering heat. All the crops on her land, which had been rewarded by the system, were growing well. Production at the source was incredibly stable. The people in the villa area were even more enthusiastically engaged in production. The piglets raised by each household were now plump and healthy, ready for market, ensuring a steady supply of fresh pork. They no longer needed to eat the frozen meat they used to have. Furthermore, poultry like chickens and ducks had increased explosively. Now, during the height of summer, the residents of the base could eat a whole chicken at least once a week. Because of this abundant production, some residents in her area had begun producing higher-level food. For example, bread and cakes, chive pancakes, steamed buns, and so on. Han Qingxia had recently enjoyed steamed buns, pies, and fresh cakes that they had given her in the air raid shelter. Lord, you're back. Lord, you're amazing. We heard you took over another district. Lord, you've worked so hard. Lord, we made steamed buns. You must come and eat them later. Han Qingxia smiled slightly at the residents surging towards her. It was 4 or 5 in the afternoon, but the temperature was still very high, easily 37 or 38 degrees Celsius. The residents were all wearing short sleeves, each holding a simple fan. Han Qingxia thought of the large number of appliances she had confiscated during the city raid, including a bunch of air conditioners. I'll have Xia install air conditioners for you in a few days. Everyone's eyes lit up at this, but then they remembered something. Lord, we don't have enough electricity. Han Qingxia had previously supplied electricity to the residential areas using solar panels, but the production capacity was limited. Now, with the machines in operation, almost all the electricity was going to the machinery. They themselves didn't use electricity, let alone air conditioners. Han Qingxia smiled slightly. There's plenty of electricity. From now on, everyone at our Qingxia base will have a continuous supply of electricity. Everyone. Han Qingxia selected 5 highly educated and loyal residents to accompany her. She led them to the back mountain of her air raid shelter, a place no one had ever entered before. A nuclear power plant had already been erected there. The electrical energy exploded instantly, allowing Han Qingxia to ramp up production even more significantly. After completing the energy upgrade, she received a message from Xia. My dear master, dear Lu Qian has sent you a message. Speak. Han Qingxia, Qisang has convened a meeting of all base administrators and invited our Qingxia alliance to participate. After listening, Han Qingxia lazily asked, Where? Qisang wants to go to your base. No way. Han Qingxia refused outright. Her base was off limits. Lu Qian pondered for a moment. My base is very far away. Many small bases can't get here. How about going to Qisang's base? He doesn't deserve it. Han Qingxia firmly refused to let anyone into her base and equally firmly refused to go to anyone else's base. Lu Qian. Then how about going to GZE and his sister's Starfire base? Sure, holding a large-scale conference in the apocalypse is extremely difficult. Not to mention getting bases of all sizes to travel over mountains and rivers, overcoming various dangers to reach the meeting place. That alone would be enough to deter many small bases. Such influence is not easily achieved. At least, Han Qingxia had never heard of such a large-scale multi-base conference in her previous life. All bases were confined to their own small territories, struggling to survive. At most, small regional alliances would form between geographically close bases. This large-scale base meeting organized by Qisang was unprecedented. But clearly, the ability to organize such a conference wasn't due to Qisang's influence, but rather because everyone wanted to meet the legendary Qingxia alliance. 3 days later, Spark Base. Vehicles entered the Spark Base area. The Spark Base was located in a large village behind Han Qingxia's residential area, already within City B. The Spark Base is incredibly powerful. They can actually support so many elderly people. Look, they not only have grain here, but every household also has cured meat and dried vegetables. They all look very healthy. They're living such a good life. Groups from other bases were stunned by the residents of the Spark Base. 70% of the people in their bases were elderly. Although the Spark Base originally developed from a village, seeing so many elderly people with limited labor capacity still shocked everyone. In their base, even the healthier young people struggled to survive. The weak, sick, disabled, and elderly were eliminated wave after wave. It was unimaginable that this place could support so many elderly people. Spark Base used to be a rural area, so they must have plenty of food reserves. That's true. Rural areas certainly have abundant resources, and they're skilled at farming. Even in a severe drought, they can still grow vegetables and grains. And I've heard that Spark Base participated in the attack on the granary. They must have received a huge share of food. You're all wrong. As they spoke, a spirited, short-haired girl stepped forward. Because Spark Base joined the Midsummer Alliance. Of course, it was because they'd latched onto Han Qingxia's coattails. Before joining the Midsummer Alliance, the base's food was just enough to keep people from starving, but they had nothing else. After joining Han Qingxia, they exchanged crystal cores for evolution fluid, and all the ability users in the base evolved. They used their food to exchange for dried vegetable packages and even meat produced by Han Qingxia within the alliance. Now, everyone in their base could eat meat and vegetables. Later, during the attack on cities, they were able to receive a large amount of supplies each time the spoils were distributed. Without Han Qingxia, they would be a small, struggling base, barely scraping by, burdened by a large, inefficient workforce, barely able to develop. But now, their Xingho base has become the largest base, second only to the 3 major bases. That's right, we owe our success to the Qingxia alliance. GZ walked to his sister's side. Every time GZ saw his base grow stronger, he was incredibly grateful he had listened to his sister and joined the Qingxia alliance. What started as a desperate gamble had brought them immense wealth. After GZ finished speaking, a group of people immediately surrounded him. Captain G, hello. I'm Songyu, the manager of Rui Base. Captain G, hello. I'm Luing, the manager of Chang'an Base. Captain G, long time no see. I'm Du Fong, the manager of Xinghe Base. We participated in a mission together last time. Do you remember me? I remember. GZ nodded. Could you tell us what the Midsummer Alliance is? What's your strength? What are the conditions for joining? And how dangerous are the operations? Upon hearing these questions, GZ, as the representative of the Midsummer Alliance, immediately greeted them warmly. Come in with me. I'll tell you all about our alliance. A group of managers from small and medium-sized bases all followed. Just then, a slightly arrogant voice rang out. You're the manager of the Starfire base? GZ, who was about to leave, turned around upon hearing this voice and saw a large group of people with a different aura from their surroundings approaching, surrounded by guards. Leading them was a young man of about 24 or 25, flanked by two very beautiful women. Beautiful women are very rare in the apocalypse. Their complexions were rosy, clearly indicating that they lived a very comfortable life in the post-apocalyptic world. This group exuded arrogance and nobility, looking at the group of people from the small base who looked like refugees with utter disdain. Who are you? At this moment, someone recognized them. Wanan Base in City B. Wanan Base is here too. GZ didn't recognize the name of the base, so the other base managers around him explained. Wanan Base was established by the Qin family that used to be a big leader in City B, and also has a huge real estate company in City A. Their base is located in the wealthy district of City B, and they employ a large number of bodyguards and servants. Their base shouldn't lack food and drink. They're very powerful. But they don't accept survivors. They only stay in their wealthy district base. GZ nodded in understanding. So it was the family of a wealthy and powerful leader before the apocalypse. The young man leading Wanan Base, hearing the surrounding conversation, looked around. K1 Base, Fireseed Base, and Summer Base aren't here? GZ's face showed slight dissatisfaction. They haven't arrived yet. I'm in charge of receiving them. Then we'll wait for them. You go about your business. He raised his eyes, not even bothering to look at GZ, exuding undeniable arrogance. GZ frowned, giving the group an unpleasant look before leading the rest of his team from the smaller bases into the house. He had barely stepped inside when a convoy of white cars arrived. The Hope Base had arrived. After entering the Spark Base, Qi had been observing it closely. They can't farm either. The drought wasn't limited to his area. The Spark Base was unable to produce anything. The fields were all parched. But when he entered the village inside the Spark Base and saw the healthy residents, his expression instantly turned serious. Qi desperately wanted to enter Han Qingxia's base to see just how powerful she truly was. However, Han Qingxia wouldn't give him the chance. He could only glimpse the weakest base in the Qingxia alliance. He had assumed that even if Xingho base could afford food, life there wouldn't be good. But to his surprise, upon entering, he saw healthy elderly people in every household, drying their own cured meat and cooking dried vegetable buns. Qi fell into deep thought. How could this base be so comfortable? After some contemplation, he came to a conclusion. She had put in tremendous effort for that alliance. She had provided a vast amount of resources to strengthen her alliance. It seemed she did indeed possess some strength. Compared to her base, it wasn't too far behind. He couldn't possibly imagine that the difference wasn't just far. It was a difference of 2 dimensions. Here they eat dried vegetable buns and cured meat, while Han Qingxia's base eats fresh vegetables and meat. It's not just about putting in a lot of effort, they're simply distributing the surplus food from their own base. No pressure whatsoever. Qi was secretly calculating Han Qingxia's strength in his mind. The car stopped. He got out of the car with an icy expression, intending to first go and ask Qi, the base manager of Xingho Base, but a group of people appeared before him. Mr. Qi from Hope Base, is that right? Qi heard this voice, coldly raised his eyes, and saw a group of well-dressed people in front of him. I am Qin Li from Wanan Base. My father is Qin Pin. You should have met him before. My father has approved many projects for you, Qin Li said confidently. Qi looked at him coldly and replied with 2 words, forgot. Qin Li. In terms of family background, Qin Li was completely outmatched by Qi. If Qin Li's family was a powerful clan, then Qi was aristocracy. Qi Sang's father was the CEO of the Dawn Group, and his mother was a high-ranking politician. Even before the apocalypse, the Qin family was practically begging the Dawn Group to come and establish a presence. It wasn't the Qi Sang family that was begging them. Qi Sang completely disregarded him, glancing around. "Where's GZ from the Starfire base?" Qin Li immediately replied. He took his men inside. Upon hearing this, Qi Sang strode inside. Qin Li quickly called out to him, "Mr. Qi, why don't we wait for the K1 base and the Fire Seed base to arrive before we go in together?" Qi Sang skipped over those two bases and asked Han Qingxia, "Have the people from the Summer Sun base arrived?" Qin Li's mind raced. "I heard they've arrived. They seem to be wandering around here. Let's take a look around too. Maybe we'll run into them." Hearing this, Qi Sang changed his mind. He looked around the village and followed them. After they left, an armored vehicle slowly drove into Dang village. Upon receiving the message, Jiro saw Han Qingxia's car arrive as soon as she stepped outside. "Sister, you're finally here." Han Qingxia parked the car in an open space in the village and pulled a man out of the passenger seat. "Yes, we're here. Brother Xiaoyang and Brother Jin who aren't here?" Jiro asked, looking behind her. "Give them 2 days off to rest at home." "It's enough that you came, sister." Jiro ignored the man she'd been accompanied by lately. In her eyes, there was only Han Qingxia. "A lot of people from the base came today. They're all inside. Shall we go in? Is everyone here?" "Brother Liu and Brother Yu haven't arrived yet." Hearing this, Han Qingxia said, "You're even more of a dawdler than me. Let's wait until they arrive before we go in. Then I'll show you around our base." "Okay." Han Qingxia pulled Qin Ku along for a good look at Jiro's base. So far, she'd only seen the K1 base. The Spark base was a small base, but much more planned than the K1 base. After all, the Spark base was like a planned rural area. "How many people were in your village at the time?" "Our village originally had over 400 households, but most of the young people are working elsewhere, so the population is less than 1,000, Jiro said. However, precisely because each household wasn't very large and everyone stayed home, our survival rate is relatively high. Nearly half of the elderly turned into zombies during the outbreak, and they infected others. Fortunately, in rural areas, every house is separate and the doors are closed, so even the zombies stayed inside their own houses. Therefore, it was relatively easy for Jiro and her group of young people to clear the zombies from the village. This also saved a large number of elderly people. As of now, they have a total of 210 people, with only about 40 young people remaining. Half of the young people are fighting zombies with Han Qingxia, while the other half stayed behind at the rural care base. Their base is relatively fortunate. Han Qingxia toured the entire village of Jiro's base. Reaching a newly built and beautiful 3-story self-built villa, Jiro pulled her along, saying, "Sister, that's my home." "Not bad. Your house is the most impressive in the village. My parents built it just before the apocalypse," Jiro said, her tone suddenly tinged with sadness. Han Qingxia didn't know what to say to comfort her, but then she heard Jiro's sadness vanish. "Sister, come with me. I'll treat you to some melon seeds." Han Qingxia chuckled and followed her into the house. Jiro brought out a box of melon seeds and snacks from inside the house. "Sister, it's hot inside. Let's sit outside and cool off." "Okay." Han Qingxia took 2 small stools, one for herself and one for Qin Ke. After sitting down, she turned to Qin Ke beside her. "Don't just sit around, do some work." With that, Qin Ke immediately took out a palm leaf fan and began fanning Han Qingxia. "How's the wind?" "Stronger." As a capitalist who would never waste a single person's labor and was extremely stingy, how could Han Qingxia let him sit idle? When they went out to kill zombies, he was her human cushion. When not in use, he was her bag hanger and a human-shaped self-propelled fan. In fact, Qin Ke had quite a few uses, constantly developing new functions. Jiro chuckled upon seeing this. "By the way, sister, I have a few apricots at home. I'll go get them for you." "Okay." Han Qingxia nodded. After Jiro left, Qin Ke said, "Beautiful captain, you didn't even give me a few to eat." "Want a punch?" Qin Ke. Just then, they heard voices coming from the alley outside. "Brother, That Qixing looks so cold and unapproachable, even more arrogant than us.
He's so annoying.
Qixing has the power and resources. Our supplies are running low. We have to tie ourselves to a major base. K1 base and Fireseed base are both in the Summer Alliance, but that alliance is very risky.
We should consider Qixing.
There's no one in that lousy Summer Alliance anyway. They don't want us as cannon fodder to kill zombies.
Dream on.
Weren't you going to the toilet? There's a farmer's house up ahead with his door open. Go use the toilet there, then come back quickly. Don't keep Qixing waiting. At this moment, they saw two people sitting at the entrance of a self-built house in the countryside, eating sunflower seeds. Qingyu immediately noticed the two people sitting on the stools in front of her. The woman had her hair tied in a high ponytail and wore a complete, crisp combat uniform despite the sweltering heat. She was very beautiful, with long, flowing hair and fair skin that looked so delicate it seemed like it could be pinched to release moisture. She showed absolutely no signs of living in the apocalypse. She was even better cared for than Qingyu herself. You have to understand how well-stocked their Wanan base was. Her father had a premonition of trouble before the zombie virus outbreak and made preparations in advance, stocking up on food, water, supplies, energy, and personnel. Her entire family was protected and lived in the Wanan base, barely experiencing the crisis of the apocalypse. Even so, she couldn't maintain the same lifestyle as before the apocalypse. After all, stored supplies were limited. Even as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she had to use them sparingly. Moreover, in less than a year, their supplies were almost gone, and their standard of living had plummeted. A flash of blatant jealousy crossed Qinyu's eyes. How could this woman live better than her? Just then, she saw Qin Ke fanning Han Qingxia. Qin Ke, hearing her voice, Qin Ke lazily glanced back, a slight smile playing on his lips. Long time no see. Qinyu strode forward, her face contorted with anger. Who gave you permission, you piece of trash, to talk to me? Han Qingxia, munching on sunflower seeds, paused. She looked at Qin Ke. Who's this? Do you know him? I don't know this piece of trash. Qinyu snapped, afraid Qin Ke would say he was her cousin. She couldn't bear that embarrassment. How come you're still alive? Where's my grandma? Aren't you in city, eh? Didn't you bring my grandma and my two cousins back? Han Qingxia recognized the voice and said to Qin Ke, Your sister? I'm not this piece of trash's sister. Qinyu looked at Qin Ke with utter disgust. How come in this apocalypse, a piece of trash like you is still alive? If you're alive, why can't I? Qin Ke rarely replied. You dare insult me. Qinyu's eyebrows shot up in disgust. You bastard, you're a disgrace to our family, just as despicable as your vile mother.
Disgusting.
A stinking maggot. How can there be such shameless, thick-skinned scum like you in this world? You can't live without clinging to rich people. You're as vile and disgusting as flies and maggots. Just thinking about how you, trash, have our family's blood flowing through your veins makes me nauseous. You should have died long ago, Bang. Qinyu was kicked away. The woman next to Qin Ke, who was cracking sunflower seeds, stood up. Her bright eyes were filled with a cold, murderous intent. I don't know if Qin Ke is a maggot, but your whole family is shit. Flies don't land on eggs without cracks. Instead of settling scores with your man, you keep using your child as a scapegoat. Your house isn't even fit for a public toilet to reek of shit. Qin Ke looked up at the girl standing in front of him again. A wide smile slowly spread across his face. You dare hit me? Do you know who my brother is? I'll have him beat you all to death. Qinyu roared on the ground after being kicked to the ground.
Oh.
Who's your brother? My brother is the leader of the Wanan base. We're from the Qin family. At this moment, a young man rushed in. He immediately saw Qinyu lying on the ground. Xiaoyu, what happened to you? Brother. They hit me. Qin Li immediately looked at the two people over there. Qin Ke.
Yes.
It's Qin Ke. That bastard Qin Ke insulted me, and that bitch next to him hit me. You better deal with them. Qin Li's face immediately contorted with anger. You dare to hit my sister? Do you know who I am? Slap. Before Qin Li could finish speaking, he received a hard slap across the face. Han Qingxia was known for her ruthlessness and taciturn nature. If she could act, she wouldn't waste words. Stunned by the slap, Qin Li froze for a second before his brain started racing. You dare hit me. Slap, another hard slap. Do you know who I am? If you dare hit us, you're going against the Wanan base. Humph. Wanan base, I'm so scared. Well then, let's go all the way. Slap, this slap sent Qin Li flying. He was completely dumbfounded. He crashed into Ji Yuro's courtyard wall with a thud. After landing, Han Qingxia stepped on Qin Li's chest, lazily looking at him. Now tell me, what else do you want to say? Qin Li. Qin Li, his face swollen from the slap, showed resentment. He gritted his teeth and said, offending me is offending Hope Base. Hope Base. Han Qingxia raised an amused eyebrow upon hearing him mention Hope Base. That's right. Qin Yu retreated on the ground. Don't worry about bullying our Wanan base, but if you bully Hope Base, you're finished. Just then, they heard a voice outside. They're not done yet. I have to go back. Hearing this cold voice, Qin Yu hurriedly cried out for help. Brother Qi sang, we're here. Please come and save us. The people outside, hearing the cries, rushed forward. Lying on the ground, Qin Yu saw the arriving reinforcements, especially Qi Sang, and immediately burst into tears, crying, Brother Qi Sang, someone wants to kill me and my brother. I told them we're from Wanan base, and we're allies of your Hope base. It's fine if they don't respect us, but it's outrageous that they don't respect Hope base. My brother and I argued with them for you, and they beat us up like this. They even said they'd kill us. Han Qingxia, hearing such novel terms, turned to Qin Ke. Is your sister studying acting? Qin Ke's lips curled into a delighted smile. I said the same thing. These people are wasting their talents if they don't go into acting. Brother Qi sang.
Did you hear that?
They're still slandering us. You have to help us. Qin Yu cried even more pitifully. Anyone seeing such a beautiful girl cry like this would be heartbroken. She was certain Qi Sang would stand up for her. They had just reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with Hope Base and formed a friendly alliance. She was even going to be Qi Sang's secretary. There was no way Qi Sang wouldn't help her. She was crying, feeling incredibly wronged, when she saw Qi Sang actually walking towards Han Qingxia. Qin Yu thought that Han Qingxia would be terrified to see Qi Sang standing up for them. Judging from Han Qingxia's demeanor, she wasn't from K1 or Fireseed Base. How could her small, insignificant base dare offend Hope Base? Hope Base was recognized as one of the 3 major bases. She was eagerly anticipating Han Qingxia's miserable ordeal when she heard a voice that wasn't so cold, even carrying a hint of deliberate flattery. They have nothing to do with me. I don't know them. Qin Yu. The rest of the Qin family, Qi Sang's hasty attempt to distance himself, left the entire Qin family dumbfounded. Han Qingxia, hearing his words, praised him for finally maturing. You've improved this time. Good for you recognizing things quickly, otherwise I'd beat you up too. Everyone. Qin Yu looked at Qi Sang in disbelief. Brother Qi Sang, didn't we just agree to form an alliance? Qi Sang's cold eyes, like knives, were filled with utter disgust upon hearing her words. He turned to Han Qingxia and explained, they want to form an alliance with me. I only have a slight interest and not much because they're practically useless, just flies trying to take advantage of me. Wanan Base has no resources whatsoever. The only thing they might have is a so-called ally status. The Qin family also knew they had no power to cooperate with Qi Sang, so they were single-mindedly trying to get Qin Yu and Qi Sang together. As long as Qin Yu caught Qi Sang's eye, even if she became his mistress, Wanan Base would have a powerful backer. Now we'll have meal tickets. Han Qingxia chuckled upon hearing Qi Sang's words, then looked at Qin Ke. I get it now. So they want to follow your mother's path having nothing, but clinging to a rich man. Qin Ke. Tsk. So how did you manage to call her a slut, despise her mother's despicable methods of clinging to a rich man, and trample her son underfoot, only to find yourselves desperately trying to climb the social ladder? Tell me, what else is your family but a cesspool? Qin Yu instantly looked like a clown, her face flushing crimson. She bit her lip tightly. We didn't. Oh, you didn't? You're so high and mighty. Then tell me, if you're so high and mighty, what gives you the right to make others ally with you? Is it your useless family members or your dwindling resources? Hearing this, Qingyu felt like she wanted to disappear into a hole in the ground. She was utterly ashamed and indignant. How could she say that? Even if they had nothing, they were still superior to ordinary people. The Qin family was like a fallen noble family. Even if they had nothing, they were still a superior being. It was an honor for them to form alliances with other bases. Why are you silent now? I love hearing people make excuses. Give me a few more excuses, so I can slap you in the face. Qingyu gritted her teeth, glaring at Han Qingxia. Huh, you say we're clinging to Hope Base? And what about you? You're clinging to a scumbag like Qin Ke. You're even more despicable than us. Han Qingxia chuckled. No wonder Qi Sang looks down on you all. You can just send a woman away, without even a brain. Even Qi Sang couldn't stand it anymore. Captain Han, kick them all out. Don't pay attention to these idiots. Qinyu's heart skipped a beat when she heard Captain Han. Who are you? She's the manager of Qingxia Base, the grand leader of the Qingxia Alliance, Jiro said, bringing out a large bowl of fruit. Our leader, Han Qingxia. After Jiro finished speaking, a chorus of voices came from outside. Han Qingxia, you're here? Everyone's waiting for you to start the meeting. Little girl, we wouldn't dare say a word without you. The people from K1 Base and Fireseed Base were all there. The Qin family members stared in shock as the two giants from K1 Base and Fireseed Base, dressed in different colored base uniforms but easily identifiable, both approached Han Qingxia. Their words sent a chill down their spines. Han Qingxia. The real big shot in the Qingxia Alliance wasn't Lu Qian from K1 Base, nor you two from Fireseed Base, but the virtually unknown Han Qingxia. She was the leader among them, especially Qin Li. He stared at Han Qingxia in utter shock. No matter how many times he thought about it, he couldn't believe that Han Qingxia was the real big shot at this meeting. The person everyone came to see. No wonder Qi Sang's first question was about the Qingxia Alliance. And the person before him was Han Qingxia. Aren't these the people from Wanan Base? Yeah, what happened to them? GZ followed them in and, seeing the group, said, Captain Han, the people from Wanan Base said they're only here to see you. Yeah, they also said they only want K1 Base and Fireseed Base to receive them. Hearing this, Qin Li's face fell. This trip was truly over. Qi Sang had already stated he wouldn't accept them, and the head of the Qingxia Alliance had been thoroughly offended. Not to mention anything else, just this Qin Ke matter they couldn't continue. Let's go, supported by his men, Qin Li gave the order to leave. However, wait. Han Qingxia lazily called out to them, letting them leave so easily? How could they leave without offering a gift? What else do you want? Qin Li looked at her hostilely. I just heard your base is out of supplies, is that right? Han Qingxia gave a friendly smile. Qin Li's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Captain Han, you mean? That's right. I want to help you. Han Qingxia said righteously. Your base is out of supplies. You definitely can't support so many people. Why don't you keep these bodyguards of yours? I'll give you a meal. Qin Li. Damn it. What kind of person is Han Qingxia? She beat them up and then poached all their bodyguards. They took 80% of their bodyguards with them on this trip. Not only would their base's armed force be wiped out without these people, they wouldn't even be able to get back. Have some humanity. The key is the people around Qin Li are actually tempted. I don't need to ask what kind of life you'll lead with these people. I guarantee you if you follow me, you'll be able to eat meat from now on. After saying this, two of Qin Li's bodyguards immediately agreed. I'm staying. Me too. Wanan Base isn't a base at all. It's just the Qin family's own imperial palace. I quit a long time ago. Me too. Within a minute, almost all the bodyguards chose to stay, except for one who remained with them. After all, this wasn't ancient times where people sold themselves into servitude. These people were all employed by the Qin family, and after the apocalypse, their lives were worse than those of servants. They only had one meal a day, consisting of staple food and leftovers. Han Qingxia promised them meat, so why didn't they stay? Seeing that most of them had stayed, except for Qin Li, Qin Yu, Qin Li's wife, and another bodyguard who refused to leave, Han Qingxia smiled slightly. All right, I've solved a big problem for you.
You can go now.
Don't worry about my great kindness. Qin Li. Damn it, great kindness. I'll never forget your great lack of kindness. Thanks to Han Qingxia's utterly despicable actions, Qin Li was instantly left all alone. Only his sister, his wife, and one loyal servant remained. He dared not confront Han Qingxia and could only glare fiercely at the traitors, roaring, "You faithless traitors, you will surely get your comeuppance. What goes around comes around, and one day our Qin family will make you crawl back like dogs. Then, you won't get any shelter from me." At this moment his wife said, I want to stay too. Is that all right? Qin Li. He immediately slapped her, grabbed her, and, along with his sister and the last bodyguard, slunk away. Wait a little longer. Han Qingxia called after them. Qin Li trembled at the sound of her voice. Don't push your luck. You've already poached my bodyguards. What more do you want? I've forgiven you, but my little brother hasn't. Han Qingxia pulled Qin Ku aside. Apologize to my little brother. You can leave when he forgives you. Qin Ku's face lit up instantly. He looked at the girl, who was shorter than him, and his smile grew brighter and brighter. Qin Li and his companions opposite him looked like they'd swallowed a fly. They looked at the bastard they had once trampled underfoot, despised and humiliated, who now actually wanted them to apologize. Don't waste time. You only get one chance. I apologize. Qin Yu was the first to speak. Brother Qin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you a slut, trash, and good for nothing. I'm the real slut, trash, and good for nothing. I was just being mean. Please forgive me. Let me go. Qin Li's wife's eyes flickered. She echoed, Brother Qin, I shouldn't have looked down on you before, shouldn't have joined Qin Yu in humiliating you. I was wrong before, I'll never do it again. Please forgive your sister-in-law. The most aggrieved was Qin Li. He was a legitimate grandson of the Qin family, and today he had to apologize to a bastard born of a mistress. This was truly a case of the tables turning. Qin Ku, I was wrong. I shouldn't have mocked you before, shouldn't have joined everyone in bullying you. Our whole family was wrong. Please, for your father's sake, let us go this once. Let's go. The gloomy anger on Qin Ku's face had faded considerably. He waved his hand and released them. Is that all you need to vent your anger for? Han Qingxia asked. Qin Ku smiled at Han Qingxia. In reality, he hadn't heard a word they said. From the very beginning, he hadn't paid them any attention. He didn't care what they said. He only cared about what Han Qingxia was doing, and how to cooperate with her, to do what she wanted. Thank you, beautiful captain. I'm very happy. Han Qingxia stared at the so loyal Qin Ku. Really, thank you? Of course, Han Qingxia. I'm a little skeptical. Qin Ku's smile widened. Thanks are in my heart. I've taken it to heart. You'll see what I do next. Han Qingxia. Damn it, the key is you haven't taken it to heart either. Where's your progress bar? Does she think I'm blind? You haven't even taken it to heart, let alone done anything about it. Han Qingxia couldn't believe Qin Ku was so complex, cold, and even heartless. Logically, after helping him time and time again, anyone would remember her kindness. Aside from physically assaulting him, Han Qingxia was impeccable in her treatment of Qin Ku. She treated Su Xiaoyang, Jin Hu, and Chu Yi the same way she treated him. But he seemed utterly heartless. No matter what she offered him, she couldn't touch his heart. He was genuinely cold-blooded, yet always wore a smiling and enthusiastic facade. Forget it. Everyone has flaws. She could always find his weakness. Let's eat first, GZ said, arranging for everyone to eat after the Qin family left. Their base, as the venue for this meeting, had provided supplies to entertain everyone. Each table had 4 dishes and a soup, with rice as the staple food. The dishes included stir-fried cured pork, stir-fried diced ham, stir-fried pickled vegetables, and stir-fried instant noodles. The soup was a mixture of dried vegetable packets and vegetable broth. The dried vegetable packets and instant noodles were obtained by exchanging them with Han Qingxia. The cured pork, diced ham, and pickled vegetables were supplies distributed after the city's siege. Fresh food in the city had all spoiled, but the cured pork, ham, and pickled vegetables were almost all in good condition. For Han Qingxia and her group, this was food they ate every day, and the ingredients were even quite ordinary. But for the people in the other bases, it was practically a state banquet. So delicious. So delicious. So delicious. Although Qin Ke's loyalty hadn't increased, Han Qingxia clearly noticed a significant change in him. While Han Qingxia was eating, Qin Ke picked out a bottle of peach juice for her from the Coke, Sprite, and peach juice that Ji had prepared for everyone. Beautiful, Captain. Have a drink. At this moment, Lu Qian handed her a bottle of Coke. Han Qingxia glanced at the peach juice, took the drink from Qin Ke's hand, unscrewed the cap, and drank. I prefer peach juice. Lu Qian, hearing this, withdrew his hand. I know. Han Qingxia usually drank cola. He never knew she preferred fruit juice. Qin Ke, seeing this, chuckled softly. At this moment, Han Qingxia, who had drunk half a bottle, suddenly realized something. Even Lu Qian didn't know she preferred fruit juice, so why did Qin Ke get it first? You knew? Qin Ke smiled slightly. I noticed you prefer sweeter and fresher dishes, and I guessed you preferred peach juice.
Was I right?
Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia finally understood why so many girls liked him. Qin Ke was excessively clever, extremely kind, and had a perfect grasp of human nature. After the meal, the people from the other bases who had come for the meeting were all impressed by the meal. This alone shows the strength of the Qingxia alliance. The Summer Alliance seems truly trustworthy. How many bases did we reach this time? Han Qingxia asked. 21 in total. No, 20 now, Qiseng replied. As far as I know, there are currently 29 bases in this area. 6 small bases are out of contact, and 5 more are too far to reach. Han Qingxia nodded. This was roughly what she had expected. In fact, many more were small human settlements, not really bases, and they hadn't even received any messages from them. What brings you here? Han Qingxia asked bluntly. The group of people from the base immediately exchanged glances, none of them speaking first, before finally looking at Qiseng. Captain Han, we need your help, Qiseng said. After Qiseng finished speaking, the others echoed. Captain Han, our base is facing a huge crisis. It hasn't rained a single drop since spring, and we're out of food. Captain Han, our base is in the same boat. Our arable land was already limited, and now there's even less hope. Our base's food supply has been insufficient for a long time. We can only last a week at most. We heard you've already captured 2 districts, so your supplies must be plentiful. Please help us get through this together. We're all human. We must help each other in times of crisis. Hearing the last sentence, Han Qingxia looked at the person who spoke. Which base are you from? I'm from Chongqing Base, Lin Chong. I think what you said is excellent. We're all human, and we should help each other in times of crisis. What about the mutual assistance at your Chongqing base? Our base has very few supplies, so we can't help right now. Han Qingxia chuckled. What kind of mutual assistance is that? It's just us helping you one-sidedly. Lin Chong was speechless. He hesitated for a moment. But you have so many supplies. What's wrong with helping us a little? Have you no shame? Our supplies were earned with our lives. Have you ever fought a battle with us? Do you know how many people died for those supplies? Do you know how cold it is in March and April? Do you know how hot it is outside now? We're fighting the enemy in the sweltering heat and freezing cold, and you're hiding in the back. What right do you have to ask us for them? The young and hot-tempered Ji couldn't stand this kind of talk and immediately retorted. Han Qingxia waited for her to finish, then raised her hand. Euro, there's no need to say so much to them. Just throw them out. Isn't that unnecessary? We know you've worked hard, but don't throw him out. Forget it. He just said a few words. Han Qingxia raised her cold eyes. Throw him out. Upon hearing this, Ji grabbed the man without a word, dragged him off the long table, and threw him outside. Seeing that Han Qingxia was serious, the expressions on the faces of the other 19 bases present immediately turned serious. This was for real. Recalling how Han Qingxia had dealt with the Wanan base just now, everyone immediately abandoned any sense of contempt. Although the grand leader of the Qingxia alliance was a woman, she was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing the silence fall, Han Qingxia said, "We agreed to meet you only because we're all human. You need help, but let me tell you, help means giving you a hand. It's about you all being able to get back on your own. That's help, not expecting me to provide free charity. If I were to provide charity, you'd all be eliminated. What's the point of a bunch of idiots living like this, waiting to be fed? Everyone." They suddenly remembered the signature opening line of the Qingxia Alliance's speech. So, that was what Han Qingxia said. "Han Qingxia," Qi Sang spoke up, "I can consider joining you, but I have a condition." Hearing this, Han Qingxia turned to look at him. "You have conditions? If you have conditions, get lost. Nobody here listens to your conditions." Qi Sang. "The same goes for everyone else here. From now on, those willing to join our Midsummer Alliance stay. Everyone else, get out. I won't listen to a single one of your conditions. Everyone." Is this confidence? Is this capital? Is this hegemony? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes falling on Lu Qian and Yu Tu, sitting to Han Qingxia's left and right. One was the leader of K1 base, the other the leader of Fire Seed base. Lu Qian looked calm, while Yu Tu looked appreciative. In short, both of them completely agreed with Han Qingxia. At times like this, Han Qingxia had to speak. Han Qingxia had always been Lu Qian's mouthpiece. He was a kind man and wouldn't be so disrespectful. He couldn't say such a thing. Yu Tu, on the other hand, had a volatile temper. If he spoke, half the people present would be killed immediately. Neither approach worked. It had to be Han Qingxia, a direct and powerful approach. A moment of silence followed as the personnel from each base weighed the pros and cons. "I'd like to think about it some more." At this moment, a manager from a small base stepped forward and left. After he left, a group of small bases followed suit.
Me too.
Only 4 or 5 bases remained. My Tianyu base is willing to join. My Lucky base is willing to join. My Baixing base is willing to join. My Dahai base is willing to join. I hope the bases are willing to join, but I still have a condition I'd like to state first, Qi Sang said at the end. Han Qingxia.
Say it.
We hope the bases are all research personnel. We want to only be responsible for the research part and provide technical guidance for each operation. Han Qingxia. Get lost. I know where the armory is, Qi Sang continued. Only then did Han Qingxia look at him properly. Allow us to join the alliance, but not to participate in the war. I'll tell you the location of the armory. Han Qingxia looked at Lu Qian and Yu Tu. After a brief meeting, Han Qingxia said, "You can join our alliance, but if you don't contribute, your base won't receive any supplies." Qi Sang looked at her. What counts as a contribution? One armory location is worth 1,000 points. Besides that, any major scientific research achievements of your base that pass our approval will also count towards your points. Otherwise, once you run out of points, you won't have any contributions. Han Qingxia used a point system to constrain him. After thinking for 5 minutes, Qi Sang said, "Okay. I hope the base will apply to join." Today, they recruited 5 bases. Han Qingxia discussed this with Lu Qian, Yu Tu, and Ji Ziyi, and formulated a more comprehensive alliance system. From now on, all the supplies they capture will no longer be directly distributed, but will be uniformly incorporated into the alliance's supply system, with each base that contributes to the operation receiving points for settlement. And these points are equivalent to the points of Han Qingxia's own base. In other words, those who earn points can exchange them for resources in the Alliance warehouse, or directly exchange them with Han Qingxia for resources from her summer base. Han Qingxia's base points will be integrated with the Alliance point system. This means her base's currency has achieved monetary dominance. Her points can circulate in other bases, but the currencies of other bases cannot circulate in her base. The currency she issues represents the resources of others. Of course, the reason everyone accepts Han Qingxia's currency unification is because the resources in Han Qingxia's base are truly exceptional. Just one evolution fluid alone is enough for her to maintain her monetary dominance. After a day of meetings, Han Qingxia's Midsummer Alliance had truly taken shape. Their alliance now possessed 9 bases: Midsummer Base, K1 Base, Fireseed Base, Spark Base, Hope Base, 100 Victories Base, Heavenly Blessing Base, Happiness Base, and Ocean Base. The number of people who could operate alongside Han Qingxia had more than doubled. Although the combat strength of this later batch of members couldn't match that of K1 and Fireseed, they still outnumbered them. With more people, there's more strength. They'll definitely be able to clear the city much faster. The Summer Alliance is now truly taking on the appearance of an alliance. Of course, Han Qingxia received 5,000 alliance points. With future trade between alliances, her points will only increase. Han Qingxia hadn't checked her points in a long time. After finishing the meeting, she returned to the air raid shelter, entrusted Qingke to others, and went back to check her points. Current base points: 31,998,886. Han Qingxia smiled as she looked at the increase in points over the past 6 months. 30 million. Not far from her goal of 100 million. Even if she did no thingno expansion of territory, no development of production, she could still earn tens of thousands of points every day just from the current base output and alliance trade. Base residents contribute over 200 basic points and over 5,000 production exchange points daily, while the alliance contributes over 20,000 trade points daily. With further development, the points will only increase even more. Han Qingxia then opened her base details panel. Current base residents: 67 base war dogs, 16 base guards, 4.5, 8 alliance friends territory area, 2,098 square kilometers base prosperity, small county. Having already conquered 2 districts, her territory area has more than doubled. While the population hasn't increased much, her fully automated base doesn't require many people. This population is enough to operate. Furthermore, Han Qingxia has now accumulated over 100,000 crystal cores, which she has kept in her spatial storage and hasn't exchanged. Han Qingxia feels a surge of motivation. Go, Han Qingxia. The future is bright. 2 days later, a car headed towards the outskirts of City B. Qi Sang's intelligence has always been quite accurate, Lu Qian said in the car. Lu Qian genuinely didn't know the location of the armory because weapons control in China was extremely strict. The military and weapons were separated into numerous steps, each requiring extensive approvals, so even he didn't know where the armory was. Han Qingxia nodded at the map Qi Sang had given her. The location was marked in a mountainous forest on the outskirts of City B. The location was relatively remote and sparsely populated, making it relatively easy to obtain. They decided to acquire this batch of weapons as soon as possible. After all, their ammunition was running low. The firearms and ammunition in Han Qingxia's system space were different from those outside. She couldn't give away weapons from her system, so this batch of firearms definitely had to be acquired. As they approached City B, the number of zombies along the roadside began to increase. Han Qingxia hadn't seen so many zombies roaming the roads in a long time because the roads in their affected area of City had been cleared of zombies. A zombie with an exceptionally disheveled hairstyle poked its head out of the passenger seat of a car across the street. Its face was covered in blood. It looked like it had had a very lucky meal that day. After devouring a human, it was overjoyed to see another car approaching. Thanks to nature's bounty, it stretched out its arms and lunged at the car, moving with incredible speed, crashing into the window in front of Han Qingxia. It clung tightly to the edge of the window, its mouth wide open, howling loudly. Bright red blood dripped down its black teeth, instantly staining the surface with streaks. Squeak, squeak, the sound of its long, sharp claws scraping against the edge of the vehicle sent chills down the spines of those inside. Bang! A row of long spikes immediately extended from the armored vehicle, piercing the zombie through. However, while its body was pierced by the spikes, its head remained intact. The zombie, completely oblivious to pain, howled and pounded on the car door with increasing excitement at the canned meat inside. Just then, a cannon-like device rose from the roof. Blazing flames shot towards it. The flames, after reaching the mutated zombie, only ignited its clothes. Not even its hair caught fire. Bang! The car window rolled down slightly, and as the zombie, still ablaze, tried to squeeze inside, a triangular spike pierced its forehead. Han Qingxia twirled the spike, clearly feeling strong resistance as it pierced the zombie's head. Thud! Han Qingxia withdrew the spike, pushing the zombie back and assessed, this is a mutated zombie, probably a level 2 hardened skin zombie. Lu Qian and you two both looked grave. Now, everyone had a classification of zombie levels. Ordinary zombies are self-explanatory, but level 1 mutated zombies show a significant increase in speed and strength. Level 2 zombies often possess unique abilities. For example, they might have exceptional strength, incredible speed, or remarkably tough skin. Some might even have supernatural powers. Level 3 and above mutated zombies are extremely rare. They've cleared 2 districts of City A and haven't encountered many mutated zombies. Level 2 mutated zombies are so few even now, but they've found them as soon as they entered City B's territory. It's hard to say if it's a coincidence. Whoosh, their vehicle sped along the highway, quickly leaving a trail of zombie tails behind them. Then, they crossed an overpass and looking down from the bridge, they could see a glimpse of City B. On a long street, a chilling horde of zombies was visible. Swarms of zombies, shoulder to shoulder, roamed the streets. The wounds on their bodies, reopened after a winter of decay, festered and oozing pus. Their intestines oozed yellowish pus. In the May heat of 40 degrees Celsius, swarms of buzzing mosquitoes swarmed around the densely
packed zombies.
A car approached from the overpass ahead. The zombies immediately fixed their gaze on the vehicle, raising their grotesque faces. The skin was so thin, a pale gray, clinging to the bone. A large patch of scalp was torn from the hairline to the nose, revealing the varying shades of deep red muscle. The brow bone and bridge of the nose were also exposed. The terrifying zombie stared at the car speeding overhead. Of course, it wasn't just one zombie staring at them. Hundreds upon hundreds of zombies, densely packed on the street, all craned their necks, staring at the approaching car, like gazing up at a giant chicken leg. Whoosh, the armored vehicle sped past them, the zombies swarming the street in a frenzied pursuit. They chased after Han Qingxia's vehicle at full speed under the overpass, following its trajectory. Swarms of flies, like ocean waves, swarmed and chased after it, all heading towards the vehicle. Han Qingxia sat in the car, looking down at the vast horde of zombies. Fortunately, their overpass was straight, and the road below wasn't parallel to them the whole time. The zombies gradually dispersed after reaching the end of the road, where rows of residential buildings blocked their path. The armored vehicle continued speeding forward, quickly leaving the zombie horde behind. However, Han Qingxia's brow grew, increasingly furrowed. The situation in other cities is far worse than we thought, Lu Qian said. At this rate, cities B and C can't hold out at all. The zombie horde will definitely expand outwards and swallow up other bases. Han Qingxia nodded. We must hurry and take City A. Okay. Their car had been traveling at high speed all day, and as evening approached, they were finally about to enter the mountains. The number of zombies in this area was relatively small, but before they could even wonder why, they saw a horde of zombies ahead. Zombies within a radius of several hundred meters along the entire road were all converging on an intersection about 800 meters ahead. Densely packed, hysterical. Holy crap, what's going on? At this moment, they were in the very center of the zombie horde. 9 people were completely surrounded by the zombie horde in front of them, being forced step by step into a desperate situation. Among them, 6 were men and 3 were women. They all formed a circle, desperately resisting the surging zombie horde in front of them. An elderly zombie with white hair was the fastest, its massive jaws agape as it lunged at the nearest tall, thin man. Just then, he grabbed the girl beside him and shoved her in front of him to shield him from the zombies. Ah, the girl screamed. At that moment, A fireball was thrown, followed by an invisible energy shield appearing in front of her. Han Qingxia was pulled back abruptly. A burly man, like a resolute old ox, pulled her behind him, fighting off the relentless horde of zombies. Lin Ming, you can't hold on. You'd better escape with me. Let them draw the zombies away. The man who had just used himself as a shield said. His words drew angry glares from everyone. However, at this moment, they had no time to retaliate. Everyone looked at Lin Ming, who was still stubbornly holding on, with despair, using all their abilities to fight to the death. Although they knew it was hopeless. What was more terrifying than being killed instantly was watching themselves die helplessly. Just as Lin Ming's invisible barrier was about to crumble, a whooshing sound came from the air, and a cross-shaped steel hook pierced through the air and pierced the car behind them. Immediately afterwards, they all heard a loud voice. Everyone crouched down. When the voice fell, everyone froze, but the next second, they all fell to the ground because they saw a taut, sharp steel wire. Whoosh, large numbers of zombies were cleanly slit open at the neck, their heads falling off one by one. Some taller zombies had the wire slice across their shoulders, severing their collarbones in the process. Some shorter zombies had the wire pass through the middle of their heads, the sharp wire dripping brains as it shattered their skulls. This wire circled them completely, cutting down everything in its path like a scythe. No one escaped. After completing the circle, a powerful armored vehicle appeared before them. The ground was littered with zombie corpses. Centered on these people, all the zombies lay dead on the ground. The scene was indescribably shocking. Lin Ming and the others were completely stunned. They had never witnessed such overwhelming power. It swept through everything in its path. Can you pull out our steel hooks? At this moment, a male voice rang out from inside the vehicle. Hearing the sound, Lin Ming was the first to react. He turned to look at the cross-hook embedded in their overturned vehicle, swallowed hard, and personally got up to pull it out. Thank you, Lin Ming said, walking over to the vehicle and returning the equipment, expressing his gratitude. Our boss said no need to thank us, let go. Su Xiaoyang told him to release his grip. He activated the retraction device inside the vehicle, and with a whoosh, their modified steel cable retracted. Hearing boss, Lin Ming couldn't help but look behind their vehicle, but he couldn't see anything. Su Xiaoyang pressed the accelerator again, and the armored vehicle continued towards the mountains. At this moment, Lin Ming hurriedly said, Are you going into the mountains? You can't go into the mountains. Su Xiaoyang, who had just pressed the accelerator, stopped. Lin Ming caught up. The mountains are teeming with zombies. Su Xiaoyang turned to look at Han Qingxia behind him. Just then, the back window rolled down and a burly man called out to him. Kid, what's up? We escaped from the mountains. Lin Ming immediately recognized you two as their leader. There was a military camp in the mountains, and everyone there turned into zombies, and they're all mutated zombies. They're 3 or 4 times stronger and faster than ordinary zombies. Our original base was there, but it's been swallowed up by them. Only we escaped. Upon hearing this, you two frowned. Approximately how many zombies are inside? Including our residents, there are at least 100. Lin Ming replied gravely. After Lin Ming finished speaking, he saw the man turn and return to his car, seemingly discussing something. A moment later, the man in the car looked back at him. Thanks,
kid.
Lin Ming noticed that their car didn't head into the mountains, but instead parked on the side of the road. A group of people got out of the car, seemingly deciding to set up camp. Seeing that they didn't go inside, Lin Ming breathed a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, he heard the sound of arguing coming from his team behind him. Ho Feng, you bastard. What did you just do to me? You wanted to use me as a shield against zombies? The tall, thin man called Ho Feng looked impatient. You're alright now, aren't you? What do you mean, alright? You almost killed me. You bastard, you've used us as human shields more than once or twice. Shuer was killed because of you too. Special times call for special treatment. Ho Feng's face was thick with malice, his thin eyes gleaming with cunning. And so what if I used you as a human shield? Aren't you just a cheap slut that anyone can manipulate? Don't think I don't know how many men you've slept with. I'll fight you to the death. Hu Mingyu gritted her teeth, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed him fiercely. At this moment, the other two girls quickly pulled her back. Mingyu, don't bother with such a scumbag. Mingyu, forget it. He's a space-type ability user. We still need him to carry supplies. Heh, you bitch, come on, you dare. You slut. Shut up, Lin Ming walked over with a grim expression. Ho Feng, seeing him, immediately grinned. Hello, Brother Ming. You're here. Lin Ming looked at him with utter disgust. He was the only space-type ability user in their team. Space-type abilities were incredibly important in the apocalypse. Ho Feng's space was quite large, a full 10 square meters, allowing him to pack all their supplies on every trip. Not to mention now, all their supplies were on Ho Feng. Even if he hated him, he couldn't do anything to him. Apologize to Mingyu, Lin Ming said. Heh, there's no need for that. It's human instinct in special circumstances. I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, what's wrong with a useless woman like Hu Mingyu, who has no special abilities, being my human cushion? I'm much more important than him. Apologize, Lin Ming's face, usually gentle, turned incredibly cold and stern. Ho Feng, seeing this, showed displeasure on his smiling face and finally reluctantly said, Fine, I admit I was wrong. He then left. His attitude made Hu Mingyu even angrier. Lin Ming sighed. Mingyu, let it go. Give me some face. Hu Mingyu's eyes instantly reddened. If my husband were still here, he would definitely tear Ho Feng to pieces. Hu Mingyu finished speaking and ran off. The other two girls, seeing this, followed her at Lin Ming's signal. Lin Ming and the others then overturned their car to see if it was still usable. At this moment, the sun was setting. After Han Qingxia set up camp and cleared out all the zombies roaming within a kilometer radius, everyone huddled together. We'll move out during the day tomorrow. Be careful tonight. Okay. Today they received information that there were many mutated zombies in the mountains. After discussing it, they decided to take the safer approach and spend the night outside the mountains. This was to avoid encountering a group of mutated zombies as soon as they entered the mountains. Better safe than sorry. They set up a steaming pot of food. Today they were having braised rice, with fresh rice as a base, topped with diced chicken, ham, cured meat, eggs, various dried vegetable packets, and sauce packets. A large pot was cooked, and each person had a pot of this meal with meat, vegetables, and rice, along with an ice-cold drink. The taste was absolutely amazing. Since we've been with Big Sister, we've been eating more, Tang Jian said happily while eating. Since forming an alliance with Han Qingxia, Tang Jian and his group were the happiest. Not to mention, the quality of their food had improved dramatically. Now, they don't even want to go back to base. They'd rather fight zombies outside every day, staying in the alliance squad amidst constant danger, than go back to eating rice porridge. Although the food at their K1 base has improved quite a bit, it still can't compare to theirs. While Tang Jian was happily eating, someone suddenly approached them. Wow, your food smells so good. Tall, thin Ho Feng strode towards Han Qingxia's camp. After arriving, he looked around, his gaze lingering on Han Qingxia for 3 seconds. His eyes were filled with immense surprise and greed. Han Qingxia immediately felt an intense sense of disgust. Han Qingxia had encountered many people like this in her past life, but from this life onward, very few people had looked at her like that, because she had long since stopped associating with this kind of trash. Today, she actually ran into a clueless idiot. I'm from the team next door. Thank you so much for your help today. My name is Ho Feng. Ho Feng, trying to sound familiar, try to sit down. At that moment, a gruff voice rang out. Did we let you sit? Yu Tu's sharp eyes lazily fell on him, like a tiger sizing up its weak prey. Sensing the gaze, Ho Feng's face lit up with an even brighter, more ingratiating smile. You must be their leader, right? Big brother, you're truly magnificent and extraordinary. Just sitting here, you exude an aura of power and dominance. I could tell at a glance that you're no ordinary person. Hearing this flattery, Yu Tu looked down at Han Qingxia beside him and smiled. Really? Han Qingxia.
Get lost.
What do you want? At this moment, Lu Qian spoke coldly. Ho Feng's shrewd eyes darted around. I know. Boss, you must be the second in command here. Brother, just by looking at you, you exude a calm and composed aura, low-key yet undeniably powerful. I knew your team wasn't ordinary. With you two leading the charge, you must have elite troops. Lu Qian. What the hell are you trying to say? Han Qingxia, annoyed by him, finally spoke up. However, this time, Ho Feng looked her up and down several times, but didn't praise her like he had praised you two and Lu Qian. In fact, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. I want to join you. I'm an ability user. You definitely need me. Han Qingxia. What kind of superpower is so awesome? Ho Feng looked her up and down, pondered for a moment, and finally proudly threw out his trump card. Spatial superpower. My space is a full 10 square meters in size. Han Qingxia. You two and Lu Qian couldn't help but look at Han Qingxia at this moment, both with an indescribable smile on their faces.
Han Qingxia
stared at the man before her, a smirk slowly creeping onto her face. More than a spatial ability user. We want the supplies in your space. Ho Feng's face paled instantly. Damn it, she thought. There's this too. Ho Feng hadn't been unaware of the danger that might arise if his space were exposed. But he had always prioritized his value as a spatial ability user. Clearly, a spatial ability user was far more valuable than the meager supplies in his space. He had come to surrender, and he had assumed these people would be more than happy to accept him. How could she say she only wanted his supplies? That was like buying the casket and returning the pearl killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Just then, a voice came from behind him. Lin Ming. Ho Feng is betraying us. At another rest stop not far from them, Lin Ming and the others saw Ho Feng approaching and rushed over to report. Hearing this, Ho Feng reacted as if he had been rescued. I didn't betray you. He quickly ran towards Lin Ming and the others who had rushed to his aid. Boss Ming, I'm a loyal member of our Liang base. I would never betray you. He just said he wanted to join us. Han Qingxia's voice came over. Ho Feng, hearing this, almost punched Han Qingxia in frustration. I didn't. I will never leave you. Lin Ming looked Ho Feng up and down, weighing his options. Go back, everyone. He looked at the group before him and said politely, I'm sorry. I will discipline my men properly. The first rule of managing subordinates is loyalty. Don't be stingy with those useless, insignificant abilities. Han Qingxia's voice came over at this moment. Lin Ming's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. He looked at Han Qingxia, who was speaking, and saw her quietly eating. Thank you, I understand. Lin Ming turned and walked back to his base. Not long after they left, Han Qingxia heard arguing coming from the nearby base again. Soon after, a male voice came from within the group.
Fine.
We'll give it to you. You ungrateful, blind fools. Han Qingxia saw a pile of supplies appear out of thin air under a light source ahead. A moment later, a man was chased out of the base. TSK, is that all? Han Qingxia shook her head as she saw Ho Feng being driven away. Why not kill this kind of person? He exposed the supplies, simply letting them go. That kid's too kind-hearted. He'll suffer a great loss. You two chimed in. That Ho Feng just now wasn't someone to be trifled with, Lu Qian added. Han Qingxia wasn't the only one watching the spectacle. Han Qingxia noticed that all of them enjoyed watching a good show. Just then, Lin Ming, carrying a box of instant noodles, walked towards them from across the street. Thank you for saving our lives today. We don't have many supplies, but this little something represents our gratitude. Lin Ming politely addressed Han Qingxia and the others. Han Qingxia thought for a moment, nodded, and handed the task to the person next to her. Lin Ming was now absolutely certain that this woman was actually the leader of this group. Miss, where are you from? The Midsummer Alliance. The Midsummer Alliance. Lin Ming seemed unfamiliar with the name, because their base lacked a radio and had no contact with the outside world. Never heard of it. We usually only operate around this area and rarely encounter other survivors. Han Qingxia nodded, carefully considering the terrain. There were too many zombies here. Their small base was truly surrounded by them, and they could only scavenge for supplies nearby. Your base was inside? Yes, Lin Ming nodded, his face grave. But it's gone now. We were a group of close hiking buddies. Last year, when the zombie virus broke out, we booked a guest house here to go hiking. The guest house was halfway up the mountain. There weren't many people in the guest house at the time. Only 1 or 2 had turned into zombies, which we quickly subdued. We took control of the guest house and lived there with the other survivors. We would collect supplies from the surrounding area, and we've been holding on until now. But we didn't expect there to be a military camp on the mountain. Today, I took everyone out to collect supplies, and when we came back, we found our entire base had been destroyed. Thank goodness you saved us. Otherwise, we would have been dead too. Lin Ming recounted their experience. Han Qingxia listened to their story and roughly understood how this group had survived for almost a year. They were indeed quite lucky. They got a good spot at the beginning. They came here to rock climb and booked a guest house. There were very few people around. By collecting supplies from the surrounding area, they were able to make ends meet. However, they had never actually checked for dangers on the mountain. Ultimately, they were wiped out by the zombie horde. Many small bases disappeared in the same way. By the way, where are you going? Lin Ming asked them enthusiastically. Han Qingxia remained silent. Lin Ming continued, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to join your team. We don't have a base now, so it doesn't matter where we go. We want to go with you. After thinking for a moment, Han Qingxia said, How about this? If we see you here again tomorrow, we'll take you with us. After Han Qingxia finished speaking, a woman rushed over. Brother Ming, Mingyu's in trouble. What happened? Zhang Tang stole supplies and Mingyu caught him. She scolded him, and he got angry. Now they're fighting. Lin Ming sighed. I know, I'll go right now. They were all very close hiking buddies. The woman named Hu Mingyu was the widow of their former captain, Song Hu. He died saving them all, and trusting Hu Mingyu to Lin Ming before his death. Lin Ming had always taken good care of her. Zhang Tang was his childhood friend. Hearing them arguing, Lin Ming felt utterly helpless. Sorry, I have to go back first, Lin Ming politely said to Han Qingxia. By the way, what's your name? Han Qingxia asked. Lin Ming smiled slightly. My name is Lin Ming. Lin Ming? Han Qingxia's eyes widened instantly. No way. Lin Ming, the lone wolf on the top 10 ruthless people list? The top 10 ruthless people list is a recognized ranking of a group of incredibly powerful figures who created various miracles in the post-apocalyptic world. The list isn't static. Like the Forbes list, people come and go. The rankings vary widely, even down to the last version of the top 10 ruthless people that Han Qingxia remembered. They were you too, Qi Sang Rongyin, Zhang Jibei, Qin Ku, Chu Yi, Ouyang Lan, Shuezheng Mujing, and Lin Ming. Of course, if Lu Qian were still alive in his previous life, he might be on the list. After all, not only those on the list are extraordinary, many didn't even have a chance from the start and died early. Even those who were on the list in their previous lives might have been unlucky in this life, dying from zombie attacks in the early stages of the apocalypse. They might not be able to survive and create miracles again. Life is unpredictable. No one can foresee it. However, those who made these lists had truly accomplished incredibly impressive feats. In Han Qingxia's memory, Lone Wolf Lin Ming was a lone wolf, never teaming up with anyone, and would even kill anyone who approached him. He first gained notoriety 3 years after the apocalypse. Members of a small base were on a mission when they encountered Lone Wolf Lin Ming. When they approached him, Lin Ming warned them once, then killed the entire team. Afterwards, the rest of the base went out to seek revenge. When they found him, he wiped them out again. This second kill truly shocked everyone. The small base issued a bounty. Whoever could take Lin Ming's head would become the base's administrator. After the bounty was issued, people flocked to Lin Ming. These people, numbering over 100, were all wiped out. From then on, Lone Wolf Lin Ming officially made it onto the list of ruthless individuals, and no one dared to mess with him. Han Qingxia didn't know much about Lin Ming's fate. After gaining fame, he quickly went into hiding. Lone wolves like him didn't like causing trouble, so no one knew what happened to him in the end. Some said they saw him in the mountains. Others said they saw him dismembered by a horde of zombies. Han Qingxia was a little unsure if the Lin Ming on the list of the top 10 ruthless people was the same person standing before her. After all, the name was very common. Besides, the Lin Ming in front of her seemed very sociable. She saw Lin Ming stride into his group, mediating the conflict, separating the people, and then counseling them one by one. Was this patriarch, who seemed to care for everyone's feelings, really the cold-blooded lone wolf who never formed alliances? Was it really him? Han Qingxia immediately became interested. Beautiful captain. What are you looking at? Looking at a man. Qin Ke. The next day, after sunrise, Han Qingxia's convoy was ready and everyone headed into the mountains. At this time, Lin Ming found them again. Are you really going into the mountains? Yes. I want to go in with you. There was a landslide here recently and the roads into the mountains have all been changed. We know the roads inside and can guide you. We just hope you can give us a ride. Once we have a vehicle, we'll go down. Of course, we'll share half of our supplies with you. Lin Ming said with utmost sincerity. They were out of vehicles, and waiting for Han Qingxia to return was too dangerous. Besides, even if she came back, they wouldn't have a vehicle. After discussing it with everyone, Lin Ming decided to give half of their supplies to Han Qingxia to take with her. They would definitely pass through his base on their way into the mountains, where they could find vehicles. Han Qingxia considered this profitable deal, her eyes darting around. Then tell me something. What? What's your superpower? Lin Ming hesitated for 3 seconds upon hearing this. My superpower is an air shield, Han Qingxia! Exclamation point, it really was him. Bring your men. Han Qingxia was eager to recruit this ruthless individual. A short while later, Lin Ming arrived with his base's men and supplies. Han Qingxia's armored vehicle was very large. There was plenty of room to fit all the supplies and people. Lin Ming's group now consisted of 8 people, 3 women, and 5 men each quite strong. Han Qingxia glanced around. Of the 8 people, 4 were ability users. Lin Ming, a young man beside him, a fire-type ability user, a large man with water-type abilities, and a space-type ability user, a girl with long black hair. Space-type? The girl was very quiet. Sensing Han Qingxia's gaze, she raised her dark eyes to look at her, then quickly lowered her head and sat at the back of the group, saying nothing. Han Qingxia immediately understood. This girl definitely hadn't told the others that she was a space-type ability user. She'd been keeping herself a nobody. This was a smart one, far superior to Ho Feng, who had been showing off everywhere yesterday. By the way, I didn't know your names, Lin Ming said after getting into the vehicle. My name is Lin Ming. This is my childhood friend Zhang Tang. This is the Zhao brothers, Zhao Jia and Zhao Xiao. This is Gong Yuer, my girlfriend. This is Hu Mingyu. And lastly, this is Li Meng and his girlfriend Lu Xian. Han Qingxia nodded. The clever girl was named Lu Xian. My name is Han Qingxia. Just call me Captain Han. Okay, Captain Han. Their armored vehicle roared to life. Led by Lin Ming, they quickly entered the mountains. Sure enough, once inside, they saw roaming zombies. Bang, bang, bang. Bang.
Bang. Bang.
Han Qingxia's car swept through the charging horde of zombies, showing no sign of retreat. And not a single zombie could even scratch their vehicle. Their sedans had also run into zombies before, leaving dents and totaling the car in no time. This car was simply too resilient. Of course, everyone inside the car exuded a bloodthirsty, predatory aura. The people were even stronger. Wow, amazing. Bro, look, they're all so strong. A soft male voice rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, a mocking voice followed. Zhao Xiao, can't you be any more childish? Always calling him brother. Aren't you ashamed? My brother's got nothing to do with you, the burly Zhao Jia retorted, clearly annoyed. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhao Jia, you always protect your brother. What will happen when you're dead?
Who will protect him then?
With that useless look on his face, he won't live more than 3 days. Fuck your mother, Zhao Jia roared in fury. Alright, stop arguing. We're in someone's car. Lin Ming quickly tried to smooth things over. glancing apologetically at the group in front. Let's all stick together. Now it's just a few of us left. Let's all stay alive.
Stop arguing.
Zhao Jie and Zhang Ting both fell silent. Suddenly, Hu Mingyu screamed, "Husband!" A massive zombie, over 6 feet tall with its arms and legs mangled, burst out from in front of Han Qingxia's car. Bang! Han Qingxia's car rammed into it without hesitation, sending it flying, one arm dangling from a tree. Hu Mingyu immediately pressed herself against the window, screaming hysterically, "Husband! Husband!"
Mingyu, don't be sad.
Tiger is long gone. That's not Tiger. No, my husband. Sob, 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 husband. Brother Ming, another male voice rang out. Look, that's Uncle Tang and the others. They've all turned into zombies. Brother Ming, I'm scared too. Gong Yue gripped Lin Ming's arm tightly, trying to get him to come for her. Han Qingxia suddenly felt she understood why Lin Ming had been a lone wolf in her past life. Was he leading a children's group? A moment later, a guest house villa appeared before them. The vehicle stopped for a moment, attracting all the surrounding zombies, which the armored vehicle then ran over and eliminated one by one. There's a car over there, get out here. Once it was quiet outside, Han Qingxia decided not to take these useless people with her. Lin Ming knew that Han Qingxia had already been extremely kind. They were just following them, and she had her own things to do. Lin Ming told everyone to get out of the car carefully, staying behind last. Are you going to the barracks? Do you know the location? Go straight along this road and turn right, but the right turn is blocked by a landslide, so you'll have to walk. It's about 300 meters to the barracks. Han Qingxia nodded. Be careful.
Thank you.
Lin Ming led everyone out. Occasionally a few zombies would dart out, which they would have to deal with themselves. Han Qingxia's vehicle headed higher up. Soon, they indeed saw the landslide-affected section of road Lin Ming had mentioned. After everyone got out of the car, they walked to the entrance to the buried weapons depot.
Dig.
Okay. After confirming the location, everyone started digging with their military shovels. They were all incredibly efficient at this kind of work. A group of grown men, backs to the earth, quickly dug open the entrance. Fortunately, aside from encountering a group of zombies on their way into the mountains, they didn't encounter any more zombies after entering the entrance. There were many access control gates inside. Using the information Qi Sang had given him and his military's information, Lu Qian quickly deciphered the various gates. Finally, Han Qingxia saw millions of bullets, crates upon crates of rifles, submachine guns, pistols, machine guns, heavy machine guns, and warehouses upon warehouses of grenades, flashbangs, tear gas, bombs, landmines, and so on. Han Qingxia, take it all. Little girl, take it all. These supplies belong to the Qingxia Alliance. With this batch of weapons, all members of the Qingxia Alliance could be armed. The use of firearms was restricted, so they used them sparingly, but using them sparingly was not the same as having none at all. With this batch of supplies, the strength of the Qingxia Alliance had increased significantly. Han Qingxia had acquired the supplies under Qin Ke's name, although the supplies ended up in Han Qingxia's hands. This made everyone understand why Han Qingxia kept him by her side all the time. As they were returning, laden with their spoils, they suddenly heard a thunderous roar overhead. Han Qingxia felt a rumbling tremor beneath her feet. It felt as if the earth was about to crack open. Just then, Su Xiaoyang at the door said, "Boss, it's raining outside." Hearing the rain, Han Qingxia's mind went blank. Damn it, could it collapse? Holy crap, run! Han Qingxia grabbed Qin Ke with one hand and Jin Hu with the other, leading her people in a frantic sprint towards Su Xiaoyang at the door. As for the others, they were on their own. In less than 20 seconds, Han Qingxia safely led her people out. As soon as she reached the door, she saw the torrential rain pouring down outside. Mud was constantly falling from the entrance they had just dug. With a loud crash, a whole chunk of mud slid down, half covering the door. Han Qingxia led everyone to take cover, then shouted, "Xiaoyang, get Jin Hu in the car and start it." She then turned and dragged Qin Ke away the large chunks of mud piled up at the entrance. "Hurry up!" Han Qingxia shouted into the room. Lu Qian and the others were no match for Han Qingxia. They'd only made it halfway. Han Qingxia frantically dug through the fallen mud and rocks, quickly getting soaked by the torrential rain. Su Xiaoyang and Jin Hu, seeing this, felt a mix of emotions. Especially Jin Hu. When Han Qingxia grabbed the others and ran with her, he knew he hadn't made the wrong choice. Han Qingxia was trustworthy. More than anything, she was worthy of his affection for her, like a younger sister. Su Xiaoyang didn't need to say much. He immediately followed Han Qingxia's orders. Having spent the most time with her, he always understood her best. He rushed to where their car was parked, told Jin Hu to start the car, and cleared the surrounding road so they could walk after getting in. Qin Ko, who was digging the pit alongside Han Qingxia, had a smile on his face. He deftly cleared away the continuously sinking and accumulating mud and sand. After their relentless digging, maintaining an opening large enough for one person to squeeze through, the person inside finally escaped. Run! Han Qingxia breathed a sigh of relief. Covered in mud, she led everyone towards the armored vehicle. Su Xiaoyang and Jin, who were already prepared. At that moment, boom, the sky seemed to crack open, unleashing the first rain of the long drought with unrestrained fury. As Han Qingxia ran, she heard the sound of an eggshell cracking. She turned around and saw a massive landslide on the mountaintop behind her, a torrent of mud and sand cascading down the slope. The further down she went, the more ferocious it became. That was a mudslide.
Damn.
Han Qingxia cursed his ancestors for 18 generations. In that moment, she didn't care about hiding anything. She hoisted Qin Ku onto her shoulder and grabbed Lu Qian beside her. Whoever she grabbed, she vanished dozens of meters in front of everyone. Teleportation. Su Xiaoyang and Jin Hu, anxiously waiting in the car, suddenly saw Han Qingxia, who was running at the front, vanish into thin air. The next second, she appeared 7 or 8 meters ahead. The next second, the distance closed another 7 or 8 meters. In the blink of an eye, she rapidly approached them. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Just how many superpowers does our boss have? Jin Hu stared in disbelief. Su Xiaoyang was equally shocked. So far, he knew Han Qingxia had water-based superpowers, spatial superpowers, strength mutations, speed mutations. And now she had teleportation added to the list. This. Su Xiaoyang stared at Han Qingxia, who had arrived in the blink of an eye, his eyes shining brightly. His boss was truly like a treasure trove, always full of surprises. She was too strong. In the blink of an eye, to the astonishment of the crowd, Han Qingxia had already led the 2 men into the vehicle. Once inside, she threw a rope to the people running behind them, yelling, "Grab on, you two," who was sprinting, grabbed the rope in one swift motion, and the others followed suit. Han Qingxia gripped the other end of the rope and pulled with all her might. Boom! Large sections of the mountain behind them slid down, the landslide, eroded by the torrential rain, instantly forming a mudslide, the torrent of mud rolling in their direction. Drive! Han Qingxia strained with both hands, the rope digging deep into her flesh. She gritted her teeth, straining every ounce of strength. Lu Qian and the others helped, pulling with all their might, managing to haul everyone up. Just as they got into the vehicle, the mudslide behind them swallowed the path they had just run through. At that moment, everyone looked at Han Qingxia with eyes full of shock. Tang Jian and the others looked at Han Qingxia with eyes full of admiration. Their eldest sister was truly amazing. 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 You two stared at Han Qingxia with eyes full of praise. Girl, you're really something. It was the approval of their elder brother. Su Xiaoyang and Jin Hu, needless to say, could only feel proud. Lu Qian, however, was inwardly turbulent. He knew Han Qingxia was strong. She was shrouded in mystery, forever enigmatic. The more he interacted with her, the more awestruck he became by her unfathomable strength. But why had she specifically taken him with her when they escaped? He could understand her taking Qin Ko, Jin Hu, and Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia was just that protective and straightforward. In extreme emergencies, she would always prioritize her own people, Only after she and her people were out of danger would she consider others. But she had just specifically taken him along. Could it be that in her heart, he was already one of her own? Lu Qian was suddenly shocked by his own thoughts. The armored vehicle sped forward. Fortunately, the mudslide behind them only followed for a short distance before changing course. Unfortunately, there was no road ahead.
Captain Han! Captain Han!
A man in a raincoat waved vigorously at them. It was Lin Ming. The armored vehicle stopped in front of a pile of mud and rubble. Are you all right? We're okay. Han Qingxia was covered in mud. The others were in the same state. Seeing this, Lin Ming said, "The road down the mountain has been washed away. You should all rest at our previous gathering place for the night and continue until the rain stops." Han Qingxia glanced at the others and after a brief discussion, "Okay." They parked their car in a higher, more stable location and followed Lin Ming on foot to their gathering place. As soon as they entered the guest house, a woman rushed out with red eyes and an angry expression. "Lin Ming! Mingyu, what's wrong?" "If you don't kick Zhao Jie and Zhao Xiu out today, I'm leaving," Hu Mingyu said indignantly. Mingyu. It's a misunderstanding." Gong Yue ran out after her. "The things aren't missing, they're still there." "I don't believe it. They must have stolen them and put them back. They're thieves." "Hu Mingyu, have you lost your mind? Your husband's dead and you're acting crazy all the time, always arguing with this person or that person, seeing everyone as a thief. If you're not smart enough, go back to sleep and stop bothering others." Zhao Jie said. "Brother, just say less, let it go." "Let it go my ass. Hu Mingyu, don't think we don't know what you're thinking. You think your husband saved us all once, and we all owe you something? Let me tell you, that's enough. Stop bothering everyone." Hu Mingyu immediately exploded, rushing forward to hit him. "You all owe me. If you're so capable, give my husband back to me. Go to hell." "Stop it," Lin Ming roared. Hu Mingyu turned to look at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. "You're yelling at me too? Have you forgotten how good my husband was to you when he was alive? He treated you like a brother, risking his life countless times to save you, and this is how you treat me." "Mingyu, you don't need to say anything." Hu Mingyu turned and ran upstairs crying. The others present fell silent, not even one of them chasing after her to comfort her. "I'm sorry for making you all laugh. Let me take you to an empty room to rest." After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Ming looked apologetically at Han Qingxia and the others. He led them upstairs. There were many empty rooms upstairs, and water spring water, though it was very murky due to the heavy rain. Han Qingxia used her water-based abilities to fetch water, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes. As she came out, she suddenly heard whispers around the corner ahead. "Lu Xian, I caught you. You're the one who stole the supplies." "Zhang Tang, what are you saying?" "Still pretending. I saw you secretly put the supplies back after Hu Mingyu ran out. You're actually a space ability user too." "I don't know what you're talking about." "You don't know, huh? Then I'll go tell everyone right now that you're a space ability user." "Zhang Tang, please. I beg you." Zhang Tang smiled slyly. "Then come to my room tonight. Serve me well, and I'll consider not telling anyone." His voice stopped abruptly. Han Qingxia felt the footsteps leaving and looked in that direction. At that moment, the door to Lu Qian's room across from her opened. "Qingxia, what are you watching?" "Watching the show." Han Qingxia was engrossed in watching the show and didn't even notice that Lu Qian's way of addressing her had changed. That evening, Lin Ming invited Han Qingxia and the others to dinner. It's a good thing Hu Mingyu didn't come, otherwise that crazy woman would have gone mad if she saw us treating you to food, Zhao Jie said, looking at Han Qingxia and the others. Tang Jian couldn't help but ask, "Who exactly is that Hu Mingyu to you?" "Her husband was our former captain, Song Hu. Song Hu sacrificed himself saving us a few days ago. Ever since then, Hu Mingyu has been acting strangely. We know we owe Brother Hu, but we can't stop her from acting like this," Zhao Jie explained. Lin Ming then said, "Everyone, please eat first. I'll go upstairs to check on Mingyu." Han Qingxia nodded to Lin Ming. After Lin Ming went upstairs, Zhao Jie continued, It's the apocalypse now. Even the living can't guarantee their own survival. Who can live off the dead forever? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tang scoffed. You're right. So you'd better live a long time, otherwise, when you die, your brother won't even be as good as Hu Mingyu. Damn it. Zhao Jie was furious. Brother, forget it. Fine, if I can't afford to offend them, I can at least avoid them, right? Zhang Tang stood up, gave Lu Xian a wink, and went upstairs. Only after Zhang Tang disappeared up the stairs did Zhao Jie, who had been holding him back, finally relax. He stared intently in the direction Zhang Tang had vanished and finally sighed. Xiao Xiu, if your brother isn't here anymore, you must be strong. Don't be a burden to anyone. Live well. Xiao Xiu, a fair-skinned teenager, shook his head repeatedly, tears welling in his eyes. Brother, you won't die. Don't cry. A grown man always crying like that. Who taught you that? Just then, the lights above them snapped and went out. This place had an independent power system. Solar energy stored during the day was enough for lighting at night. But now it was all out. Just then, a piercing scream rang out above them. Han Qingxia and the others, upon hearing this, immediately looked upstairs. Within a minute, everyone was at the second-floor stairwell. When they reached the second floor, they saw a room in the far corner with its door wide open. In the dim light, a humanoid creature with its limbs twisted in reverse was straddling a person. It gripped the person's head tightly, tearing at the flesh of their face. With one bite, their lips were completely ripped off, exposing 2 rows of teeth with gums. The person screamed in pain, forgetting even to use their superpowers. Just as their mouth opened, the zombie bit down hard on their tongue. The zombie tilted its head back and yanked forcefully. Uffed a whole limp, bloody tongue, along with the mucous membrane at the bottom of the mouth, was ripped off. The zombie chewed it greedily, as if enjoying a delicious meal, finishing it in a few bites. Zhang Tang could no longer utter a second cry for help. His entire body was crushed and bitten by the zombie like a pile of rotten flesh. It's Zhang Tang. Zhao Jie was the first to recognize Zhang Tang. He disregarded past grudges and unleashed a barrage of water bullets. Although his aim was off, he was the strongest among them. After finally managing to eliminate the zombie, Zhang Tang, lying in a pool of blood, twitched on the ground. His legs buckled, his body twisting like a pretzel, feet backward, body forward, as he stood up, opening his tongueless mouth wide at everyone before him. His blood-soaked mouth resembled a gaping abyss. Ugh! Zhao Jie raised his hand, conjuring a powerful water ball, and hurled it at Zhang Tang. However, his water ball was shattered by a burst of flame the moment it touched Zhang Tang's body. Zhang Tang was a fire-type ability user. Now he was a fire-type zombie. He was no match for him. Just as Zhang Tang was about to charge at Zhao Jie, who was completely defenseless, a powerful water jet, the same height as Zhang Tang, shot out from behind him. Bang! The zombie Zhang Tang was slammed into the wall. His head was severed in 2 by the powerful water jet. A glittering crystal core fell from his head. Han Qingxia walked over and picked up the crystal core. At that moment, Zhao Jie and the others were all stunned. They stared at her in shock. So strong. Just then, Lin Ming rushed down from the 3rd floor. What's wrong? Brother Ming, Zhang Tang has turned into a zombie. Half an hour later, Lin Ming led everyone to check the entire guest house. They found that the window of Zhang Tang's room had been opened. Judging from the marks, the zombie must have climbed in from there. It's definitely not an accident. It was deliberate, Zhao Jie said. But we were all there during dinner. No, only Hu Mingyu wasn't. Li Meng, who hadn't spoken until now, said. Hu Mingyu, who had just come down with Lin Ming, immediately changed her expression. Just as she was about to curse, Lin Ming quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense without evidence." He silenced everyone, but he couldn't stop their hearts. Hu Mingyu felt everyone's gaze and ran upstairs again. In the crowd, Han Qingxia noticed Lu Xian's gaze. Lu Xian hid in her boyfriend Li Meng's arms, her eyes constantly glancing at Zhang Tang. Her boyfriend comforted her. "Don't be afraid, it's okay. No matter what, I'll protect you." Lu Xian nodded timidly. After the incident, Lin Ming sent Zhao Jie and Zhao Xiao to the basement to check what had happened to the electricity, while he led everyone to check the entire villa. Be careful tonight. Things are definitely not simple, Lu Qian said after everyone dispersed. Looking at the meal Lin Ming had prepared for them, they said, "Let's eat our own food." Okay, Han Qingxia agreed. After they ate their own food, Lin Ming and the others took turns eating their dinner. Lu Xian didn't come out even after they finished eating. Li Meng said she lost her appetite after seeing Zhang Tang's gruesome death. No one paid much attention at first. But after everyone finished eating, Gong Yuer suddenly ran out, her face pale. Something terrible has happened. What is it now? All our supplies are gone. Just then, they heard the sound of a car starting up in the yard. Their only drivable car had been driven away. Lin Ming, seeing this, felt a rush of blood to his head. Who? Zhao Jie and Zhao Xiao are still in the basement. Hu Mingyu is in the room. Could it be Lu Xian? Impossible. Li Meng immediately stood up to deny it, but as soon as he stood up, he felt a wave of dizziness and slumped back down. The others also felt weak all over, slumping in their chairs, extremely dizzy. Boss Ming. My brother and I found Lu Xian's things in the electrical box in the basement. Lu Xian cut the power. At that moment, Zhao Jie ran up from the basement, only to see a group of dazed people in front of him. After a moment of stunned silence, he looked at Han Qingxia and the others, only to see Han Qingxia pointing outside. Don't look at us. Lu Xian, the big shot in your team, took your supplies and vehicles and ran away. Zhao Jie was stunned, but the next second, he heard a loud knocking on the door. He turned to look at the doorway and saw Lu Xian, soaking wet, running back in a disheveled state. Before they could react, they saw a dense swarm of zombies following behind her. Help me! Help me! Lin Ming and the others were speechless at the sight, but Li Meng suddenly stood up, overcoming his dizziness, went to the door and rescued Lu Xian. Just as he pulled her back, the door in front of him was smashed open with a bang. 7 or 8 hideous zombies, howling and snarling, crowded into the doorway, forcefully ramming through the crack Lu Xian had entered through. Fortunately, they had 2 doors, a metal gate followed by a wooden sliding door. Li Meng swiftly shoved the wooden sliding door shut, slamming it against the metal gate with a thud just as the zombies were about to break through. Those inside could finally catch their breath. But this was immediately followed by their questions. Gong Yuer, forcing herself to be alert, glared angrily at Lu Xian. What drugs did you give us? Lu Xian, trembling with fear after being rescued, hid behind Li Meng. Just a little sleeping pill. You'll be fine after 1 night's sleep. Hearing her answer, everyone was enraged. Just a little sleeping pill? Fine enough for 1 night's sleep? This is the apocalypse. Even if they all slept soundly for a night, there was no guarantee they wouldn't see the sun rise tomorrow. You stole the supplies. Gong Yuer continued to question loudly. However, Lu Xian was completely bewildered upon hearing this. Supplies? What supplies? Stop pretending. All our supplies are gone. You must have stolen them. I didn't steal them. Lu Xian shook her head violently. I really didn't steal your supplies. If you didn't steal them, why did you steal our car in the middle of the night and run away? Lu Xian couldn't explain herself at this point. She gripped Li Meng's arm tightly. I really didn't steal the supplies, Brother Meng, you believe me, right? Although Li Meng had rescued her, it was clear that this time, he didn't believe her either. If you stole them, then give them back. I really didn't steal them. It really wasn't me, you believe me. Han Qingxia had watched the whole thing unfold. At first, she also thought Lu Xian had stolen them. She knew Lu Xian had a spatial ability and a motive. Her series of murders, robberies, and escapes were all incredibly skillful. But then she realized it wasn't like that at all. Lu Xian returned after her failed escape attempt, admitting to drugging everyone. Admitting to stealing wasn't a big deal. Judging from her reaction, the item didn't seem like hers to have taken it. But if it wasn't her, who else could it be? Just then, a loud banging came from the back door of the villa. Oh no! Our back door hasn't been safe since the last attack. Gong Yuer exclaimed. Crash! The sound of shattering glass filled the air. Gong Yuer quickly said, let's hide in the basement. She pulled up the dizzy Lin Ming, and Zhao Jia helped them both up. Lu Xian timidly supported Li Meng. After taking only one step, Lin Ming said, Mingyu is still upstairs. Let's worry about ourselves first, Gong Yuer said, but a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. No, we all have to go upstairs, Lin Ming insisted, heading upstairs. Gong Yuer was displeased. Just then, a voice rang out. Let's go upstairs too. We still have things up there. Han Qingxia finally spoke. Gong Yuer then turned to look at their group. Captain Han, it's not safe upstairs. There's an emergency exit in the basement. We can leave through that. No need. We're not afraid of danger. It's just a few dozen zombies, nothing to worry about, Han Qingxia said casually. Gong Yuer's expression subtly changed. Just then, the lights in their villa, which had been off for a long time, flickered on. Brother! Zhao Jia saw the lights and thought of his brother. Let's go to the basement. My brother is still there. You can go yourselves. We're not going, Han Qingxia refused outright. Zhao Jia didn't hesitate much this time, immediately helping Lin Ming and Gong Yuer downstairs. Li Meng wanted to go, but Lu Xian held him tightly. He stayed behind. Brother Meng, let's go upstairs together. Don't call me Brother Meng. Without the others around, Li Meng started to give Lu Xian the cold shoulder. He tried to shake off Lu Xin's hand, but he didn't have much strength and could only let her hold him tightly. Brother Meng. Lu Xian stared at him intently, her eyes filled with determination. Little girl, can you tell me the truth now? Did you take the things? Han Qingxia said. Lu Xian looked towards Han Qingxia, meeting her bright, sharp gaze. It felt as if all her hidden secrets had been laid bare before Han Qingxia. She gripped Li Meng's arm tightly, slowly lowered her head, and timidly shook her head. I didn't take it. Who believes you now? Li Meng pounded his temples, trying to stay alert. Lu Xian's rabbit-like eyes reddened even more, and she remained silent, head bowed. She knew it would be like this. No matter what she did or said, no one would trust her. That's why she had decided to leave alone today. I believe you. Han Qingxia's voice rang out again. Lu Xian looked up at Han Qingxia once more. Little girl, just tell me what you know. They'll believe everything you say. Hearing her words, a glint of light flashed in Lu Xin's timid, red rabbit-like eyes. She stared intently at Han Qingxia, then turned to Li Meng, taking a deep breath. I have spatial abilities. I did steal team supplies before, but I was always caught, so I stopped. Zhang Tang found out I was stealing and threatened me, saying I had to go with him tonight, or he'd reveal my secret. I was terrified, so I lured a zombie in and killed him. After killing him, I was still scared. I was afraid you'd find out I killed him eventually, so I gave you all some sleeping pills and then secretly ran away. Li Meng was stunned after hearing Lu Xin's whole story. He stared at the frail girl in disbelief. After a long while, he asked, Why didn't you tell me? Lu Xin's eyes immediately reddened. Because she didn't trust you before, Han Qingxia answered for Lu Xian. She's timid, insecure, and doesn't trust anyone, especially in this apocalyptic world. How could she entrust her life to a man, right? Hearing Han Qingxia speak out about all her thoughts, Lu Xian immediately lowered her head, gripping Li Meng's hand tightly in silence. Lu Xian was a very sensitive and ordinary girl. She worked as a waitress at this guest house, starting work after graduating high school. Her family was very poor, and she had a younger brother. When she was in school, her parents told her that everything in the family would belong to her younger brother, and the house she lived in now belonged to him. She had no share. People say that girls lose their homes when they grow up. She hadn't even grown up yet, and she already had no home. The staff dormitory at the guest house where she worked felt safer than her own home. Then the apocalypse came, and she awakened her spatial abilities. Naturally sensitive and suspicious, she kept her abilities hidden, using them as a life-saving trump card, telling no one. Later, she became familiar with Li Meng and her team. Li Meng told her that they could team up to survive the apocalypse. She was just an ordinary person, Not brave, not strong, and not even particularly intelligent. After thinking about it for a night, she agreed. In the apocalypse, 2 people are definitely better than 1. However, she still wouldn't tell him her secret. Then why are you telling me now? Li Meng asked. Because you risked your life to save her today. Han Qingxia looked at Lu Xian, who was bowing her head and unable to utter another word. Lu Xian was just sensitive, not stupid. She had drugged him and run away today, and when she returned, Li Meng still opened the door for her. That kind of loyalty was truly earth-shattering. Even a heart of iron would melt, let alone Lu Xian, who seemed to have a lot of schemes but was actually incredibly simple-minded. At this moment, Lu Xian suddenly remembered something. Right, I think I vaguely saw Ho Foam when I left. Ho Foam, Li Meng's expression changed. Just then, the light above their heads, which had just been repaired, began to flicker again. The atmosphere was extremely eerie. Something's happened in the basement, Li Meng said. Han Qingxia and the others immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. Of course, the meticulous Han Qingxia left a few people outside, instructing Su Xiaoyang to keep a close eye on the situation. As they reached the basement entrance, they saw the basement door locked from the outside with a large padlock.
There was no one around.
A series of muffled, urgent pounding sounds came from the heavy basement door, accompanied by barely audible cries for help, audible only to those very close. Help! Help! Save us! Han Qingxia grabbed a nearby fire hydrant and pounded on the padlock. With a few clangs, the padlock came off. She took 2 steps back, and the basement door opened, releasing a strong stench of blood. There were only 3 people in the basement, but it was teeming with countless zombies. A thin wall of space struggled to hold back the horde of zombies. Zhao Xiao, closest to the door, cried and pounded on it. Just when everyone was about to give up, the door finally opened. Zhao Xiao, Li Meng, perhaps due to overindulgence and the wear-off of the sleeping pills, now possessed a surge of strength. He rushed to the basement entrance and grabbed Zhao Xiao, who was climbing upwards. Just as Zhao Xiao was about to leave the basement entrance, a zombie suddenly leaped over an invisible wall, bouncing several meters before lunging at him. At this critical moment, his brother grabbed him. Hiss! The zombie bit Zhao Jia's back. Go! Zhao Jia roared, straining his waist and forcefully throwing Zhao Xiao upwards. Brother! Brother! Zhao Xiao, thrown into the air, immediately panicked. Brother! What happened to you? I'm fine. Zhao Jia turned to look at Lin Ming behind him, who was still struggling but was actually barely hanging on. As his invisible wall collapsed, he grabbed Lin Ming and threw him upwards as well. Brother Ming, he's my only brother. Even if you think I'm shameless, I'm begging you for one thing. Please take care of him from now on.
Please.
After throwing Lin Ming out, he stood alone blocking the basement entrance. Behind him, swarms of zombies howled and pounced on him. Close the door. Brother, Zhao Xiao rushed towards the basement entrance like a madman. The thick door in front of him closed inch by inch. Don't cry, you idiot. Have you forgotten what your brother taught you? After your brother's gone, be a real man and protect yourself. Don't cause trouble for anyone. Our Xiaoxiao has always been your brother's pridea. Zhao Jia's neck snapped back, a zombie biting the back of his neck. He raised his head again, his eyes completely gray-white, and smiled brightly at Zhao Xiao. Bang! The large stone door slammed shut. Everyone from Han Qingxia's side pushed over the surrounding cabinets and stools, completely blocking the area. Zhao Xiao stared at the now completely silent stone door, then burst into tears, kneeling on it and sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Ming, who had been rescued, collapsed to the ground. The effects of the drug were making him drowsy, but his bloodshot eyes were wide open, staring intently, staring wide, at everything before him, unable to utter a word. Lu Xian returned to Li Meng's arms. Li Meng said nothing, holding her tightly. At that moment, everyone heard a voice. Heaven is yours to keep, but you won't leave. You're not going anywhere. A car stopped outside their window. The window was open, revealing a man and a woman inside. It's Gong Yue and Ho Feng, Lu Xian exclaimed in shock. So, What if it's me? Gong Yuer's face showed resentment and disgust. It's because you bunch of burdens keep clinging to Lin Ming that we're getting worse. I hate that bitch who minged you the most and you Lu Xian. Disgust me too. Don't think I don't know you're also a space ability user. Always stealing supplies in the base. That bitch Zhang Tang, those two useless brothers Zhao Jia and Zhao Xiao, and that good-for-nothing Lin Minjivi had enough of you. You people should all die. I've wanted you dead for a long time.
Disgusting.
Useless.
Trash.
Lin Ming, lying on the floor inside, turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Gong Yuer. At this moment, Ho Feng, driving, stared at Han Qingxia and the others with a sly, greasy grin. His gaze blatantly landed on Han Qingxia. You little bitch, you ruined my plans. Last time, preventing me from joining you. This time, I'm not joining your idiot team either. Regret it? Let me tell you, it's too late for regrets. He smugly pulled a large bucket of blood from his spatial storage, displaying immense excitement and swagger, as if he could see them all buried in a horde of zombies the next second. Tonight, I've prepared a feast for you. Oh no, a feast for the zombies. Watch closely, bang. Suddenly, a bullet struck Ho Feng squarely in the forehead. A headshot. Gong Yuer, sitting in the passenger seat, was completely stunned by the sudden shot. Su Xiaoyang had fired. Han Qingxia always kept people in several locations, ready to attack at any moment. That's professional. Gong Yuer's face was splattered with Ho Feng's blood. The next second, she felt a gun pointed at her. In that moment, she didn't care about anything else. With a scream, she pushed open the door and fled for her life. But as soon as she opened the car door, she was pounced on by zombies attracted by the blood. A woe after Gong Yuer was tackled, 7 or 8 zombies, drawn by the scent, pounced on her. In no time, Gong Yuer was devoured and could no longer scream. 4 or 5 zombies crawled into the car through the open door. They began to devour Ho Feng's fresh corpse. As the zombies gnawed at his body, supplies from his storage space exploded outwards, soon filling the area around the car. Ho Feng was reduced to a mangled skeleton.
Hungry. So hungry.
The ravenous zombies gnawed Ho Feng clean from head to toe, sucking and devouring his steaming brains as if enjoying a delicious bowl of tofu pudding. Of course, there were parts the zombies wouldn't eat, such as the large intestine. Therefore, zombies with long, protruding intestines were a common sight. The zombies' favorite parts were, first, internal organs and blood, second, brain matter, and third, muscle. Normally, when a zombie devours a person's internal organs, that person mutates into their own kind. At this point, the zombies will no longer eat flesh of their own kind, as it's unpalatable. However, because Ho Feng died upright, the zombies were incredibly lucky to get a complete, perfect human meal, excluding the large intestine. Gnawing, gnawing. The sounds of munching, like wild dogs, surrounded Ho Feng. More and more zombies were drawn in, some lucky enough to gnaw on a finger, others unlucky enough to only get stinky socks. Just as all the zombies swarmed onto the vehicle to enjoy their feast. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Suppressed bullets pierced the air. Every shot a headshot, precisely hitting all the zombies in front of and behind the vehicle. The sound of bullets wasn't just coming from here, it echoed throughout the villa and surrounding area. The zombies that continued pounding against the guest house door fell in droves to the ground under the sniper's fire from above. A few zombies slipped in through the door Gong Yuer had deliberately left open in the backyard, only to be easily taken down as well. The entire building was being cleared of zombies from all directions, with Han Qingxia at the center. In less than half an hour, all the zombies surrounding the first floor were eliminated. These zombie hordes, deliberately lured by Ho Feng and Gong Yuer to pry Lin Ming's path, were a catastrophic disaster for them. But for Han Qingxia and her team, their easiest battles were hundreds of times easier than this. They quickly wiped out the threatening zombie horde. Big sister, the west side is cleared. Boss, the east side is cleared. Big sister, the south side is cleared. Big sister, the north side is cleared. She waved her hand, telling everyone to take their belongings. They all slept on makeshift beds in the lobby on the first floor, and left early the next morning. Although the zombies were eliminated, they couldn't just go upstairs and sleep soundly. There was still a nest of zombies in their basement. They had to guard them, even if it meant using their belongings as cover. Han Qingxia led everyone to sleep on makeshift beds on the first floor. Lin Ming was carried on the back of Zhao Xiao, who had just finished crying. This group followed Han Qingxia to the first floor. Now only Lin Ming, Zhao Xiao, Lu Xian, Li Meng, and Hu Mingyu, who was still locked up upstairs, remained. Lu Xian stood beside Li Meng, supporting him, her head bowed. Zhao Xiao's face wasn't showing any signs of tears or distress. He quietly carried Lin Ming on his back. "Put him down. I have something to ask him," Han Qingxia said. Zhao Xiao stubbornly carried Lin Ming, looking at Han Qingxia with an expression that showed he would only obey Lin Ming's orders, not Han Qingxia's. Han Qingxia. "Put me down," Lin Ming said, his eyes red, weakly patting the dazed Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao finally put him down. "Lin Ming, would you like to join my team and work under me?" Han Qingxia asked. She had observed him for a while. Lin Ming was indecisive and lacked leadership skills, but his character was excellent. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have entrusted their loved ones to him on their deathbeds. Even among leaders in this world, there are many mediocre people. They may have excellent character and good personal abilities, but they simply lack the ability to lead a team. They only know how to be nice guys, trying to smooth things over in a chaotic team, wanting to take care of everyone. But in reality, this only leads to taking care of no one, pushing the entire team towards collapse. Seeing Gong Yuer's defection, Han Qingxia roughly understood why Lin Ming became a lone wolf in his past life. He must have realized he wasn't suited to leading a team, betrayed by the person he trusted most in his life. He inevitably ended up on the path of a lone wolf. Han Qingxia wanted to recruit him. It would be good to have him as a key general. Lin Ming, hearing Han Qingxia's words, asked, "What about them?" "I can take these guys under you, but they won't work for you. Assign them to our alliance units based on their abilities," Han Qingxia instructed. Different people require different plans. A strong team requires every cog to play its maximum role. After Han Qingxia finished speaking, Lin Ming turned to look at the three people who remained beside him. Lu Xian gripped Li Meng's hand tightly. She looked at Lin Ming, took a deep breath, and said, "Brother Ming, I'm sorry. I'm also a spatial ability user. I didn't trust any of you before, which is why I kept things from you. Sometimes when supplies were low in the base, I stole them. I'm sorry. Also, I killed Zhang Tang. If you want revenge, I have no complaints." At this point, Li Meng tugged at her. "Brother Ming, I did what happened to Zhang Tang. He had designs on my woman, so I killed him.
You should look for me."
Lin Ming stared at the young couple in front of him for a long time. "If you cause trouble again, no one will forgive you or protect you. Be careful." Lu Xian and Li Meng immediately exchanged a glance. "Brother Ming, you really don't want us anymore?" "Brother Ming, I was wrong about what happened before. I was suspicious and overly sensitive, always doubting all of you. Please forgive me this once." Zhao Xiao walked over at this moment. "Brother Ming, my brother told me to follow you. Brother Ming, we really don't want to be separated from you. You're the only person we trust most. You told us before that our team would never disband." Hearing their words, Lin Ming remained silent for a long time. As he was about to turn around, Zhao Xiao, Lu Xian, and Li Meng all grabbed his sleeves. At this moment, having survived life-or-death situations, suspicions, and countless trials, their team had finally managed to stay together. Lin Ming suddenly smiled. The utter despair he felt from Gong Yuer's betrayal instantly warmed again. "Captain Han, I still want to keep my team. I remember you're in an alliance, right? Could our team join your alliance as a whole? Our team is small, so we'll take care of ourselves from now on and won't be a burden. As for supplies, we can ask for the bare minimum, just enough for our team's food and drink." Lin Ming offered his absolute bottom line. This was practically selling himself to Han Qingxia as a long-term laborer. They would take responsibility for their team's survival, working with Han Qingxia to kill zombies and share supplies, just to earn a living. This was truly the bare minimum. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Han Qingxia frowned. You really won't consider working for me? No. Thank you, Captain Han, for helping me several times along the way. As long as there's one person left in my team, I won't abandon them. If one day they're all gone and I'm still alive, then my life belongs to you. Captain Han. Lin Ming was essentially using his own life to secure a livelihood for the rest of the team. Seeing Lin Ming's resolute determination, Han Qingxia's mind raced. How about this, she said. You agree to be my subordinate first, and I'll allow you to lead your own people and fight independently. You're responsible for your own safety. Lin Ming replied, Okay. I'm willing to become Captain Han's subordinate. As soon as Lin Ming finished speaking, a ding sounded in Han Qingxia's mind. Beep base guard +1 detected. Reward points *1000. Combat suit *1. Loyalty increased. Current loyalty 90. Special attribute copied. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an air shield. Here it comes. Han Qingxia's care for Lin Ming along the way wasn't in vain. Special ability has arrived. Han Qingxia looked at Lin Ming in front of her. From now on, you're a member of our Midsummer Alliance. Your team will enjoy the Alliance's benefits, and you'll personally receive exclusive monthly benefits under my command. Xiaoyang, go and introduce him to our new brother. Okay. Su Xiaoyang had a good impression of the loyal and righteous Lin Ming and went over to explain the benefits of their Midsummer Alliance to him. Lin Ming and the others were all stunned by what Su Xiaoyang said. Their mouths gaped wider and wider as they listened to Su Xiaoyang tell them that they were already launching a counterattack on the city, completely speechless. What kind of people were they? They were already launching a counterattack on the city. The next day, Han Qingxia and the others woke up one after another, preparing to depart. Lin Ming went upstairs early in the morning to knock on Hu Mingyu's door. He was afraid she would be late and delay Han Qingxia's departure. After Han Qingxia drove the car down from the hill and everyone got in, Hu Mingyu finally arrived, pulled along by Lin Ming and the others. Captain Han, we're here. Lin Ming waved to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia nodded, opened the car door, and let them in. Their only car had been taken by Ho Feng yesterday, and now it was unusable due to being full of zombies. Since they were all on the same team now, Han Qingxia naturally let them get in the car. Since the secret was revealed, Lu Xian's personality had become much more lively, and she would even smile at Han Qingxia when she saw her. Han Qingxia nodded, letting her sit in the back seat. Li Meng and Zhao Xiu then got in. When it was Hu Mingyu's turn, she stopped. She turned her head and stared blankly towards the woods to the west. Mingyu, what are you looking at? Get in. Lin Ming urged Hu Mingyu to get in the car. Hu Mingyu suddenly flung his hand away and ran westward. At that moment, Lin Ming saw a one-armed zombie. The zombie's upper body was trapped in the swamp after the torrential rain, its remains sculpted by the mud and water, blending seamlessly with the surrounding broken trees. As Hu Mingyu ran, she cried out, Husband, 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 don't abandon me again. Husband, I want to go with you. Mingyu, realizing who the zombie was, Lin Ming rushed after Hu Mingyu. But this time, no matter how hard he grabbed, he couldn't catch her hand. That's a zombie. That's a zombie. Don't chase after her, Han Qingxia said. To them, even if it's a zombie, they'd still go. Hearing this, Lin Ming's pace suddenly slowed. He watched as Hu Mingyu stepped over rubble, over broken logs, over countless obstacles, and waded into the swamp. The one-armed zombie, half buried in the swamp, sensed Hu Mingyu's arrival. It struggled violently in the mud trapping it, thrashing about in the direction Hu Mingyu was coming from. It seemed as if it still retained some consciousness, frantically responding to her. Just then, a swaying tree trunk crashed down from above with a thud, piercing the zombie's chest. The mud-covered zombie looked down blankly at its newfound appearance, and the next second, thump, a vibrant woman threw herself into its arms. The sharp tree trunk was also embedded in her chest. The intense blood stimulated its senses, which were blocked by mud and sand. It opened its mouth, clogged with mud and sand, large patches of dried mud peeling off its face. It clung tightly to the woman before it, devouring her food. The woman before it clung to him, just as tightly. Husband, they all bully me. Only you are good to me. We'll be together forever. Whoosh, the armored vehicle sped away. Lin Ming, inside the vehicle, turned back, no longer looking at the passionate embrace. His palms clenched tightly, tighter and tighter.
He felt he had to make a change.
He looked at the excellent and ruthless team before him, his gaze settling on Han Qingxia. He wanted to be as excellent as Han Qingxia, to be a qualified leader. After leaving this area, Han Qingxia's car began its return journey. On the way back, they noticed many differences. First, the weather after the torrential rain was even hotter. The asphalt road outside shimmered with waves of heat. And then there are the zombies. They seem even more agile. Boss, look. That horde of zombies. As their armored vehicle passed on the overpass, they spotted the zombie army that had chased them before. This time, the zombie army was even larger. As their armored vehicle passed the road, countless zombies poured out of the streets of B City. Sensing Han Qingxia's moving carcass of meat, they all gave chase. And this time, they weren't just chasing them from below. If they were stopped, that was fine. They started climbing the pillars of the overpass. Han Qingxia watched as hordes of zombies, like ants, densely swarmed upwards along the cylindrical, elevated pillars. These zombies were completely different in their movements than before the rain. They were incredibly agile and nimble. Some even climbed with the speed and agility of alien animals, swiftly scaling the railings. It's a mass evolution. A tall, thin, bald zombie, its forehead sunken and its eyes reduced to two bottomless bloody holes, climbed up first. Standing on the railing, it could only sense the approaching armored vehicle by sound and smell. It leaped high from the railing, baring its teeth and claws, lunging at Han Qingxia's car. Su Xiaoyang, driving, swerved sharply. Thump! The zombie crashed heavily onto the overpass, creating a large, human-shaped crater. If it had hit their car, even if it wasn't damaged, it would have been violently jolted. Whoosh, the armored vehicle, having swerved, sped past the cratered zombie. However, more and more zombies climbed onto the bridge. They rained down, leaping from the railings. They pounced on their car. Su Xiaoyang's driving skills were superb, nimbly dodging the zombies that rained down like bombs. Even so, avoiding the zombies swarming from the air couldn't stop the relentless waves of zombies climbing up from both sides of the overpass. In no time, their armored vehicle was swarming with zombies. Thump, thump, thump. The super-armored vehicle, produced by the system, showed minor paint chips under the collective onslaught of these zombies. A zombie hung upside down on the roof, its head down, crunching and gnawing at the rear-view mirror. Its bloodied maw left a large tooth mark on Han Qingxia's rear-view mirror. At that moment, the armored vehicle deformed, countless steel needles piercing the zombie clinging to it. Sizzle, the zombie was pinned to the overpass railing, sliding forward, scraping against it. It wasn't just this one. All the zombies on the right side were rubbing against the railing. Dark red bloodstains covered the entire section of railing. After charging for more than 10 meters, the armored vehicle moved to the left side of the safety fence and continued to crush the zombie horde there. Once the zombies on both sides were shaken off, the armored vehicle drifted 360 degrees, leaving behind most of the zombies above and in front of it. Now only a few remained. Brothers, let's get going. Han Qingxia, shouldering a man-portable missile, fired one at the endless stream of zombies ahead, while simultaneously throwing one at the horde of zombies below the bridge, which looked like a zombie lair. They were retreating anyway. How loud the noise was, or how many zombies it attracted didn't matter. They'd take as many as they could. One grenade wiped out a whole horde of zombies. Boom, boom, boom. Charge! A barrage of artillery fire filled the sky. Armored vehicles, like meat grinders, ruthlessly crushed their way through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When Han Qingxia's vehicle emerged from the overpass, the section behind them most heavily bombed in the middle. Rumble, the bridge collapsed. The relentless waves of pursuing zombies were swallowed by the broken bridge surface. Those that had struggled to climb up were quickly pushed back down. Boom! Dust billowed as a large wave of zombies was wiped out. Han Qingxia's armored vehicle successfully drove away from the bridge. The few remaining pursuing zombies were gradually left behind. The zombies began to evolve on a large scale. This level of evolution was still within Han Qingxia's control. However, for ordinary bases, it was catastrophic. Within a single day, multiple bases in the eastern region experienced zombie hordes. These bases all originated from those near cities B and C. Millions of zombies began surging out of the cities, actively attacking bases with living inhabitants. Wan'an Base. Since being thoroughly defeated by Han Qingxia at the last base alliance conference, where his main defense force was cut off, Qin Li's base suffered its first zombie horde since the apocalypse. After the arduous journey back to his base with his wife and sister, Qin Li cursed Han Qingxia for 2 days, while consoling himself that not having bodyguards was alright, because their base was truly running out of food. If Han Qingxia hadn't maliciously taken his people, he couldn't afford to support so many bodyguards. They might even rebel due to starvation. After returning home, Qin Li assessed his family's food supplies. Seeing they had enough for a month or two, he instructed his servants to hurry and plant crops and gather resources. He resolved never to visit Han Qingxia's or Qi Sang's base again. Those snobbish fools would pay. Perhaps Han Qingxia and his forces would be completely wiped out the next day when they attacked the city, all bitten to death by zombies. His base might survive until the very end, and once Han Qingxia and the others were dead, he would form a new alliance. Why give up a good life to counterattack the city and fight the zombies? They'd die quickly. And those bodyguards who abandoned him, they're all dead by now. Qin Li cursed the Qingxia alliance every day, wishing for its imminent demise. He waited and waited until news arrived that their base was surrounded by hordes of zombies. Young master, a large horde of zombies is coming from the city, wandering around. Now another group is approaching our Wan'an base. Qin Li was startled upon hearing this. He immediately grabbed his subordinate's binoculars. Where? They're already at the east gate of our villa area. Qin Li looked through the binoculars and instantly turned deathly pale. In his binoculars view, a dense, swarming army of zombies, their heads tilted and their gait strange, had appeared outside their villa. Estimated, over 100. Young master, what do we do now? The only bodyguard who had come with him looked at him in terror. After the initial panic subsided, Qin Li heard the butler's words and immediately said, "You take some men and hold them off. I'll pack my things. We need to buy some time to escape." The bodyguard stammered. "Young master, are you abandoning me? I'm the only bodyguard who came back with you." "You're so loyal." "Of course, young master. Won't abandon you. Have everyone go and keep watch, women and children alike. I'll pack my things, and then I'll take you with me." "Go now." Qin Li shoved him hard, then frantically opened his safe and began packing supplies. Rice, instant noodles, biscuits. He had to take everything. The bodyguard watched Qin Li, who was only focused on packing his things, and a sudden chill ran through him. When they went to the Starfire base for a meeting, everyone else stayed behind, but he was the only one who remained loyally. He thought that with his loyalty, he would surely be valued by Qin Li upon his return. But now it seemed, this Qin Li is utterly unworthy of following. 10 minutes later, the zombie horde arrived at Wan'an base. Qin Li, who had just packed his things and was preparing to escape alone, was caught red-handed by the rest of the base. While he was being held back by the others, his loyal bodyguard, along with his wife and sister, drove off in another direction. Half an hour later, wailing screams echoed throughout the villa district. Wan'an base was completely destroyed. Today, it wasn't just Wan'an base. Several smaller bases were attacked by hordes of zombies that had spread from the city. These bases were mostly located close to the city center and were ground-based. They were all discovered by the roaming zombies. It's unlikely that even 1 in 10 bases could withstand a zombie horde. But the one thing to note is that of the 3 cities, City A had no zombies that had migrated out. Because Han Qingxia had led the entire Qingxia alliance in a preemptive counterattack against the zombies over the past 6 months, clearing out the 2 outermost districts. While other cities experienced zombie outbreaks, City A remained unaffected. Han Qingxia's hard work over the past 6 months had already yielded results. Furthermore, these small changes would gradually widen the gap between them. As the situation worsened at other bases, things would improve for Han Qingxia's side as she weathered the most difficult period. Han Qingxia learned of the widespread destruction of bases 3 days later. At this time, she was attacking the Western District. The Qingxia Alliance deployed all 10 teams to the Western District to overcome its challenges. They chose one of the 5 attack plans provided by Qi Sang's team through modeling and analysis. While Qi Sang's team didn't participate in combat, their behind-the-scenes support was highly effective. With their technical support and ample personnel and firepower, Han Qingxia's attack on the Western District proceeded exceptionally well. After successfully capturing the stronghold in the West City University town, the Summer Alliance adopted their old tactic of minimizing casualties, luring hordes of zombies to their doom. After fighting alongside everyone for 3 days, Han Qingxia received new information from Qi Sang. Captain Han, many bases in cities B and C have been attacked by zombie hordes these past few days. 12 have already been wiped out now, 13. Han Qingxia wasn't cold-blooded. She was just used to hearing stories of bases being swallowed up. The strong prey on the weak. If you're not strong, you're destined to be eliminated. She could only focus on her own tasks, rapidly strengthening her base and alliance, to face the incredibly cruel zombie world with greater power. The remaining bases are all begging for help. They say if we come to rescue them, they'll join us and never waver. Hearing this, Han Qingxia said, "I'll take in those who can come. Those who can't, let them live their lives as they please. I won't save them." Not to mention that Han Qingxia wasn't the kind of savior. Even if she were, she couldn't possibly save a group of people who only talked the talk. Even a saint wouldn't save someone who doesn't help themselves. She could save them once, but could she save them forever? During this time, Han Qingxia had already begun relocating the populations of the bases within the alliance to the pacified territories. They had all always relied on themselves. The journey was fraught with danger and losses. They even encountered a vehicle whose entire crew was wiped out. Of the base's population, only a third survived, relying solely on themselves through wind and rain. Han Qingxia couldn't stand those who always waited for their elders to do everything for them, as if a nod of agreement was enough to be considered exemplary children. This was the apocalypse. They could be weaker, they could lack resources, they could rely on the strong, but the prerequisite was a powerful alliance. Those who had survived might have been weaker, but their wisdom lay in their strong mentality. Those with a weak mentality couldn't be led by anyone. "So, we're not going to give them any help at all?" Qi Sang asked. "Send them my blessings. 365 days a year, I'll give them 365 blessings. Is that enough?" Qi Sang. Han Qingxia hung up on Qi Sang and continued discussing the attack direction for the Western District with everyone. After Han Qingxia hung up, Qi Sang scrolled through radio frequencies, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Listen up, you idiots. If you want to join the Midsummer Alliance, come here yourselves. No one will come to save you. Of course, the Midsummer Alliance will give you our sincerest blessings. Our alliance leader, Han Qingxia, blesses you every day, hoping you all arrive safely." Everyone listening to the radio broadcast. At this moment in a small base number 1, the Summer Alliance is outrageous. We already agreed to join them. What good would it do if they came to rescue us? They're so powerful, with so many large bases inside. Rescuing a small base like ours would be a piece of cake. They've already taken over a large safe zone. What good would it do to rescue us and settle us there? They want us to go there ourselves. How are we supposed to get there? There are so many zombies outside. How are we supposed to fight our way through? Fighting our way out will mean death. The Summer Alliance could have rescued us, but they just won't, and they keep calling us idiots. And today they even gave us a blessing.
Pa.
They're disgusting, like demons. They definitely want to see us all die. That trashy alliance should go to hell, immediately. At this moment, at a small base number 2, the Summer Alliance really won't help. We shouldn't have had any hope in the first place. This is so disappointing. I always thought the Summer Alliance was powerful and would at least show some magnanimity as a major alliance and help us small bases. I also think a powerful alliance should help weaker bases, especially since we're willing to join them. No, we shouldn't have placed our hopes on others. Do we not survive without the Summer Alliance? I think the Summer Alliance is right. Besides, they're not completely abandoning us. They said that if we can fight our way out, they'll accept us. Let's fight our way out. Upon receiving the message, almost without exception, two opposing voices emerged from the various bases. One was outright condemnation, and the other was actively following Han Qingxia's instructions to prepare for a breakout. At this moment, a very remote small base finally received its first external news since the apocalypse. Listen up, you idiots. If you want to join the Midsummer Alliance, come here yourselves. No one will come to save you. Of course, the Midsummer Alliance will give you our sincerest blessings. Our alliance leader, Han Qingxia, blesses you every day, hoping you all arrive safely. Rong-in immediately became interested after hearing this broadcast nationwide. Midsummer Alliance? Han Qingxia? Boss, what's going on outside? A tall, dark-skinned man walked in. A base alliance has appeared outside. Rong-in stood up, quite surprised, and looked out the window. He was on the top floor of a 22-story building. Looking down, he could see the streets teeming with zombies. An alliance? It seems their situation is similar to ours. Our Tomorrow base has also merged with several bases, becoming the largest base owner in City C. Their Tomorrow base was located in the city center of City C. There were quite a few survivor bases like this in the city, but none were on such a large scale. An entire downtown building housed nearly 500 survivors, because they had also merged several scattered small bases, forming a large base organization. Although their location was terrible, danger and treasure went hand in hand. The resources around them were abundant. As long as they dared to kill zombies, they could easily seize any location and obtain a continuous supply of resources. This was far luckier than being trapped in a barren, zombie-infested valley. At Tomorrow Base, there were only two kinds of people: those who could kill zombies and those who were extremely good at killing zombies. Under their leader, they established a zombie-killing pie. Each person had to hand in one zombie head per day. Those who couldn't meet the quota used their own heads. Under such a formidable force, Tomorrow Base was able to establish a foothold in the city center. And gradually, it grew and expanded. At this moment, another subordinate scoffed. Those trashy alliances outside, how could they possibly compare to our Tomorrow Base? Alliances like theirs are probably formed because several small bases couldn't survive in the sparsely populated outskirts of the city, so they banded together to form a new alliance. Once our Tomorrow Base leaves City C, none of those fragile, trashy bases outside can compare to us. That's right. As long as our Tomorrow Base can leave City C, none of the bases in this eastern region will be our match. Rong-in, hearing his subordinate's words, stood by the window, looking at the zombies outside, and smiled slightly. You have to understand, their Tomorrow Base survived in the heart of the zombie-infested city. No matter how small the bases outside are, they can't possibly fight against urban zombies like they do. Their base will become the strongest base. Where's our zombie eradication progress? We've already taken half the district. Speed up. We must strive to take over the entire City C. Yes, sir. 3 months later, Han Qingxia took over the western district of the city. It was now August, a full year since the apocalypse. Han Qingxia had already captured 3 districts of City A, eliminating nearly half of the zombies. During this time, 5 new bases joined their ranks, bringing Han Qingxia's alliance to a total of 15 members and over 3,000 allied troops at his disposal. That's enough for a reinforced regiment. The residents of the bases behind them were all engaged in production, supplying resources to the front lines and other allies. Congratulations, host, on capturing the new district. Reward for the host underground air raid shelter. Already deployed in the residential area, Han Qingxia, who was munching on a pancake and reviewing a data report, paused upon hearing the system's voice. She quickly returned to her question. Qi sang, You're suggesting we detonate explosives in both districts simultaneously this time? Her counterattack on the city had reached a critical juncture, so critical that she didn't have time to check the system's new rewards. Yes, Qingxia nodded seriously. You only have the South and East districts left, which occupy half the area and population of City A. No matter which side you attack, the other will be affected. I've calculated it. You should just use heavy artillery for bombardment. I suggest you split into 5 teams, each with no more than 10 people. Go to the Central Hospital, the First Middle School, Jixiang, Department Store, the Water Plant, and the Guangmao Building. Plant explosives at all 5 locations simultaneously and bombard them one by one, breaking up the 2 districts. Qingxia sent the data report to everyone. After Han Qingxia and the others carefully reviewed the data, they gathered to discuss it. Half an hour later, everyone agreed to Qingxia's suggestion. Let's form groups now. Han Qingxia divided the group into 5, herself in one group, Lu Qian in another, Yu Tu in yet another, Ji and Ji Euro, the siblings, each leading 6 members from their respective small bases in one group, and Lin Ming, having performed exceptionally well recently and become a key member of the group, leading 4 members from their other small bases in another group. After the groups were formed, they drew lots. Everyone draw lots for the locations. Han Qingxia wrote down 5 addresses on slips of paper. She waited until everyone had drawn theirs before taking the last one. I drew the school, Yu Tu said, showing his lot. Mine is the department store, Lu Qian said. I'm at the Guangmao Building, Ji Zi said. I'm at the water plant, Lin Ming said. The last one, Han Qingxia didn't even need to look at it. I'm going to the hospital. Of all the maps, the hospital was the most dangerous. The next day, all the teams were ready and organized. Besides Su Xiaoyang, Jin Hu, and Qin Ke, Han Qingxia brought several other outstanding warriors from the alliance. Among them was a familiar face. Captain Han, can I come with you? I want to go kill zombies with you. Dong Yi volunteered. Dong Yi was one of the 3 students Han Qingxia had rescued from the pharmacy. After being brought back by Han Qingxia, they voluntarily joined their alliance. Guo Xiao, being a girl with no special abilities, was assigned to the base. Her boyfriend, Li Jie, went with her, leaving only Dong Yi behind. Although he also lacked special abilities, he was incredibly brave when killing zombies, always charging to the front lines. In his spare time, he humbly learned from the Special Forces soldiers in the team, and now his personal combat strength was approaching that of a seasoned veteran. Looking at the transformed Dong Yi, Han Qingxia recalled his bewildered state just months ago. It's dangerous for you to come with me. I'm not afraid of danger. I just want to learn from Captain Han. Very good. Han Qingxia patted his shoulder approvingly. This kid was quick-witted from the first time she met him. Come with me. Just as she had finalized her group of 10 and was preparing to depart, Lu Qian approached her. Qingxia, let's switch locations.
Why?
Lu Qian met her eyes, took a deep breath, and casually made up an excuse. I want to go to the hospital. Han Qingxia stared at him. If you're sick, go to a human hospital. Zombie hospitals don't treat patients. A red cross stood tall atop the cone. A massive hospital, comprising 5 buildings, sat quietly in the southern district of the city. The streets surrounding the hospital were teeming with roaming zombies. A car stopped before entering the zombie-infested streets. Han Qingxia didn't take everyone with her, leaving the others to remain quietly in place. Because they were completely unnecessary. Lu Qian thought the hospital was extremely dangerous due to the large number of zombies and wished Han Qingxia could lead as many people as possible, but in reality, Han Qingxia didn't need to bring anyone. In fact, if Qin Ke had even a modicum of loyalty, she would have let him do it all by himself. Clearing out the zombies in the core area and dropping bombs, these were incredibly difficult tasks for others, but for the half-zombie Qin Ke, it was a piece of cake. You all stay here and be ready to escort Qin Ke and me out at any time. Be careful and don't attract the attention of the zombies. The group replied, Yes, sir. This was why Han Qingxia dared to bring the newcomer Dong Yi along. Because this operation was truly effortless. Bringing them along was purely to give them experience. While leaving Su Xiaoyang and the others in the safe zone, Han Qingxia cautiously led Qingku out. After getting out of the car, Qingku said to her, "How about I go alone, plant the bomb, and come back?" Han Qingxia looked at him. "Then you can run away." "Qingku, you really don't trust me?" Tell me then, if I let you go alone, would you run away?" Qingku didn't hesitate. "I would." Han Qingxia. So, how could Han Qingxia possibly trust him to plant the bomb alone? If he planted it and ran away, that would be fine. At least he'd done the work for her. But if he took her bomb with him and ran away, who would Han Qingxia go looking for? Don't let yourself be fooled by things you can see clearly, lest you dig a huge pit for yourself. Putting yourself in danger is a stupid thing to do. But thinking about this, Han Qingxia wanted Qingku's body even more. If she were a half-zombie, walking among the zombie hordes without them attacking, their counterattack on the city could be declared over long ago. This was even more desirable than the antidote serum. The further she went, the more zombies swarmed the street. Han Qingxia slowly emerged from the alley, the massive swarm of zombies on the street immediately sensing her presence. They all charged towards her. Han Qingxia grabbed Qingku beside her, carrying him on her back as a human shield, and teleported rapidly across the zombie-infested road. She soon arrived at the hospital. The explosives were timed. Han Qingxia only needed to drop them. Following Qi Sang's hospital strategy, she first placed 1/10 of the explosives in the outpatient building. The hospital was a super hot spot. Han Qingxia had passed by the hospital on the first day of the zombie virus outbreak and was shocked by the hordes of zombies surging in and out. However, even with large numbers of zombies fleeing out, the zombies inside the hospital remained in endless waves. Not to mention that this is the largest public hospital. After Han Qingxia dropped the bomb on the first floor, swarms of zombies, drawn by the scent, rushed in. She carried Qingku and teleported rapidly into the hospital. The entire escape was purely evasive. She didn't kill any zombies. Only after she reached the third floor did the zombie horde suddenly shrink. Most of the zombies were on the first and second floors, the lower levels. Qi Sang had provided her with a reference model. According to his data, the third floor should have the fewest zombies, barring any unforeseen circumstances. And indeed it did. Han Qingxia then put Qingku down, surveying the hospital before her, and continued dropping the explosives at the designated locations provided by Qi Sang. The third floor was spacious and connected to the adjacent inpatient ward. Han Qingxia walked cautiously inside the hospital building, which was covered in a thick layer of dust. Here, she could barely hear anything. There were no lights inside the building. Only the sunlight from outside illuminated the interior. Han Qingxia saw room after room tightly closed. The doctor's consultation room, endocrinology, gastroenterology, and a huge blood collection room in the center, and the laboratory. The blood collection room is located on a main corridor, with a long row of transparent glass windows containing about a dozen blood collection windows. During peak hours, all windows can be opened for blood collection. Outside the windows are rows and rows of waiting seats, with 2 call number displays, long since de-energized, standing quietly above the waiting seats. The rows of seats were now askew, several streaks of blood visible on the floor and chairs, stretching from the blood collection window all the way to Han Qingxia's feet. She looked down at the blood, then turned to look around the corner towards an emergency exit door. Suddenly, a deathly pale zombie face appeared before Han Qingxia. A zombie in a white coat was violently pounding on the emergency exit door. A face was pressed against the locked door, which was now only a crack wide. Bang, 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 bang. This zombie doctor seemed to have been trapped in the emergency exit for a long time. The glass door was covered in its bloody handprints. Sensing Han Qingxia's arrival, it was overjoyed and pounded even more frantically. "I was going to put it on the door next to yours, but since you're so welcoming, I'll give it to you." Han Qingxia placed a time bomb next to the zombie doctor's door. Qingku. He watched Han Qingxia so enthusiastically hand the bomb to the zombie, a smile playing on his lips. Just then, they suddenly heard footsteps coming from the empty hall ahead. Han Qingxia looked up and saw a small child flash by in the corridor ahead. You saw it? Yes, Qingke said. A person or a zombie? Qingke tilted his head and said quietly, maybe it's a ghost. Get lost. Han Qingxia punched him, grabbed Qingke, and ran forward. As they ran, she placed bombs in their designated spots while simultaneously amplifying her mental energy to sense the situation on this floor. But she sensed nothing unusual. Even zombies were almost non-existent here. She ran to where the child had been, and sure enough, there was a small child's footprint in the thick layer of dust. If there were footprints, Han Qingxia followed the child's footprints and saw a child's face appear around the corner. The child was about 5 years old, clutching a doll, with long hair covering his eyes. His appearance made it impossible to tell if he was a zombie. He stared at Han Qingxia, gradually revealing a sweet smile, a mouthful of sharp fangs. The zombie child suddenly darted out from behind the corridor. It was incredibly fast, landing on both hands and feet simultaneously, like an agile leopard. As it pounced on Han Qingxia, its thick bangs covering its eyes were swept back, revealing a pair of rare, pure white eye sockets with almost no black pupils. The child's innocent face, with its white eye sockets and gaping, blood-red mouth stretching to the back of its head, resembled a Kumanthong from a Thai horror movie. Its face was completely bloodless, its grayish-white eyes fixed on Han Qingxia, filled with boundless excitement. Swish! A gleaming silver tang sword was drawn. Han Qingxia swung it down without a word. Unlike her usual method of taking down zombies with a single strike, when the tang sword struck the zombie child, it was like hitting a large rubber mat. The strong resistance caused the sword to stall, becoming stuck at its neck. The zombie imp twisted its nimble neck, opened its massive jaws, and immediately bit into the blade of the tang sword. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, several rows of large teeth marks appeared on Han Qingxia's blade. The imp rapidly gnawed upwards along the blade, its target Han Qingxia's hand. Han Qingxia gripped her tang sword tightly, twisting her wrist sharply, causing the imp on the blade to spin several times in the air. Whoosh! Han Qingxia swung the sword forcefully, the blade vibrating violently like a wave, the trembling sound echoing like a dragon's roar in the quiet hospital lobby. The sword's aura immediately sent the zombie imp flying. After the imp landed, a tang sword descended from the sky, its blade aimed straight for its forehead. Instantly, a child's scream of agony rang out in the hospital. It struggled violently, but after a few moments, it finally stopped moving. Hearing the voice, Han Qingxia walked to the zombie child, drawing her knife with extraordinary speed. A glittering crystal core fell to the ground. Han Qingxia picked up the crystal core, then saw a toy lying nearby and picked it up. Just then, a voice rang out. No! A young woman in a pink nurse's uniform appeared at the far corner. She was dressed in a clean nurse's uniform, without a trace of blood. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and a large mask covered most of her face, her eyes hidden by long bangs. Han Qingxia looked at the suddenly appearing woman with utter surprise. Are you a survivor here? Don't come any closer. The woman burst into tears as Han Qingxia approached, staring at her in terror. Han Qingxia stopped in her tracks. At that moment, Qingke stepped forward. Beautiful lady, don't be afraid. We're all good people. We're here to rescue you. Qingke walked forward, and the woman didn't seem to mind at all. Even her crying stopped. She asked cautiously, trembling, You're here to rescue us, Han Qingxia? What's this? She can't ask questions, but Qingke can. This guy has a natural aura of being a friend to women, doesn't he? Qingke also sensed the special treatment the woman was giving him. He grinned at Han Qingxia. Beautiful captain, let me go over and ask. Dream on. Han Qingxia grabbed the handcuffs that were linked to his and continued to question the woman across the way. How many survivors are there here? Where do they live? Can everyone evacuate? This place will soon be uninhabitable. The woman didn't respond, her eyes fixed on them through her thick bangs. Qingke then said, Beautiful lady, we're here to rescue you. Do you have any companions? If so, we'll take you with us. Yes, the woman immediately shouted. I have many companions, Han Qingxia. Although she, Han Qingxia, wasn't a good person, Qin Ke was even worse. How could she have trusted that old bastard Qin Ke, treating him so differently? Was she any better than Qin Ke? Qin Ke turned to look at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. Untie them, I'll scout ahead for you. Han Qingxia hesitated for 3 seconds, then unlocked the handcuffs, but not completely. She left a 10-meter rope tied between them. 10 meters was enough distance. If Qin Ke ran, she could catch him in a couple of instantaneous steps. This was the maximum safe distance she could accept. After securing Qin Ke, he strode towards the woman. The woman didn't back down when she saw him approaching. We have many companions. I'll take you to see them. Han Qingxia followed behind Qin Ke, listening to their conversation. After the woman finished speaking, she tugged at the rope binding her hands. Qin Ke seemed to understand her perfectly, and he continued. And many of you are there? Many, the woman exclaimed excitedly. We're all in the rooms, so many. How do you live? We keep the doors tightly shut, making no sound. If we make a sound, we'll be discovered. We all stay silent, always in our rooms. What about food and water? We have plenty of food and water, lots and lots. More than we can eat. Han Qingxia frowned slightly. From this information, she could roughly conclude that the people in front of her had indeed survived. If they all lived in the corner room with ample food and water, survival was possible. However, something felt strange. A group of survivors living in a hospital full of zombies and still had plenty of food and water? And how did these people even manage to get here? She tugged the rope in her hand back slightly, and the quick-witted Qin Ke immediately began making small talk. By the way, beautiful lady, what's your name? Are you a nurse? My surname is Liu, and my name is Liu Xuexue. No, I'm a doctor. A doctor? I see you're wearing a nurse's uniform. My doctor's uniform was dirty, so I wore a nurse's uniform. Don't I look like a nurse in this uniform? You really do look like a nurse, the beautiful Miss Nightingale. Upon hearing the last address, the woman turned to Qin Ke and said seriously, You've mistaken me for someone else. My name isn't Nightingale. Qin Ke was taken aback. His bright, roguish face clearly showed surprise, but being a man of high emotional intelligence, he quickly said, Sorry, just kidding. The woman seemed unfazed by Qin Ke's words, muttering to herself, We have so many people there, all my children. It's so wonderful that you've come to save us. Those evil spirits outside are always trying to devour us. We're finally saved. You said you have a group of children there? Han Qingxia finally asked. The woman turned to Han Qingxia. Shh, don't speak. For some reason, Han Qingxia felt a chill run down her spine when she turned her head. Her entire face was covered by a mask, making her expression impossible to discern, but Han Qingxia felt as if the woman beneath the mask was giving her a chilling smile. She immediately stopped. Qin Ke also stopped. The woman then exclaimed excitedly, Almost there. We're almost there. The children are just ahead. You must take them all away. The woman ran quickly towards the building around the corner. It connected to a hospital ward building behind. She could get there through the passageway in front of her. Han Qingxia watched her run ahead, then stopped in her tracks. Qin Ke, on the other hand, followed her back. That person is suspicious. Even a doctor shouldn't be unaware of Nightingale, Qin Ke said. Nightingale was the world's first female nurse, and sometimes beautiful. Hardworking nurses are referred to as Miss Nightingale. Han Qingxia nodded. But it really was a person. Yes, a person, Qin Ke said. Qin Ke could sense whether it was a zombie or a living person. At that moment, the woman who had left ran back. Seeing them, she cried out for help. It's terrible. It's terrible. A demon is banging on my children's room. I beg you, please save them. Han Qingxia and Qin Ke immediately went to her. As they reached the corner, they indeed saw several strangely shaped, writhing zombies in the corridor ahead. The zombies were pounding on the door in front of them, dressed in blue and white striped hospital gowns. The pounding made the door shake violently, as if they would smash it down and tear the living people inside apart at any moment. Faintly, Han Qingxia thought she could hear children crying. She quickened her pace towards them. Sensing Han Qingxia's arrival, the zombies pounding on the door immediately turned around, turning their heads to look at her like demons. Then, these zombies twisted their muscles and charged towards Han Qingxia at full speed, howling and howling. The corridor was very dimly lit, making the running zombies appear even more terrifying and ferocious. Just as they were about to reach Han Qingxia, a powerful jet of water boomed, stopping them all. Immediately afterward, a Tang sword sliced through the mist like silk, decapitating all the adult zombies in a single stroke. In just a few moves, all the adult zombies were annihilated. After using the sword, Han Qingxia realized that, so far, the most powerful being in the hospital was still the child zombie. These adult zombies had very limited evolution. After killing all these evil spirits, the woman stepped forward with immense joy. This time, she seemed to have changed her opinion of Han Qingxia, smiling broadly. "You're amazing." As soon as she finished speaking, a Tang sword was held against her neck. "Who exactly are you?" Han Qingxia's eyes were filled with a chilling, murderous aura. She was a meticulous and serious person. She couldn't possibly ignore a woman who had inexplicably appeared and posed such a significant threat, allowing her to continue leading them astray. After eliminating all the zombies, she held a knife to the woman's neck and began interrogating her. The woman seemed completely unfazed. "This is fun. This is really fun. Let me play with it too." She reached for Han Qingxia's knife. Han Qingxia kicked her against the wall. "Hold her down." Qin Ku immediately restrained the woman upon hearing the command. "What are you doing?" "You evil spirit, let me go." "You're an evil spirit. Stay away from me."
Ah.
"Help." "Shut up," Han Qingxia snapped behind her. "Are you even normal?" "I am. Dr. Liu, I'm normal. I'm back to normal. Let me go." Han Qingxia. "Didn't you say your surname was Liu?" "Dr. Liu, I know I was wrong. I'll never impersonate you again. Please let me go this time. Don't give me the injection, I'll be good. I won't cause trouble." Han Qingxia. She understood. This wasn't a doctor or nurse at all. This was a mental patient. Qin could glimpse a blue and white hospital gown hidden in the sleeve of her full pink nurse's uniform. "Boss, she's a patient here, mentally ill." Han Qingxia. Just then, they heard a child crying coming from the room in front. The moment she heard the crying, the woman who had been restrained by Qin Ku suddenly unleashed tremendous strength, shoving Qin Ku aside and running rapidly towards the room. Her speed was so great that Han Qingxia couldn't catch her in time. When she and Qin Ku followed the woman into the room, they saw 5 children of varying ages all embracing her. At that moment, the mentally ill woman was exceptionally clear-headed. She was like a mother hen protecting her chicks, shielding all her children under her wings. He comforted each child with boundless love. Han Qingxia was utterly shocked by what she saw. There really were children. Quite a few. At this moment, she had no idea how this mentally ill woman had managed to protect 5 children for an entire year in a hospital full of zombies. How did she do it? She was mentally ill. How did she do that? Qin Ku exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the scene. "I don't know," Han Qingxia said, looking at the woman. "We have to take them." No matter how this woman did it, they had to be taken. This place was about to be destroyed. They had to evacuate with the children. 5 minutes later, Han Qingxia successfully placed all the explosives at designated locations throughout the hospital. The woman pushed a delivery cart, carrying all 5 children. The 5 children were all quite young, the oldest only 5 years old, the youngest looking just 1. However, they were all very well behaved. Not a single one made a sound. They seemed to have long been accustomed to living in this environment, unable to utter a sound. The woman pushed the children closely behind Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia was currently at the 3rd floor window of the hospital, calculating how to escape with the children and the mentally ill woman. After pondering for a long time, she turned to Qin Ku. "Qin Ku, can I trust you this once?" Qingke raised an eyebrow upon hearing her words. How about we try? Han Qingxia sighed, finally deciding to trust Qingke this once. She had no other choice but to try. She couldn't handle 5 children at once. She took out strips of cloth and tied the youngest child to Qingke's chest. You transport them 1 trip at a time, get them to our car, and then come back. I'll wait for you here. Qingke looked at the small child in his arms, smiled gently, and walked outside. As soon as he left, the woman began to panic. Don't shout. He's taking your child to a safe place. The woman seemed to understand Han Qingxia's words. She watched anxiously as Qingke, with a child strapped to his chest, descended a relatively quiet staircase without stopping him. After he went down, Han Qingxia locked the door. Once Qingke had completely disappeared from her sight, the woman began to worry again. She was anxious, and Han Qingxia was also uneasy. What if Qingke ran away? What if he ran away? Han Qingxia found it difficult to completely trust anyone, including Su Xiaoyang. She was a person with very strong boundaries. She never completely trusted anyone. She would treat Su Xiaoyang well, giving him food, drink, necessities, money, power. She would give him everything he wanted. She wouldn't test him, nor would she easily doubt him. But to completely trust him? Sorry, she could never do that. She always had to be prepared to retaliate against anyone who betrayed her at any time. For example, right now, she gave her car to Su Xiaoyang and his group, telling them to stay put. Even if they abandoned her, she had the strength to return unscathed. If Lu Qiyan or you two betrayed her, stabbed her in the back, and seized power, taking her base and alliances, she could also destroy the K1 base and the Fireseed base within 3 days. Because all the most crucial resources were in her spatial storage, and besides the system, she had a whole host of other trump cards. Every step she took to get to where she was now was with core resources firmly in her grasp. Every bit of strength she displayed was power she could control. The key to the art of balance is matching strength with ability. She would never take in residence or develop a base when she lacked the strength, nor would she initiate multiple alliances before fully controlling the fate of other bases. Han Qingxia always proceeded cautiously, always ensuring she remained in the most secure core area. Every step she took in expanding her strength was a step forward in her own power growth and control. Of course, one should trust those one employs and not employ those one distrusts. Those kept close by should never be doubted. Wariness is acceptable, but suspicion should never lead to harm. Those suspected should never be used in the first place. An uncertain bomb will only leave hidden dangers. But Qingke was an exception. Han Qingxia knew him well. He was cunning and cold-hearted, never truly trusting anyone, forever unfathomable, his thoughts impossible to grasp. No one knew what he was thinking, no one knew his motives, so Han Qingxia had no idea what he was about to do. Even having someone like him by her side every day wouldn't guarantee loyalty, let alone now that he was free. He had no loyalty or moral sense towards anyone. Just then, amidst the throngs of zombies coming and going below the hospital, she saw a figure completely different from the surroundings. He was going against the flow, out of place among the zombies around him. Ah, he's back. The woman beside Han Qingxia shouted excitedly when she saw Qingke return. Han Qingxia, seeing this, felt a mix of emotions. Qingke, he really was back. Where's my little darling? Qingke returned the way he came, and the woman rushed to open the door for him. She's fine. She's safe now, Qingke said. Where is she? I need to find her. The woman cried excitedly, pulling at Qingke. Right away. It'll take all your children to safety first, then I'll take you there. The woman seemed to understand him. She immediately turned and rushed to her stroller, grabbing the remaining children. Take them away. Take them all away quickly. Qingke walked up to Han Qingxia. I'm back. Hearing those words, Han Qingxia's face lit up with a smile. Well done. No reward? A reward is given when the work is done. Finish the work first. Qingke smiled and turned back to tie up the next child. How was it when you went back? There were a lot of zombies outside. A few smelled the scent and pounced. I ran back, Qingke said.
Keep it up.
Conserve your energy. Make a few more trips. I believe in you. Good lad, Han Qingxia encouraged him. Qingke. The second child was securely strapped to his chest. Qingke took out a large pot, covered the child on his chest, and turned to go downstairs again. This time, after Qingke left, the woman seemed completely distraught. She watched Qingke disappear, then sat in the stroller, counting her 3 remaining babies like chicks. 1, 2, 3. How come there are only 3 left? 1, 2, 3. Oh dear, the woman suddenly looked at Han Qingxia. Dr. Liu, there are only 3 left. What should I do? I only have 3 left. I've lost 2 children. I have to go find them. Han Qingxia. You miscounted. Count again, it's 5. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's words, the woman immediately turned and started counting again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The woman counted again, then looked excitedly at Han Qingxia. Dr. Liu, you're right, my children aren't missing. Not a single one is missing. Han Qingxia. A dozen minutes later, Qingke came again, taking another child with him. The woman was left with only 2 children, counting them back and forth. Han Qingxia told her there were 5. With Han Qingxia's absolute certainty, the woman didn't suspect anything, only thinking she couldn't count properly and had mistakenly counted 5 children instead of 2. 1, 2, 3, 4,
5.
Dr. Liu, I didn't miscount. After counting correctly, the woman pushed her 2 children to sit down next to Han Qingxia. Can I be discharged now? Yes, you can be discharged when the others come, and come with us. With only 2 children left, there was no need for multiple trips. Han Qingxia would have Qingke take one, she would take the other, and with the mentally ill woman, they could make their way out. After all, she didn't have much time left. Han Qingxia glanced at the time on her wristwatch. In half an hour, 5 locations would be simultaneously detonated. Dr. Liu, is my dad coming to pick me up? Suddenly, the woman exclaimed excitedly. She gripped Han Qingxia's hand tightly. My dad has finally forgiven me, hasn't he? Han Qingxia turned to look at the woman whose forehead was covered by thick bangs. Through the heavy bangs, she could vaguely see incredibly clear and bright eyes. She then realized that this was actually a very beautiful woman. Yes, your dad has forgiven you. At this moment, the woman's excited face gradually turned tense and uneasy. She was extremely anxious. My dad really forgave me? I have a child. Will he really forgive me? Han Qingxia looked at the 2 small, well-behaved children, around 4 or 5 years old, left in the stroller. He'll definitely accept your child, she said. The woman clutched her stroller and burst into tears. No, he doesn't like her. He hit me that day, dragged me by the hair to the hospital, saying I disgraced him and that he wouldn't acknowledge me as his daughter unless I aborted the child. He kicked my stomach. It hurts so much. He hit me too. He won't want my child. Hearing this, Han Qingxia's heart suddenly clenched. Why did he hit you? Where's the father of your child? The father ran away. My father beat him up. My father took me to his house, and his mother said he'd just marry me, but my father demanded a dowry, which they wouldn't give. They said I already had a child. What could they do? My father got angry and fought with them, driving the father away. Han Qingxia frowned. And then? Later, my dad was arrested by the police. I cried and begged the police, saying I didn't want the child anymore, to give my dad back, and then the doctor took him away. Han Qingxia looked at the mentally unstable girl in front of her and sighed slightly. She probably knew her past story. Young and naive, she had a child with her irresponsible boyfriend. His family was awful. They bullied her because of her pregnancy. Her father, with his bad temper, confronted them, and they called the police, and he was arrested. She probably lost the baby too. This experience was a huge blow, causing her mental breakdown, which is why she treats so many children as her own. Has my dad really forgiven me? The woman gripped Han Qingxia's hand tightly, looking at her cautiously. Yes. Han Qingxia nodded. Your dad is coming to pick you up soon. Will he like my child too? Yes. He told me he likes all your children. The woman immediately stood up happily, paced around twice, and turned to Han Qingxia, saying, Dr. Liu, my father's name is Liu Gang. He builds skyscrapers, always wears jeans and a black t-shirt, and he's very dirty. He's very short, not even as tall as me, and very thin. Please don't mistake him. Okay, I'll remember. Babies, your grandpa is coming. Be good, and don't make him angry. Just then, the woman suddenly seemed to hear something. She looked panically towards the end of the corridor, holding her 2 children. Oh no! Dr. Liu, it's coming. She immediately became extremely agitated, put the children in the stroller, and ran forward. Han Qingxia's face changed when she saw this. What are you doing? It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It will eat my children. The woman frantically pushed the children towards the nearest room. Han Qingxia found it strange. She glanced in the direction the woman had just looked in terror and suddenly saw a mutated conjoined zombie with 2 heads for arms and 2 legs crawling out from around the corner of the corridor. It landed on its 6 limbs, moving quickly across the ground like a large spider. Behind it followed a large group of zombie children, around 5 or 6 years old. Instantly, a terrifying horde of zombies surged towards them. Han Qingxia was grabbed by the hand and quickly pulled into a room. Click! The door closed, and the woman pulled Han Qingxia and the 2 children into a closet in the room. Han Qingxia had always been averse to hiding, let alone hiding in a closet. If a zombie rushed up, it would grab her instantly. However, the woman had already taken the children to the very back of the closet. With a click, she closed the closet door. Looking at Han Qingxia with terror from inside the closet, she whispered, Don't talk or you'll be eaten. She held the 2 children and hid in the closet. The 2 little children in her arms were completely silent. Not a sound. Han Qingxia could only adjust her posture inside the closet. The AK in her spatial storage was ready at any moment. If she were caught, she'd have to use firearms. She didn't care about attracting the attention of the surrounding zombies. Her entire body tensed, huddled inside the closet. At that moment, she heard rustling sounds outside the door. Her 5 senses and mental abilities were fully activated. Through her mental perception, she could see a large number of zombies gathered outside the door of her room. Whoa, the leader was that alien zombie. Then, she heard the doorknob of her room creak and turn. That alien zombie could actually open the door. An intelligent zombie with sentience. Click, an extremely subtle sound of a mechanical lock turning. Then, with a creak, the door slowly opened from the outside. The moment the door opened, Han Qingxia was immediately hit by a strong stench of rotting flesh. First, a hand entered. After the withered hand landed, 2 zombie heads simultaneously emerged. They seemed to be super special conjoined twins undergoing separation surgery at the hospital. They were wearing hospital gowns. The 2 were connected at the waist, so each of the alien zombies had its own area to move around in. The only thing they shared was their 2 legs. After crawling in with their hands, they tilted their heads, looking at their surroundings. Suddenly, a loud crash. The small cart that Han Qingxia and the others had just brought was flattened with a single slap. The stainless steel cart was like cardboard in the hands of this alien zombie. With a crash, it crushed and flattened the small cart. This was a level 3 or higher strength mutated zombie. After flattening the cart, the mutated zombie immediately focused its attention on the cabinet where Han Qingxia and the others were hiding. It moved inward step by step towards the cabinet. On the crossbar of the cabinet's ventilation duct, Han Qingxia saw 2 hideous zombie heads approaching her. The mutated zombie stretched out a hand, its enormous claw reaching for the stainless steel door in front of it. She was on high alert, her back sweating with tension, while the woman opposite her held her 2 children tightly in her arms. She kept her head bowed. At that moment, with Han Qingxia's amplified mental power, she suddenly sensed a strange mental fluctuation emanating from the woman. It was as if an invisible barrier separated them from the outside world. Reaching out to pry open the cabinet door, the mutated zombie, so close yet so far, suddenly abandoned its target. It pressed both its heads against the metal cabinet door, sniffing intensely, sending waves of pungent stench wafting in. However, Han Qingxia watched in utter shock as the monstrous zombie, after sniffing their cabinet, turned and headed towards another room. No way. Asterisk pat pat pat. Asterisk pat pat pat. The rustling footsteps faded away. Han Qingxia remained motionless, hidden in the closet. The zombies were still searching room by room. With her fully extended mental perception, she only breathed a slight sigh of relief when the zombies left her mental detection range. At that moment, she also noticed that the mental fluctuations emanating from the woman opposite her had disappeared. Han Qingxia finally understood how she had managed to live in the hospital with several children for a year. She was also a superhuman, a special kind of mental mutation ability that had never been statistically recorded by the outside world. This ability had the effect of making zombies lose their targets. Then, the woman who had escaped the zombie horde opened her eyes and began to count. 1, 2. She suddenly screamed. My child is missing.
He's been taken.
Don't scream. Han Qingxia didn't even have time to calm her down. The moment her scream rang out, the zombie horde, which had already gone far away, turned and rushed back. Han Qingxia burst open the cabinet. As soon as she rushed out of the cabinet, a small child zombie immediately ran back. It was wearing a large children's hospital gown, and 4 drip attached to its right arm, the long empty bottle filled with a quarter of thick, black blood that had flowed back, the entire black-red 4 tube wrapped around its body. And its other hand was being chewed in its mouth. With chewing sounds, it crunched and gnawed at its own little hand. Hooray! The child zombie opened its little mouth with incredible excitement, fingers falling to the ground, its left hand reduced to bare bone. It excitedly pounced on Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia plunged her tang sword horizontally into the zombie's head. The powerful resistance made the normally razor-sharp sword stumble. Fortunately, Han Qingxia possessed immense strength. Gripping the hilt with both hands, she thrust with all her might, the long sword piercing the little zombie's head. As the sword spun inside its brain, Han Qingxia withdrew the blade, extracting a crystal core along with it. At the same time, she grabbed the woman from the closet and ran outside. Hold your children tight. If they fall, I won't come back. Han Qingxia hoisted the mentally ill woman onto her back with one arm. The woman was holding 2 children.
Han Qingxia took off running.
She had barely run out of the room when the large horde of zombies gave chase. The leader, an alien zombie, was less than a meter away from Han Qingxia. Sensing the presence of living beings, it stretched out its long, clawing hand, reaching out with bared teeth. The next second, the person who had been right in front of her vanished. The alien zombie, having missed its target, stood there for a moment, then its 2 heads, one forward and one backward, caught Han Qingxia's scent again. By then, she was already 7 or 8 meters away. The alien zombie pushed off the ground with its hind legs, like a leaping praying mantis, and pounced again. The smaller zombies following behind it also surged forward in a swarm. Han Qingxia, carrying an adult and 2 children, used teleportation at full speed, running for her life. She had originally planned to leave through the small door where Qingke had left, and she had just teleported to that door. Bang! 7 or 8 zombies rushed out from behind the door. Han Qingxia flung her hand away from the door. Thump! Bang bang bang! A swarm of zombies crowded against the emergency exit door, pounding on it with all their might. The withered zombie hands smeared black blood everywhere, and there, Jingning, ferocious/hideous, zombie faces squeezed out from the glass windows, eager to rush out through the closed door. Han Qingxia locked the door again and turned to run towards the next exit. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump. She ran through 3 emergency exits, each one packed with zombies. They had been in the hospital for a long time, and every time Qingke went in and out, he attracted a large number of zombies. The emergency exits on the 3rd floor, where they were all teeming with zombies. Han Qingxia ran for dozens of meters until she reached the inpatient area, but still couldn't find a suitable exit. The mutated zombies pursued relentlessly. Just then, Han Qingxia heard a rapid, pattering sound of footsteps. The bad doctor is coming. A terrified voice came from a woman's shoulder. This time, the terror was even greater than seeing the mutated zombies. Han Qingxia abruptly stopped in her tracks, her steps faltering as she ran towards the inpatient ward. In that split second or two, she understood what the woman meant by bad doctor. Han Qingxia saw the inpatient ward ahead, and approaching was a large group zombie doctors. These zombie doctors, some with stethoscopes around their necks, others clutching registration forms, and still others wielding scalpels, were a mass of pale-faced, skin clinging to their bones, some lame, some missing limbs, and some with bloodied, empty stomachs, all dressed in white coats, moving forth in unison. Behind them followed a dense mass of nurses in various colored uniforms. A dense, overwhelming number, like a terrifying hospital from a horror movie. Behind them was a horde of zombie patients, in front a group of zombie doctors and nurses. A pincer attack. Bang! Han Qingxia slammed a door shut. She was starting to think this woman's evasive tactics were somewhat effective. In crucial moments, hiding is key. Thump, thump, thump. Can you still use your ability to trick them away? Like just now. Han Qingxia calmly put the woman down, her expression relaxed, not putting any pressure on her. The woman hugged her two children tightly. Hearing the banging sound, she shook her head. We've been discovered. We've been caught. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. We won't say anything. Try again. The woman shook her head again. No, the doctor will give me an injection. They've found us. Han Qingxia took a deep breath seeing her like this. It seemed her ability wasn't something she could control. She moved a cabinet to block the door, then looked around the consultation room. Her gaze suddenly fell on the ceiling. There were ventilation ducts there. Han Qingxia immediately had an idea. Climb up. Get out of here. Snap. She stepped onto the table and yanked down the panel covering the ventilation duct. Give me the child, Han Qingxia said to the woman. We'll run up there. Understand? The woman understood Han Qingxia's words perfectly at that moment. She immediately stepped forward, carrying the children. Okay, Han Qingxia lifted both children, one in each arm, and then picked up the woman and carried her up as well. Thump, 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 bang. Their door shook violently from the impact. The bolt was bent out of shape in a few blows, and the cabinet supporting the door was shaken open. Just as Han Qingxia had placed the woman onto the ventilation duct, the door was kicked open with a bang. A swarm of zombie doctors, nurses, and patients burst through the smashed door. The alien zombie stretched out its two heads, instantly locking onto Han Qingxia in the far corner of the room. With a whoosh, the alien zombie forcefully pushed aside the horde of zombies blocking its path. 2 feet and 4 arms landed simultaneously, aiming at Han Qingxia, then leaped into the air and pounced on her. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. Just as the alien zombie was about to grab Han Qingxia, she deftly jumped into the ventilation duct above. The ceiling was about 3 meters above the ground, and the zombies below, watching their vanished feast of living flesh, all stared up at the ceiling. Han Qingxia crawled through the ventilation duct. This ventilation duct had been out of service for a year, its walls covered in dust. The duct was extremely narrow. Even an adult male among them couldn't fit through. Fortunately, Han Qingxia's group consisted mostly of children and women. They were small in stature. The 2 children leading the way looked serious, silent, their tiny feet moving quickly through the passage. When they passed the next ventilation shaft, they could see swarms of zombies below through the partition. Don't be afraid, run. The bad guys won't be able to catch us. A woman's gentle voice sounded behind them. The 2 little children boldly rushed past, hugging the edge. As the woman passed by, she glanced down and quickly followed. Several times they passed overhead, attracting the attention of many zombies below. When Han Qingxia finally passed, she saw a group of zombies on the ground, heads tilted back, howling and staring at her. Pairs of grayish-white eyes, consumed only by hunger, were fixed on the partition above. The moment Han Qingxia appeared, 4 or 5 zombies below lunged forward, howling as they charged upwards. Seeing that none of them could jump up, Han Qingxia's eyes turned cold and sharp as she quickly passed through the room filled with zombies. They climbed up and quickly exited the room, where a narrow ventilation duct branched off into several paths. Han Qingxia determined their direction. Their goal was to leave the lobby, so she climbed towards the emergency exit. Just then, she suddenly felt the duct beneath her vibrate. Ha ha ha. Whoa! Han Qingxia turned her head and saw, at the entrance where they had come up from the duct, the alien zombie was using its limbs to squeeze its two heads up from below. It was indeed an intelligent zombie. This zombie had already gained sentience. Run! Han Qingxia shouted urgently from behind, urging the people in front to run faster. As she spoke, the alien zombie's massive body, like a deformed creature, squeezed through the duct from the outside, forcing its way in. Its left head stretched forward, while its second head trailed behind. With a whoosh, it moved like a mutated spider, rapidly pursuing Han Qingxia with both hands and feet. Han Qingxia followed closely behind the woman. Faster. Faster. Faster, she urged the person in front of her on. The woman and child crawled, their knees scraped and bruised, their speed undiminished. But still, it was too slow. A stench emanated from behind, relentlessly pursuing them, growing closer and faster. Although the alien zombies were large, as zombies, they could contort their bodies into any shape. The mere presence of living beings would energize them, propelling them to full speed. Their grayish-white zombie eyes gradually turned crimson, fixed intently on Han Qingxia ahead. Just then, a fork in the road appeared before Han Qingxia. Her eyes lit up. Seeing the group crawling down another path, she headed towards the other fork without hesitation. Bang! The alien zombie following Han Qingxia suddenly got stuck at the fork in the road, because its other head was still chasing the woman and child on the other path. The two zombie heads were stuck in the middle. The zombies, stuck in the fork in the road, tried to move in opposite directions, each stubbornly blocking the path. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow at this sight and quickened her pace, crawling forward. The ventilation ducts were a complex network connecting all areas of the third floor. After crawling for a while, Han Qingxia saw the figures of a child and a woman flash by at a connection point ahead. Follow me. This time, Han Qingxia crawled ahead. She crawled towards the foremost passage, suddenly realizing they had reached the very edge of the exit. Han Qingxia rushed to the exit barrier in a few strides and looked out. It was a street. Moreover, this was a corner area of the hospital, with very few zombies outside. Her eyes lit up to go down from here. She kicked the stainless steel safety barrier in front of her, snapping it in half. Looking at the more than 10 meters off the ground, she pulled a climbing rope from her storage space. She looked around, trying to find a stable spot, but the ventilation duct walls were incredibly smooth. Without a word, Han Qingxia punched the ventilation duct wall several times, smashing a hole through it. Even if there isn't a suitable spot, you have to create one yourself. Great effort can work miracles. She embedded the cross-shaped steel end of the rope into the broken ventilation duct wall. Listen carefully if you want to get out. You have to rely on yourselves.
Hold on tight to me now.
I'll take what I can, but if I can't, I won't stay for you. Your life or death is entirely up to you. Han Qingxia turned to the woman and child and said, regardless of whether they were mentally ill or too young to understand, that was the situation. That's just how it was. When encountering survivors who didn't threaten her safety, Han Qingxia would save them if possible, take them with her if she could. She was never entirely cold-blooded. But her life was always the first priority. The woman seemed to understand Han Qingxia's words perfectly. She nodded frantically and eagerly handed both children to her. At that moment, they heard sounds coming from the pipes again. And this time, the vibrations were incredibly strong. It seemed that many zombies had arrived. Seeing the children the woman pushed towards her, Han Qingxia didn't hesitate at all, tying both children to herself while having the woman hold onto her back. She would then grab the rope and slide down. If she could survive, she would. If she couldn't hold on properly and something happened, there was nothing she could do. After tying all three of them to her, Han Qingxia grabbed a rope. At that moment, she saw zombies swarming into the ventilation ducts like a swarm of rats. Leading the way were, as always, child zombies. They were incredibly agile within the narrow duct walls. Han Qingxia pushed off with her feet, and as the zombies pounced, she slid down the rope. The moment she fell, the ventilation openings on the hospital's outer wall seemed to burst open, and hordes of zombies poured out. Han Qingxia gripped the rope, pushing off the wall as she plummeted downwards. Passing the second floor, the large glass windows were swarming with zombies. People in white coats, nurses' uniforms, hospital gowns, and even those in ordinary clothes as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but zombies. A deluge of zombies rained down from above. Han Qingxia controlled her speed, running horizontally along the wall like a special forces soldier. Just as she was about to land safely, the rope she was holding yanked sharply downwards, and the ventilation duct above her head rattled. Most of the pipe ripped out. Han Qingxia was free-falling for the last 2 meters when someone rushed up. Bound from both ends, Han Qingxia landed sideways, crashing into Qin Ke's arms. Crack! Han Qingxia heard the sound of bones breaking. Qin Ke knelt down, catching the large group of people. "You're back!" The woman recognized Qin Ke, looking at him excitedly. "Dr. Liu, he's here. He's here." "I know." Han Qingxia immediately rolled off him, helping the others to their feet. "How are you?" "I'm not dead." Qin Ke gasped, his broken arm seemingly unable to support him. His arm was broken, and his leg was broken too. Thump, 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 the zombies, falling like a flood, writhed and struggled to their feet. The horde of zombies was gradually closing in on Han Qingxia. "Dr. Liu, there are so many evil spirits. We need to hide quickly." The woman grabbed Han Qingxia's hand, trying to pull her back to the hospital. "You're discharged now." Han Qingxia shook off her hand, picked up Qin Ke from the ground, and retied him to herself. The woman couldn't help but look at Han Qingxia. "By the way, you said my dad came to pick me up. Where's my dad?" "Your dad's outside. Stay with me, or you'll never see him again." Having made all the preparations, Han Qingxia drew her knife, her sharp, tiger-like eyes now blazing with murderous intent. Holding the knife in both hands, she faced the charging zombies, hacking and slashing wildly as she charged away. Seeing Han Qingxia run, the woman quickly gave chase. Han Qingxia hacked and slashed, heads rolling and corpses littering the ground. The more she killed, the more frenzied she became, her eyes growing increasingly bloodshot. The zombies around her were doomed if they came within her reach. Just as Han Qingxia was about to fight her way out of the hospital, a deafening roar erupted above her. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw a huge gaping hole torn in the exterior wall of the 3rd floor. The entire ventilation duct had fallen out of the hospital's inner wall. With a loud crash, the entire duct slammed down in front of Han Qingxia, blocking her path, while the remaining, intricate section of the duct hung precariously on the wall. Boom! The duct burst open from one of its connections, and the alien zombie roared, its 2 heads emerging simultaneously. Their bloodshot eyes were fixed on Han Qingxia. The moment they burst out, their limbs slithered along the stainless steel pipe like spiders. Its claws were incredibly sharp, their nails sliced through the stainless steel pipe walls, instantly creating several jagged lines. "Awoo!" it roared, its head thrown back. Instantly, as if sensing its presence, zombies within a 500-meter radius surged towards it. Qin Ke's voice reached Han Qingxia's ears. "It's the zombie king of this area," calling to the surrounding zombies. As soon as Qin Ke finished speaking, the zombie king charged towards Han Qingxia at top speed. "Run!" Han Qingxia sprinted at full speed. As she ran, the pipes above her head crashed down. The alien zombie behind her raced along the pipes the entire way. Surprisingly, even as Han Qingxia ran so fast, the woman didn't fall behind at all, staying close behind her without budging an inch. The number of zombies around them increased more and more. Just as they were about to be surrounded by zombies, the woman behind Han Qingxia suddenly cried out, "Dad!" Han Qingxia, fighting her way through the zombies, saw a short, thin old man, about 1.67 meters tall, wearing jeans, a black short-sleeved t-shirt, and a helmet, standing among the horde of zombies. He wore a nameplate around his neck that clearly read Liu Gang. Dad. Dad. Upon seeing him, the woman ran even faster than Han Qingxia. Completely unaware of the danger, she ran towards the horde of zombies. Just then, a dark shadow flashed overhead. The zombie king leaped high, pouncing towards Han Qingxia. Preparing to draw her sword for a desperate fight, Han Qingxia suddenly dodged to the right, shouting to the woman, "Get out of the way," because Han Qingxia saw a large section of pipe crashing down from directly above her. It crashed right there, right where they were. Boom! Han Qingxia lunged to the right, and the pipe in front of her slammed into the zombie king with a deafening roar. It pinned it down. Awoo, awoo, the two zombie heads screamed in agony as they were crushed. Han Qingxia's throwing knife flew out, killing the alien zombie king with a single blow. After dealing with the zombie king, she quickly looked in the direction of the woman. If nothing unexpected happened, she should be dead. But then Han Qingxia saw the woman kneeling on the ground, a section of pipe grazing her head as a zombie lifted it up. The pipe slammed into the zombie's helmeted head, a piece of steel piercing through its skull, pinning it to the spot, cracking the helmet in multiple places. Han Qingxia's heart suddenly clenched painfully for some reason. She knew this must be a coincidence. The zombie in front of her had just happened to be hit by the pipe and just happened to land right in front of the woman. But he was her father. He had shielded her from a fatal blow. Han Qingxia remembered her telling her this. When she was taken to the hospital, her father had been taken away by the police. So, after the zombie virus outbreak, her father rushed back here at the first opportunity to find his daughter. No matter what, her father always thought of her. Daddy. Daddy. The unharmed woman kneeling on the ground looked at the man in front of her and crawled towards him blankly. Let's go. Han Qingxia jumped to her side and grabbed her. Dr. Liu, he's my dad, he's my dad. Your dad wants you to come with me now. Han Qingxia grabbed her and ran outside. At that moment, the surrounding zombies swarmed forward. The woman's father looked in Han Qingxia's direction, then with a loud crash, he collapsed to the ground, his body propelled by the pipes, once again holding off a horde of zombies for his daughter. Dad, Dad, Dad. The woman captured by Han Qingxia saw her father fall to the ground, his body obscured. She seemed to understand something, ceasing her struggles and quietly following Han Qingxia, running without a word. They fought their way through the horde of zombies, escaping their reach. A line of men, neatly arranged and ready to attack, appeared before them. Su Xiaoyang and the others, seeing Han Qingxia and her companions return, rushed forward to provide cover, killing the remaining zombies. They all returned to the car. The moment they boarded, they all heard a deafening roar. A massive explosion came from the direction of the hospital. Several buildings collapsed under the powerful, targeted blast. The zombies that had been drawn in by the explosion were also attracted by the sound, all heading towards the hospital. The pressure on their side from the zombies instantly vanished. The woman stared blankly in the direction of the hospital, speechless, two silent tears streaming down her face. Mom. 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 Mommy. The group of rescued toddlers all surrounded the woman, understandingly comforting her as she cried. The woman looked down at the children. Mommy's daddy.
He's gone.
The children didn't quite understand what this meant, because they had never had a father during this crucial year of their lives. What's wrong? Qin Ku asked Han Qingxia, whose face was grave. Do you miss your dad? Han Qingxia rolled her eyes at him. Get lost. I don't have a dad. Qin Ku's incredibly intelligent eyes flashed with a glint of light. Then how about I be your dad from now on, to make up for the fatherly love you lack? Han Qingxia. She pinched Qin Ku's broken leg, cracking it with a snap, making the fracture worse. Hiss, the armored vehicle returned to their base. Han Qingxia was the last to return. The rest of the teams had all returned. In this operation, both Lin Ming's and Ji Zhe's teams suffered losses. After all, they had all ventured deep into the city's interior. Even if their operation wasn't as difficult as Han Qingxia's, it was still a significant test for their two weaker teams. Each team lost 2 men, and each team lost 1. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Han Qingxia return. Qingxia, how are you? Girl, how's your team? Not bad. We even brought back a few. Han Qingxia brought the woman and several children back with her. Seeing that Han Qingxia's team was completely unharmed and had even brought back a group of such weak survivors, everyone couldn't help but give Han Qingxia a thumbs up. Lu Qian and Lin Ming had also rescued a group of survivors, mostly young people, relatively easier to manage and rescue. Everyone was astonished that Han Qingxia had brought back such weak survivors. Let's summarize the operation later. I'm going back to rest, Han Qingxia said to everyone. After days of continuous sieges, today's key operation was completed, and it was time to go back and rest. Mainly, she missed her only relative, Ouyang Lan. She had to take care of her family in addition to her work. Hearing Han Qingxia's words, everyone nodded. Yes, let's rest for a couple of days. Qi Sang said he needs to redo the model. Everyone take a break for a few days, we'll make action plans later. Most of the people remained in place, where basic defensive tasks were assigned, while the others went back for rest. Han Qingxia led Su Xiaoyang, Qin Ku, Jin Hu, the woman, and her child back to her base. What's your name? She finally asked. My name is Lu Yu. Han Qingxia thought of her special ability. Would you like to be my subordinate? Her ability was unique, but Han Qingxia wasn't sure if a mentally ill person could replicate her ability. Lu Yu looked up at her. Be my subordinate, and I'll give you points every month.
You can use those points to support your child.
Okay, I'm willing. Lu Yu nodded repeatedly. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Beep base guard detected +1. Beep reward, 1,000 points. Reward, combat suit *1. Reward, special attribute copy. Beep special pathological restriction, absorbing main attribute. Host's mental strength tripled. Special pathological restriction? Han Qingxia felt her mental strength, which had been exhausted today, suddenly surge. The detection range of her brain directly approached 50 meters. She hadn't tested her teleportation yet, but she estimated that under her mental strength, she could teleport up to 10 meters. But what did absorbing main attribute mean? Could it be Lu Yu was mentally ill, and Han Qingxia couldn't fully acquire her ability, so she could only absorb her core ability mental strength. Han Qingxia looked at Lu Yu and felt like she understood.
It really was that way.
Lu Yu was mentally ill. Her ability was a mental ability. Because she was mentally ill, her mental ability had a very special variant. Han Qingxia was a normal person and couldn't access her brain circuitry. She could only extract the host's attributes. For the first time, Han Qingxia regretted not being mentally ill. Otherwise, she might have been able to comprehend that special ability. It must be a kind of mental fluctuation ability that could deceive zombies.
Sigh.
However, fortunately, psychic abilities are rare, and Han Qingxia's avenues for improving her psychic abilities are limited. Lu Yu's sudden triple boost was a decent gain. Take it slow. Beep base resident detected +5. Added 500 points. Beep base child detected to have broken through to level 10, rewarding the host with a doubling of base prosperity value. Base output increased by 10%. Han Qingxia, still pondering Lu Yu's psychic abilities, heard the system's rewards, and her eyes lit up. An unexpected reward. This trip was quite lucrative. Han Qingxia's armored vehicle drove back to the base. Han Qingxia first took Lu Yu and the children to the residential area, finding them a job assisting Xia. She had Lu Yu help Xia restock supplies and handle base chores, allowing her to also take care of her children. At the same time, Han Qingxia remembered the reward the system gave her after conquering a district last time. An underground air raid shelter, located beneath a residential area. Han Qingxia searched her memory and found the entrance, in the basement of their base store. It was a high-grade underground air raid shelter, roughly the size of the surface villa area, complete with an electrical system, water supply, and ventilation system. Han Qingxia shared this information with everyone, letting them know. In case of an emergency, everyone could take shelter there. After lingering in the residential area for a while, Han Qingxia returned to her air raid shelter, Xia Bao Bei. As soon as she landed, Ouyang Lan excitedly came out to greet her. Han Qingxia rested for 2 days in her family's air raid shelter. During those 2 days, Lan pampered her like a student returning home for vacation. Every day, she was peeled fruit, chopped watermelon, shucked dried fruit, fed snacks, braised chicken feet, braised beef, braised tofu, steamed cakes, baked bread, and made fruit tea. The moment she opened her eyes, she started eating. Being pampered all day long brought Han Qingxia back to the days many years ago when her mother took such meticulous care of her. Han Qingxia's mother was a very gentle and doting traditional woman. Han Qingxia never had to do any housework, and she would prepare a variety of her favorite dishes every day. Her husband wasn't home, and Han Qingxia was her only daughter, whom she cherished dearly. Lan and Han Qingxia's mother had different personalities, but when it came to loving her, they were exactly the same. Since meeting Lan, Han Qingxia felt that her temper had improved significantly. She had become much more civilized. "Have you noticed the boss has changed lately?" Chui asked his men after seeing Han Qingxia emerge. "How so?" "She doesn't swear anymore. Everyone." Han Qingxia receives countless messages daily, and Chui replies to the vast majority, always consulting Han Qingxia first. Whenever Han Qingxia hears anything confusing, like requests for free food for their base or free evolution fluid for their ability users, she invariably starts by berating them. She even scolds Chui along with him. "But now, I just went to report to the boss about the messages from the past few days." She didn't scold a single one. She replied to every single one seriously. "Everyone." "How so?" For example, the Southern base said they wanted our Midsummer Alliance to move there. Our boss said it was a good suggestion and she accepted it, but with so many of us, the move would be slow. She told them to hold on. At most 500 years, they'd definitely be able to move. Everyone. And then there's the Spring base, which said they're facing a food crisis and hoped we could give them 30 tons of food. Our boss said 30 tons is too little. Give them 100 million tons. It's already been burned for them. Let them go to heaven to collect it. Everyone. And then there's the Blue Ocean base, which said they want our gene serum formula to be made public. They said this resource belongs to all of humanity and shouldn't be privately owned. It must be made public for all of humanity to use for free. Otherwise, it's a betrayal of all humanity. Guess how our boss replied to them? "I want to curse those disgusting people," Su Xiaoyang said. Jean, who glared angrily. "If he dares to say it to my face, I'll slap him to death." Qingke smiled but remained silent. Chui said seriously, "Our boss wasn't angry at all. She told me with a smile that she has a brain tumor and urgently needs a smart human brain to replace it. Otherwise, she'll forget the formula. His brain is so useful, it's perfect for her to have it removed and replaced. With his smart brain, she'll definitely never forget the formula. We can announce it to everyone then. We hope he comes quickly to replace it. Sacrificing him will benefit all of humanity. Let him never betray humanity. Everyone." After a moment of stunned silence, the group burst into laughter. Han Qingxia was in her bomb shelter, surrounded by a pack of dogs, enjoying the air conditioning, sipping a freshly brewed fruit tea from Lan, and watching TV on the sofa. The fruit tea contained watermelon, strawberries, lemon, and passion fruit. The watermelon was grown on her own farm, the strawberries were freeze-dried, the lemon was lemon slices, and the passion fruit was passion fruit jam she'd collected while raiding the city. Adding some black tea leaves she'd found last time, and with some ice cubes from the freezer, this large cup of sweet and sour, icy cold fruit tea made Han Qingxia feel incredibly refreshed. Especially now, in this apocalyptic world. Even the small bases within the Summer Alliance weren't short of food and drink, but they couldn't enjoy the kind of life Han Qingxia was living. Everyone was still struggling to survive, barely managing to get enough to eat. At best, they could afford slightly better food, with meat and vegetables, and no longer go hungry. Who could leisurely enjoy a chilled fruit tea in this apocalyptic world? Not to mention those bases that hadn't yet joined the Summer Alliance, they couldn't even manage to get enough to eat. They were tightening their belts every day, trying to gather supplies and find food. There was no comparison between people. "Xia, my darling, have some cake. Auntie just made it for you." Lan brought over a plate of ice cream cake that had been frozen for a while. The cake base was made of cookie crumbs, with a thick layer of fruit pieces in the middle, and topped with an incredibly tempting ice cream base. Auntie, I can't eat anymore. Eat more. Auntie baked you pineapple buns, peach pies, peach cheesecake, scallion pancakes, beef patties, and egg pancakes, sweet and savory. I remember you don't like apples, so I didn't make any apple ones. Han Qingxia felt a warm current flow through her heart again upon hearing Ouyang Lan's thoughtfulness. Besides her mother, only Ouyang Lan remembered her preferences so well. Auntie, sit down for a while. Han Qingxia pulled her to sit beside her. Auntie still has to bake some pancakes for you. I don't have time. I won't make any more. There's enough for me. Han Qingxia moved a little, holding Xia Tian on her left and Ouyang Lan on her right, surrounded by a large group of dogs, enjoying this warmth of human kindness with complete comfort. All that hard work outside was to protect her family. This brief period of comfort didn't last long. Qi Sang rushed over to find Han Qingxia. Lu Qian, and you two were also with them. Captain Han, I have something important to tell you. What is it? Han Qingxia had her men open the door for them and let them in. Qi Sang was stunned as soon as he entered Han Qingxia's dreamlike manor-like air raid shelter. The entire pink girlish manor, the flower-lined paths, the pavilions and courtyards surrounded by ethereal gauze, the swing set, and the pure pink cottage at first glance, it felt like stepping into a fairy tale world. Everywhere was filled with various vegetables and crops, fruit trees of all kinds, chicken and duck pens, sheep pens, and fish ponds. Besides the abundant crop production, there were also very sophisticated fortifications. Surveillance cameras filled every corner, high-voltage electric fences surrounding the entire area, drones hovering overhead, and a solid, comprehensive air raid shelter directly in front. He had fantasized countless times about Han Qingxia's territory, perhaps a villa, perhaps a high-rise like his, but he never imagined it would be like this. Looking around, everything here was built by Han Qingxia herself. She had built herself an entire, well-stocked, idyllic steel castle, a veritable Shangri-La. Have a seat. Han Qingxia invited them to sit in the pink gazebo that Ouyang Lan had built. Lu Qian and you two had been here once before, and it wasn't like this last time. This time, they couldn't help but admire it. Beautiful. Better than before. Of course, it's my aunt's taste, Han Qingxia said with a hint of pride. Kids, it's time to eat. Ouyang Lan brought over a large plate of snacks and pastries. It contained cakes she had baked, bread, various dried fruits and pastries, and a large pot of fruit tea in the center. Lu Qian and you two realized then that they hadn't called her aunt wrong.
Thank you, Auntie.
You've worked hard, Auntie. Qi Sang was meeting Ouyang Lan for the first time. Seeing everyone else calling her auntie so naturally, his usually aloof face momentarily went blank. Auntie? What are you standing there for? Call her auntie. You two said. This is Qingxia's aunt. She invented the zombie sensitizing spray that's in our team, Lu Qian introduced. Upon hearing about the zombie sensitizing spray, Qi Sang's aloof face instantly lit up. He looked at Ouyang Lan with utter shock. So that thing was her invention. His team mainly focused on combating the zombie virus, but after a long time, they had only scratched the surface. After joining the Qingxia alliance, Qi Sang discovered that everyone in their alliance carried a few sprays before attacking. He was utterly astonished when he discovered this. It was second only to the shock he felt towards Han Qingxia's evolution fluid. That research was simply phenomenal. It was definitely the work of a top-tier expert. And now, he had seen that expert. May I ask your name? Qi Sang stood up abruptly and asked Ouyang Lan very politely. Seeing his earnest expression, Ouyang Lan waved her hand and smiled. What, interested in my name? I used to be the CEO of Dawn Group. You invented the zombie sensitizing spray. You must be an expert in this field. You must have heard of our company. Qi Sang was unusually polite. Ouyang Lan replied knowingly. Oh, you're from Dawn Group. I remember. I evaluated your group's research several times before. Qi Sang was immediately stunned. Being able to evaluate their group's research meant being a top expert in the industry. He looked at the young woman before him, and a name came to mind. You wouldn't happen to be Anita? Ouyang Lan smiled slightly. Just call me Auntie. You don't need my old name anymore. Qi sang. If there's one person Qi sang most wants to recruit in the world, it's definitely the virus expert Anita. The extremely high joining standards he hoped for ordinary people at the base would become begging on his knees in Anita's presence. He actually saw the super talent he'd been longing for. Why are you staring at my aunt like that? Han Qingxia slammed her hand on the table. Qi Sang seemed to snap out of his daze upon hearing this. After the initial shock, he looked at Ouyang Lan with even more lingering reluctance. If she were from any other base, he would have gone to great lengths to recruit her. He would have treated such a powerful figure with utmost respect. But she was Han Qingxia's aunt. He immediately knew he had no chance. He would never be able to win over this powerful figure. After the initial regret, he couldn't help but wonder just how monstrous Han Qingxia was. She herself was so incredibly powerful. Her base was so incredibly powerful. Even her aunt was incredibly powerful. Han Qingxia was simply defying the heavens. Thank you, Auntie. Qi Sang accepted Ouyang Lan's things, sitting down with utmost politeness and deep regret. Han Qingxia could tell just by looking at him. Qi Sang was absolutely heartbroken. She had snatched away the strongest player from his base in his past life. Given her aunt's resume, Qi Sang would be furious once he knew who she was. But there was nothing he could do. She was her aunt. All the talented people in the world were now in Han Qingxia's arms. Not just her aunt, but any of the other members of the top 10 ruthless individuals if they were still available, she would snatch them away. After Qi Sang sat down, he remained saddened for a while before finally turning on his computer. Captain Han, do you know Rongyin from Tomorrow Base? Han Qingxia's eyes lit up at the mention of Rongyin's name. Rongyin. I just discovered it myself. There's a large base in our entire eastern region called Tomorrow Base. Qi Sang opened his computer and showed the screen to Han Qingxia. His computer displayed a model of the entire eastern region. Large red areas contained dozens of whites. The red areas were zombie zones. The redder the area, the more zombies there were. The three cities of A, B, and C in the eastern region formed a triangle. City A, located at the easternmost point near the sea, had the fewest remaining red areas. Han Qingxia had cleared out large swaths of that area. Cities B and C were entirely a deep, almost purple-red. Even just looking at the computer model, the oppressive feeling was enough to send chills down one's spine. In this state, a white was located in the very center of City C. This is Tomorrow Base. I received news that Tomorrow Base is also launching a counterattack on the city. Qi Sang opened the computer model. The white dot in front of him rapidly enlarged. Gradually, an area was revealed. They're attacking from the inside out. They've already captured the entire central area. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Rongyin's name was as renowned as Yutu's and Qi Sang's. A remarkable leader. In Han Qingxia's memory from her previous life, Rongyin, just like now, attacked from the city center outwards. Their expansion was extremely successful in the first few years of the apocalypse, but unfortunately, their Tomorrow Base was destroyed in the 5th year of the apocalypse. Even when they were destroyed, they didn't manage to launch a counterattack beyond the city, because it was truly difficult. Han Qingxia adopted a strategy of encircling the city from the countryside, with ample logistics to support each step of the advance. When encountering significant difficulties, they would retreat and take a slower, more deliberate approach. Rongyin's strategy involved breaking outwards from the city center. In the early years of the apocalypse, because the zombies hadn't fully evolved, their attacks were relatively easy, and the cities were well supplied with resources anyone willing to kill could acquire them. However, this momentum stalled in the 3rd year. First, the zombies had fully evolved, making them unbeatable. Second, large quantities of food had expired, causing severe supply disruptions. And third, unlike Han Qingxia, they couldn't stop and lay low. The city was constantly under attack from zombies. Under this irreversible increase in difficulty, Rongyin's Tomorrow Base collapsed completely after just 2 more years. Comparatively speaking, they didn't even last as long as the Fire Seed base. Although U2's location was barren and initially couldn't obtain as many supplies, it was at least safer. U2's achievements were far superior to Rongyin's. If we were to describe the achievements of these leaders as an exam, U2 and Qixing had always answered the questions correctly, while Rongyin had a special exam paper that was torn in half, but still had a few answers provided. Rongyin had an inherent disadvantage. Survival in the apocalypse is a test. From the moment a base is chosen and established, its future score is determined. Poor location, coupled with insufficient capabilities, leads to quick demise. Han Qingxia, who initially chose a no-man's land, is a prime example of this. Therefore, Han Qingxia's base has not encountered zombie hordes or large-scale, targeted human attacks. Location is incredibly important. Both K1 and Huixing bases are located in remote areas. 99.9% of those who survived had good locations. The reason Rongyin is said to have a disadvantage is because his base is located in the city center. This location is as terrifying as a half-torn exam paper. And the reason he has a small loophole is because his location is essentially a cheat sheet. He can easily obtain large amounts of supplies, with less difficulty than everyone else. However, all the resources Rongyin currently possesses will become the source of double the suffering he will face in the future. Han Qingxia had analyzed the fate of Rongyin's Tomorrow base in her previous life. In the end, all she could say was, the gifts of fate come with a price tag from the start, destined to be fleeting. Rongyin did a good job, U2 said, looking at the model with considerable admiration. To break through in the city center and rise from the ashes, he's very strong. Lu Qian couldn't help but praise as well. While they were all praising him, Han Qingxia said, it won't take 5 years. They were able to rise up thanks to their own abilities and the environment, but their luck is limited. Once the zombies have fully evolved, if they haven't broken through the city, they will inevitably be trapped inside. They can only survive for a maximum of 5 years. After Han Qingxia finished speaking, Qixing's gaze towards her changed. Qixing looked at Han Qingxia with utter shock once again, because what she said was exactly the same as the conclusion his computer had obtained. Han Qingxia was terrifyingly intelligent. Her brain was even as sharp as his computer's. Was she a prophet? Captain Han, can I come here more often in the future? Qixing looked at her with shining eyes. Han Qingxia turned to look at the strange-looking Qixing. What do you want? I really want to talk to you more. Every time I listen to you speak, I benefit greatly. Qixing practically had the words admiration and prophet etched on his forehead. Han Qingxia. All right, I don't have time to talk to you. Hurry up and say it. U2 was annoyed by him. Captain Han's analysis is very accurate, Qixing said. Our supercomputer, after a night of simulations, arrived at the same conclusion as Captain Han. Based on the current trend, Rongyin will expand rapidly in the first 2 years, but it will inevitably decline after the 3rd year, and at most, it won't last 5 years. After Qixing said this, Lu Qian and U2 both couldn't help but look at Han Qingxia. They both gave Han Qingxia a thumbs up. Han Qingxia, awesome. But that's not what I want to tell you. What I really want to tell you is that Rongyin has contacted us. Qixing continued. Rongyin has already taken over an entire district, but after learning that we've taken over 3 districts, he was very shocked. After repeatedly asking us for details, he wants to cooperate with us. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. How exactly does the cooperation work? He wants us to help them. They'll break through internally, and we'll break through externally, together taking down City C, and all the resources will be split equally. Han Qingxia pondered this. Let's wait until we take City before considering that. It's too late, Qixing said. In my model, the next year will be our best opportunity. The zombies are evolving too quickly. In another year, the difficulty of taking down City C will be 10 to 20 times greater, almost impossible. Han Qingxia fell into deep thought after hearing Qixing's words. Qixing was right. There wasn't enough time. It was already the 2nd year of the apocalypse. At their pace in attacking City A, the last 2 districts would definitely take a full year to take. By the time she pacified City A and then turned back to attack City C, it would be the third year of the apocalypse. By then, the zombies would have completed their full evolution, making their fight virtually impossible. But there's one more thing. Qi Sang shrunk the model in front of him, showing Han Qingxia the state of B City. Captain Han, B City has completely fallen. Large numbers of zombies are flowing in, constantly attacking small bases in the surrounding area. In just this week, 7 more have been wiped out. Only a dozen or so white dots remained around B City. These dozen or so bases have simultaneously sent us requests for help. This time they said they've been trying very hard to break through, but their strength is simply insufficient, and they want us to lend them a hand. Qi Sang dialed a recording. A heavy, sincere voice immediately came from the computer. Dear leader of the Midsummer Alliance, MS, Han, greetings. I am Bai Lu, the base commander of the Galaxy Base. Our base has a total of 213 people from various parts of City B. We include children, the elderly, and pregnant women. This year, we just delivered a newborn baby. I know this is all just empty talk, but I want to tell you this. We, 213 people, are all struggling to survive. We heard your previous instructions, hoping we would break out on our own. We tried to break out 3 times, losing 79 people in the process. Now, we only have 134 left. We are truly trying our best to break out, but our abilities are too weak. We really need your help now. Give us a hand, help us this once. Once we are rescued, everyone in our base is willing to do anything for the Midsummer Alliance. Besides those bases that complained and blamed their fate, there were many more small bases like this, actively seeking survival, but lacking the strength. It wasn't that they didn't want to join, but that they truly couldn't join. Strength, besides one's own will, is most importantly about external power. After Qi Sang finished playing the recording, everyone present fell silent. Qi Sang said coldly, I don't actually care much about the lives of these small bases. I'm just more interested in their geographical locations. These bases are essentially barriers that can hinder the expansion of the zombie horde. After we take City A, we'll still need many more small barriers to hold back the zombie forces in C and B cities in the entire eastern region. Captain Han, I hope you can provide them with some support. It would be beneficial for us. Han Qingxia sat silently in her chair. She held a cup of fruit tea in her hand, staring at Qi Sang's computer screen. Her mind was weighing and calculating. People like her ultimately considered their own interests. First, she considered her resources. Throughout the year in this apocalypse, through her meticulous planning, she had built an impregnable air raid shelter. Her shelter contained abundant supplies and robust defenses. She had 5 core team members and 16 dogs, her most basic assets, her core guarantee, ensuring her safety and supplies at all times. Furthermore, she had over 80 residents who cultivated tens of thousands of acres of land, producing food and supplies, and developing electricity. Their output was enough to feed all the remaining survivors. Finally, she had an alliance with nearly 20 bases. Her alliance had over 3,000 combat personnel, with ample weapons and ammunition, enough to contend with zombies in a city of millions. Her power had reached a level where all the bases in the eastern region looked up to her and sought her help. From starting with just herself and her dog, to developing into a massive alliance, each step in this process required Han Qingxia to consider entirely different aspects. This power shift had also dramatically increased her perspective on problems. When she was just herself and her dog, what did the lives of other bases matter to her? But now, what she saw on Qi Sang's computer screen was a map of zombie hordes, a deep, purplish-red expanse, with tiny, fragile whites, stubbornly clinging to the red edges, forming line after line of defense, invisibly preventing the red zombie force from expanding outwards. Han Qingxia was no longer facing just 1 or 2 zombies. She was facing a future zombie horde. How long could she survive in that zombie horde, and how much could she change? Staring at those purplish-red areas, she suddenly felt an invisible yet powerful aura rising within her. The fate of humanity versus zombies hangs in the balance throughout the eastern region. She knew better than Qi Sang what the future held. Qi Sang's computer simulations only provided limited data. She, however, was acutely aware of the future evolution of zombies. There were only 3 cities in the entire eastern region. She could take City A within a year, but if she could also control C and B in the process, that would beta rise of humanity. Han Qingxia stared at the computer screen, her heart pounding violently. Power is a game of cat and mouse. One side is human power, the other is zombie power. As human power increases, zombie power inevitably shrinks. When human power reaches a certain level, it can truly achieve parity with the zombies. And that will be the rise of humanity. Han Qingxia frantically calculated the timeline and the changes in her mind. If she could take City A within a year, cooperate with Rongyin to fight the zombie horde in City C, and simultaneously hold off the other small groups, perhaps it really could happen. Human destiny can be altered. The fate of the next 10 years can be changed. Han Qingxia pondered for a very long time. She remained silent, and so did everyone else. Because Han Qingxia is the only one who makes the final decisions. They only have the right to offer suggestions and solutions. The core power has always been firmly held by Han Qingxia. The supplies and resources she provides are in her hands. She is the boss. How many bases are requesting help now? Han Qingxia finally spoke her first question. Qi Sang coldly replied, 60%. Han Qingxia rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a long time. Make it public. If 95% of the bases request my help, I will agree to provide unified assistance. But they must all listen to me, including Tomorrow Base. Han Qingxia is taking a gamble. And she wants the gamble with the highest odds of winning. She wants all the bases to become part of Han Qingxia's force, fighting alongside her against the zombie horde. She wants to seize these last year or 2 to make a big move. If she wins, humanity can turn the tide. If she loses, Han Qingxia might be back to square one, living a meager life guarding her small base. But she's taken the gamble. Could things get any worse than in her previous life? Although from beginning to end, the lives of these bases were never her concern. The saying, with great power comes great responsibility, was never relevant to her. In fact, in her view, this saying was reversed. First comes the strong. Whatever the strong do, it generates a strong sense of social responsibility. These people's lives were merely incidental, a very weak, even negligible, factor. They didn't hinder Han Qingxia. In this situation, if Han Qingxia could take them with her and save lives, that was fine. But if their interests conflicted, it wasn't a question of whether Han Qingxia would help or not. She would kill them first. The strong are like gods. Those who obey me prosper. Those who oppose me perish. Only when their interests align with those of the strong will they show their mercy. The merciful Han Qingxia decided to support everyone. After her message was released, all the bases were shaken. In the current situation, not all bases need help. After all, even without Han Qingxia in their previous lives, these bases, large and small, had held on for 10 years. Life was tough, but they persevered. However, a butterfly flapping its wings can create a hurricane. Han Qingxia's rise has already changed the fate of these bases. Without an absolute powerhouse leading the way, everyone had to fend for themselves. Now that a powerful figure is willing to help and lead, how could they not waver? Humans are social animals, especially in China, where people tend to gravitate towards powerful organizations. At this moment, at Tomorrow Base. After receiving the reply, Rongyin raised an eyebrow. They want all bases to listen to the Qingxia alliance? They've got quite the appetite. Boss, what should we say? Promise them we'll discuss whether to listen or not after we meet the rumored Han Qingxia of the Qingxia alliance. Han Qingxia was currently leading his forces to continue the counterattack on the city. Qi Sang's advice last time worked very well. The 2 large regions were divided into 5 parts, and the previously dense and ineffective zombie hordes were gradually being broken up, allowing them to advance section by section. Before they could even take the first area, they received news from the entire eastern region. 99% of the bases have agreed to join us, Qi Sang told Han Qingxia. 13 in City B, 15 in City C. Almost every base our radio station counted has agreed. The remaining few haven't responded yet. I suspect they've all been wiped out, with help from others who wouldn't join. Anyone still breathing agreed immediately. After listening, Han Qingxia put down her other discussions and began to plan her rise to power. Qi sang, "Later you'll need to tally the actual population and weaponry of these bases." Han Qingxia considered carefully. Based on their base populations, provide each base with 7 days' worth of food and equip them with all their weapons at once. Instruct all bases not to relocate. Remain in place to fight the zombies. I will provide them with supplies every 7 days. Yes, these small white dots are there to hold off the zombie horde, forming their outer defenses. Our alliance will split into 3 forces. One force will support the smaller bases that can't hold out, ensuring their demise, but not their complete destruction. Ideally, they should even be able to push back. The second force will go to City C, cooperate with tomorrow's base, and pull them out. The third force will remain in City A to completely take over the city. Han Qingxia quickly formulated a future plan. City A, City B, City simultaneously. City A is the base. City C will be controlled through a breakout with Rongyin. City B will be stabilized. With all 3 forces working together, we will simultaneously strengthen human power, control the zombie outbreak, and launch a counterattack. Everyone who heard this understood the grand scheme behind Han Qingxia's actions. Han Qingxia wasn't one to act rashly. When she did, it was on a massive scale. "Qingxia, are you really sure? 3 sides supporting you simultaneously?" Lu Qian asked. "Are you afraid?" Hearing her words, a smile slowly spread across Lu Qian's usually serious face. "No, I really didn't misjudge you. You've always had everyone in your heart." Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia had foresight. She was taking a huge gamble, but in the eyes of others, that was a different level. Han Qingxia's level was high. If anyone else were in Han Qingxia's position, they wouldn't provide such full-scale support. This magnanimity truly makes her a leader of humanity. They didn't know that Han Qingxia could see the future. Others in her position were completely in the dark, unable to see what the future held, and would never dare to make such a big move. They were all cautiously feeling their way across the river. But Han Qingxia, reborn, truly knew the trends of the future. Every step she took was a calculated move. Even if it was risky, it wouldn't affect Han Qingxia. She had a backup plan. Her rebirth was truly a rebirth. It'll go support these small bases. Lu Qian's admiration for Han Qingxia had reached its peak, and he directly chose to support the small bases. Han Qingxia could do so much for people. How could he do less? He'd go support the most arduous small bases. Then he'll go meet that Rongyin. Yu Tu said with a grin, his gaze towards Han Qingxia filled with admiration. "Girl, you're the most formidable woman Eve ever met. Everything you do is beautiful. More manly than us." Han Qingxia. "Just take Yu Tu's compliment. All right, it'll stay in City A. Your safety is always the top priority. If necessary, you can sacrifice everything to protect yourselves." Han Qingxia gave her final instructions. "Understood. Got it." After cooperating for so long, this was the first time they had split into separate teams. Lu Qian led him and 5 other bases to the cities of BC. On the way, they split again, each group of 50 people supporting the 27 smaller bases. Yu Tu led 300 people to support tomorrow's base's breakout. Han Qingxia led the remaining 1,000-plus men in a continued counterattack on the city. In addition, all the drones at her base were operational. When the first batch of supplies bearing the logo of the Midsummer Alliance was dropped on the various small bases, each base felt as if they had seen a glimmer of hope. At this moment, at the Galaxy base, "Captain, look. What's that?" After their base commander, Bai Lu, sent out a plea for help a week ago, their base was once again engulfed by a zombie horde. After 2 days of arduous resistance, their base had lost another third of its population. Not only were their numbers dwindling, but their supplies were also running low. No food, no weapons, no way to break out. They were utterly devastated. Without a doubt, they would be the next ants swallowed by the zombie horde. At this moment, Bai Lu heard the sound of drones flying overhead. As he wondered what was happening, he saw the 4 large characters of the Midsummer Alliance fluttering on the drones. At the same time, bags of supplies were being airdropped. At this moment, Bai Lu was completely stunned. Instant noodles and rice. And dried vegetable packets. Captain, we even have vegetables. Mom, I haven't seen vegetables in so long. And weapons. We have guns. Hearing the screams of joy from his other base members, Bai Lu finally snapped out of his shock. He rushed to the drones, looking at the bags of food. Support. It really was support. Han Qingxia had truly brought them help. No one could understand what this small amount of support meant to their small base. Han Qingxia's scraps were their entire means of survival. No one could understand the turmoil he felt at that moment. This was rescue. Helping those in distress, a life-saving act. He looked at the 4 characters of the Qingxia Alliance circling in the sky. At that moment, the Qingxia Alliance was etched deeply into his heart. It took root in his heart like a belief. The Midsummer Alliance was the glory he had pursued his entire life. This all wasn't limited to just one base. Wherever the supplies Han Qingxia delivered reached, there was nothing but awe. The rain sprinkled casually by a powerful figure was like a divine blessing to them. Anyone who had struggled in such desperate circumstances could hardly contain their emotion and awe upon seeing the air dropped. Support. Someone was helping them. Someone was saving them. They could survive. Drones flew back and forth. Han Qingxia's air raid shelter was almost constantly in operation. From the perspective of the entire eastern region, with Han Qingxia's air raid shelter as the center, her Midsummer Alliance was like a giant heart, and the drones were the blood vessels of this heart, delivering supplies to various locations. Thump, 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 wherever the Midsummer Alliance passed, every end point was revitalized. White dust began to glow amidst the red zombie-infested area. Human strength began to grow. September of the 2nd year of the apocalypse. Under the Midsummer Alliance, Lu Qian's squad dispersed to various bases to help smaller bases fight off the surging zombie horde. Under the Midsummer Alliance, U2 led 300 elite troops to help Tomorrow Base break through the siege. The core force of the Midsummer Alliance continued its counterattack on City A. In November, a cold wave struck. Han Qingxia captured the No. 1 middle school area. The various small bases in BC cities withstood the cold winds and blizzards. The following February, the cold wave continued. Han Qingxia captured the hospital area, and a large quantity of cotton-padded clothing was sent to all bases. U2's team met with the people from Tomorrow's Base for the first time. The following April, the drought continued. All bases suffered a complete crop failure. As the drought raged, Lu Qian was providing support at the Galaxy base. Seeing the abundant supplies delivered by Han Qingxia on this day of troop distribution, he couldn't help but recall Han Qingxia's words to him last year. The next 3 years would be marked by continuous drought, with no harvest possible. As Han Qingxia's instant noodles, dried vegetable packets, and cured meat poured in, a wave of emotions surged within him. Han Qingxia was always ahead of the curve. If he hadn't joined Han Qingxia in attacking the city, he would still be trapped in the K1 base, constantly worrying about how to survive in this dire situation. But now, with Han Qingxia's continuous supply, he felt an unprecedented sense of awe. At this moment, Bai Lu, the base commander of the Galaxy base, arrived. Captain Lu, good news. Good news. What is it? Captain Han has captured another area. Now, only one shopping mall remains in City A. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian wished he could fly back to Han Qingxia immediately. Only 6 months after they separated, Han Qingxia was about to completely conquer City A. That efficiency is incredible. Captain Han, you're amazing. Even in the heavy snow, she can lead her men forward every day. She's incredibly strong. Under her brilliant leadership, we will definitely end the zombie crisis. Bai Lu praised Lu Qian profusely, his eyes filled with admiration. Lu Qian smiled involuntarily upon hearing this. Yes. Just then, urgent voices came from their base. Captain Lu, Boss Bai, It's bad. The zombie horde is coming again. At this moment, in the core area of City A, Han Qingxia was on the top floor of a building. This was the stronghold they had just captured. Boss, only the last shopping mall area is left, Su Xiaoyang said. Han Qingxia nodded, looking down from the sky. The area around the shopping mall ahead was teeming with zombies. How are Lu Qian and you two doing? Everything's fine. Han Qingxia is almost there, having completely taken over City A. Once City O is taken, the balance of power between humans and zombies in the entire eastern region will be reached. The survivors under their alliance will return to the cities and get them running again. Even if the zombies in C and B cities have fully evolved, humanity will have completed its own evolution. They'll have a place to breathe, abundant logistics, and with urban power back in human hands, they can fully develop scientific research. At that time, even if the zombies are strong, humanity will be just as formidable. Moreover, once humanity gains the upper hand, the subsequent growth of zombie power will not be able to match that of humanity. It's almost here, almost here. Han Qingxia clenched her fist. The balance of power between humans and zombies is approaching. Just as Han Qingxia finished studying the range of zombies in front of her, Su Xiaoyang's expression suddenly turned grave. He always had an earpiece on, which Qi Sang would use to gather and relay messages from all three parties.
Boss.
Something bad has happened.
What is it?
Captain Liu is in trouble, Su Xiaoyang said. Half an hour later, Han Qingxia returned to their base. The computer in front of Qi Sang was displaying a massive zombie horde invasion. I don't know what happened, but there's been a massive zombie horde surging out of City B, and half of them are mutated zombies. They're attacking the Galaxy base, the one Lu Qian is personally guarding. How's Lu Qian now? He's lost contact. Not only him, but the entire Galaxy base is out of contact. Hearing this, Han Qingxia stood up without a word. I'm going to the Galaxy base. Captain Han, what about here? This is also a critical moment. Those zombies could break through our clearing zone at any time. If they spread throughout the city, we'll have to clear them all over again. Han Qingxia paused. I'll take 10 men. Everyone else stay put. Recruit alliance members from near the Galaxy base and send them to reinforce immediately. There are about 100,000 zombies left in City A. These 100,000 zombies are all controlled in one area. The smaller the area, the more men are needed. Before, they only needed to defend the areas they had captured. Now they have to defend the remaining small area. Han Qingxia can't spare any men. But with Lu Qian in trouble, she had to go. At this moment, the Galaxy base was completely engulfed by the zombie horde. Only a small building in the central area remained, still embroiled in fierce fighting. How many people haven't evacuated? 30 left. A man in combat gear in the center, hearing the others in the base, remained silent.
Hold on.
Before him, the door was being violently pounded. Countless zombies crowded around the doorway, pounding on the wooden door. Outside the building, the entire small building was covered in a dense mass of black zombies from all sides. They trampled on each other's bodies, like climbing vines, completely surrounding the building. Crash! The skylight above them was shattered by the zombies. Countless zombies fell from above. Awuth Awul Lu Qian, guarding the door, saw this and shouted, "Everyone retreat! Send me all the data on the Galaxy base." An armored vehicle sped across the empty road. Thanks to Lu Qian and his team's support over the past 6 months, besides protecting 27 small bases, they had also cleared roads between them. To survive, you must first build roads. Han Qingxia's car sped smoothly along the road. A stack of documents was handed to her. Han Qingxia began to carefully review the data reports. The Galaxy base was located on the outskirts of City B, formerly a large suburban amusement park with excellent transportation links. City B, which already had a subway system, specifically built the last stop of one line here. Before the apocalypse, it was a famous tourist attraction. The apocalypse broke out during the summer vacation, a peak time for visitor traffic. Therefore, a large portion of the survivors at the Galaxy base were tourists. Those tourists staying in ghost houses and hotels near the amusement park all unanimously chose the amusement park as their gathering point. The amusement park had basic protective fencing, A large area with plenty of hiding spots and food and drinks. It was indeed a good choice. The only downside was its prime location. All the main roads of city be led out here, making it the first stop for any zombie hordes spilling out of the city. The fact that Galaxy Base was still alive was truly thanks to the strong support of the Summer Alliance. Without support, it would have been finished long ago. Han Qingxia's armored vehicle arrived at dusk. Outside the window, she saw the amusement park, its black shadows cast by the blood-red sunset. It was bustling with people, looking as lively as a pre-apocalyptic weekend. Mountains of corpses, a sea of corpses, a bustling scene. A horror amusement park. 15 minutes later, a deafening explosion rang out in the northwest corner of the amusement park. Upon hearing the sound, all the zombies in the amusement park turned their heads, staring intently at the source of the sound. Haha, the zombies, who had been heading towards the center, suddenly swarmed towards the northwest corner like madmen. Soon after, a series of landmine explosions echoed from the northwest corner. While 70% of the zombies were drawn by the explosions, a group of people rapidly poured in from the southeast corner. They dug a tunnel in the service center, right? That's right. Their main area of activity was the central service center, and they had even dug a basement beneath it. In this kind of crisis, they would definitely hide in the basement. Han Qingxia scaled the railing and rushed into the core service center area. As soon as she entered, she was met by a zombie wearing employee overalls, its stomach ripped open. The employee zombie, clutching a bunch of bloody entrails in its left hand, charged towards Han Qingxia, stuffing them into its mouth. A pungent stench of blood and the nauseating stench unique to aged zombies assaulted the senses. The smell was like a dead rat rotting in a damp place for months, endlessly oozing foul liquid in the perfect environment, refusing to decompose, so stench it could make someone vomit their dinner from the previous night. Swish! A sharp blade slashed viciously down the neck. Skin ripped, tendons severed, bones broken, chopped. The moment the zombie lunged at Han Qingxia, its head and body were severed. A section of intestine, not yet swallowed, gushed out from its throat, one end in its mouth, the other wedged in its neck. Even as the zombies had separated, its mouth continued to gurgle and gulp, trying to push the delicious intestine back into its body. Clang! Another blade slammed into the back of its head. As the Tang sword was pulled out, a glittering crystal flew out, finally stopping the poor zombie from chewing its delicious food. God, give them a bath. Han Qingxia caught the crystal and continued running. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Not even a second's pause was allowed for Han Qingxia. That's how it is when you're skilled at killing. Generally, Han Qingxia would use a knife if possible, avoiding her special abilities. Her abilities were a trump card. She used her physical strength first, then her abilities, maximizing her stamina. This is the generally accepted method among most superhumans in the apocalypse. Superhuman abilities are merely an extra lifeline. Relying solely on them without improving physical combat abilities renders a person useless. After killing one zombie, 7 or 8 more swarmed into the amusement park in front of her. They howled and lunged forward, baring their fangs and claws. Han Qingxia only had eyes for the first zombie. The others were none of her concern. The people behind her lined up, simultaneously wielding various melee weapons, longswords, triangular daggers in unison. Their coordinated charge was incredibly smooth. After swiftly dealing with this small group of zombies, Han Qingxia saw a building ahead crawling with them. The second-floor service center building was swarming with zombies. The glass on the roof seemed to have shattered, and large numbers of zombies, having reached the top, began to dart downwards like a flushing toilet. Han Qingxia stopped in her tracks upon seeing the building swarming with zombies. Was there any hope? Below was a completely enclosed basement. Lucia needed to ensure he was inside before the rest of them could eliminate all the zombies on the surface. And this had to be quick. They had to get there before the zombies breached the basement door. That meant they would have to resort to large-scale firearms. They needed to level the entire upper level and forcefully rescue those trapped in the basement. Just then, Han Qingxia heard Qi Sang's voice. Captain Han, when you're rescuing the Galaxy base, Remember to avoid using firearms if possible. City B is extremely unstable. A zombie horde could erupt at any moment. Hearing Qi Sang's words, Han Qingxia frowned. She couldn't help but look northwest, where they had placed a large number of landmines to lure the zombies. At that moment, she felt like she was walking a tightrope. She was incredibly lucky to have lured away the zombies from the amusement park, preventing the city's zombie horde from exploding. But this meant she absolutely couldn't use
Firearms again.
dancing on a knife's edge. She could only do it once. Boss, I beg you. You must save Captain Liu. The usually composed Su Xiaoyang's face was now filled with anxiety. Lu Qian was his former boss, and Tang Jian and the others in his team were like brothers to him. He had to save Lu Qian no matter what. Han Qingxia remained silent, staring at the buildings on the map before her. Suddenly, a curved track appeared beside the airtight basement. That was an underground transportation tunnel. I've got it, inside the basement. A group of people sat huddled together, exhausted. Above them was the incessant thumping of zombies hammering at the entrance. Everything they could find to block the entrance was there. But no one knew how long the metal door would hold. The zombies had just breached their small building. In a life-or-death race against time, everyone retreated to the basement. There were 140 people in the basement. 95 were from their galaxy base, and 45 were from Lu Qian's team. All eyes were fixed on Lu Qian, looking up at him. Everyone awaited his command. Lu Qian's lips were tightly pressed together as Tang Jian brought him a bottle of water. His first words, utterly thirsty, were, "How much water do we have left?" Tang Jian's face was covered in the grime of battle. He licked his lips. "Boss, only this one bottle." Hearing this, Lu Qian put down the bottle. He wouldn't drink it. "Captain Liu, we have 2 more bottles of water. And 10 packs of instant noodles." At this moment, Bai Lu stood up from the crowd and brought out all the supplies their galaxy base had. The zombie horde had erupted suddenly. None of them were prepared. This meager amount of supplies was what one of the residents had carried with him. Lu Qian told him to bring the supplies. All they had in front of them were 3 bottles of water and 10 packs of instant noodles. But there were 140 of them. This wasn't even enough for each person to lick a mouthful. They had virtually no supplies. Not to mention, the zombies outside could break through the large iron gate at any moment. They were trapped here. "Captain Liu, what should we do now?" Bai Lu looked at them. Lu Qian kept his lips tightly pressed together, his mind racing with the situation. At this moment, Tang Jian said, "Boss, I believe Big Sister will definitely come to save us." Hearing this, Lu Qian's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Even in the worst circumstances, just thinking of Han Qingxia was enough to warm his heart. He also firmly believed that if Han Qingxia knew he was in danger, she would definitely come. However, "We should never wait for others to save us," Lu Qian said, looking at the others. People like Lu Qian are never passive recipients of help. They are highly proactive, always believing that rescue is a bonus, not the only straw in a desperate situation. One's life should always be in one's own hands. At all times, one must actively save oneself. But there's no exit here. Bai Lu's eyes followed Lu Qian intently. Lu Qian looked around. He had been here for over 6 months, quickly surveying the entire terrain. His gaze settled on the wall in front of him. If there's no exit, well, dig one ourselves. Well, dig our way out. Fairy Tale Garden Station. Han Qingxia and her team arrived at the subway station. The subway station hadn't been in operation for a year and a half. Half-person-high weeds grew on the arched entrance canopy. Mud and ash covered the ground, desolate and dilapidated, yet bearing traces of modern civilization. Everyone felt as if they had stepped into another world upon seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar subway station before them. It's only been a year and a half since the apocalypse, yet the things from before the apocalypse feel like they've seen them in a past life. Small groups of zombies emerged from near the subway station. Han Qingxia's knife flew out, slicing them down one by one. The few remaining zombies were chopped up, and more zombies within a 100-meter radius began to emerge, all rushing towards them. Let's go. Han Qingxia wasn't there to clear out the zombies. If she stayed here to clean them up before leaving, Lu Qian in the basement could practically give her a tombstone. Let's get going. The group followed Han Qingxia down the stairs. The elevator had long since stopped working, and the elevator panels were covered in a thick layer of dust. Each step left a large footprint, but that was fine. This way, Han Qingxia could clearly see if there were any zombie tracks. Her flashlight moved down her head, scanning the dust below. Only at the very bottom did she see mottled footprints on the floor. A zombie rushed out from a dark corner. It was around 6 p.m. Outside, there was still a sliver of light, but inside the subway station, it was completely dark. The only source of light was the overhead lamps above Han Qingxia's 10-person team. A beam of light swept across the deathly dark subway station interior, and suddenly, a male zombie dressed in a subway uniform leaped out in front of them. His entire face was almost devoid of flesh, only a hard, bluish-black skin clinging tightly to his facial bones. He opened his gaping, O-shaped mouth, like something out of Munch's The Scream, and lunged at them like a ghost. Whoosh! Another flash of a blade. The others couldn't see the zombie in the darkness, but Han Qingxia could. From the moment she entered the subway station, she had fully extended her mental energy. Now, her mental radar could reach 50 meters. Before she even saw the chaotic footsteps on the ground, her mental energy had already detected the zombie in the darkness below. After slicing through a zombie with a single blow, the sound of running footsteps echoed through the dark subway station. Zombies surged out of the darkness from all directions. They all rushed towards Han Qingxia. Zzz, a flashbang was thrown. Han Qingxia used the light to illuminate the area behind her, and with sufficient light, they finally saw the running zombies. There were men and women, young and old. Some were even dragging suitcases, passengers who hadn't let go even in death. These people seemed to live nearby. When the zombie virus outbreak occurred, they had considered leaving, hence the suitcases they were carrying. Han Qingxia once again marveled at the timing of the zombie outbreak 5 or 6 in the morning, when the subway had just started operating. Very few people were taking the train. Han Qingxia and her team, one slash at a time, wiped out the group of zombie passengers. After collecting the crystal cores, they strode towards the station entrance. A number of zombies, attracted from the ground, followed them. Fortunately, most of these zombies appeared to be at a low level of evolution. Han Qingxia and her group jumped over the turnstiles and entered, whereupon the zombies were stopped by the turnstile barriers. When they reached the boarding area, a subway train with its doors tightly shut appeared before them. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Dozens of zombies were trapped inside the subway train. These zombies hadn't sensed the presence of living beings for far too long. Sensing Han Qingxia and the others' arrival, they excitedly pounded on the subway train in front of them. Han Qingxia looked at the sturdy subway train without a word and led everyone towards the front. Peering inside, the train's windshield slammed shut, revealing a uniformed zombie train conductor. The train conductor, with grayish-white zombie eyes, clung tightly to the windshield, staring excitedly at Han Qingxia as she approached. Han Qingxia shone the flashlight beam onto the face of the zombie train conductor in front of her. The surroundings were pitch black, and the direct white beam of the flashlight illuminated the zombie conductor's deathly pale face, making it look terrifyingly ashen. He appeared to have been bitten and infected by a passenger. A large, bloody hole was visible in his neck, and the area around the front door was splattered with black blood and countless handprints. It was clear that the conductor had been attacked and mauled by zombies outside, and in his dying moments, he had desperately hidden himself in his driver's cab. However, he had mutated and trapped himself inside shortly afterward. Thump! Han Qingxia took out a hammer and smashed it hard against the four corners of the train's glass window. Even this high-strength tempered glass couldn't withstand 2 blows from her immense strength. The zombie conductor inside, seeing the glass shatter, was overjoyed. It opened its mouth wide and lunged at Han Qingxia the instant the glass broke. A large hammer was shoved forcefully into its mouth. "Eat your fill," The ruthless Han Qingxia shoved the hammer into its mouth, pinning its jaws down, and lunged forward, driving the massive iron hammer straight down its throat and splitting open its skull. A crystal core fell with a clang, and the zombie train conductor, who had never tasted meat, met his untimely end. With the zombie train conductor dead, Han Qingxia waved to her men. Set up a trap. Yes, sir. There were too many zombies on this train. Han Qingxia, with her cautious nature, couldn't afford to let such a great danger linger. Even though the subway looked very sturdy and all the zombies inside were locked up, they were digging people out of the tunnel. Any accident would be disastrous. After hearing Han Qingxia's words, Su Xiaoyang and the others jumped into the tunnel, nailing steel cables with razor blades to the tunnel walls, creating a net. Han Qingxia then entered the train engine and opened the train doors. As the train doors opened, zombies roared out of the carriage and rushed into the tunnel, where the signs of life were. In less than 10 minutes, the area in front of the train was piled high with zombie corpses. After clearing away the zombies, Han Qingxia finally felt safe enough to walk into the tunnel. The map showed that the tunnel passed beneath the amusement park, and the closest point to their basement was only 100 meters away. Han Qingxia found that closest point and, looking at the concrete wall in front of her, fell into deep thought again. Subway tunnels are almost always excavated in one piece by a tunnel boring machine, using a mixed grout to form the wall during excavation. This outer wall was exceptionally sturdy. Normally, Han Qingxia's best option right now would be to use explosives, but Qi Sang had told her not to use thermal weapons. If an explosion triggered a zombie horde, there would truly be no escape underground. Han Qingxia pondered, finally sighing. She had no choice but to use the most primitive method. Dig. She pulled out all the power tools from her storage space, one for each person, and began digging into the tunnel wall. Dust billowed up instantly. Inside the basement at that moment, a large group of people took turns digging into the wall. They were even less capable than Han Qingxia. They were digging purely by hand with shovels and hammers. Fortunately, everyone worked together to overcome the difficulty, and everyone pitched in. Adhering to the principle that even when people rest, the shovels don't, they split into two groups. When someone got tired, a replacement would take over and continue digging. The resting group couldn't be idle either. They also had to be wary of the zombie hordes overhead. After digging all night, they had dug 20 meters. This high-intensity tunnel digging was actually manageable, but the biggest challenge was that they only had 3 bottles of water. These 3 bottles of water were all drunk up by the next day. Lu Qian couldn't save any even if he wanted to. With over 100 people, such a small amount of water was quickly consumed by everyone taking a sip. Fortunately, Lu Qian possessed an ice-type ability among his 3 types of superpowers. He immediately collected containers and released a large number of ice spikes. However, his ice-type ability was very slow and difficult to melt into water. Ice-type ability is an offensive ability, not a life-sustaining one. Even if he used up all his power at once, it would take him 10 hours to melt enough water to produce half a basin. All that can be said is that Lu Qian can save everyone's lives, but for someone desperately thirsty, hoping Lu Qian's ice picks will melt into water is like hoping for their own urine. If only Xiaoyang were here. Tang Jian, who had been digging at the wall all night, was extremely thirsty, feeling like his throat was on fire. So thirsty. Are you done? He Zhongping asked. I drank it all. He Zhongping generously took out his small water bottle. I have some left, drink mine. Tang Jian. Don't be shy, drink it. I'll go pee some more after you finish. I still have some. Tang Jian. He took the water glass that he Zhongping couldn't refuse, and the moment he unscrewed the cap. Never mind, never mind. The taste is still a bit milder now. It'll get stronger later. No, I'll just go eat some ice cubes. Tang Jian refused He Zhongping's kindness, returning his slightly milder source of life to him. He could still drink his own, but no one else's. Tang Jian got up and went to the ice in the corner. Like everyone else, he broke off a piece and licked it. The ice produced by this ice-type ability not only melted very little, but it was also extremely cold. It wasn't like normal ice that would melt easily in your mouth. Licking the ice with your tongue chilled you to the bone. offering little quenching of thirst and potentially harming your health. But when everyone was desperately thirsty, nothing else mattered. Everyone was so thirsty their throats were parched, so thirsty they couldn't even urinate, all suffering from varying degrees of dehydration, so thirsty they wanted nothing more than to lick the traces of melting ice from the ground. Even in this extremely harsh condition, after a short rest, Tang Jian and the others got up without a single complaint and continued digging the tunnel. With hordes of zombies constantly looming overhead, none of them could stop. They had to survive. Han Qingxia and the others dug all night. They had supplies and enough water. When they got hungry, they ate while digging, with large buckets of water kept nearby. Because they were also using drills, Su Xiaoyang activated his water-based supernatural ability to dissipate heat, saturating the walls as he dug. After a whole night, although there were only 11 of them, they had successfully dug 30 meters. When they reached the 30-meter mark, Han Qingxia suddenly sensed a life form on the edge of the hole, using her external spiritual power. Wait! Han Qingxia told everyone to stop. She pressed herself against the innermost wall and expanded her mental energy outwards. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters this direction. Han Qingxia pointed to the left. She sensed the energy fluctuations of a living person at the far end of the wall. Lu Qian and the others were also digging outwards. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's words, everyone turned and began digging with all their might in a slightly left direction. Time ticked by. A full day and night had passed since the zombie horde invasion. The basement where Lu Qian and the others were located was being swallowed up layer upon layer by the relentless zombie horde. Zombies, drawn by the scent, continued to push their way in. The basement door slammed and deformed under the weight of the zombies. The continuous impact of the zombies caused the metal door to dent and warp repeatedly. Bang! A tearing sound rang out, and a zombie hand emerged from behind the door. Boss! The group guarding the door immediately called out to Lu Qian. Hearing the voice, Lu Qian immediately emerged from the tunnel. Upon seeing the zombie arm protruding before him, his already cold face grew even more serious. He raised his palm, a flash of electricity scorching the zombie that had reached in. Simultaneously, a high-voltage current surged through the iron gate, electrocuting all the zombies crowding against it. The high-voltage electricity charred this first wave of zombies. Lu Qian had been taking Han Qingxia's evolution fluid for a long time. His current ability level had reached level 5, and the ultra-high-voltage current effectively halted the first wave of zombie attacks. The gate in front of him stopped shaking. However, he knew it wouldn't hold for long. Sure enough, after only a few minutes of silence, the iron gate above him began to deform and throb downwards again. Above the charred zombies, a relentless horde of corpses surged forth. They attacked fiercely. Jian and the team stay behind. Everyone else dig. Speed things up. Lu Qian left only 10 people, ordering the rest to dig frantically into the tunnel. Thump, 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 the iron gate in front of Lu Qian continued to deform. At each critical point, Lu Qian released his lightning-based ability to slow down the process. However, the iron gate's obstruction time decreased with each release. Metal experiences metal fatigue. Electrification combined with impacts only shortened the lifespan of the iron gate. Finally, on the 10th release of his lightning-based ability, boom, the iron gate in front of them was torn apart from the outside like a piece of paper. Instantly, a swarm of zombies poured out. Lu Qian immediately led his men to hold back the broken gate with all their might. The almost useless tables and chairs were torn apart again by the frantically surging zombie horde. Back up, Lu Qian commanded. Tang Jian and the others all threw themselves to the ground and tumbled down the stairs. As Lu Qian landed last, a deluge of zombies rained down from above. However, what awaited them were steel wires. The powerful impact caused the zombies to automatically cut themselves as they landed on the wires. Lu Qian and his team had to dig tunnels and set up traps to stop the zombies. They had to do both. After landing, Lu Qian and the others opened fire. Wave after wave, they held back the zombie invasion. The zombies fell like rain, quickly piling up into a small mountain in front of them. Fortunately, their steel wire mesh successfully stopped a large number of them. Countless zombie corpses blocked the front line, and Lu Qian led his men in a frenzied barrage of fire, the powerful gunfire temporarily preventing the zombies from breaking through. However, this was no longer a decisive advantage. It was merely a last gasp, because they hadn't even dug half of their tunnel yet. Holding on for another minute or two wouldn't change their fate. And then, they saw the nails driven into the wall begin to loosen. Their large steel wire mesh was teetering on the brink of collapse. With a snap, the first nail flew off, and the entire wire snapped. Following this, one after another, it was pushed aside by the ferocious horde of zombies. Their last line of defense was truly gone. Retreat! Lu Qian led everyone back into the tunnel they had dug. Once they had all retreated into the narrow, crowded tunnel, everyone unleashed a torrent of fire upon the zombies outside. A powerful barrage of fire blocked their advance once more. The machine guns were out of ammunition. The scorching barrels felt like the inside of a boiling kettle. Everyone threw down their weapons and began using their supernatural abilities. Various supernatural powers unleashed, and Tang Jian knew it when they were using all their abilities. They had no more trump cards. Time ticked by, and everyone felt the exhaustion of running out of supernatural powers. And then, the horde of mutated zombies arrived. Bang! A mountain of zombies was blown away in front of them, and 17 or 18 mutated, gigantic zombies pushed through the corpses and charged towards them. Seeing the charging mutated zombies, Tang Jian didn't hesitate to throw himself on top of them. He shielded them. Even at the very last moment, Tang Jian and the others didn't resent Lu Qian. If he hadn't been so focused on saving these people, they could have broken through. Han Qingxia had told them that they didn't need to care about the lives of these base survivors. Their lives were always the most important. However, they always remembered that they were once soldiers. Even though times had changed and the country was gone, they didn't want to abandon these people. Let them be their last line of defense. They would rather die before them. Just as Tang Jian was about to close his eyes, an invisible barrier appeared between him and the zombie that was inches away. The zombie's screams were right next to his ears, but the zombie couldn't move forward an inch. Tang Jian was stunned. At the same time, he felt an incredibly cool breeze coming from the tunnel behind him.
Wind?
Wind is created by air convection. Tang Jian immediately turned to look behind him. He saw the previously crowded people behind him all start running, and amidst the fleeing crowd, a familiar figure was returning against the flow. Big sister. Tang Jian recognized Han Qingxia at a glance. The moment he saw Han Qingxia, an indescribable emotion welled up in his eyes. Han Qingxia is here. Han Qingxia is here. Han Qingxia has come to save them. She cleared the remaining half of the passage for them, coming to rescue them. As Han Qingxia walked forward, she unleashed Lin Ming's supernatural ability, the invisible wall, at full power. It couldn't be more useful in a situation like this. As she walked to Lu Qian, Tang Jian, and the others in the passage gradually withdrew. Hurry up and leave. What are you waiting for? Han Qingxia smiled as she looked at the familiar faces before her, especially the familiar stunned expressions on their faces. She calmly looked at the dense horde of zombies before her.
Go.
I'll hold them off. Hearing her voice, Lu Qian and the others all perked up, their eyes shining with the excitement of seeing a powerful figure, and stood up. Boss Han has arrived. Han Qingxia raised her palm, and a powerful jet of water shot straight up the mud and sand wall above her head. Instantly, large clumps of earth collapsed. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies outside remained firmly blocked by an invisible wall. They watched helplessly as the tunnel collapsed, the people inside escaping their sight, howling and surging wildly, but not a single one could break through Han Qingxia's invisible barrier. Lu Qian was once again astonished by Han Qingxia's power. Another completely new ability. Following her strength mutation, speed mutation, water-based ability, spatial ability, and teleportation, she now possessed a completely new ability. Even more astounding was that Han Qingxia controlled two abilities simultaneously, an almost freakish level of control. As a three-elemental ability user herself, she knew how difficult it was for multi-elemental ability users to unleash two abilities simultaneously. Dividing her mind, each required double the control. Normal people can't even use one superpower properly, yet Han Qingxia unleashes two superpowers simultaneously, with effortless grace. Strong. Incredibly strong. He's a level 5 superpower user. Han Qingxia is at least level 8. Her superpower level always crushes everyone else. Han Qingxia is always outrageously strong. Watching the retreating crowd, Han Qingxia retreated with ease. The air shield she held at the entrance thinned and weakened as she retreated, and zombies rushed into the tunnel. However, at this moment, the tunnel had already been destroyed by Han Qingxia's water-based superpower. Once the tunnel collapse begins, it can't be stopped. After collapsing about 10 meters, the newly dug tunnel didn't even need Han Qingxia's water-based superpower to continue its impact. Large chunks of the tunnel walls collapsed in a chain reaction. Han Qingxia took off running. The moment she ran out, 90% of the tunnel behind her had collapsed. The horde of zombies in the basement was completely trapped inside. Big sister. Han Qingxia had just run out when a tall, burly man, over 6 feet tall, rushed into her arms with a shout. Han Qingxia. Before she could speak, a swarm of large, dark figures surged forward. He Zongping and the others all pounced on her, their movements as excited and frenzied as if a zombie attack were imminent. Big sister. Big sister. Big sister. Han Qingxia. They piled on top of each other, 3 layers deep, embracing Han Qingxia with overwhelming emotion. Big sister, I knew you'd come to save us, Wah. Big sister, I missed you so much. Big sister, I missed you so much too. Big sister, you almost didn't see us again. Big sister. Han Qingxia. The moment they opened their mouths, a stench of a latrine wafted out. It seemed to have been there for ages, never flushed. She could tolerate the crowd of men shoving her, but this smell was unbearable. Ugh, don't talk. Shut up.
Get out.
Let go. Han Qingxia struggled desperately. At this moment, someone walked over. He pulled the group of young men who were clinging to Han Qingxia off. When Tang Jian and the others saw Lu Qian coming, they all became obedient, suppressing their surging emotions and releasing Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia looked at these men. You guys were dug out of a latrine, weren't you? She had barely finished speaking when another bear hug landed on her. Lu Qian's warm breath brushed against her head as he held the petite Han Qingxia tightly. His chest heaved. He was always a man of restraint and stoicism. He was as disciplined as a code of conduct, as precise as the most precise instrument. He was meticulous and discreet in his work, fulfilling his duties with utmost care. His personal feelings were always the last thing on his mind, never expressed. But now he couldn't help but hug Han Qingxia, just like Tang Jian and the others, because it was beyond his control. He just wanted to hold her. Qing, don't speak either. Han Qingxia quickly interrupted him, shoving him away. Lu Qian. Big sister, we're thirsty, Tang Jian said quickly. Water. Is there any water? Give us some water to drink first. Half an hour later. Everyone who had been rescued sat in the subway tunnel, gulping down the water Han Qingxia had given them. They all looked like refugees, their lips chapped and dry, their faces wrinkled and parched, suffering from varying degrees of dehydration. After drinking Han Qingxia's water, they gradually regained their strength. Han Qingxia asked Su Xiaoyang and the others to cook something for them, and they distributed pots of instant noodles to everyone. She checked her watch. It was 7 p.m. We'll spend the night in the tunnel tonight and go out tomorrow. Okay. No problem. We'll do whatever you say, big sister. Tang Jian and the others responded enthusiastically. Lu Qian, holding a bowl of instant noodles, looked up and smiled at Han Qingxia. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He bowed deeply to Han Qingxia. What are you doing? Captain Han, thank you for saving everyone in our base. By Lu, the base commander of the Galaxy base, exclaimed excitedly. Alright, no need to bow anymore. Bai Lu still didn't straighten up. He continued to bow. You've saved our base so many times, providing us with 6 months' worth of supplies and aid. You saved us again today. You are the benefactor of everyone in our base. As soon as he finished speaking, all 90-odd people from the galaxy base, regardless of age or gender, stood up and bowed deeply to Han Qingxia in gratitude. Han Qingxia saw this and said, "All right, everyone, let's eat." Bai Lu looked up, moved, his eyes shining as he looked at Han Qingxia. "Captain Han, I don't think I can be the base commander of the galaxy base. I want to bring our entire galaxy base into your base. I hope you can take us all in. We will all obey your orders from now on." Han Qingxia. They actually came to offer up their base. They came to join her unconditionally. In the apocalypse, such acts of offering up a base are extremely rare. Each base, regardless of size, represents a considerable asset, and the base chief is the owner of this asset. No matter how difficult life is, within their own base, everyone is a king. Therefore, mass defections are rare. What's the point of joining someone else? Joining is like an ancient tribe being swallowed up. Their inhabitants will only be further oppressed and relegated to the bottom. The fact that Han Qingxia can receive unconditional defections is truly because Han Qingxia's strength is exceptional. Bai Lu felt that even serving Han Qingxia like a slave was better than the life he was leading everyone else. It was a dimensional crushing defeat. He willingly submitted to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia looked at the group of residents still bowing before him and pondered for a moment. "How many of you are there now?" "Including me, 95 people." "Who are you?" "We have 45 women and children, 17 elderly people, 33 men, 7 strength mutants, 3 speed mutants, and 1 earth elemental ability user." "That's me." Originally, we had over a dozen other ability users, but they all perished. However, Bai Lu raised his head. "We have many high-level elites here. These 17 elderly people are all university professors, and we have over 30 engineers. I myself am a mechanical expert." Han Qingxia's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This group of residents is quite good. She was about to enter the city and restart its resources, which required a large number of elites. "All right, it'll take everyone from your base." Han Qingxia accepted the offer. Immediately, a system notification sounded in her mind. Beep, 95 new base residents detected. Reward points, 9,500. Loyalty increased. Current loyalty, 100. Actively surrendered. Copying residents' special attribute. Beep, congratulations on obtaining Earth-type ability. Beep, strength increased. Beep, speed increased. Population greatly increased. Base prosperity increased. Current prosperity 2023. Prefecture level city. Next title, Prosperity 5000 Metropolis. Han Qingxia received a large wave of residents, with system rewards coming one after another. The basic resident points were a given 9,500 points. The loyalty cap for these residents was also maxed out. Han Qingxia then realized that the loyalty of residents who actively surrendered was different. Actively recruiting with her was different. Moreover, with this large influx of people, the base level directly upgraded to a prefecture-level city. From now on, her daily resident base points rewards will double, with each person contributing 8 points per day. This group of residents will have over 1,200 base resident points daily. That's amazing! Furthermore, she also acquired an Earth Elemental ability. This time, she's collected all the basic elemental abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Su Xiaoyang's water elemental ability, Jin Hu's dual metal and fire elemental abilities, Wang Yuman's wood elemental ability, and Bai Lu's earth elemental ability, which she acquired today. All the basic elemental abilities are now complete. Moreover, she plans to deploy these people throughout the city, fully utilizing its resources and researching weapons and equipment. This expansion of power is quite good. Han Qingxia looked at her new residents. She's always been very generous to her residents. She asked Su Xiaoyang to add another meat dish for everyone and give each person a braised egg. Bai Lu was amazed by Han Qingxia's generosity: meat, vegetables, and eggs. This is such a rare thing in the apocalypse. His admiration for Han Qingxia rose to an astonishing level. Han Qingxia is truly amazing. He definitely didn't choose the wrong person. The other residents felt the same way after eating the meat. It seemed they were about to live a good life. That evening, after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Han Qingxia distributed some warm clothes to everyone, and they each found a place to rest on the ground. "Are you taking them all with you?" Lu Qian asked. "Yes, city is almost taken over. I plan to send them into the city to set up technological production." Lu Qian nodded. "Once city is taken over, I'll move the K1 base into the city as well." Han Qingxia planned that after taking City A, all members of the Qingxia base would move to the city to live. With sufficient space and resources, humanity could rebuild its technology. One area was weapons and equipment research, and the other was research on the zombie virus. Han Qingxia planned to entrust the weapons and equipment research to Bai Lu and Professor Wang, while her aunt and Qi Sang would handle the virus research. After these two major breakthroughs, the struggle between humanity and zombies would reach a turning point. In her previous life, everyone was in a panic. There was no leader and everyone was worried about food, so they couldn't care about anything else. In this life, Han Qingxia solved the food crisis first. Next, she could try to defy fate. She managed a good night's sleep. Everyone took turns resting, and when Han Qingxia's alarm rang, everyone got ready. It's 6:30. Han Qingxia was in the underground tunnel. The signal was poor, but she roughly determined it was dawn outside. She led everyone towards the exit. As the large group moved together, she suddenly felt the tracks beneath her feet vibrate. A vibration caused by many people running. She stopped and looked around. Something's not right. Lu Qian also stopped. "I cleared out a wave of zombies in the subway." Han Qingxia frowned. "Qingxia, there were many mutated zombies during the siege." Lu Qian pulled Han Qingxia back. "Most of them have mutated senses of smell and hearing. Wherever we hid, they found us precisely." Hearing this, Han Qingxia suddenly looked at the large group of zombie corpses they had blocked with wire mesh a few days ago. Rumble, 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 the sound of 1,000 horses galloping from the underground tracks came frantically. Han Qingxia stared into the pitch-black distance ahead, her eyes widening instantly. "Turn around, run." She turned and led everyone in a frantic sprint towards the subway tunnel behind them. As they ran in the opposite direction, the subway exit they were about to leave was swarmed with zombies drawn by the scent. The dark mass of zombies, like a flood, poured in from every entrance of the station. They surged down the stairs, into the underground hall, and over the rows of railings, relentlessly charging towards the platform. There was only one line, only one platform. The advancing zombies charged. 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 Han Qingxia led a large group of survivors back into the depths of the subway. The entire subway tunnel was incredibly dark and long. After running about 300 meters, the first wave of zombies reached the tunnel entrance. Some rushed into the open subway cars. Blindedly sniffing the scent, they charged forward, squeezed into the subway cars. Some climbed onto the subway, surging like a flood, crawling all the way into the tunnel. Before them stood a large steel wire mesh barrier. The first wave of zombies perished here, but they couldn't stop the relentless pursuit from behind. They charged relentlessly at the wire mesh, some of the luckier zombies only losing half their bodies, their upper halves gripping the ground with both hands as they held forward. The number of lucky zombies increased, and with their perseverance, it finally collapsed. One by one, the steel wires snapped open. A relentless horde of zombies began their unstoppable, frenzied pursuit. Ahead lay fresh, delicious-smelling living people, audieners ready. "Run!" Han Qingxia commanded everyone to sprint. As they raced along the tracks, she began to visualize the layout of the entire subway line. She remembered the next station was nearby, only 3 kilometers away. A 3-kilometer mini-marathon sprint. Inside the dark, long subway tunnel, a group of people sprinted ahead, pursued relentlessly by a horde of humanoid creatures. The sounds of the chase amplified endlessly in the tunnel. Like ravenous dogs, the zombies scurried about, their howls of hunger piercing the empty space, their panting and growling growing ever closer. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Zombie illustration. Just as these perpetual motion machine-like zombies were about to catch up with the humans, an earthen wall rose from the ground. The earthen wall rose from the ground, reaching straight to the tunnel ceiling. When it came within 50 meters of the humans, the zombie horde was immediately stopped by the earthen wall. These 50 meters were Han Qingxia's forbidden zone. After the zombies were stopped, the people had a brief respite and sped forward. After running 500 meters, the earthen wall finally broke through. The zombie horde and the people resumed their pursuit. Every 50 meters apart, an earthen wall would rise from the ground, briefly hindering the zombie horde. However, the physical disadvantage of humans gradually became apparent. Humans tire, but zombies don't. The intervals between the earthen walls Han Qingxia swung out became shorter and shorter. They had only run half the distance, and there were already more than a dozen earthen walls. But they still had half the distance to cover. At their increasingly slow pace, Han Qingxia's supernatural ability couldn't sustain them all the way. Each towering earthen wall she swung was a huge drain on her mental energy. She frowned and led everyone in a frantic run. If it were just her alone, running would be easy, but these were all her newly recruited residents. Just then, her flashlight swept across a massive, reflective object directly in front of her. It was another subway train, stranded in the middle of the tunnel. It seemed to have encountered an accident shortly after departure, forced to stop in the middle of the road before even reaching a station. Thump, 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 thump. This train was still packed with zombies. Seeing living people approaching, they all came to life, howling and pounding on the train's side doors, smashing the windows. Han Qingxia suddenly had an idea. I have a plan. Use this train to block the tunnel. Women, children, and the elderly, run quickly. Men, stay and push the train. Han Qingxia told the slower women and elderly to continue running. Everyone acted upon hearing her words. Lu Qian's team immediately rushed forward to push the train. The elderly and children continued running forward, while the men all stopped. Many women also stayed behind, rushing towards the front of the train to contribute their modest efforts. With the combined efforts of nearly 100 people, the subway train's wheels, which were pressing against the tracks, began to loosen slightly. After loosening, the train actually started moving on the tracks again. Lu Qian, Tang Jian, and all the other men exerted all their strength, veins bulging, their power like that of uprooting mountains. After setting up a wall of earth, Han Qingxia ran towards the train. She stopped in the middle of the subway train, and as everyone pushed backward, she swung her arm horizontally with all her might. The immense strength, amplified countless times by the system, allowed her to easily derail the train. Boom! With everyone's efforts, the subway train was pushed sideways, blocking the subway tunnel. Han Qingxia climbed to the top of the high subway station. As she jumped down, the earthen wall behind her was breached by the zombie horde once more. This time, however, what stopped them was the V-shaped subway car wedged into the tunnel wall.
Run.
This time, Han Qingxia only raised the ground beneath the subway. Boom! She raised the subway car to block the tunnel ceiling. Just how many superpowers does Big Sister have? Tang Jian exclaimed, amazed by the earthen wall that had been raised behind Han Qingxia as she walked. If you remembered correctly, this was the 6th one, and each one was different. I don't know, but Big Sister is the coolest. He Zhongping looked at her like a fanboy.
Run.
Lu Qian said from the side. Yes. Everyone began their final sprint. In the last kilometer, the elderly and children were all too exhausted to run. Fortunately, Han Qingxia held off the horde of zombies, and everyone helped each other. Just as the zombie horde broke through the subway barrier, they finally saw the platform for the next station. This subway platform was completely empty. No trains, no zombies. Where is this station? Xinglong Shopping Mall. By Lu told Han Qingxia. Xinglong Shopping Mall has 2 subway lines. We're on line 11, which has the fewest passengers in the last few stations, and the exits connect to the mall. There's also line 2, the busiest subway line in B City. It's incredibly crowded. It connects to several residential areas near Xinglong Shopping Mall, and there are tons of exits. Han Qingxia immediately grasped the concept after hearing Bai Lu's explanation. They were running on Line 11. The exits for Xinglong Shopping Mall station on this line are all inside the mall. When the zombie virus broke out, the mall wasn't open, so very few people would come to this station. People in the vicinity would also be taking the subway on Line 2. According to the situation at Fairy Tale Garden Station, there should be quite a few zombies gathered on Line 2. She ran to the platform. The other residents had also arrived, and together they helped each other climb onto the platform. Han Qingxia scanned the empty platform before her. The ground, warning signs, chairs, and trash cans were all covered in a thick layer of dust. Not a single footprint. This station really wasn't deserted. It was safe. But she definitely couldn't stay here. Even if the zombies on Line 2 didn't catch up, the zombies in the subway tunnel behind them would. Qingxia, the next stop is Central Hospital. That station is extremely crowded. We can't stay there, Lu Qian said, walking to her side. Han Qingxia was considering their next destination, and Lu Qian was too. He showed Han Qingxia the subway map. They were currently at Xinglong Shopping Mall station. They couldn't go to the previous station. They couldn't go to the next station. They had to go inside Xinglong Shopping Mall. Captain Han, Bai Lu approached, familiar with the area. Although Line 11 also involves a transfer within Xinglong Shopping Mall, the transfer point is 500 meters away. We can exit from exit 3 and go directly into Xinglong Shopping Mall. Han Qingxia looked at the transfer map on the ground in front of her, the long line, and nodded. Okay, let's go into the mall. The group of over 150 people all walked quietly up the stairs. Bai Lu led the way, walking out of the Line 11 platform without encountering a single zombie. However, bloodstains could be seen on the ground from time to time. Han Qingxia thought that when the zombie virus broke out, there must have been some people here, but there were too few people on Line 11. Few of them turned into zombies before being attracted by the large number of living people on Line 2, and they all went there. Han Qingxia's guess was absolutely correct. When they reached the transfer hall on the stairs, they sensed dark shadows lurking in the western corridor. Through countless battles against zombies, humanity had discovered several key characteristics of them. Zombies primarily attack humans using smell and sound. Their cataract-like eyes are actually blind. This was a conclusion drawn by Ouyang Lan. The zombie-suppressing spray she developed utilizes this principle. If zombies could see humans, they wouldn't just stand there and let them escape. Smell is almost undetectable at distances of 500 meters or more. Sound is limited to around 40 decibels. In other words, avoid screaming. Maintaining silence as much as possible will prevent them from noticing. They were all currently within this range. Therefore, if Han Qingxia and her group retreated as quietly as possible, they had a chance of avoiding the attention of the zombie horde. Han Qingxia quietly led everyone in their retreat. Everyone held their breath as much as possible, adults and children alike remaining silent, following the group one by one. These people were no longer the initial survivors of the apocalypse. Having struggled in the post-apocalyptic world for a year and a half, they possessed the most basic skills and experience. Just then, a woman carrying a child in the crowd stumbled, her head tilting forward, about to fall. At that moment, a hand grabbed them. Tang Jian swiftly caught them. "Give it to me if you can't carry it," he mouthed. The woman gave him a grateful look, handed the child to Tang Jian, and quietly continued forward with the group. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. In the transfer area near Line 2, a large number of zombies paced back and forth. They seemed to have caught a faint, sweet scent, but the distance was too great for them to detect. They wandered aimlessly, neck stiff, their grayish-white, cataract-filled eyes staring blankly at their surroundings. Some zombies stared intently in the direction of Line 11, their stiff feet turning back and forth. Suddenly, one of the zombies closest to them sensed the presence of living beings behind it. It tilted its head and headed towards Line 11. As it moved towards Han Qingxia and the large group of retreating people, the smell in the air grew stronger. It seemed to have discovered a new continent, limping and howling as it walked towards that direction. When it had walked about 300 meters, it truly felt an incredibly tempting smell. A primal temptation.
Food.
Tender, delicious, and bursting with juice. A whoa, it immediately excitedly swung its arms and charged towards that direction.
Just then,
Whoosh, a low whistling sound filled the air as a crossbow bolt pierced the zombie's head. Bai Lu raised his homemade miniature crossbow and fired a single shot, hitting the zombie's head. Han Qingxia glanced at it, her eyes immediately showing even more admiration. This base's junior leader is quite capable. She exchanged glances with the others, said nothing, and quickly moved forward. Soon they saw exit 3. Right in the very center of the mall, a flash of the mall's large roller shutter door appeared before them. They were currently on the basement level of Xinglong Shopping Mall. The large roller shutter door in front of them led into the mall. The basement level was the food court. Han Qingxia's overhead light swept inside. It was quiet. Not a single zombie was visible. That was their target. As everyone cautiously stepped over the railings, a commotion suddenly came from the security scanner at the subway checkpoint on their right. Han Qingxia keenly looked in that direction. Whoosh, the security scanner's curtain was abruptly flung open, and a zombie dressed in a security guard uniform leaped out of the turnstile. A whoa, its blood-red maw shot out like an arrow, hurtling towards Han Qingxia. A speed-mutating zombie. Han Qingxia raised her hand, creating an invisible wall that blocked the zombie. Then, she drew her tang sword from her back and cleaved the zombie in two with a single stroke. Unfortunately, her movement was subtle, but the security guard zombie's was deafening. Its head slammed to the ground with a piercing scream. In an instant, the entire zombie horde in the Line 2 transfer area was alerted. "Quick, get in," Han Qingxia shouted to everyone. At this moment, everyone stopped being cautious and rushed forward. Bai Lu was the first to reach the roller shutter door. He pulled on it and found it locked. "Captain Han, it's locked." "Qin Ke, unlock it." Han Qingxia called Qin Ke's name as soon as he finished speaking. Qin Ke, whose name was called. He stepped out from the crowd, expertly pulled out a wire, and fiddled with the keyhole. He had forced his way in. In no time, with a click, the roller shutter door lock opened. But when Qin Ke pulled it up, several locks clattered down. "Captain Beauty, there are several locks inside. Keep opening them, Qin Ke." "Hold on." Qin Ke had the others lift the roller shutter door a crack and reached in to find the locks one by one. With a clatter, several large iron chains were opened by Qin Ke. Just as he had opened the last lock, and the zombies behind him had all arrived, blocked by Han Qingxia's air shield, a foot stepped on his hand. "What do you trash think you're doing? Is this a place you can enter?" "Trash. Feed the zombies." An arrogant male voice rang out from behind the roller shutter door. Han Qingxia heard the voice and glanced back. Inside the mall behind the roller shutter door, a group of people had appeared some time earlier. The leader of the group stood behind the roller shutter, his foot planted firmly on Qin Ke's body. Looking at the refugees before him, a condescending sneer gradually spread across his face. "Trying to enter our territory? A bunch of zombie food. Just die already." He'd have a good show to watch later, seeing these idiot refugees get bitten to death by zombies. Bang! Han Qingxia, following the sound, shot the man who had spoken. "Qin Ke, keep opening," she shouted. Click! With Han Qingxia's crisp gunshot, the last lock on Qin Ke's lock was opened. Whoosh! Even after the roller shutter was flung open, the rest of the group inside hadn't reacted. By the time they reacted, rows of black gun barrels and a swarm of people had already rushed in front of them. Whoosh! The roller shutter door slammed shut again. Han Qingxia and the others all retreated inside the doorway. The zombies outside, their air shields loosened, charged forward with howling screams. The thin roller shutter door wouldn't hold for long. Han Qingxia told the others to quickly bring things over to block the door. At this moment, someone from the opposing group finally realized, this door can't hold back so many zombies. Knowing this, why aren't you coming up with a solution? Han Qingxia's eyes swept over the group. The man who spoke hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "You all get out of the way." The man waved his hand, and his companions ran away. He and another man pulled the side mechanisms, and with a clang, a huge, stiff, yellowish-brown piece of old cotton cloth fell down. At the same time, the fleeing companions each carried several buckets of an unknown mixture of solid and liquid. A stench filled the air. To Han Qingxia's shock, these people poured the large buckets of this supermixturia yellowish-brown substance with solidified slabs floating on top and a paste-like, liquid-like substance suspended below onto the thick cotton blanket. Instantly, those nearby were all overwhelmed by the stench and retreated hastily. Holy crap. It's shit. And a concentrated, fermented version at that. However, miraculously, the horde of zombies charging outside immediately slowed their advance after sensing the overwhelming stench. They pounded against the roller shutter, slapping the excrement-smeared cotton behind it like cotton wool, thoroughly mixing the stench, and the splattered liquid dripped out through the gaps in the shutter. After sensing the increasingly strong stench of excrement, the zombies outside finally stopped their rampage. They seemed to have lost their target, their eyes wandering aimlessly outside the shutter, pressing against the adjacent glass windows, staring blankly inside. A row of zombie, lifeless faces peered in, but none attacked further. Everyone in the mall lobby was still in shock. All right, the zombies won't attack for a while. The man who spoke turned around, his eyes cold, wary, and filled with fear as he looked at Han Qingxia. Especially his gaze fell on their teammate, Han Xiong, who had been shot in the head, dead very quickly. The person opposite them was incredibly tough, incredibly ruthless. Dan Xiong had a terrible reputation in their base. He was arrogant and unreasonable, and he loved watching survivors being tortured and killed by zombies. He had even lured base residents who angered him outside more than once to torture and kill them for his amusement. But he was, after all, their teammate. His swift death before their very eyes chilled him to the bone. What base are you from? Han Qingxia asked. Just then, a cold, sharp female voice came from above them. And who are you? Han Qingxia looked up and saw a group of men and women emerging from the second-floor railing. They all raised their weapons at them, the woman in the lead holding a gun, pointing it directly at Han Qingxia. The instant she raised her gun, Tang Jian and the others behind Han Qingxia all raised their submachine guns and pointed them at her. The dark mass of gun barrels rose simultaneously, instantly intensifying the oppressive atmosphere of the standoff. President Ling, they are refugees who escaped from the subway station, said Li Kai, who had just spoken to Han Qingxia. President Ling, they also killed Shan Xiong, another person downstairs exclaimed. Hearing this, the woman on the second floor frowned deeply. Her gaze shifted from Han Qingxia to Shan Xiong's corpse lying on the ground beside her, her eyes filled with complex emotions. After staring at Han Qingxia and the pile of black gun barrels for 3 seconds, she voluntarily put away her own gun. You all come up first. With so many people on the basement floor and so many zombies outside, they could be easily lured in and break through their doors. Once they fall, everything upstairs will be lost. Moreover, this group outnumbered them, was well-equipped, and possessed numerous guns. Their strength far surpassed their own. If they wanted to attack, they might not be able to withstand it. After weighing the pros and cons, the woman let Han Qingxia and the others go upstairs. They went directly to the second floor, far away from the ground floor. Han Qingxia and the others exchanged glances. They put away their weapons, but still held them in their hands, indicating they were ready to attack at any moment. They went up the stairs to the second floor, and Li Kai and the others carried Shan Xiong's body up. Upon reaching the second floor, the horde of zombies outside the first floor, having completely disappeared from their attack range, gradually dispersed and wandered around the roller shutter door. Who are you? Ling Yu asked Han Qingxia with her base's people after they reached the second floor. The Midsummer Alliance, Han Qingxia. The Midsummer Alliance? Ling Yu's delicate brows furrowed. Never heard of her. Han Qingxia openly sized up the woman before her. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with a decent appearance, not a stunning beauty, but with an amazing figure and a commanding presence. Han Qingxia grew increasingly surprised. This was the first female leader she had encountered in the apocalypse. Even in peaceful times, it was incredibly difficult for women to compete with men, let alone in the context of the apocalypse. Women were naturally weaker, less powerful, more soft-hearted, and averse to killing. These were fatal flaws. They were destined to be relegated to the bottom of the social hierarchy. So far, she had only seen this one female leader. No. Lingyu gently shook her head, her gaze still fixed on Han Qingxia. Where did you come from? Fairy Tale Garden Station. You ran from the subway tunnel? That's right. Lingyu's gaze towards Han Qingxia changed at this moment. 3 kilometers from Fairy Tale Garden Station, she had seen a large number of zombies surging towards the station a few days ago, so they must have been chased here by zombies. To escape such a massive zombie horde, this group must be exceptionally strong. Thinking this, she became even more vigilant. She scrutinized Han Qingxia and her group repeatedly, and after a long pause said, "This building belongs to our Xinglong base. I am the chairman of Xinglong Shopping Mall. My name is Lingyu. I have absolute control over this building. I'll give you 2 days to rest here. Leave my base after 2 days. Otherwise, I won't be polite." Okay, no problem. Han Qingxia agreed, without hesitation. This agreement only made Lingyu more confused. She had initially thought Han Qingxia would definitely cause trouble. In this apocalyptic world, they would flee to whichever safe zone they could find, and certainly wouldn't leave easily. Yet, she had agreed. Would they really leave? Lingyu looked at Han Qingxia seriously, then waved her hand, signaling everyone to retreat to the 3rd floor. Everyone from the Xinglong base maintained a safe distance from them. In the apocalypse, no one trusts anyone. Lingyu's decision to let them stay was already a huge concession. Any further, and the 2 bases would inevitably go to war. President Ling, are you really going to keep them here? Li Kai asked Lingyu as he went up to the 3rd floor. I don't know their background. Let them stay for 2 days, then let them leave. But what if they killed Shan Xiong? What will happen when Shannon comes back and finds out? Li Kai continued. Hearing this, Lingyu frowned. Looking at Shan Xiong's corpse, she didn't know what to do. Just then, someone on the 3rd floor said, Brother Shannon and the others are back. There are a lot of zombies chasing us. Quickly, lower the ladder. Han Qingxia heard the noise from the 2nd floor. Looking out the mall window, she saw several ropes lowered, and then 6 or 7 people were pulled up. Looking down through the window, she saw the streets outside the mall teeming with zombies. The zombies howled, reaching out their arms and leaping high to grab the fleeing people. These people, each carrying an oversized backpack, were scrambling and crawling upwards, pulled by those above them. Just then, from within the horde of zombies, a zombie wearing a tracksuit roared and leaped high into the air, grabbing the wall in front of it and pouncing on the person on the far left rope. It bit into the back of the man's head, the powerful momentum and impact easily tearing the skin off his skull. Instantly, blood gushed out, smearing the man's head and body. Ah! The man screamed in agony. Wu Yong, someone on the 3rd floor shouted urgently. Just then, a fireball flew towards the zombie behind Wu Yong, flinging it away from its grip. Immediately afterward, the man on the 2nd lane to Wu Yong's right pushed off the wall and rushed to his side. Sensing rescue, Wu Yong immediately shouted, Shannon, save me. I'm your best brother. I helped you chase Lingyu. I even killed your love rival for you. I cleaned up several messes for you and your brother. You'll definitely save me, right? As he finished speaking, a flash of silver light appeared in Shannon's hand, a sharp knife slicing open the shoulder strap of Wu Yong's backpack, and he snatched the supplies from Wu Yong's body. While Wu Yong was still stunned, the knife in Shannon's hand slipped on the rope he was tightly gripping. Immediately, the rope loosened, and he fell freely into the horde of zombies below. Shannon, you're heartless. Wu Yong, his scalp ripped open and his face covered in blood, instantly became like a large chunk of raw meat, frantically provoking the horde of zombies below. Those zombies that had been chasing and jumping to grab the people hanging above all pounced on him. In less than 2 seconds, Wu Yong was completely swallowed by the zombie horde. Shannon and the others, however, successfully climbed back to the third floor safely. Han Qingxia watched this entire apocalyptic life-or-death drama unfold. Her gaze was cold, but she paid extra attention to the man who had stolen supplies and incidentally killed his teammates to buy time for everyone's escape. This was a ruthless man. To be honest, if Su Xiaoyang were Wu Yong, she might not have been as ruthless as him. Her ruthlessness was reserved for outsiders. She wasn't so merciless towards her own people. If Su Xiaoyang were bitten by a zombie, she thought she would only deal with him when he had completely turned into a zombie. As long as he retained even a shred of human consciousness, she wouldn't allow anyone to harm him. This person is even more ruthless than her. Qingxia, we've made contact with Qi Sang. Lu Qian approached. What did he say? You two has brought 8 base teams to reinforce us. Where are they? They've arrived at the previous galaxy base, but it's surrounded by a zombie horde. The entrance to the city is blocked by hundreds of thousands of zombies. Qi Sang said he's trying to find a way to reinforce us, and he'll give us an answer by tonight at the latest. Han Qingxia nodded. Just then, she heard a roar. Who killed my brother? A man rushed down from the 3rd floor, his eyes wide with rage as he glared at everyone before him. Behind him, a woman led a group of people down the stairs. Shannon, speak up. If you don't, you bunch of trash will all be buried with my brother. I'll tear you to pieces. Tell me, who was it? Shannon flung Ling Yu's hand away, his anger blazing as he looked at everyone before him. Just then, a clear female voice rang out. I killed him. Han Qingxia walked out calmly. She was never afraid of trouble. She admitted her mistakes. Upon seeing this, flames immediately erupted from Shannon's head as he stared intently at Han Qingxia. Just as he was about to explode in fury and burn her alive, a puddle of water extinguished his rage. Shannon. Ling Yu conjured a water sphere in her palm and strode up to Shannon. Stop causing trouble. Your brother disregarded the rules of Xinglong Base, didn't report a single piece of information to me, and stubbornly blocked them from entering the 1st floor. That's why they killed him. If he had told me, this wouldn't have happened. If you're going to cause trouble too, then leave Xinglong Base. Our base is too small to accommodate someone like you. Hearing this, Shannon stared intently at Ling Yu. You're going to protect them? Ling Yu's red lips tightened, her bright eyes flashing repeatedly. She wasn't protecting them. She was protecting her own base. Han Qingxia's group numbered over 150, while their base only had a little over 100. Han Qingxia was well-equipped with countless guns, while they only had 3 guns each. She didn't know how many superhumans Han Qingxia had, or what other trump cards he had. Once the fighting started, Xinglong Base had no chance of winning. Besides, Shan Xiong was a menace to their base. Why should she take such a risk for him? Go back. That's an order. If you don't go back, you'll have nothing to do with Xinglong Base anymore. Ling Yu had made a final decision. If she couldn't persuade Shannon, she would have to sever all ties. She wouldn't make an enemy of the dangerous Han Qingxia for Shannon's sake. She had to protect her base. Hearing Ling Yu's resolute words, Shannon understood her meaning. He stared at her for a long time, and after half a minute, he gritted his teeth and said, You're just taking advantage of my feelings for you. He turned and left. Shannon left, but Ling Yu stood there for a long time. The others gradually dispersed. After they were all gone, Ling Yu finally moved to leave. For some reason, as she lifted her foot, her straight, proud shoulders seemed to sag slightly, as if all strength had been released. Just then, Han Qingxia's voice came from behind her. Come sit here with me. Ling Yu turned around and looked at the young girl behind her, with a high ponytail and dressed in a neat combat uniform. She was much younger than her, but she sensed a similar quality in her. The same aloofness and strength. People have a natural affinity for those similar to themselves. She felt a connection with Han Qingxia the moment she saw her. Ling Yu joined Han Qingxia's group. At that moment, they lit a fire and started cooking. In the large pot, steaming, fragrant food was cooking. Han Qingxia led her to the window and sat her down against the windowsill. Want some? Han Qingxia handed her a bottle of peach juice. Ling Yu looked at the drink Han Qingxia offered, paused briefly in surprise, then readily accepted it, opened it, and drank it down. Aren't you afraid I'll poison you? If you wanted to harm me, you wouldn't need poison. A single shot would suffice, Lingyu said frankly. Han Qingxia smiled. She liked smart people. The moment they met, both sides scrutinized each other thoroughly. Lingyu was sizing them up, and Han Qingxia was naturally sizing her up too. Their base had fewer people than hers, far fewer weapons, and the number of ability users was clearly visible to Han Qingxia through her mental powers. Including those who returned, there were only 13. In such a small base, if Han Qingxia wanted to launch an attack, she could wipe them out without them even having the power to fight back. Lingyu deliberately avoided them, keeping her distance, letting Han Qingxia know by forgiving Shan Xiong's death. She was a rational and intelligent person, knowing her limits. Never acted impulsively without absolute certainty. It would only lead to disaster. I'll compensate you with 100 jin of rice and 10 boxes of instant noodles, Han Qingxia said. In the apocalypse, the laws of the apocalypse apply. The residents are the property of the base chief. Han Qingxia wanted to give her an explanation. Lingyu thought for a moment. No need, as long as you can leave tomorrow. Han Qingxia smiled slightly. Will Shannon at your base agree? Hearing this, Lingyu's delicate brows furrowed involuntarily. Who is that Shannon to you? You can't control him? Lingyu pursed her lips and shook her head. Nothing. Okay, you tell me a little about yourself, and I'll tell you a little about mine. Lingyu met Han Qingxia's serious eyes, gave a light chuckle, and smiled, completely relaxing. All right, didn't I tell you I'm the chairman of Xinglong Shopping Mall? Yes. The Shannon family is Xinglong Shopping Mall's biggest partner. Lingyu exhaled slowly. We're practically family friends. Before the apocalypse, my family suffered a major tragedy. Both my parents died. I was appointed to manage Xinglong Shopping Mall in a time of crisis, and Shannon was a great help to me. Just as I had taken full control of Xinglong Shopping Mall, and it was on the right track, the apocalypse broke out. Fortunately, I often had to work late into the night in the office processing documents, so I escaped the disaster in the shopping mall. Lingyu gripped the peach juice bottle tightly as she spoke. On the day the apocalypse broke out, Shannon, disregarding the zombie virus outbreak outside, rushed to Xinglong Shopping Mall to find her, and they were both trapped inside. In this extreme environment, she began to grow rapidly and was fortunate enough to awaken a crucial water-based ability, while Shannon gained a fire-based ability. She excelled at management, actively recruiting survivors from the surrounding area, and together with Shannon, they built a base to fight the zombies and maintain it to this day. During this time, she and Shannon had many conflicts, but in the end, Shannon always compromised and listened to her. Even regarding his brother. His brother repeatedly caused trouble at the base, and Shannon, wanting to give her an explanation but not wanting to damage their brotherly relationship, always had his henchman Wu Yong handle it. He always sided with her. Lingyu knew that without Shannon's help, she couldn't have gotten to where she was today. Even if she had the ability, it wouldn't have been enough. Shannon has helped me a lot. He's very important in the base, second only to me. Han Qingxia nodded, understanding her position in her base. With her current hand, she really couldn't outmaneuver Shannon. Shannon provided her with a great deal of help in the early stages, holding a pivotal position, and later, in the apocalypse, he spared no effort in assisting her. A person like that, let alone a woman, even an ordinary man couldn't control. No wonder Shannon dared to argue with her face-to-face just now. Then you should tell me now, what is your Qingxia alliance? Lingyu smiled slightly. Our Qingxia alliance is a joint alliance of 57 bases from the 3 cities of A, B, and C. I am the alliance leader. Upon hearing this, Lingyu's bright eyes widened, staring at Han Qingxia in disbelief. An alliance of 57 bases. Have all the bases in the entire eastern region joined her alliance? No way. Your base doesn't have a radio? Han Qingxia asked with a smile. Lingyu shook her head. We don't have electricity. Our alliance is actively resisting the zombies in the 3 cities. If you'd like, I can bring your base along. Every additional base means 1 more point of resistance against the zombies. Han Qingxia is currently undertaking a significant task. She'll recruit as many as she can. Ling Yu fell into thought after hearing this. Just then, Tang Jian's voice came. Big sister, dinner's ready. Wanna eat? Ling Yu turned her head and saw that their large pot of rice was open. It was a huge pot of steamed rice, with fragrant white rice at the bottom and various vegetables piled on top. There were vibrant green leafy vegetables, eggplant, cauliflower, eggs, and meat. Tang Jian ladled a large bowl full for Han Qingxia. Only after getting closer could Ling Yu smell the aroma of the fresh, white rice more clearly, and see the real vegetables on top more clearly. It's been a year and a half since the apocalypse. How could they still be eating vegetables and such fresh white rice? How do you have such fresh food? Ling Yu couldn't help but ask in shock. We grow it ourselves. That's right. We eat food grown by our big sister's family every day. It's so fresh, Tang Jian said. Han Qingxia smiled and took the bowl of rice, handing it to Ling Yu. Please eat. Ling Yu stared at the large bowl of rice before her, her heart churning with shock. It wasn't that they hadn't tried growing things. Everyone had tried growing vegetables and crops on the mall rooftop, but the prolonged drought had made it impossible. Her limited water-based abilities were only enough for the base's daily needs. There wasn't enough water for farming. But Han Qingxia, right before her eyes, offered such novel things. Rice, vegetables, meat. How powerful must they be? No, I have to go upstairs. Ling Yu refused the meal. She needed to go back and think things through carefully. To seriously consider things. Han Qingxia didn't try to stop her. After she went upstairs, she had Tang Jian and the others bring her 100 jin of rice and 10 boxes of instant noodles after they finished eating. On the third floor, after returning from Han Qingxia's place, Ling Yu fell into deep thought. The base downstairs was having meals, but their base wasn't. The supplies in the market were insufficient for 3 meals a day. They only had 1.5 meals a day. 1 main meal during the day and a snack in the evening. The people upstairs smelled the aroma, and a large number of Xinglong base personnel looked down. Everyone was stunned by what they saw the food the Summer Alliance was eating. They're eating white rice. They're even eating meat. I can smell the meat. They even have vegetables. See what's in their bowls. It's bok choy and cauliflower. They even have eggs. I saw it. Everyone got a braised egg. Mommy, what's a braised egg? A child in the crowd looked blankly at his mother. They hadn't eaten their old food in so long that they'd forgotten what braised eggs, which their families had strictly forbidden them from eating before the apocalypse, were. Hearing the residents' conversation outside, Ling Yu fell into deep thought again. Could the Qingxia Alliance be trusted? Would they really be able to eat if they followed the Qingxia Alliance? Just then, Tang Jian and his men arrived on the 3rd floor carrying supplies. The people outside stared in astonishment at the supplies they brought. Rice. Instant noodles. Mommy, I really want instant noodles. Captain Ling, our leader asked us to give you these things, Tang Jian called out. Consider it our compensation. Ling Yu came out upon hearing the voice. When she came out, Tang Jian and his men were already gone, leaving behind a pile of supplies. These were Han Qingxia's apology for killing Shan Xiong. Han Qingxia could have chosen not to give them this apology because she was powerful enough that she wouldn't dare say anything if she didn't. However, since the situation was relatively amicable and she had ample supplies, Han Qingxia was willing to show some decency. She was offering something to compensate for their lives. She was a meticulous person. Ling Yu pondered for 3 seconds. Accept it, everyone should have a meal too. Everyone was practically ecstatic upon hearing this. These people were a menace in life, but even in death they could create value for everyone. The people below were practically doing them a favor by eliminating a tyrant. A feast. Everyone rushed forward to get instant noodles and started cooking them. Just as the noodles were cooked, a man came down from the rooftop. Why are you having noodles? Brother Shannon, come and eat, Shannon. Whose feast? This is an apology from someone downstairs to your brother, Shannon. Damn it, his brother's feast. Shannon was furious. Eat my ass. He went up and slammed the table down. He overturned the table, grabbed a knife, and rushed downstairs to find that inhuman beast, Han Qingxia. Shannon, brother Shannon, Shannon, what are you doing? President Ling. Something's happened. Lingyu was in her room calculating the credibility of Han Qingxia's side and the risk level on their side. Their base was nearing its end. Their daily supplies mainly depended on Shan and leading a small team to collect them. Supplies within a radius of about 300 meters had been completely looted. Beyond that lay the even more dangerous zombie zone. Their lives were getting worse every day. They seemed to have nothing left to be fooled. Besides people, they had nothing. If they could catch up with Han Qingxia's group. At that moment, Lingyu heard the voices outside. President Ling. Shan has gone downstairs again. Upon hearing this, Lingyu immediately rushed out of her office. She rushed down the stairs, and when she reached the bottom, she saw Shan pinned to the ground by Han Qingxia, completely subdued. The girl with the high ponytail looked at him with a roguish grin. What? You want to add another banquet to your base? Han Qingxia was never a good person. She was a ferocious, unscrupulous predator. She only hesitated to give others a way out when their interests aligned with hers. If she lived, she could help everyone else live. But if others didn't want her to live, then they could go to hell. She was a fierce tiger, not a kind and adorable lamb. Those who defy me will perish. Captain Han, Lingyu shouted urgently. She ran to Han Qingxia, looking at her with unwavering determination. Let him go. I'll keep him in check. Han Qingxia lazily raised her eyes, a smile appearing on her face. Sister, I think, for the development of your base, he's the only good choice. Lingyu swallowed hard. Captain Han, I'll seriously consider your suggestion. Let him go. Hearing this, Han Qingxia sighed softly. She looked at Shannon, whose joints had been dislocated, and released her foot. Just this once. I must kill. Shut up. Lingyu interrupted him loudly. She waved her hand, signaling her base's men to lift Shannon up. They dragged Shannon upstairs. After they left, Lu Qian glanced meaningfully at them. We need to be extra careful tonight. Han Qingxia killed him, but she killed him for everyone. Lu Qian was a kind and benevolent man, but also one with a clear stance. Shan Xiong's actions in blocking their way today were an act of hostility, and Lu Qian never hesitated to act against enemies. Therefore, he didn't think Han Qingxia had gone too far. Han Qingxia was decisive in her actions, but she never indiscriminately killed innocent people. For minor conflicts, she would only discipline those involved, rarely losing her temper. He deeply admired Han Qingxia, powerful, yet with principles. A strong person with principles is a blessing to the weak. Without principles, one is everyone's nightmare. Fortunately, Han Qingxia was the former. Qingxia, Qi Sang has replied. Lu Qian turned his gaze away and said to her, Then what are we waiting for? Let's go listen. Han Qingxia turned and walked back. Captain Han, you're inside City B, so we can't directly storm in to rescue you. The computer simulation shows the best siege strategy is tomorrow during the day. You two will lead his men to the north to use explosives to lure all the zombies away. You'll then have the least number of zombies to escape by 11:30. If you can escape before 12 o'clock, you two can perfectly meet you at Fairy Tale Garden Station. If you exceed the time limit, you will inevitably lure the zombie horde back out. You must hurry. Qi Sang transmitted the complete plan to Han Qingxia via radio. Han Qingxia listened to Qi Sang's plan and began to ponder. 5 minutes later, she replied to Qi Sang, Okay. The ground distance from Xinglong Shopping Mall back to Fairy Tale Garden Station is 3 kilometers. Normally, it takes an average person 15 minutes to run 3 kilometers. Last time they broke out, everyone ran at their limit, and it took them 18 minutes. The only difference was that last time it was in an underground tunnel which was a straight line, making the run easier. This time the breakout is 3 kilometers on the surface, actually around 4 kilometers, so the running time will definitely be longer. That means half an hour, not a minute, can be wasted. After Qi Sang finalized the plan, Han Qingxia discussed their running route with everyone again. Many of them were elderly or children, so Han Qingxia had each strong adult male carry one child, and each elderly person was assisted by a man. Men should contribute more in crucial moments like these. Women should be able to support each other and not hold others back. Tomorrow, Everyone must get out there without anyone falling behind. After outlining the plan, Han Qingxia distributed an extra meal to replenish everyone's energy. She emphasized the importance of a good rest tonight and encouraged everyone to address any problems immediately. After settling everyone in, Han Qingxia looked up towards the third floor. At this moment, on the third floor, Shannon, I took the things. Your brother is dead. He won't come back to life. Let's just let this matter go. Don't hold it against him anymore. How can I not hold it against him? That's my brother. Shannon roared angrily. His brother, Han Qingxia, was no good even before the apocalypse. He spent his days hanging out with a bunch of scoundrels, bullying men and women, being violent and aggressive. Relying on his family's wealth, he caused a lot of trouble. His parents were even hospitalized because of him, but he ignored them completely. However, he was always kind to his younger brother. His parents left the family business to Shannon, and Han Qingxia never fought with him for it. On the contrary, he always told him that he would rely on him from now on, and that Shannon would continue to give him money. His bastard brother's only affection was reserved for his younger brother. So, what? Lingyu turned to look at him. Is your brother completely without fault? If your brother hadn't taken it upon himself to stop me today, this wouldn't have happened. Don't think I don't know what your brother was thinking. He just wanted to see the zombies slaughter the survivors. Every time a survivor came to seek refuge, he deliberately delayed telling me, toying with them all by himself, laughing as he watched them get eaten by the zombie horde. Your brother deserves what he got. Lingyu! Crash! Shannon overturned the table. Lingyu looked at the enraged Shannon, stood up, and straightened her fair neck. I told you. I've taken the stuff. I accept this. If you want revenge, don't go to Captain Han, come to me. Kill me to avenge your brother. You really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Go ahead and kill me, Danon, his eyes red with rage, raised his hand high at Lingyu, the sharp wind from his palm whipping her bangs wildly. But the slap stopped abruptly, just centimeters from her face. His hand was trembling. His whole body was trembling. Slap! Shannon slapped himself back across the face. Instantly, a large handprint appeared on his left cheek. I'm a bastard for liking you. I'm a bastard.
Slap, slap, slap.
He slapped himself several times, each slap accompanied by a curse. Shannon, get out. I'll never like you again, you slut. Shannon flung her away, his eyes red, and stormed out of the room, heading towards the rooftop. Lingyu stood still, not chasing after him. At that moment, Li Kai walked in. President Ling, Shannon ran out. Aren't you going to watch him? Lingyu stood there, watching Shannon run away, and gently shook her head. No need. Shannon wouldn't cause trouble, because she had won again today. Dan gave in, but she felt a heavy weight in her heart. She knew Dan and wouldn't give in to her again. Their meager affection had been completely exhausted this time. If they hadn't encountered the apocalypse, hadn't faced so much trouble, if they were still in that peaceful era, with him helping her manage the company and them striving together, they should be getting married. Is there anything else? Lingyu sighed, her expression unchanged as she looked at Li Kai.
Yes.
The people downstairs said they're evacuating tomorrow morning and asked if you want to go with them. Half an hour later, Lingyu learned of Han Qingxia's evacuation plan. Han Qingxia told her that this was a one-time opportunity. If she didn't evacuate with them, it would be almost impossible to escape City B again. Lingyu was overwhelmed with anxiety. She sat in her office for a long time, thinking for a full hour, before deciding to evacuate with Han Qingxia. Once the decision was made, she had everyone start packing, taking all the supplies. The other residents, of course, had no objections. Many of these residents were employees of Xinglong Shopping Mall. They had taken refuge here after the zombie virus outbreak, and naturally, they would obey Lingyu. Another group consisted of survivors whom Lingyu had taken in later. These people, too, followed Lingyu's lead. After informing them, Lingyu looked around the area and then walked alone to the rooftop. It was evening. The fiery sunset painted the evening sky ablaze with vibrant colors. The west was a deepening blue, with a few tiny, jewel-like stars twinkling on the vast horizon. If one could ignore the swarms of zombies roaming below, This would surely be a beautiful moment. Ling Yu stood at the rooftop entrance, watching a man tending to a lying corpse. Shannon changed Shan Xiong into clean clothes, placed cigarettes beside him, poured liquor on him, and finally lit a fire in his palm. The flames quickly engulfed the body. Ling Yu sat there until Shannon had burned the remains to a pile of charcoal. Shannon scattered the charcoal into the horde of zombies below. The zombies below, witnessing this divine gift, howled and surged about like carp leaping from the water. It's such a pity. They're all burned to a crisp. There's nothing left to eat. Shannon looked at the horde of zombies that had devoured his brother on the ground, and he picked up his crossbow, killing them one by one in a fit of rage. He only put down his hand when he had run out of bolts. I'll wipe you all out sooner or later. This damn apocalypse. Ling Yu heard his roar, her eyes flashing. At that moment, Shannon turned his head. He saw Ling Yu sitting at the rooftop entrance, saying nothing, striding past him. His face no longer held the gentleness he usually showed her. Shannon. Ling Yu stood up. I have something to tell you. Shannon ignored him, striding straight downstairs. As soon as he reached the bottom, he saw the group packing their things. What are you doing? Brother Shannon, President Ling said we're evacuating with the people downstairs tomorrow. Hearing this, Shannon's anger flared up again. Downstairs again. Shannon, I just want to discuss this. They're breaking out downstairs tomorrow, and they can take us with them. I plan to evacuate City B with them. Evacuation is a good option, Ling Yu blurted out. Shannon stared at her, a disdainful smile gradually spreading across his face. Discuss? More like informing them. Ling Yu took a deep breath. Shannon, I'm not arguing with you. You know our situation is getting worse every day. Enough, Shannon interrupted her irritably. If you want to go with them, go ahead, but I'm not going. He coldly swept his gaze across everyone in front of him. Who among you is willing to stay and come with me? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Finally, a few men stepped forward from the crowd. Shannon, I'll go with you. I told you long ago, women can't run a household, Shannon. You've finally woken up. I also think those people downstairs are unreliable. 9 times out of 10, they're just using us as cannon fodder. Only you guys are stupid enough to run with them. I'm not going. Within minutes, 13 or 14 men emerged from the crowd. They were all key members of their Xinglong base. These men were already out of control for Ling Yu. It was Shannon who kept them in check. Now that Shannon had turned against her, they naturally wouldn't follow Ling Yu. Shannon looked at those willing to stay with him and chuckled. Distribute the supplies. Most of the supplies were brought back by us. You're not allowed to take any. After parting ways with Ling Yu, he ruthlessly distributed the supplies. Initially, the supplies belonged to Xinglong Shopping Mall, meaning they were Ling Yu's. However, Ling Yu's supplies were almost completely depleted. The current supplies were all collected by Shannon and his men. Although there wasn't much in reality, this distribution meant they weren't getting any at all. Shannon glanced at the apology gift Han Qingxia had brought from her brother. All the instant noodles had been cooked. Over 100 people had eaten 50 packs of instant noodles, and even the spilled noodles were picked up and eaten. There was still 100 pounds of rice left. Shannon grabbed it. His brother's feast. What are these people supposed to eat? Ling Yu saw Shannon take all their supplies, raised her hand slightly, but ultimately let it go. But Shannon didn't stop there. Since we're breaking up, all of you get out of here. This is our territory, Shannon said coldly. Shannon, you're being unreasonable. Everything here belongs to President Ling. Li Kai, who was with Ling Yu, said. Reasonable? Then let me tell you what reason is. Flames rose from Shannon's palm. Let's go. Ling Yu interrupted everyone. Her eyes stared at Shannon for a long time, the light in them gradually dimming before returning to cold rationality. Without hesitation, she led everyone away. They left decisively. Dan stood rooted to the spot, the fire in his palm burning steadily. Once Ling Yu was completely out of sight, he hurled the ball of fire into the pile of supplies. Dan, what are you doing? Those are supplies. The others who remained rushed to put out the fire. Dan and turned and stormed into the office, smashing things. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. That bitch.
Bitch. She's a complete bitch.
You have no regard for me at all. After finishing her extra meal and arranging the assault formation for tomorrow, Han Qingxia saw a large group of people coming downstairs. Tang Jian and the others immediately assumed a defensive stance. Han Qingxia saw Ling Yu, who was at the head of the group, wave her hand, and then she stepped forward. What's wrong? 5 minutes later, Han Qingxia learned of the internal strife within their Xinglong base. Shan En had led 13 men, 7 of whom were superhumans, to break away from their group. Ling Yu had brought over 90 other men with lower combat strength to follow Han Qingxia. They decided to go with Han Qingxia. Tomorrow you'll follow behind us. Let me make this clear beforehand. We can only take care of our own people. Your lives are your own responsibility. I'm only giving you this one chance. Ling Yu nodded seriously. I understand. Han Qingxia had a good impression of Ling Yu. She was currently also trying to stir up trouble, and having more people wouldn't be a bad thing. Han Qingxia's consistent principle was that if she lived, she could allow others to live. She wasn't the kind of person who was anti-human. The next day, Han Qingxia's group got up very early. Han Qingxia distributed a more substantial meal to everyone to replenish their energy. Ling Yu's main supplies had been taken by Shan En, leaving them with only a little bit left. After some thought, Ling Yu told everyone to eat everything. If you need anything, you can borrow from me, Han Qingxia said, walking up to her. You can return it after we get out. Hearing this, Ling Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming longing for the Qingxia alliance she had mentioned. They said everyone in her alliance had food, vegetables, and meat. They seemed truly powerful. No need, we'll talk about it after we get out, Ling Yu said firmly and confidently. Once they were out, she would personally meet the Qingxia alliance and confirm that Han Qingxia was truly trustworthy before joining them. They still had supplies. They could rely on themselves, not others. Borrowing things now meant not knowing how they would be returned later. When you can rely on yourself, never rely on others. Han Qingxia looked at Ling Yu with even greater admiration upon hearing her words. Just then, they all heard explosions in the distance. Han Qingxia immediately went to the window. Standing there, she saw the zombie horde below them begin to surge, all rushing towards the source of the explosions to the north. Han Qingxia smiled upon seeing this. The reinforcements had begun. The explosions continued unabated, igniting the zombie horde in City B, which had been starving for a year and a half and was already filled with dread. Zombies in the residential area, on the streets, outside the shopping mall, in the hospital, and at the school everywhere were running towards the source of the sound. The sight of them running was truly spectacular. Ling Yu, witnessing this scene, felt her shock deepen. What immense power this was, capable of multifaceted coordination, providing them with such support. Han Qingxia. She was truly strong. Much, much stronger than her. The people on the 3rd floor were equally shocked. Brother Shan En, look. Someone's detonating something to the north. It's lured the zombie horde away. Was it those people downstairs? Definitely. Didn't you hear Ling Yu say yesterday that they were trying to break out? Someone must have been leading the zombies for them. Shan En stood at the window, watching the endless stream of zombies. The density gradually decreased from high to low, with the intervals between the explosions continuously attracting the zombies. His eyes showed shock. The people downstairs weren't just ordinary refugees. They were incredibly strong. The very rhythmic explosions to the north were clearly calculated, continuously attracting zombies until the zombie density in their area was reduced to a minimum. This was an extremely powerful team. Just as Shauna was still in shock, the zombie density downstairs reached its lowest point. The once bustling zombie-infested street was now deserted, with only a dozen or so zombies wandering about. At that moment, people from the 2nd floor rushed out. 11:30. Sprint.
Run.
Han Qingxia led everyone in a calculated square formation. Lu Qian led the way, his men on the outermost edge killing the scattered zombies, while the elderly and women were protected inside. Children were carried on the backs of adult men, with Han Qingxia bringing up the rear. When everyone started running, it was like a unified sword being drawn from its sheath. The power of collective unity was displayed at that moment, the strength of a group of people sharing a common direction and working together with one heart. They were powerful and formidable, and Shannon saw a large group of people following behind Han Qingxia. Lingyu led everyone in a frantic run. Their formation was far inferior to Han Qingxia's. Most importantly, Shannon had taken their main force with him. It's 11:40 a.m. Han Qingxia and the group have run about 1.8 kilometers. The pace is good. This group has experience running before, everyone is skilled, and so far, no one has fallen behind. The zombie horde on the surrounding streets is indeed the least dense. Han Qingxia has only killed about 200 zombies along the way. However, things are going well for them, but not for Lingyu behind them. Following behind Han Qingxia, they are in a relatively safe area, encountering very few zombies. However, their physical condition is poor and chronic hunger has caused many to have accidents after running for 10 minutes. Lingyu runs at the very back, forcefully controlling the situation, allowing the more physically fit residents to help those who are falling behind. The group is barely keeping up with Han Qingxia's team. Time: 11:48 a.m. They have run 2.7 kilometers. They are about 1.3 kilometers away from the rescue point. Han Qingxia ran with ease, occasionally urging those ahead to keep up. She also had time to glance at those behind her. Surprisingly, Lingyu and the others were actually keeping up. Although they had initially fallen a little behind, with Lingyu's determined effort, almost the entire group had caught up. At that moment, a zombie dressed in a suit sprang out from the corner of the greenery. Its hair was disheveled, and its mouth was covered in festering sores, revealing its fleshy gums. Several insects were drilling holes in its gums, occasionally emerging and dropping white maggots. The zombie in the suit looked excitedly at the large group of people running towards it. So many. So many. I don't even know which one to attack. The zombie in the suit, initially chasing Han Qingxia's group, gradually widened the gap due to the increased distance, leaving Lingyu's group the closest. It immediately turned and charged towards Lingyu's group. Li Kai, leading the charge in Lingyu's group, saw the zombie in the suit rushing towards him, grabbed his machete, and swung it down with all his might. He was a strength mutant. The blade struck the zombie's neck. However, to his surprise, his strike didn't penetrate the zombie. It only became lodged in its neck. This was a hardened zombie. The hardened zombie looked at the knife in front of its neck, its grayish-white eyes darting around. With a howl, it opened its hardened, blade-like fingernails and fiercely clawed at the blade. The machete was immediately slashed several times. Li Kai almost lost his grip on the knife, dodging backward and tumbling into the middle of their group, along with the zombie. Screams erupted one after another. Lingyu's team was immediately scattered. Just as their formation was broken, a water balloon flew over. Lingyu swung the water balloon forcefully, killing the zombie in the suit. She looked at the increasingly large group ahead, knowing that if she couldn't keep up, the number of zombies they faced would only increase. President Ling, I can't run anymore. Even if you can't run, you have to run. Don't fall behind.
Run.
Lingyu gritted her teeth and led everyone in a sprint. No matter how difficult it was, they had to run. They all had to get out. Soon it was 11:53 a.m. At this moment, they were less than 800 meters from Fairy Tale Garden Station. Just then, a pale-faced woman in her group collapsed to the ground. "Mommy," the child on her back cried out. The surrounding residents tried to pull the woman up, but unfortunately, no one had any strength left. "Keep running," Lingyu ran from the back, panting, and helped the fallen woman up. Just then, a foul gust of wind swept over. An old zombie, its back hunched, suddenly rushed out from behind a trash can. Lingyu flicked her water-based power, but her water sphere dissipated the moment it formed. She didn't have time to panic. She quickly grabbed the child and ran. And then, she heard screams coming from ahead. Lingyu saw a line of over a dozen zombies charge into her group of residents. Many exhausted residents were pounced on and torn apart. Mommy, the little child beside her, was still struggling to go back to his mother. Her group immediately descended into chaos. Just then, a group of people suddenly rushed up from behind them. A ball of fire erupted behind her. The child beside her was abruptly pulled away. Lingyu turned around in shock and saw Shannon, leading a group of people who had appeared out of nowhere. He kicked the child away and dragged her along the road. Buildings lined both sides of the wide asphalt road. This hotel was designed to resemble an amusement park. Just around the corner was the Fairy Tale Park Station, offering panoramic views of the park from its rooms. Therefore, the occupancy rate of this theme park hotel was extremely high. The zombie virus outbreak occurred during the summer vacation, the hotel's peak season. At this moment, hordes of zombies roamed the deserted hotel. The hotel had been abandoned for a year and a half, and dried black blood was everywhere splattered, dragged, or dripping. This black blood covered the walls, floor tiles, elevators, corridors, room doors, the front desk. Every corner of the hotel. The front desk computer was smashed, the telephone was torn off, the money tree was dead, and a zombie with its throat bitten was trapped behind the counter, its neck twisted, staring stiffly at every wandering object in front of it. There was no one here, only hungry zombies. The hall was teeming with zombies, the corridors were filled with zombies, the rooms were teeming with zombies. All of them were driven solely by hunger. The sound of explosions had attracted them, but sadly, none of them opened the doors. Drawn to the nearest doorway or window, they pounded on the glass doors and windows, blocking their way until the explosions subsided, at which point they fell silent. Then, they heard a sound that drove them even more mad. The sound of living people. The aroma of food. Hunger, extreme hunger drove them to a frenzy, causing them to charge at everything in their path again. Bang! Thump the already shaky doors and windows, under the onslaught of the frenzied zombies, finally crashed. Han Qingxia, running with others, heard the sound of shattering glass beside her. She turned her head and saw that the glass windows and doors of the hotel 100 meters away had been smashed open, and the horde of zombies, finally freed, poured out. While the zombies on both banks continued their rampage, more zombies poured out of the hotel on the other side. All the zombies stretched out their arms, took their biggest strides, and charged towards them with frenzied excitement on their deathly pale faces. All hands on deck.
Run!
Han Qingxia shouted to everyone at the back. The group charged forward at full speed, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, the first wave of zombies reached Han Qingxia's group. Tang Jian and the others on the outermost circle all drew their weapons and engaged in combat with the zombies on both sides. In an instant, various supernatural weapons flashed. Han Qingxia released the maximum amount of her invisible barrier, leading everyone to force their way through the massive horde of zombies flanking them. Just around the corner, they were only 500 meters away. Thanks to the meticulously planned formation that Han Qingxia and her team had devised the previous night, their ranks remained intact. Everyone charged forward with all their might, some guarding, some running, and no one fell behind. Finally, as Han Qingxia reached the corner, she saw familiar faces. Quick, go and provide backup. Seeing Han Qingxia and her group break through, you two immediately led a large group to their aid. They dared not use large-scale firearms, as they would easily attract zombies. However, with sufficient manpower relaying their attacks, they still managed to carve a path for Han Qingxia. They opened up the gap between the two flanks of the zombie horde. Everyone sprinted the final 500 meters to reach the safe zone they had fought their way out. The zombie horde behind them did not continue their pursuit, because Han Qingxia still had a large batch of live food behind her. Han Qingxia immediately looked back after reaching the safe zone. However, she saw nothing but zombies. Lingyu's people were gradually falling behind them. Han Qingxia had feelings for her, but she couldn't stay for them. As long as her people hadn't escaped, she would never risk putting them in danger by helping them. She would always prioritize her own people. Seeing Lingyu's people completely engulfed by the zombie horde, a hint of regret appeared in Han Qingxia's eyes. Just then, she saw a gap torn open in the zombie horde. The group of men who had broken away with Sean and yesterday charged ahead, frantically killing the zombies and using their supernatural abilities to carve a bloody path through the closed horde. Closely following them were Lingyu's group of survivors. Everyone was rushing forward to survive. But there was also a touch of responsibility and emotion involved. The strong, in crucial moments, must lead the charge. This is a fundamental biological need. Even in the animal kingdom, the strongest antelopes lead the charge against dangerous cliffs, and the strongest adult penguins stand on the outer edge of storms to shield their young from harsh blizzards. The more extreme the circumstances, the more pronounced humanity's animalistic nature becomes. Powerful individuals can be domineering, can be selfish, but they also have a duty to be at the forefront. Because their enemy isn't their own comrades, but the common zombies. If they don't let them fight their way out, no one will kill. A zombie dressed as a receptionist rushed out of the horde and pounced on the man at the front. The man, unable to defend himself, was pinned to the back by the zombie. The zombie howled and bit into his left cheek, severing his left ear. Qianzhen, several people following him immediately shouted. But Qianzhen seemed not to hear them. His hands continued to frantically unleash his powers, a zombie slung over his shoulder as he led the group forward. Until the zombie had devoured most of his face, his only eye gradually flashed a gray-white light, and he slowly stopped. Qianzhen, at that moment, a woman holding a child behind him was pushed to the edge, and two zombies pounced on her simultaneously. Just as she was about to be knocked down, a man with a zombie slung over him rammed into her. After smashing through the two zombies, he continued charging towards the onrushing horde. He single-handedly shielded everyone from a group of zombies. "Run the hell out, you bastards," he screamed hoarsely, his voice gradually distorting. At that moment, all 10 or so people who had run out had tears welling up in their eyes. They ran forward, crying. Qianzhen was an ordinary person, so ordinary that he was like a tiny, insignificant blade of grass in the apocalypse. Yet, this very blade of grass constantly paved an escape route for others, even if they might not be able to escape. Just then, the sounds of fighting erupted ahead of them. A well-equipped team charged back into the zombie horde, tearing through the ranks once more, providing them with a crucial helping hand. Han Qingxia led her men to tear open an opening, and with her full support, more than 30 people from Lingyu base gradually escaped, until the trailing zombies disappeared from sight. Leaving only a swarm of zombies, Han Qingxia retreated, frowning. She still hadn't seen Lingyu. Lingyu was running at the very back of the group. Throughout the entire ordeal, she had been doing everything she could to save her teammates and kill the zombies. Could she be? Just as Han Qingxia led the rescued residents about 100 meters away from the zombie horde, she saw a man engulfed in flames, tightly embracing a woman, charging through the zombie horde. Flames burned from head to toe on his body. They burned fiercely, as if he were using his own life as fuel. Waves of zombies swarmed towards him relentlessly, like moths to a flame. Those who touched the flames on his body would burst into flames. His face was deathly pale, beads of sweat the size of beans beating on his forehead, only to be evaporated by the flames before they could even fall. Every moment the flames diminished, his heart pumped blood to its limit, as if his entire body were about to burst into flames. The fiery blaze no longer only scorched the zombies, but also himself. From blood vessels to bones, he burned himself as if he were self-destructing, burning to the point of melting pain. Only the small area in his arms remained untouched by the flames. Han Qingxia stopped in her tracks, watching the burning figure rush out. She clearly saw the flames on Shan En's body weakening. With each step, they weakened, growing thinner and thinner. The moment he broke free of the zombie horde, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching Lingyu. The instant he hit the ground, the flames on his body vanished completely. He was completely powerless to fight back and could only watch helplessly as the zombies on his body pounced on him and tore him apart. A zombie lunged. Just then, he was suddenly pushed away. Lingyu, who had been in his arms, shielded him from the fatal blow. Seeing this, Shan En's pupils constricted rapidly. Lingyu. Lingyu met his eyes and smiled. I remember everything you did for me. Live on, run, she pushed him forcefully. At that moment, Shan En, whose body had been limp from the fever, suddenly mustered boundless strength again, grabbing Lingyu and rolling into his arms. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could he be left to live alone? He loved her. He loved her to the core. Even if 99% of her attention was on her work, her career, her base, and he was only 1%, he still loved her to death. If we're going to die, let's die together. Shan En hugged Lingyu tightly and closed his eyes in despair. The overwhelming horde of zombies arrived as expected. Just then, a clear voice rang out above him. So, easily resigned to your fate? You still want revenge? Shan En looked up in disbelief and saw a slender, upright voice. Captain Han. Lingyu exclaimed in surprise. Quickly, take your man and run back. Han Qingxia stretched out his hand, creating an invisible wall in front of them. The massive zombie horde was blocked outside the invisible wall. Lingyu and Shan En were then utterly shocked to see Han Qingxia's supernatural ability. Run! Lingyu glanced gratefully at Han Qingxia, then grabbed Shan En and strode forward. The people from Lingyu's base rushed to help. Seeing they had run far enough, Han Qingxia raised her hand, unleashing a massive wall of fire. The billowing heat of the fire ignited all the zombies. She turned and retreated rapidly. As Shan En and the others ran back, they simultaneously returned to their escape point. At this moment, Shan En was completely stunned. The person before him was a multi-elemental ability user. An air shield he had never seen before, a speed-type ability user, and a fire-type ability dozens of times stronger than his. Han Qingxia was an absolute powerhouse he could never encounter. He remembered rushing down to seek revenge on her twice before. It turned out Han Qingxia had been letting him have his way all along. If she wanted to kill him, a single gesture would leave him utterly powerless. Dan An's heart was instantly filled with 1,000 waves of emotion. She stared at the young girl in disbelief. Lingyu was equally shocked as she looked at Han Qingxia. She had guessed Han Qingxia was strong, but she never imagined she would be this powerful. Remembering what Han Qingxia had told her that she was the leader of the alliance of 57 bases, she had initially found it hard to believe. Now, she completely believed it. This girl, much younger than her, was far stronger than her. And those alliances Han Qingxia had mentioned must be true. Lingyu's impression of Han Qingxia was completely overturned amidst her utter shock. It seemed she had truly met a benefactor. As for the others, I don't think I've ever seen her with fire-type abilities before. How come she's a fire-type ability user? Yu Tu asked. Only she knows how much of her ability she has, Lu Qian said calmly, having already recovered from his initial shock. Big sister's awesome. Another superpower added. Tang Jian exclaimed excitedly. Our boss. Su Xiaoyang and Jin Hu said. No need to say more, our beautiful captain is invincible, Qin Ke said with a grin. Boom, boom, dozens of vehicles started up. There were buses and armored vehicles. They carried the more than 180 rescued people away. All the base personnel led by Han Qingxia escaped, not a single one missing. Only 35 of Lingyu's people escaped. On the way, everyone at Lingyu's base remained silent. They were still immersed in the pain of losing so many comrades. Many had no family, many had no friends. Han Qingxia had just finished resting when someone walked up to her. Han Qingxia. Shan En walked up to her. What? Han Qingxia lazily raised her head. My brother's matter is over. Shan En finished speaking and returned to Lingyu's side. He even felt he no longer had the right, in terms of both strength and personal connections, to seek revenge against Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia shook her head and smiled upon hearing this. Lingyu's eyes lit up when she saw Shan En return after speaking. Shan En reached out and vigorously ruffled her hair. You're right. From now on, I'll listen to you. Hearing this, Lingyu's aloof and proud face gradually broke into a smile tinged with sweetness and tears. From mutual reliance to a complete break, From life to death, from never speaking to each other again to reconciliation. They're still together, how lucky. Han Qingxia felt like she'd been force-fed dog food. She actually witnessed people showing off their affection right in front of her. How boring. She turned her head and saw U2 and Lu Qian sitting next to her. Hey girl, long time no see. U2 grinned at her. Long time no see. Good brother. Hearing this, U2 laughed even harder. Good brother? By the way, how's it going with you? Weren't you helping Rong-yin? As Han Qingxia spoke, she felt a gaze fall upon her. She looked behind U2 and noticed he was with someone she'd never seen before. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, with a very handsome face, fair skin, and medium-length hair that looked like it hadn't been cut since the apocalypse, tied back in a bun. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and smiled at Han Qingxia, exuding a gentle, refined, and kind aura. He lacked U2's rugged, domineering presence, Lu Qian's strict discipline, and Qi Sang's cold ruthlessness. He seemed easygoing and approachable. However, Han Qingxia sensed a dangerous glint in this seemingly kind man's smile, a glint that could stab someone at any moment. Who is he? Girl, he's Rong-yin. U2's deep voice rang out. Han Qingxia's eyes immediately lit up. Captain Han, I've heard so much about you. Rong-yin's handsome, fair face broke into an even more approachable smile. His beautiful, slender eyes narrowed into slits with his smile. He extended his hand to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia looked at the slender, fair hand reaching out, and memories of Rong-yin from her past life flashed through her mind. Rong-yin, the commander of Tomorrow Base. He led Tomorrow Base through 5 years of survival in Sea City, dying in an urban zombie horde. He slaughtered over 300,000 zombies in his lifetime, and he had strict zombie-killing pies for his base's residents. Each person was required to kill 1 zombie head per day. If they couldn't, they had to use their own. This target was genuinely enforced. He personally checked every day, and not a single zombie escaped. It was said that towards the end, zombie and human heads piled up to fill an entire building. Special ability. Dual-type ability user. One is a mental ability, the other unknown. Personality. Extremely cunning, outwardly warm but inwardly cold, with a seemingly benevolent smile, yet his cruelty is no less than U2's. He consistently ranked 3rd on the list of the 10 most ruthless people. Had he not died young and been replaced by Qi Sang, he could have easily rivaled U2. Both are ruthless killers capable of killing their own people. However, there is a fundamental difference between him and U2. U2 massacred the base's population because food was truly scarce. If he didn't kill, the base would inevitably riot, resulting in even greater deaths. Furthermore, having lived in a country with drastically different laws, he possessed a completely different understanding of morality. He could sacrifice some people in dire circumstances to preserve the lineage. Moreover, U2 was constantly seeking new paths for his base, finding supplies and food for its inhabitants. Rong-yin, however, was a completely different person. Within a resource-rich city, even a slight expansion could yield a massive amount of resources, enough for the survival and development of his base's inhabitants. However, he was strengthening his base at an almost obsessive speed, building a king's chariot. He was using all the base's inhabitants as fuel for this chariot. Han Qingxia had previously analyzed the inevitability of Rong-yin's base's demise, but she had to admit that when Rong-yin's chariot first ignited, it was truly the most powerful force in the early stages of the apocalypse. The apocalypse needed a highly centralized system to unite human power, to fight the apocalypse together. Rong-yin was the kind of madman capable of sacrificing everything to wield highly centralized power. However, Han Qingxia was nothing like this kind of extreme madman. A pleasure to meet you. Han Qingxia warmly shook his hand, as if seeing one of her own kind. Rong-yin was clearly taken aback by Han Qingxia's enthusiasm. In his imagination, Han Qingxia would be a woman with a strange and volatile temper, cold and ruthless, extremely shrewd and cautious to the extreme. Even her appearance would probably be quite ordinary. The first meeting would definitely be a fascinating back and forth, thoroughly probing him until he was certain of his level before taking any actiona basic quality of a person in a position of power. He even thought that while Han Qingxia was probing him, he could also deduce her personality and bottom line. But she seemed like a little girl. No guile whatsoever. And surprisingly beautiful. Was she really that simple? Little did he know, Han Qingxia had already figured him out. There was no need for repeated questioning. Han Qingxia usually started with questioning strangers, but with these famous figures, she was like a prophet with supernatural powers. She already knew everything. There was no need for him to try and uncover her secrets. However, at this moment, Yu Tu and Lu Qian, seeing Han Qingxia's enthusiasm, both showed unusual expressions. An inexplicable jealousy. After all, Han Qingxia wasn't like this when they first met. Especially Lu Qian. The first time he met Han Qingxia, he almost let her bully him to death. How could she be like this? Hello, Captain Rong. Lu Qian extended his hand to shake hands, subtly pulling Han Qingxia's hand back. I am Lu Qian from K1 Base. Captain Lu, I've long admired your name, Rong Yin said with a smile. Why are you all being so polite? You two said. Rong Yin may seem refined, but he's not refined at all. You don't need to be so polite with him, just be yourself. It was unclear who you two was referring to. Probably the bandit leader. Han Qingxia. By the way, how did you get out? Where are the others at your base? Han Qingxia asked. They're still in City C. With your help, we've all advanced to the outskirts. We expect to be able to leave our base tomorrow, in about a month. Rong Yin adjusted her elegant gold-rimmed glasses and said gently, speaking of which, I'm very grateful for Captain Han's help. It's nothing. We're all survivors. Every little help is a good thing. A glint flashed in Rong Yin's beautiful eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses upon hearing her words. Could this Han Qingxia, the leader of the Summer Alliance, the top figure in the outside world and the leader of the counteroffensive in the city, really be such an easygoing, soft-hearted, and kind woman? His gaze swept over the group of people sitting behind him. They were on a bus, with many survivors from the Galaxy base and Xinglong base in the back. He had just witnessed Han Qingxia's rescue and escape. Could it be that Han Qingxia was truly such a selfless, altruistic, and foolish saint? As Rong Yin thought this, a gentler, more refined smile appeared in her eyes. She seemed very grateful to Han Qingxia and had a good impression of her. However, that smile took on a completely different meaning in Han Qingxia's eyes. Damn it, I knew this was no ordinary wolf. I thought being friendly to him would earn me some friendliness in return. But instead, he's even more calculating. Now it seems Rong Yin isn't worth the same level of honesty she showed you Tu and Lu Qian. After ascertaining Rong Yin's character, Han Qingxia stopped discussing internal alliance matters in the car. Rong Yin tried to join the conversation several times, but Han Qingxia brushed her off with casual remarks. She kept asking you Tu and Lu Qian how they had spent the past 6 months. This kind of question didn't elicit any responses from them, so Rong Yin didn't get a chance to speak. Until their car reached the border of City C, you two and Rong Yin prepared to leave. I need to go back. I'll come back to find you guys after I'm completely finished there, you two said. Although I'll miss you all, this short separation is for a future reunion, Han Qingxia said formally. She turned to Rong Yin. Captain Rong, after meeting you today, I consider you a close friend. Once you're all out of the base tomorrow, I'll definitely treat you to a good meal. Rong Yin's eyes lit up behind her gold-rimmed glasses. Me too. It's getting late, you should go back. Han Qingxia personally got out of the car and saw them to their other vehicles, warmly escorting Rong Yin to one car first, then you two to the other. As she turned, she whispered to you two, from now on, continue to act like you're providing assistance, but actually let Rong Yin handle things on her own. Do you understand? You two's eyes lit up upon hearing Han Qingxia's words, and he suddenly laughed. Girl, I thought you were crazy in the car just now, Han Qingxia. You two had met Rong Yin before, and after that, he knew she was dangerous. Seeing Han Qingxia's enthusiastic attitude just now, he thought she had been tricked. Unexpectedly, Han Qingxia is Han Qingxia. They helped for the Alliance's strategic planning, not to nurture a tiger. All right, I'm leaving. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Yu Tu patted her head, turned, and got into the car. After Yu Tu and his group left, Han Qingxia and her team set off again. The next morning, everyone returned to City A. Upon entering Han Qingxia's territory, Lingyu was completely captivated by what she saw. Along the way, she didn't see a single zombie, not even inside the city. All the streets were spotless, and the sounds of zombies were no longer heard inside or outside the buildings. The traces of peaceful human life had returned. Han Qingxia designated a safest area for people from several alliance bases to move in. The new residents are currently engaged in a city cleanup campaign. They're clearing away all the zombies they've killed and restoring the abandoned city. This scene is utterly astonishing. Bai Lu and the other original residents of the Galaxy base were completely awestruck by the peaceful human city. They actually got to see a scene from before the apocalypse. Bai Lu was so excited he couldn't speak. He knew he hadn't made a mistake in following her. Giving the entire base to Han Qingxia was the best decision he ever made. Lingyu was immediately incorporated into the Qingxia Alliance. She became the 58th base member of the Qingxia Alliance. Han Qingxia had barely settled these people in when she received a message.
Lord.
Han Qingxia turned around upon hearing the familiar voice and saw Professor Wang. Professor Wang, what are you doing here? I've been waiting for you for so long. Professor Wang looked at Han Qingxia excitedly. Our research has made another major breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia immediately led Professor Wang and Qin Ke back to her base. Half an hour later, Han Qingxia arrived at Professor Wang's research lab. Professor Wang took out a large piece of dark black special fabric and excitedly showed it to Han Qingxia. This is our latest research on polymer fabric. It's waterproof, heat-resistant, scratch-resistant, and even resistant to zombie scratches. Han Qingxia. She watched with considerable surprise as Professor Wang pulled out a small knife and vigorously demonstrated it in front of her. When the sharp blade sliced horizontally across the fabric, it left no mark. When he forcefully stabbed the center of the fabric with the tip of the knife, it was like stabbing into a very resilient tarpaulin. Only a sharp point was opened. Professor Wang released his grip. A recessed knife mark appeared on the fabric. I've tested it. Our fabric can withstand the force of a woman or an elderly person's knife thrust. Even a fully powered attack from an adult male will pierce it. Han Qingxia listened, took Professor Wang's knife, and aimed it at the fabric. When she moved horizontally across the surface, it was as smooth as sliding through liquid. But when she aimed for a single point and pierced it with force, Han Qingxia clearly felt the resistance when killing the hardened skin zombie. Sizzle. The fabric was still pierced, but at this moment, a storm raged within her. Because this fabric was the best she had ever seen, second only to the protective suit rewarded by the system. Qin Ke, you try grabbing it, Qin Ke. Qin Ke, once again called upon in this strange environment, stepped forward. But I don't have long nails. Then try biting it. Qin Ke. He was only a half-zombie, not a full-fledged zombie.
Sigh.
Anyway, he had to do what his beautiful boss ordered. He grabbed the fabric and chewed on it a few times. It can't be torn. Han Qingxia was very satisfied to hear this. Although Qin Ke wasn't a pure zombie, his physical strength was roughly equivalent to a normal zombie to a level 1 evolved zombie. This meant that clothing made from this fabric could withstand the bites of zombies below level 1. The zombie horde was evolving on a large scale, but low-level zombies were still the most numerous. If this fabric could be made into clothing for every soldier, their defense would increase significantly. Han Qingxia was overjoyed. She clearly felt that humanity's technological tree was being rekindled. Her investment in research was gradually making humanity stronger. Now that they had defensive equipment, the balance of power in the battle between humans and zombies was beginning to tilt towards the weaker humans. Full production, Han Qingxia shouted. Half a month later. The new protective suits made from the fabric, produced with the full force of the entire alliance, were all worn by combat personnel. Han Qingxia also sent a batch to Yu Tu. Of course, only Yu Tu received some. After donning the new combat uniforms, the Qingxia Alliance's combat power instantly increased by a level. At this moment, Han Qingxia was facing the last small area of City A. That small area spans the eastern and southern districts of the city. Taking it not only means taking over the entire City A, but also grants 2 system-wide siege upgrade bonuses. Everyone follow my instructions. Attack! Han Qingxia led her men towards the last remaining area of City A. Everyone donned newly upgraded equipment and charged towards the final area along the designated route. Late May, year 2 of the apocalypse. Temperatures soared, and the Alliance charged forward despite the sweltering heat. The assault involved a full encirclement, with 3,000 combatants deployed across 26 bases, advancing simultaneously. A total of 52 assaults were launched. The campaign lasted 7 days. The highest number of assaults in a single day was 13. 159 combatants sacrificed their lives. Year 2 of the apocalypse, June 1st. In the height of summer, all the survivors of the Alliance went to City A to celebrate Children's Day. We won. We won. We've won. We've taken the city.
Woo-woo.
Woo-woo. After the last building was cleared of all the zombies, everyone rejoiced. It had been almost 2 years since the zombie outbreak, just 3 months shy of the actual outbreak. 2 years, and humanity had reclaimed the city. For nearly 2 years, they had been chased and devoured by zombies, driven to the brink of despair, tormented by the zombie virus, experiencing life and death separations. Countless loved ones had left. Teammates who had fought alongside them had vanished one by one. Countless moments of life and death. Finally, they had reclaimed their city. At this moment, everyone's nerves were on edge, and they ran wildly through the zombie-free streets. They're back. They're back. They're back. And once they return, it will be the countdown to the apocalypse and zombies. Don't let humanity catch its breath. As long as humanity can catch its breath, it will surely turn the tide. Standing in the command center, Han Qingxia looked at the city they had captured, and a smile grew wider and wider. It's done. It really is done. And they did it perfectly before the 3rd year of the apocalypse, before all the zombies had fully evolved. She seized the opportunity at the most crucial early stage and brilliantly turned the tide for humanity's fate. They've captured City A. From today onward, their bases will no longer be remote, rudimentary bases devoid of resources, constantly vulnerable to being swallowed by zombies. They have returned to human cities and will build a very strong wall outward from City A, restarting agriculture, industry, manufacturing, and technology within to fight against all the zombies outside. This will be humanity's new foundation. As Han Qingxia couldn't contain her joy, a notification sounded in her mind. Beep successfully conquered 2 districts of the city. Reward: upgrade all equipment in the host's air raid shelter. Beep warehouse upgrade detected. Capacity increased tenfold. Beep crop growth detected. Crop yield and quality increased tenfold. Beep defense equipment detected. Electric fence gates, trapdoors detected. Attack power increased tenfold. Beep reconnaissance and strike drone system upgrade detected. Drone endurance increased to 24 hours. Beep radar system upgrade detected. Radar system detection area covers the entire territory, including Alliance ally bases. Reward: host, 10 new energy helicopters. Reward: host, system space capacity increased tenfold. Beep congratulations to the host for successfully conquering City A. Reward: host, prosperity increased. Current prosperity level 1000. Metropolis. Reward: loyalty of all residents in the territory and Alliance members increased by 100%. Reward: host, 1 nuclear bomb, Han Qingxia. She was overwhelmed by the barrage of rewards. The warehouse, drone system, radar system, basic defenses, personal space. Everything had been upgraded, plus 10 helicopters and a nuclear bomb. 1. Han Qingxia stared in utter shock at the 10 enormous helicopters and a small red button that had appeared in her spatial storage. She took the red button out of her storage space. The moment she did, she sensed a colossal device hidden underwater, ready to be activated at any moment. That was her nuclear bomb.
Damn.
She'd struck gold. She'd struck gold. She owned a nuclear bomb, a super weapon of mass destruction. The actual destructive power of a nuclear bomb wasn't as terrifying as rumored. A single nuclear bomb could wipe out everything at the epicenter, but in reality, its attack range was limited. Those hiding underground or far enough away could survive. Therefore, a nuclear war between major powers couldn't be ended by a single nuclear bomb. Before initiating a nuclear war, the target cities must be determined. The first strike nation must strive to eliminate the enemy's nuclear forces with a single strike, or render them unable to retaliate. This is called first strike capability.
If
the first strike fails, it will inevitably trigger a strong counterattack. At this point, the nation's second strike capability is tested. Second strike capability refers to the ability to retain strength after the enemy's counterattack and launch a second nuclear counterattack to completely annihilate the opponent. Therefore, nuclear war is essentially a contest of nuclear power. Especially in countries with vast territories, it's unlikely that the entire country will be bombed. Only key cities will be targeted, crippling them. However, due to the extremely high cost of nuclear maintenance, some nuclear-armed nations before the apocalypse could not afford to stockpile large quantities and lacked second strike capability. But besides their offensive attributes, nuclear weapons are primarily defensive. They adhere to the minimum standard. For example, many European nuclear-armed nations follow the Red Square standard, Moscow's Red Square. A single strike is enough to deter a powerful nuclear adversary from rash actions. Han Qingxia had acquired an epic-level weapon of mass destruction and instantly felt a sense of peace. She had obtained an ultimate life-saving weapon, a super powerful ultimate trump card. She had even more trump cards now. Just as Han Qingxia was feeling excited, Lu Qian's voice came from outside. Qingxia. Lu Qian, in the midst of her excitement, Han Qingxia saw him and excitedly gave him a big hug. Lu Qian, who had rushed over, froze on the spot from the sudden hug. Instantly, his heart pounded wildly. No way. Could he be overthinking it? He knew today was a good day, and Han Qingxia must be very happy. A happy hug was perfectly reasonable. But why did she only hug him and not anyone else? Did this mean that he was different from everyone else? Thinking this, Lu Qian's eyes widened. His ears turned red all the way down to his neck. He stiffly reached out and gently hugged her back. Just then, Qiseng pushed the door open and came in from the outside. Captain Han, the city's taken. I have a completely new plan for it, and I'd like to discuss it with you. Han Qingxia, hearing of his arrival, found Qiseng much more agreeable today. Little Qi, no rush. We'll talk about your plan when I get back. I'm going home now. She cheerfully headed back to her air raid shelter. Captain Liu, perfect timing. You're here too. Let me tell you first. Qiseng presented his plan. Lu Qian, seeing Han Qingxia disappear from sight, immediately frowned. No time, he turned and left. Han Qingxia returned to her bomb shelter and thoroughly inspected everything inside and out, checking on the upgrades. Nothing had changed in appearance. Everything had been enhanced. The warehouse, originally inside the tunnel, was now revealed through an open door in the far corner. Opening that door led to a super warehouse, 10 times larger, and embedded in the mountainside. The system equipment on the second floor remained unchanged, but its performance had been optimized. Standing on the second floor, Han Qingxia looked down. No matter what happened outside, her stronghold was still here, and with the current defenses of her bomb shelter, it could withstand a horde of 100,000 zombies. It was getting stronger. Han Qingxia and Ouyang rested comfortably at home for 2 days. On June 1st, she and Ouyang officially entered the city. Over the next 2 days, the other residents cleared the corpses from the roads. Everyone went door to door clearing out any remaining zombies. Upon discovering any, they immediately took cover and notified the combat team. The city had been cleared and restored. Han Qingxia ordered all residents, except for the small bases fighting the zombie horde on the front lines, to move into the city. She retained the autonomy of each base, with each base's residents still managed by their own base leader. These base leaders, in turn, were required to follow her orders. All the residents living in the city shared one thing in common. They were all members of the Qingxia Alliance. First came the Qingxia Alliance, then came the various bases. Everyone was part of the Qingxia Alliance. Furthermore, because Han Qingxia had been circulating her points within the various small bases, the weak point systems within those bases were naturally replaced by Han Qingxia's points after entering the city. In fact, before this, most bases already only circulated Han Qingxia's points, not their own. Because Han Qingxia's points were truly valuable, Han Qingxia had Xia register every resident of the Alliance. With Xia, the super housekeeper, handling all logistics, there was nothing to worry about. Following Qi Sang's advice, their various production activities began to resume after entering the city. In mid-June, electricity was restored to City A. All residents had access to electricity. They no longer had to cower in fear in the dark of their settlement every night. The warmth and light of electricity returned to the world. In late June, chemical plants, brick factories, steel mills, food factories, and medical facilities began to resume production. People began constructing defensive walls along the border of City A. At the end of June, schools and various research labs were established. All children under the age of 15 returned to school, taught by Professor Wang and a large group of professors, along with Lu Qian and his military personnel. This was a military school. The textbooks were all revised. Courses like Chinese, mathematics, English, history, geography, biology, and politics were no longer offered. Some subjects were engineering, agriculture, military science, combat, zombification, etc., with literature making up only a very small proportion. When to learn what? Learning by doing. Qi Sang assigned a group of researchers, led by Ouyang Lan, to conduct comprehensive research on the zombie virus. At this point, Han Qingxia's alliance's basic framework was officially completed. Based in City A, their basic agriculture, industry, schools, trade systems, hospitals, and research facilities had all resumed operations. All of this was coordinated by the Summer Alliance. The world's first haven for humanity amidst the zombie horde had appeared. Han Qingxia worked tirelessly until early July before finalizing the alliance's internal and external strategies. Having dealt with internal affairs, she now faced the challenges of dealing with cities B and C outside of City A. On her computer screen, the purplish-red glow surrounding the small white dots was growing increasingly intense. This meant that the zombie horde in cities B and C was about to erupt. Qingxia, you too sent a message. Lu Qian approached Han Qingxia with a special message. Girl, Rongyin has been out of contact for 3 days. A large number of zombies are spreading out of City C. If we don't rescue him, we'll have to retreat. Should we rescue him now or not? Han Qingxia listened to U2's words. Where was their last known location? In the City C wetland park. Han Qingxia opened a map. The City C wetland park was enormous. This area was almost uninhabited, although the zombies on the outer perimeter were numb. Large swaths of purplish-red surrounded the wetland park. If you two didn't rescue Rongyin, they really wouldn't be able to get out. Han Qingxia smiled slightly upon seeing this. Let's retreat a little, but not too far. After all, we're allies. Rongyin's location is excellent. It can perfectly attract some zombies for them without dying too quickly. Just then, a gentle yet chilling voice suddenly came through their radio. If Captain Han considers us allies, then come and support us. If you retreat again, you're abandoning us. Han Qingxia. She turned to look at Lu Qian. Lu Qian casually turned off the radio and said slowly, I didn't know they were online. Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia decided to fix the local area network. The radio had absolutely no security. That bastard Rongyin clearly had the radio on all the time, specifically aimed at her, listening anytime, anywhere. Send the signal to Rongyin. We'll rescue him. I'll go myself. Lu Qian paused, adjusting the frequency upon hearing Han Qingxia's words. But they're in the center of the zombie horde. Are you going to go to U2 to rescue them? No need for that trouble. I have a helicopter. Lu Qian. That afternoon, a helicopter took off from the open space in front of the air raid shelter in City A, heading towards the wetland park in City C. On board were Han Qingxia, Qin Ke, and Su Xiaoyang. No one else was brought. Lu Qian stared in shock at Han Qingxia, who had a helicopter. He didn't even have a helicopter. Where did Han Qingxia get one? Han Qingxia's plan was quite clever. She would fly a helicopter to rescue Rongyin. However, a helicopter can only carry 5 people at a time, and she occupies 3 seats, meaning she could only rescue a maximum of 2 people at a time. Rongyin currently has about 800 people. If she waits for her helicopter to rescue them one trip after another, well, that would be a long time coming. Han Qingxia wanted Rongyin to hold the line for her, wearing down the zombies, but Rongyin wasn't stupid. After overhearing her conversation today, if she didn't help, Rongyin would definitely turn against them. Therefore, Han Qingxia had to take his pretense to the extreme. The helicopter arrived over the wetland park. When Rongyin learned that Han Qingxia was coming to rescue them by helicopter, he immediately ordered trees to be cut down to clear space for them. He had expected a large fleet of helicopters, and he waited and waited. Instead, a small 5-seat helicopter arrived, much to its belated arrival. Han Qingxia and 3 others disembarked. "My friends, I've come to rescue you," Han Qingxia said sincerely. Rongyin looked at Han Qingxia approaching and said after a long pause, "You only flew 1 helicopter? Captain Rong, I know you must be very moved. When equipment is scarce, I still went out of my way to fly the base's only helicopter to help you. If it were me, I'd be moved to tears too." Rongyin, I mean, is 1 helicopter enough? Sigh. At worst, we'll just have to work harder and rescue you 1 trip at a time. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I'll definitely get you out. Survivors are meant to help each other. Han Qingxia was incredibly sincere. Rongyin was speechless. Captain Han's rescue seems too one-sided. You have a small 5-seat helicopter. We have over 800 people here. How long will it take you to transport them all, 1 trip at a time? At this moment, a burly man behind Rongyin complained. Han Qingxia glanced lazily at the man, didn't speak, and coughed listlessly. Qin Ke, understanding the implication, stepped forward. "Hey, we're doing this as a free rescue. What did you do wrong? Do we owe you anything? Is this your attitude?" "Kay, what are you doing interrupting when adults are speaking?" Han Qingxia turned and reprimanded him sternly. "We're allies. You know what that means. Mutual help, traveling thousands of miles together. Others might not understand, but surely Captain Rong understands our kindness. And didn't Captain Rong say he wouldn't compensate us? You're making it sound like Captain Rong is trying to take advantage of us. How can Captain Rong hold his head high in front of his base after this?" Yes, I was wrong." Qin Ke lowered his head to Han Qingxia, obediently listening to her scolding. "Rongyin." He looked at the serious-looking Han Qingxia, a glint flashing in his beautiful eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses. His gentle smile grew even more enthusiastic. "Captain Han, your subordinate is right. He was being disobedient." He turned to Zhu Tai, coldly saying, "Do you have the right to interrupt? Take your punishment." The burly Zhu Tai, over 6 feet tall, trembled involuntarily upon hearing this. He lowered his head, fearfully drawing a dagger from his waist and pointing it at his left hand. Sizzle, blood spurted out. He chopped off his little finger right in front of Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia, Qin Ke, and Su Xiaoyang behind Han Qingxia were both stunned. They stared in astonishment at Rongyin's actions. "Holy crap! Go back and get it bandaged. If it happens again, you'll be severely punished," Rongyin coldly told Zhu Tai. Zhu Tai, who had just cut off his little finger, bowed his head. Yes, the tall, imposing Zhu Tai, standing over 1.9 meters, walked back silently. Everyone behind Rongyin seemed unfazed by this scene, not even glancing at Zhu Tai. Han Qingxia's understanding of Rongyin's group was renewed to a whole new level. The people at Rongyin's base were far more bloodthirsty, more insane, and more ruthless than rumored. If they were so ruthless to their own people, they could only be more ruthless to outsiders. This group couldn't be allowed to live. She had to find a way to wear them all down here. "All right, there's no time to lose. I'll take some of you away first," Han Qingxia said calmly, glancing at the group behind him. "Let the women and children go first." Han Qingxia then noticed that Rong Yin's team contained almost no children under 15 and not a single elderly person. Women were also few and far between. She estimated there were fewer than 50. Rong Yin smiled and nodded at Han Qingxia's suggestion. If Captain Han says so, then let's do as Captain Han says. Let the women leave first. However, Captain Han's helicopter can only carry 2 at a time, right? Flying more is my mission. I'm determined to rescue you all, Han Qingxia declared righteously. Rong Yin's smile widened. I think it's too much trouble for you to fly around. Captain Han, stay with me. Give us an extra spot. You're overthinking it. Our boss can't stay, Su Xiaoyang said. Rong Yin maintained his smile, showing no anger. We were just talking about compensation. We definitely need to compensate Captain Han. He waved his hand behind him, and a thin man stepped forward. Give me the crystal cores. The man waved his hand, and a huge bag appeared. With a whoosh, he pulled a knife from his back and ripped open the bag. Instantly, a huge pile of glittering crystal cores appeared before Han Qingxia. Estimated 10,000. This is just our deposit. We'll pay 2 more bags after Captain Han takes us all away. 30,000 crystal cores. Okay, I'll stay. Han Qingxia was immediately moved by Rong Yin's sincerity. Boss, what about him here? Su Xiaoyang panicked. It was dangerous for him. Captain Rong is so sincere. Han Qingxia turned to Rong Yin. I can't possibly stay alone. I'll give you another seat, and you can give me another half bag of crystal cores. Rong Yin.
Okay.
Half an hour later, the helicopter took off. Su Xiaoyang piloted the helicopter, carrying the 4 women away. In other words, only Su Xiaoyang knew how to fly a plane. Otherwise, Han Qingxia would have made him give up the pilot seat. She was determined to fleece Rong Yin. Knowing Rong Yin was definitely wealthy, once she saw it, she wanted nothing more than to plunder her dry. Han Qingxia was currently desperately short of crystal cores. She had acquired millions of crystal cores by taking over City A, but at the same time, the consumption of crystal cores was enormous. Half of the crystal cores were used on evolution fluid. She was accelerating the level increase of all the ability users in the entire alliance. Now, all the ability users within their alliance were at least level 3. Keep in mind, this was only the 2nd year of the apocalypse. The 3rd year hadn't even begun yet. With everyone starting at level 3 ability users, this speed was something even evolved zombies couldn't match. However, at the same time, the consumption of crystal cores by ability users above level 3 had also increased significantly. Of course, the evolution fluid needed to be purchased, which required each base within the alliance to exchange resources or points with Han Qingxia, causing Han Qingxia's wealth to soar. On one hand, the strength of the ability users in her base increased significantly, leading to the base's prosperity. On the other hand, her personal assets also increased rapidly. Therefore, she accepted crystal cores without hesitation. Hard currency was never enough. Han Qingxia brought Qin Ku over and took the items. Is your subordinate also a space ability user? Rong Yin smiled at Qin Ku. Yes, he's a precious baby. Otherwise, I wouldn't carry him around every day, Han Qingxia said. Rong Yin's smile widened upon hearing this. That's right, if it were me, I would carry him around every day too. Spatial ability users are very rare, and improving their abilities is the most difficult among all ability users. Han Qingxia's hand paused abruptly. You guys, how do you improve your abilities? Han Qingxia remembered that she had never sold evolution fluid to Rong Yin.
Neither had Qi Sang.
Their base had always been confined to the city center, never engaging in trade with the outside world. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's words, Rong Yin held out his hand to the thin man beside him, and a glittering crystal core immediately appeared in his palm. He took out a bottle of water, washed the crystal core, and, in front of Han Qingxia, crushed it with his bare hands. A few drops of clear water immediately flowed from the crystal core. Rong Yin tilted his head back and drank the liquid. Behind Rong Yin, many other ability users took out crystal cores from their pockets, performing similar actions, crushing and swallowing them directly, or some simply tossing them into their mouths, chewing them like bones, then spitting out the chewed-up outer shell. Han Qingxia's heart pounded as she watched. Qi Sang's crystal cores, extracted using an extraction machine, were riddled with impurities. Consuming too many would drive someone mad, yet Rong Yin and the others were eating them directly. Han Qingxia now felt that their demise in her past life, like fireworks, wasn't just due to zombie evolution engulfing them. It was because these people were madmen walking barefoot on a knife's edge. If the zombies didn't die, they would. Someone had to die. Captain Han, would you like one? My treat. Rong Yin extended her hand. Han Qingxia felt she was seeing a madman 100 times more insane than herself. And yet, she always wore a humble and polite smile. No need. We don't eat like that. Oh? How do you eat it? Han Qingxia remained expressionless. We cook it. Rong Yin. He suddenly realized Han Qingxia had a point. Cooking might be better absorbed. As dusk fell, Rong Yin's men set up camp on the spot. Large pots were set up. Fire-type ability users started fires. Water-type ability users added water, and everyone began cooking. This was the most well-equipped base Han Qingxia had encountered. Rong Yin had ample supplies. There was rice, vegetables, and even drinks. Outside, she was always the one being fed. Today, she could finally eat someone else's food. Rong Yin prepared a special meal for Han Qingxia, asking what she liked to eat and cooking her a pot of braised pork ribs with rice. He sat down, serving Han Qingxia and Qin Ku a bowl of rice each, eating with Han Qingxia with great hospitality. Just then, a commotion erupted behind them.
Han
Qingxia looked up and saw a man in the crowd behind her, lunging at his companion like a madman, opening his mouth to bite him. He bit into the man's ear, and the man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Sizzle. Blood spurted out as his companion's ear was bitten off. The crazed man frantically gnawed at the bloodied wound, sucking the blood. Like a ravenous zombie, he voraciously devoured the flesh, while his companion screamed in agony. Then, the crazed man was kicked away. Immediately afterward, one of his hands was chopped off. The excruciating pain brought him back to his senses with a scream, but unfortunately, he couldn't make a sound. Faced with the ground, he was stomped into the mud. Rong Yin remained silent, calmly and gently stepping on the man's head. The man struggled violently, but beneath her feet, he was like a thrashing shrimp, only able to arch his back and convulse repeatedly. It was a sight that made anyone feel excruciating pain. Until he stopped struggling. Rong Yin released her foot. The man who had just gone berserk was now like a freshly soaked drowned rat, his face deathly pale and devoid of any spirit. He scrambled to his feet, defeated and terrified, looking at the approachable Rong Yin before him. Boss, Swoosh! A flash of light, and his ear was severed. The man was instantly numb with pain. With only one arm left, he clutched his ear, curling up in agony, but clenching his teeth and not uttering a sound. Rong Yin looked down at him. Pain can overcome loss of reason. Don't forget next time. Yes. The man nodded in terror. After dealing with him, Rong Yin turned to the man who had just been bitten. The man was clutching his ear, his face contorted in pain, hissing and gasping for breath. The next second, thud, his head fell to the ground. Rong Yin turned and killed him. Remember this, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to scream. Rong Yin completely ignored the severed head that had fallen to the ground, its eyes wide open in death, and surveyed the entire scene. After warning everyone, bury it, he strode away. No one spoke, but it was clear. Everyone was trembling uncontrollably. Han Qingxia, seeing this, said to Qin Ku beside her, Now do you think you were lucky to have a boss like me? Meeting you is the result of using up all my good luck, Han Qingxia. Hearing these cheesy words, she turned to look into Qin Ku's sincere eyes. She punched him in the stomach. Couldn't he be even a little bit more sincere with her? Excuse me, I disturb your meal. At that moment, Rong Yin returned. Han Qingxia looked behind him. The area had been restored to its previous state. The dead man had been dragged outside and disposed of by others. Even the bloodstains at the scene had been washed away. She didn't say a word and sat down to eat. However, she really couldn't eat the ribs. She ate some side dishes and piled the ribs on Qingke. Rongyin saw this, his smile undiminished, and he spoke to Han Qingxia casually. Han Qingxia was wary of him, only saying trivial things.
Soon.
After finishing their meal, everyone gradually rested. The firelight went out, and only the bright moonlight bathed the wetland park. Today was a beautiful moonlit night. The moonlight was bright, and Han Qingxia could clearly see the beautiful wetland park around her. This must be deep within the wetland park. There were no signs of human development, and the forest remained lush and green. She and Qingke slept in the middle of this group, with sentries patrolling the outermost perimeter. The people huddled together in small groups, like animals, relying on each other for rest. There were also some lone wolves, clutching their weapons, sleeping against a tree. Rongyin was very close to her, about 2 seats away, yet it still created a solitary sleeping area for her. When the moon was high in the sky, she heard heavy breathing beside her. Hiss, hiss. She immediately turned to look at the source of the sound and saw Rongyin turn to his side. Rongyin had his back to her, and as the deep breathing grew louder, she smelled blood in the air. Waves of bloody stench wafted towards her. She frowned, then saw that Rongyin had turned around at some point, and he was looking at her. Blood was at the corner of his mouth. The bright moonlight bathed the ravaged earth. It fell upon the throngs of howling zombies, upon the desperate struggles of humans for survival, and upon the bloodthirsty eyes before Han Qingxia, eyes blazing with suppressed rage. What's wrong? Rongyin stared at Han Qingxia, feeling the blood at the corner of his mouth. He lowered his gaze and ran his thumb along his lips, instantly staining them crimson. He gave a chilling, bewitching smile.
Can you help me?
Half a minute later, behind the large tree, they were facing away from the people in the settlement. The distance was neither too close nor too far. Rongyin had a cigarette dangling from his lips. Han Qingxia looked at the arm before him, bitten to the bone, and silently bandaged it. The bandages and medicine were provided by Rongyin. However, there were clearly no painkillers. Rongyin could only alleviate the pain with a cigarette. As cigarette butts littered the ground, the bloodlust in his eyes gradually subsided. Do you do this every day? Han Qingxia finished tying his arms and looked up at him. Rongyin picked up his cigarette butt and smiled gently. Of course not. The truth? Just then, Han Qingxia heard a commotion from the crowd behind her. A burly man got up from the ground, ran to the edge of the crowd, and started banging his head against a rock. After 2 loud thuds, blood trickled from his head. He stopped, hugging the rock, curled up in pain. His fists occasionally pounded his head. But because Rongyin had warned him earlier that day, he didn't utter a sound, even in such pain. It's fake, Rongyin's voice came. Han Qingxia looked at him and saw Rongyin stub out his cigarette. His gentle eyes were now filled with worry and heaviness. Ever since we discovered the liquid inside the zombie crystal cores could enhance our abilities, we've all started consuming them. But subsequently, while our abilities increased slightly, everyone's bodies started experiencing problems. Han Qingxia could sense it. Rongyin had over 800 people in total, with over 150 of them being ability users. The average level of these ability users was around level 2. The effects of swallowing zombie crystal cores raw were obviously not as good as extraction. They couldn't absorb most of the essence. However, they absorbed the vast majority of the toxins. This was definitely like setting off fireworks on a bonfire. A disaster could happen at any moment. At first, it was just a headache, like ants biting your head. You could endure it. Later, it became nerve pain, like someone was playing guitar on your nerves, faster and faster. That's when it gets really annoying. Annoyed to the point of wanting to destroy everything that's noisy, wanting to knock down everything that moves, to make them stop, to stop yelling, to stop moving, wanting to tear them apart, to make them all quiet. Why don't you stop?
Stop eating.
Rongyin smiled even more gently at this moment. The arrow has been released. Can it come back? Han Qingxia stopped speaking. Everyone's environment is different. Rongyin was isolated from the outside world from the beginning. They couldn't access things like evolution fluid, so they could only crudely and primitively use zombie crystal cores to forcibly enhance themselves. And once they started, there was no turning back. They never had a second choice, only to continue, and to keep continuing, until complete collapse. However, we found that pain can alleviate these symptoms. Romian lifted his other arm, revealing a hand covered in a dense network of wounds. There were knife wounds, teeth marks. Not a single unscathed spot on his hand. By the way, when you cook and eat it, do you really not have these reactions like we do? Romian suddenly asked. Han Qingxia pondered for a moment, then stared into his eyes. It's definitely better than eating him raw. Romian's beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. I'm so grateful to you. If we had met you, we'd still be trapped in City C. If we couldn't get out, we'd all be doomed. Don't say that. You guys are amazing. Romian shook her head. Captain Han, you probably don't know the situation at our base. We're all trapped in the city. Not one of us has had a good night's sleep. We desperately want to go out into the world, to rebuild order together with other bases, to rely on each other. He looked up, a vulnerable glint in his gentle, non-aggressive eyes for the first time. Could you help us more? Take us out. Han Qingxia's heart skipped a beat when she saw that look in his eyes. That familiar feeling. She took a deep breath, her face filled with sincerity. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll definitely help you. She agreed readily and confidently, Romian's gentle smile growing wider, a smile that could drown one in envy. I knew Captain Han was a good person. I already said we're allies. Who else would I help if not you? Let's go back to sleep. I'll definitely find a way to get you out of here more tomorrow. Romian nodded. You go back first. I want to have a couple more cigarettes. Hearing this, Han Qingxia didn't linger and turned to walk back. After she left, she heard the sound of a lighter behind her. Romian watched her retreating figure, a cigarette dangling from her lips, her smile deepening. Han Qingxia returned to her bedding, and just as she lay down, a dark figure rolled over. You're still not asleep? Qin Ke, lying on his side, said in a very low voice, exhaling in a bubbly tone. How can I sleep without you? Get lost. Han Qingxia shoved him away. When her hand touched Qin Ke, he grabbed it. Captain Beauty, you haven't done something stupid again, have you? What do you mean? You believe that person? Qin Ke, his usual playful demeanor gone, looked at her seriously. Han Qingxia looked at his expression. What brilliant idea do you have? Qin Ke looked at the sparkling lights behind the tree, leaned forward, and whispered in Han Qingxia's ear, a voice only she could hear. He's a liar. Remember this. Any man who offers to show you his wounds or asks for your help is trying to deceive you. He has ulterior motives. Don't believe him. Han Qingxia looked at Qin Ke. That sounds familiar. Are you talking about yourself? Qin Ke. I'm serious. Don't believe him, not a single word. Oh, so I can believe you? Qin Ke snapped. How can you women be so easily fooled? What's wrong with your brain? A man who treats you like this either doesn't want to seduce you or wants to use you, to cheat you out of your resources and your life. Remember this. A normal man would rather hide his wounds than let a woman see them. It's shameful. Han Qingxia, a suffocating feeling washed over her. Qin Ke came to teach her how to avoid being scammed.
Got it.
Han Qingxia. Okay, got it. Qin Ke glared at her fiercely. Don't be fooled by men anymore. Men are either bad or extremely bad. There's not a single good one. Han Qingxia. Then get lost. She slapped him away. He was right. She'd start with him. After swatting Qin Ke away, Han Qingxia lay down on her sleeping bag and went to sleep. Of course, she didn't believe Romian's words. He might fool an ordinary person, but he couldn't fool her. Not to mention that Han Qingxia, as a reborn person, had long since thoroughly investigated Romian's background. There was absolutely no chance he could put on an act and create a persona in front of her. Given Han Qingxia's own control over the situation, she wouldn't help him. She had seen how ruthless Romian's group was. If such a pack of wolves ran away, there would be trouble if they couldn't be controlled. Clearly, she couldn't control them. Romian was a very ambitious man. He had built his base into a formidable force, an impenetrable rule. In the human settlements outside, he was determined to wield even greater power. Could she let such a tiger go? Even if Rongin spoke eloquently, all of them would have to stay here. Faced with a shared catastrophe of zombies, humans should help each other. But this must be based on the premise that those who help cannot turn around and devour them. Han Qingxia has a completely new plan for Rongin and the others. The next day, the helicopter arrived again.
Boss.
Su Xiaoyang landed and immediately ran to Han Qingxia. Xiaoyang, you've worked hard. Boss, how are you? I'm fine. Han Qingxia patted Su Xiaoyang's shoulder and mouthed 2 words to him. Out of power. Su Xiaoyang frowned, watching her silent mouth movements. Han Qingxia repeated, no power. At this moment, Rongin walked over. Can you fly a few more flights today? Of course I'll fly a few more. Han Qingxia looked at him firmly. I said I'd get you all out, and I'll get you. Xiaoyang, you'll have to work a little harder today, fly a few more flights. After Han Qingxia finished speaking, Su Xiaoyang immediately said, Boss, no. Our plane is out of power. Hearing this, Han Qingxia's brows furrowed with immense satisfaction. Her Yangzi was indeed Yangzi. Smart. A darling who would never let her down. However, her satisfaction quickly turned to displeasure. How can there be no power? Is there no power outside? The quick-witted Su Xiaoyang understood immediately. Boss, where is there power outside? Captain Yu's power is only enough for their radio. We have to fly back to City A to recharge. Your helicopters don't run on fuel? They run on electricity. Rongin asked at this moment. That's right, this is a new energy helicopter, powered by electricity. It's our new technology. I thought new technology would bring more convenience, but it's not as good as the old-fashioned helicopters, Han Qingxia said helplessly. Xiaoyang, go back and recharge your batteries as soon as possible. Try to fly twice a day. Su Xiaoyang, yes. Rongin didn't say anything more after hearing this. He waved his hand, letting a group of women board the plane. After Su Xiaoyang flew away, Rongin didn't say anything either. For days passed in a flash. Su Xiaoyang came twice a day, taking 4 women with him each time. The women at Rongin's base were almost all gone. Han Qingxia planned to leave under a pretext once all the women were gone. Today, when Su Xiaoyang pretended to leave, Rongin stepped forward. Let them go first today. 4 men walked out from behind Rongin. Among them was Zhu Tai, who had argued with Han Qingxia on the first day and ended up having his finger cut off. Zhu Tai, his face gloomy, glanced at Han Qingxia as he passed by. Wait, Han Qingxia called out to the group. The women haven't all evacuated yet and you're letting the men go? Rongin smiled slightly. The remaining women are all ability users. I think we can evacuate the ordinary people now. This excuse was flawless. The few women scattered among the crowd all possessed abilities. They were not to be trifled with. After you leave, remember to rejoin our people. Make sure they behave and obey the Qingxia alliance. If they disobey, report back to me. Rongin said. Yes, boss. Zhu Tai and the others replied. Han Qingxia knew from this that Rongin was definitely wary of her. She wanted to see if they really flew back to City A and were reporting intelligence from outside to him. These men are really difficult to deal with. Han Qingxia watched as several people boarded the helicopter. When it reached the last one, Zhu Tai, she said, my helicopter has a weight limit. You're all overweight. One of you get off. Zhu Tai. Han Qingxia pulled Zhu Tai off the plane. Rongin, seeing this, looked displeased. Su Xiaoyang, in the pilot seat, opportunely said, the weight of the 3 of them is just right. One more, and it won't be able to fly. Hearing this, Rongin finally said, okay, boss, I wait for the next flight. Rongin looked at Han Qingxia, her gaze still gentle. Han Qingxia smiled at Rongin, turned, and left. After she left, Zhu Tai stepped forward. Boss, I think she just doesn't want to help us. She's deliberately playing these tricks on us. I suspect she might have told her men not to come tomorrow. Rongin laughed. It's all right. She's here. If she wants to stall, she can stay here with me. What about her subordinate? Romin's gaze gradually fell on Qingxia, her eyes slowly revealing murderous intent. If the plane doesn't come tomorrow, eliminate him. Jutai, yes. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from among them. Zombies. Zombies are coming. Han Qingxia, who had walked to the center of the crowd, thinking of having the helicopter stay away tomorrow and stalling for 2 days, heard the alarm. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a large group of humanoid creatures running from the mountains ahead. There were more than 100 of them, men and women, old and young, some with tilted heads, some limping, some using both hands and feet, surging in from the west like marathon runners. Han Qingxia figured it was probably because the helicopters had been flying over here every day for the past few days. The loud noise had attracted the zombies on the periphery, and they had slowly found them in the middle. The fastest runner was a young male zombie wearing a white vest, athletic shorts, and a short haircut. He looked like he had been an athlete in life. His muscles still maintained a certain fluidity, and he ran with tremendous force. His wound was on his shoulder, from shoulder to forearm. A chunk of flesh had been torn away, exposing the bone, but this didn't affect his arm swing. He was a professional athlete zombie. In just a few seconds, he had distanced himself from the horde of zombies behind him and was running towards them. The zombie athlete, its face deathly pale, lunged at the nearest man with its gaping maw. The man drew 2 large cleavers from his waist and swung them with tremendous force at the zombie's head. Crack, intending to dodge the zombie with a single blow, he never expected this zombie to also have hardened skin. The cleaver became wedged into its head. The zombie, with the cleaver embedded in its head, howled and lunged at him even more frantically. The zombie with a knife stuck in its head pounced on the man's shoulder, its mouth wide open, long, sticky, disgusting strands of blood gushing from its mouth. It howled and bit into his shoulder. The whole process was too fast for him to react. From the moment the man drew his knife to the moment the zombie pounced, less than 2 seconds had passed. After his first strike failed to kill the man, he was bound to be knocked down by the zombie. However, what Han Qingxia hadn't expected was this. Crack, as the zombie bit into his shoulder, it made the sound of human teeth grinding against metal. Sizzle, several of the zombie's teeth broke. At the same time, a boning knife and the knife stuck in its head were simultaneously swung with great force. Thud! The man wielding the 2 knives, veins bulging, gathered his strength and decapitated the hardened-skinned zombie. The zombie fell, revealing the reinforced iron plate on the man's shoulder. Wow, this is interesting. Han Qingxia and Qingxia watched the show from behind them. She then noticed that almost all of Rongyan's men were equipped with metal plates under their clothes. Their waists, abdomens, shoulders, and thighs, these vital areas, were all protected. Most of these metal plates were city billboards, some even printed with shop advertisements. The thickness was generally 3 to 5 millimeters. This was definitely a unique feature of Rongyan's base. Other bases couldn't replicate it. Firstly, so many metal plates were hard to find. Secondly, this primitive method was far too cumbersome, with each person carrying dozens of kilograms of weight most people couldn't even run, and the clothing was extremely uncomfortable. But it perfectly suited Rongyan's base style. Faced with the surging horde of zombies, this large group of armed werewolves didn't react with retreat. They all joined the fight. Under Rongyan's high-pressure management, Tomorrow Base was a place where everyone was a soldier. Anyone who couldn't kill the zombies was eliminated. Faced with zombies, they had no choice but to kill. 100 or so zombies surged forward, and the battle erupted instantly. Fireballs, water balloons, mounds of earth, and metal blades flew everywhere. Various strength type and speed type ability users joined the fray. Ordinary people also bravely followed, weapons in hand. Han Qingxia closely observed the combat levels of these people. Ability users comprised about 1/7 of the group, their abilities primarily consisting of ordinary elemental and physical enhancement types. No special abilities were observed. About 7 or 8 people remained at the back of the group, not engaging in combat, acting as a protected group. Those were spatial ability users. Then there was Rong Yin. He stood calmly behind everyone, simply watching them fight. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, the 100 or so zombies that had charged in were wiped out. Their casualty rate was terrifyingly low. Only 2 were injured and only 1 was bleeding. "Boss, I got cut by a knife," the bleeding base member explained to Rong-in in a panic. Rong-yin's gaze was gentle. "Go in yourself." As soon as Rong-in finished speaking, a space-type ability user who hadn't participated in the combat stepped forward and released a half-person high iron cage with barbed wire at the top. The base member saw this, lowered his eyes, his gaze filled with struggle, and after 2 seconds, climbed inside. After he climbed in, he clicked the padlock shut. The others, seeing this, acted as if they hadn't noticed anything, continuing to collect the crystal cores. Just as they had almost collected all the crystal cores, a tremor came from the iron cage. The man who had just been locked up gripped the cage walls, trembling all over. He shook violently, his face contorted with bulging veins, drenched in sweat from the pain. Everyone stopped at the sound, and Rong-in, seeing this, walked towards him step by step. The man, seeing him approach, cried out excitedly, No, boss, I haven't turned into a zombie. I'm just suffering a backlash from the crystal cores." But no matter how he explained, he couldn't stop Rong-yin's advance. He drew closer, calmly reaching out his beautiful hand to touch the gate at the top of the cage. The gate snapped shut, and all the barbs above fell down. The man inside the cage went completely mad. Let me go. Let me go. I'm not a zombie. What right do you have to control my life? Who do you think you are? I don't want to follow you, you madman and pervert. Let me go. Let me go." Thump. The barbs on top of the cage fell, piercing the person inside. Han Qingxia's eyes were covered by a hand. Qingke's voice reached her ears. "See that? That's a heartless, vicious dog. Feel sorry for him. You'll be eaten to bits." Han Qingxia. She wanted him to teach her a lesson. Han Qingxia pulled his hand away, and just then, Rong-in walked over. "We need to leave here as soon as possible. Don't you agree, Captain Han?" Yes, Han Qingxia agreed repeatedly. "It's too dangerous here. We must evacuate immediately. But I always feel like you're being perfunctory with me, Captain Han. I can't feel your sincerity. After all, actions speak louder than words, right? Captain Rong, don't try to manipulate our leader. Your tactics are simply denying her contributions, trying to make her doubt whether she really helped you. But in reality, without our leader, where would you all be now? Would any of you have escaped? Our leader came from afar to help you, and you've never once expressed gratitude for the actual help you've given her. You even constantly put her down, only taking from her. You say she lacks sincerity? Then may I ask, what sincerity have you all shown by accepting her help all this time?" Qingke stood behind Han Qingxia, retorting to Rong-yin's words in just a few words. Qingke was already tired of this level of manipulative tactics used on girls. The most direct way to counter this kind of brainwashing is to present a concrete comparison. How much Han Qingxia gave, and how much they gave. Immediately, it will be clear who owes whom. Rong-yin's gentle face turned slightly cold upon hearing Qingke's words. This young man is right. I was in a hurry and overlooked these things. I should first express my gratitude to Captain Han. He raised his hand, and a spatial ability user stepped forward. Bring it all out. The spatial ability user paused, looking at Rong-in with disbelief. Bring it out, Rong-in continued. This time, the spatial ability user didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he released 10 enormous packages. These are 100,000 crystal cores, as a token of our gratitude for your continuous assistance in the early stages. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up as she looked at the 100,000 crystal cores. Rong-in was driven to desperation. Qingke is amazing. Only a scumbag can deal with a scumbag. This saying is absolutely true. Captain Han, could you send more reinforcements tomorrow to take us out? Rong-in asked calmly, her heart bleeding. This time, I'm absolutely sincere. Han Qingxia said, moved, as she led Qingke forward. Han Qingxia was overjoyed to receive 100,000 crystal cores, instantly feeling a sense of comfort from head to toe. To be able to get so close to Rong In was no easy feat. Serves him right for his constant manipulation and manipulative tactics. Now he'll pay the price. She picked up bags of crystal cores, pretending to hand them to Qin Ke. The moment his hand touched them, the cores disappeared into Han Qingxia's spatial storage. Rong In, of course, couldn't see through it. In that case, I'll go send the message now, Han Qingxia said after collecting the crystal cores. Okay, Rong In smiled. Han Qingxia turned and left with Qin Ke. The moment they turned around, Rong Yin's face darkened. Ju Tai stepped forward. Boss, those are all our crystal cores. We gave them all. Rong In looked at Qin Ke's back beside Han Qingxia. He still has the life to take my crystal cores. Tomorrow, no matter what, kill him. Then, won't you turn against her? Rong In turned around, her eyes filled with malice. If we kill him, we'll definitely turn against her. But if a zombie kills him, there's no reason to turn against her, understand? Ju Tai thought for a moment. Understood. Stir up an accident. Lure the zombies here. Don't leave any trace. My crystal cores, I will definitely get them back. Yes. Han Qingxia radioed outside, telling Su Xiaoyang to come pick them up, as usual tomorrow. After sending the message, Han Qingxia heard rustling sounds not far away. Who's there? From behind the woods, a man in his 30s peeked out. He looked around in alarm, making sure no one was paying attention, before revealing himself. He also brought a boy who looked to be about 16. The man looked at Han Qingxia. I know Rong In wants to deal with you. Han Qingxia. You took his crystal core. He won't let you off the hook, the man continued. The boy beside him stood guard. What do you want? An exchange. The man's gaze burned as he looked at Han Qingxia. I'll tell you Rong Yin's plan. You, take me and my son out. Just then, the boy on guard quickly said, Dad, someone's coming. Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth, threw a crumpled piece of paper at Han Qingxia, his eyes filled with longing. After glancing at her, he turned and pulled his son away in the opposite direction, as if he had never been there. Han Qingxia looked at the crumpled paper on the ground. Pick it up. Qin Ke went over and picked up the paper. Han Qingxia unfolded the paper. There was a line of text on it. She chuckled. What are you laughing at? Look for yourself. Han Qingxia handed the note to Qin Ke. Qin Ke only saw one line. He's going to lure a zombie horde to kill your men. Qin Ke, Han Qingxia lazily stretched. Her last bit of goodwill towards him was gone. She still wanted to maintain a good relationship with him and fight the zombie horde together. Now, since he wants to, let him have his way. Qin Ke, cooperate with them well tonight. She sent Su Xiaoyang a new message, telling him to come pick them up as early as possible tomorrow. The night deepened. After dinner, Rong In found Han Qingxia and sincerely asked her question. Captain Han, how do you manage so many alliances? I don't manage anything. It's all Lu Qian's responsibility. Really? Of course. I'm just a freeloader. Lu Qian manages internal affairs. You too manages external affairs. They use me as a puppet. I can't actually control anything. Han Qingxia lied. Rong Yin's eyes lit up, a mix of surprise and understanding. He wanted to ask more, but Han Qingxia spoke first. Sigh, Captain Rong, we hit it off immediately. I genuinely think you're a good person. To be honest, I've been living a living hell in that lousy alliance. You two and Lu Qian are both bad people. They're vying for power and bullying me at every turn. This puppet alliance leader is not only a figurehead but also a hot potato, kicked around by both sides. Rong In. Really? I think Captain Han is quite capable too. You two squads are all incredibly powerful, and Lu Qian is from the military, the uncrowned king of the northern military region. What do I have? I have nothing but some supplies. You two and Lu Qian requisitioned all my supplies, giving me a title of alliance leader in name only. In reality, I'm still working for them. When they get into trouble, they always push me into the position. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their lives here? Rong In. The more Rong In listened, the more she realized it made sense. He looked at Han Qingxia, his gaze growing increasingly deep. So, The Summer Alliance is still ruled by Lu Qian and you two. Otherwise, what? I'm just a woman with no strength to even kill a chicken. How could they possibly listen to me? Rongyin fell silent at this point. Han Qingxia cracked some sunflower seeds, slowly complaining to him. It's really hard for women in the apocalypse. Not only do we have to face terrifying zombies, but we also have to endure the oppression of men. If only I were a man like Captain Rong, no one could bully me. After she finished speaking, Rongyin suddenly said, You stay. Rongyin's eyes were gentle and clear, a moment of seriousness appearing. You'll come with me. I'll protect you from now on, and no one will bully you. Just then, a scream came from the crowd behind them. Ju Tai stumbled over. Boss. It's terrible. A huge horde of zombies has sneaked in. Han Qingxia stood up. Outside, the crowd was in complete chaos, with zombies charging directly into the settlement. They were pouncing on those trying to rest. Everyone was clearly unprepared. The sudden zombie horde had completely robbed them of their daytime ferocity. One resident was already being bitten on the head. In the darkness, countless more zombies surged forward. Holy crap! Rongyin suffered a significant loss. Don't be afraid. Everything will be all right. Rongyin's voice reached her ears. Rongyin calmly observed the scene. Tell everyone to evacuate. Evacuate? We must evacuate. We've been exposed. Zombies are extremely dangerous at night. Rongyin was utterly serious. Evacuate now. Following his command, the residents of Tomorrow Base began to evacuate. At that moment, Han Qingxia remembered her follower. Where's Qin Ke? Let's retreat. Our people will rescue him. Rongyin grabbed her wrist and pulled her forward. As he ran, a dark, howling roar came from behind them. A-woo, under the moonlight, hordes of zombies pounced on them. Han Qingxia, pulled by Rongyin, ran at the front, while the others from the base retreated, fighting back as they went. In the night forest, zombies came from all directions. A-woo! Han Qingxia felt a stench in front of her. A zombie appeared out of nowhere, its gaping maw charging straight at her. The zombie's mouth was enormous. The muscles of its lips were torn, its jawbones stretched to its limit, its throat pulled to its limit. The gaping, black maw was so grotesque it could have bitten Han Qingxia's head off in one gulp. Whoa! Han Qingxia's hand reached for the long sword behind her back. A flash of light appeared before her eyes. The zombie's head was cleaved off in one stroke. It wasn't Han Qingxia who killed it. Han Qingxia looked towards the flashing silver blade and met a pair of gentle, composed eyes. Rongyin maintained her gentle expression. The gentler she was, the more ruthless she was in killing. 7 or 8 more zombies appeared before her. They emerged from the jungle, bearing their fangs and claws. In the moonlight, their rotting, dead faces appeared even more terrifying. Their rotting, foul-smelling bodies were missing arms and legs, their bellies and mouths rotting. Like ghosts crawling out of fresh graves, they howled and lunged at the living, their eyes gleaming.
Swish, swish, swish.
A series of flashes of light appeared, ruthlessly and precisely slicing the zombies in front of them away. Without Han Qingxia even lifting a finger, Rongyin had already cut down all the zombies that pounced on him. But what puzzled Rongyin was, there were more zombies than he had expected. After killing one group of zombies, a huge horde surged forward. At that moment, Ju Tai's voice came from behind him.
Boss.
Something's wrong. There are more and more zombies. Rongyin's gentle expression almost crumbled upon hearing this. He had seen it, of course. More and more. There were easily over 1,000. It was beyond his expectations. He really didn't know what Ju Tai was doing. Just let him lure a small horde of zombies over to take down that annoying henchman Han Qingxia. How could he attract so many zombies? Seeing they couldn't break through, Rongyin and his men stopped. So many zombies, aren't we going to charge? Han Qingxia asked. Don't be afraid. I told you, I'll protect you. Han Qingxia thought for a moment, then gave him a smile and a thumbs up. Then you'd better do your best. I'm rooting for you. After saying that, she confidently hid behind Rongyin, waiting for him to kill the zombies. Romin. Romin turned to look at Han Qingxia, whose face was sly and eyes were crinkled with laughter. A smile suddenly appeared on Romin's lips. Okay, you stay behind and watch. Whoa, after they stopped, a horde of zombies surged in from all directions. Romin, wielding a knife in one hand, led everyone in a fierce battle against the zombies. In the pitch-black night, various supernatural spheres exploded and hordes of zombies fell. Simultaneously, the people at their base also fell one by one. Han Qingxia coldly watched the scene unfold. She had never owed Rong-in anything. Sending you two to support them was a genuine favor, and Romin still owed her that favor, even until she sent a helicopter to rescue them. What could she do if she didn't help them? She helped them, yet they kept scheming to get their hands on her, giving her crystal cores only to try and take them back, and even plotting against her people. Tonight, she would collect the interest properly. She would teach this wolf who didn't know who its master was a lesson. She coldly watched the number of people at Rong Yin's base dwindle, counting the numbers and occasionally shouting out from the safe zone. Captain Rong, keep going. Captain Rong, you're amazing. Captain Rong, west. West. The zombies are coming. I'm scared. Rong-in, leading his men in the charge, heard the voices behind him. Under Han Qingxia's occasional bursts of encouragement, Rong-in swung his knife faster, harder, and sharper. From midnight to 3 a.m., they killed for 4 whole hours. Finally, with a third of their base's population gone, the zombie horde from all directions stopped. After finishing off the last zombie, Rong Yin's exhausted men stepped forward. Boss, I didn't know there would be so many zombies tonight. Ju Tai lowered his head, the excitement of killing zombies unable to overcome the fear he felt now. Rong Yin gave him a gentle look. You deserve to die. But he didn't kill Ju Tai. Clean up the scene, check each other's bodies. You oversee this personally. If anything goes wrong, you're dead. Yes, sir. Ju Tai shuddered, as if granted a pardon, sweat beading on his forehead. Rong Yin didn't look at him again, turning back like a wolf battle-hardened, covered in blood. As soon as she turned, she was met with a wide smile. Captain Rong is amazing. You've killed so many zombies. You're the most amazing man I've ever seen. Rong-in was startled by the incredibly clear and pleasant girl's voice. This was the first time he'd ever heard a woman speak to him in such a voice. From the moment he killed his first zombie, his first human, women felt only fear towards him, and men only awe. Some women had tried to approach him, but once they saw him killing, none of them could maintain their feigned enthusiasm in his presence. He could kill others so he could kill them. In his eyes, men and women were just knives, and women were the worst kind useless knives, to be eliminated. Aside from a superficial facade of gentleness, he was ruthless and cold-blooded to the core. No woman could win his favor, so the women in the base avoided him like the plague. He had never heard a woman utter a word of adoration for him, nor had he ever seen anyone smile at him like that. He was a man without love. Although, in reality, his family before the apocalypse had always been the envy of every Yonia wealthy and loving extended family. His parents were both very rich, the only children of leading companies in their respective industries, a business marriage that seemed like a happy and powerful alliance. But behind the glamorous facade, his parents had always been living separate lives. His father had many mistresses, his mother had many younger men, and he was conceived through IVF because his mother hated his father and wouldn't even let him touch her. She didn't even glance at him after he was born. His grandfather and maternal grandfather initially held high hopes for him, the heir to both powerful families. However, they were determined to completely devour each other. After employing various methods, they broke off their relationship, and each of their sons and daughters had a large number of illegitimate children. They all went on to support their own bloodline's children. He, the rightful heir, became the object of abandonment by both families. He tried to gain everyone's attention through rebellion, but his rebellion only accelerated everyone's neglect of him. His dad would say that their family couldn't produce such a stupid kid. He took after his stupid mother. His mom would say that this annoying child wasn't hers, and that his dad's genes were truly rubbish. His grandparents on both sides would shake their heads, their disdain.
Deepening.
Later, he learned to behave, at least outwardly, trying to be a gentle and cheerful person. That way, others would think he was a good person. Of course, when God closes a door, he always opens a window. He was exceptionally intelligent from a young age, reading extensively, which forged an even stronger mind within him. If others didn't treat him like a human being, he would fight to the bitter end. Then the apocalypse arrived. His stage suddenly opened up. After the apocalypse broke out, he first slaughtered his parents', grandfathers', and maternal grandfathers' families, recruiting security guards from both sides to build the formidable Tomorrow base. He thrived in the apocalypse, indulging in slaughter and domination. Besides that, he had no other ambitions. Until Han Qingxia smiled like a little son in front of him. It wasn't that he disliked women, but rather women who were afraid of him. That fearful, cowering appearance repulsed him, as if it exposed his wicked, dark, and inhuman nature. Han Qingxia was the only one who wasn't afraid of him. Not pretending, she genuinely wasn't afraid of him. Even knowing she was lying, that those few words were just to mislead him, he was still dazzled by that peaceful smile that showed no fear of him. He felt that in Han Qingxia's eyes, he wasn't a monster, but a human being. No matter how wicked he was in her eyes, she would still see him as a human being. I said, "I will protect you," Rongyin said slowly, looking at her smiling face. Captain Rong is such a good person. Han Qingxia glanced at him, her gaze landing on his knife. Your knife looks really good, much better than mine. Can I have it? Rongyin. Han Qingxia had only said it casually, but she didn't expect that after she finished speaking, a knife with a sheath would actually be handed to her. Yours. Really for me? If you want it, it's yours. Rongyin gave her the knife. This knife was his grandfather's treasured possession. He had always used this knife during the apocalypse. This is so embarrassing. Han Qingxia sheathed his knife without a word. Rongyin's gentle smile deepened when she saw her expression. From now on, you'll follow me. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Then, I really need to think about it carefully, Han Qingxia agreed repeatedly. She then looked around. Oh, right. Where's my follower? Rongyin's gentle expression changed upon hearing Han Qingxia's words. He doesn't seem to have followed. Then I'll go find him. Captain Han calmed down. You saw the zombie horde just now. There's still a lot of danger outside. Wait until dawn, I'll help you look. Just then, a scream rang out from the crowd. Aningyu was bitten. My son wasn't. He was scratched by me. A middle-aged man tightly protected a 16-year-old boy. The crowd grew larger and larger. Han Qingxia followed Rongyin into the crowd and immediately recognized the two men as the father and son who had tipped her off earlier that day. The middle-aged man knelt before Ju Tai, kowtowing repeatedly. Don't lock my son up. He really wasn't captured by zombies. Dad, his son Ningyu tugged at his sleeve. Dad, don't kneel anymore. We can just leave. We don't want to stay in this lousy base. Want to leave? Ju Tai's arrogant voice rang out. If there are no traitors in the base tomorrow, join us, and we'll fight to the death. What right do you have? We've risked our lives for you. Why should you decide our fates? Ningyu rushed forward to protect his father. Because this is the apocalypse. You're only alive because of Tomorrow base. Ju Tai drew his knife. Anyone who disagrees will die. At this moment, a clear voice rang out. Stop. Han Qingxia stopped them and stepped forward. Ju Tai turned his head with a grim face, saw Han Qingxia, and then looked at Rongyin. Rongyin didn't speak, which was taken as tacit agreement. Han Qingxia walked up to the father and son, looking at the big boy who was staring wide-eyed at his father. Captain Rong, you lost my follower, so let this kid serve me. Once I find him, I'll return him to you. Rongyin smiled slightly.
Okay.
Rongyin agreed so readily. This agreement made Han Qingxia a little uneasy. Was he really serious? Thank you, Captain Rong. Han Qingxia turned and smiled at him. As long as you're not angry that I lost your follower. This isn't something you can control. I'll look for him again tomorrow morning. Okay. Han Qingxia took Ningyu away. Ningyu initially refused to leave, but his father gave him a hard shove. He told him he had to listen to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia and her men went to rest first. Rongyin asked Zhu Tai, "Was that man really dealt with?"
Yes.
"I saw him swallowed by the zombie horde with my own eyes." Upon hearing this, Rongyin's face immediately lit up with a smile. The night passed. Early the next morning, Han Qingxia opened her eyes to hear arguing beside her. "Get out of my sight. I'm Miss Han's follower now. I can't leave." A boy's voice, going through puberty, rang out. "This is the boss's order." Ningyu said firmly, "I only listen to Miss Han now. You're asking for it." Zhu Tai raised his hand and slapped Ningyu's face hard, swelling it. After the slap, he was kicked away. Ningyu stared in shock at the woman who had appeared before him. Han Qingxia looked at his swollen face. "If someone hits you, would you just stand there dumbfounded?" Ningyu listened to her words in disbelief. Han Qingxia continued, "Now, give him 2 slaps. 1 slap back, 1 as a reward." Ningyu felt as if he had heard a divine message, his fists clenching. "Go." Ningyu charged forward without hesitation, full of confidence. Zhu Tai saw him coming and said, "You actually dare to hit me." Ningyu remembered how he had forced his father to kneel yesterday and threatened to kill them, and he gathered all his strength. Slap, slap. The 2 slaps drew the attention of everyone at Tomorrow Base. Rongyin heard the sound and came over. Zhu Tai immediately scrambled over. "Boss, they..." "Captain Rong." Han Qingxia greeted Rongyin warmly. "Good morning." Rongyin. "Good morning. You just saw me being bullied, didn't you?" Zhu Tai. Rongyin glanced down at Zhu Tai, who immediately stood up. "I'm sorry, Captain Han, I was wrong."
Don't apologize to me, apologize to him.
Zhu Tai glanced at Ningyu in front of him. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Seeing Zhu Tai bowing his head before him, Ningyu felt an unprecedented shock. So, Zhu Tai, who had run rampant in the base and was Rongyin's most trusted lieutenant, could actually bow his head and admit his mistake. And behind this was his powerful backer. Ningyu's admiration for Han Qingxia instantly reached its peak. Yesterday, he was only forced to follow her because of his father. Today, he decided he would truly follow her. "Did you vent your anger?" Han Qingxia asked.
Yes.
Ningyu's still childish face lit up, and he nodded vigorously to Han Qingxia. "All right, be more polite to my men next time." Zhu Tai lowered his head respectfully upon hearing this, but his eyes were filled with gloom. "Captain Han, I have something I want to tell you," Rongyin said at this moment. "Yes, go ahead. I want to change our evacuation method. The helicopter can only carry so many people in one trip. We encountered a zombie horde last night and lost a third of our men. You saw it with your own eyes. The helicopter can't transport people in time." Yes, that's right." Han Qingxia nodded in agreement. "Why don't you contact the outside world and ask you two to come and meet us? I might not have that much influence. They're all busy with other things. Sending me here means in the lowest ranking and most useless person. The best rescue I can offer is a helicopter." Rongyin looked at her gently. "If that doesn't work, you can officially join us. It'll take care of you from now on and you won't go back." Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia went back and pretended to send a radio message. After she left, Zhu Tai watched her retreating figure, his eyes filled with malice. This woman was nothing more than someone who flaunted her status. She actually had no strength whatsoever. Their boss' leniency towards her had reached its limit. He would never tolerate her indefinitely. In his boss' eyes, once someone stayed, the only standard was whether they were useful. If she stayed, he would definitely make her pay. And seeing that she had no real strength, always hiding behind his boss, this useless vase's good days were about to end. Zhu Tai glared at Han Qingxia and turned to leave. 5 minutes later, Han Qingxia told everyone to retreat westward, as you two would attempt to break out today. Everyone was shocked. "Tell your dad to be careful and stick close to you," Han Qingxia said to Ningyu.
Yes.
Everyone began to retreat westward. After walking about a kilometer west, Rongyin suddenly stopped. "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Han Qingxia looked at him. Rongyin looked at Han Qingxia suspiciously. Are you sure we're going west? Han Qingxia stared into his eyes.
Yes.
Really? Really? Then you too wants to kill you. Han Qingxia's heart skipped a beat at his words. Rongyin looked into her eyes. My other ability is danger prediction. To the west, a zombie horde is coming. Han Qingxia. Everyone retreat. Rongyin turned and led everyone back. A massive horde of zombies roared in from the west. Large swarms of zombies poured in, even more than the previous night. The zombie horde surrounded them like dumplings in the blink of an eye. This was, of course, the work of the inhuman Han Qingxia. She had Qin Ke bring the zombie horde to stall Tomorrow Base, then she would slip away in the chaos. After her intense encounter with Rongyin, Han Qingxia decided that this man, whose cunning was deeper than the sea, was best left to his own devices. She would never deal with him again. She was leaving today, leaving them all behind in the wetland park. The helicopter was already positioned half a kilometer ahead. As planned, they would encounter the zombie horde upon arrival. Rongyin and the others would fight chaotically for half a minute, allowing her to wait for the helicopter to retreat.
But now,
she hadn't expected Rongyin's other ability, precognition. He foresaw the danger minutes ahead and retreated. Looking at their destination receding further and further away, retreat was no longer an option. Han Qingxia was in a bind. What to do now? They couldn't get through. Everyone must kill the zombies. Those who don't will die. As Han Qingxia pondered, Tomorrow Base was completely driven to the brink of destruction by the zombie horde. This wave of zombies was truly overwhelming, and their population had drastically decreased yesterday. The people of Tomorrow Base were being decimated wave after wave. Those who fell were lucky enough to die, while the unlucky ones were bitten and turned into zombies, rising again to fight back against humans. The battle between humans and zombies always has a balance. With more humans, fewer zombies will inevitably appear. As the human population dwindles, humanity's strength will be exhausted. Rongyin switched to a different knife in front of Han Qingxia. This knife was clearly less comfortable to handle. After observing dozens of zombies, it broke. Seeing the zombies about to pounce again, he instantly unleashed his psychic abilities. The powerful psychic ability immediately cleared a large swarm of zombies in front of him. This burst of power also signified that Tomorrow Base was nearing its end. Psychic abilities were only used when no other weapons were available. These people had fought fiercely until 3 a.m., and most of them had only a sliver of their psychic abilities remaining. Swinging a water ball was their limit. Just then, a wall of water appeared before everyone. The water wall was 50 meters long, enveloping everyone. Bang! The water wall shattered. Water droplets rained down on the zombies like bullets, sending the densely packed horde flying half a meter. At that moment, everyone was stunned. They looked towards the source of this powerful ability. Han Qingxia unleashed a power these people had never witnessed before. The raindrops exploded like bullets. The misty humidity in the air seemed to be a divine demonstration of true supernatural ability. Know that among them, the strongest, Rongyin, was only a level 4 supernatural being. Even with her full mental power, she could only intimidate about a dozen zombies. But Han Qingxia, with a single move, wiped out everyone within a half-meter radius. Shocking. Shocking. Too shocking. It was an insurmountable gap. Their small water balls, fireballs, and throwing knives were as childish and weak as ants before her. They were all currently at level 2. What level was Han Qingxia? Is this even human? Everyone was stunned. Ju Tai stared in disbelief at Han Qingxia, who effortlessly unleashed such powerful abilities. His mind went blank, his mouth agape in utter shock at the woman he had always considered merely a pretty face. Han Qingxia arrived at their base by helicopter. Since arriving, she hadn't done anything, only asking for this and that, and hiding behind their boss whenever danger arose. He had always thought that besides her looks and a few sweet words, she had no real strength. In her alliance, she must have risen to her position through men. Who would have thought that Han Qingxia's mere display of power would leave him utterly dumbfounded? This woman was terrifying. His meager abilities were nothing but a joke in front of her. Seeing Han Qingxia like this, Ju Tai's face flushed red and then pale, filled with shock and shame. He felt as if he had slapped himself repeatedly. How foolish his previous thoughts had been. He had been thoroughly slapped in the face by Han Qingxia's strength. Ningyu, standing beside Han Qingxia, stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape. This older sister his father wanted him to follow was terrifyingly strong. Who was the monster, her or the zombie? How could she be so strong? Ningyu's initial reluctance towards Han Qingxia had transformed into genuine loyalty, and now he was utterly awestruck. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at her. Rongyin, equally shocked, gazed at Han Qingxia. Her strength. In that instant his mind cleared. He finally understood why the leader of the Qingxia alliance was a woman. Yu Tu and Lu Qian, each leading troops, obediently served under her, following her orders. All that talk about being bullied, of being puppets, was Han Qingxia's deception. With her strength, a single slap from her, and neither Yu Tu nor Lu Qian would dare resist. His gaze was now incredibly complex. Just then, the rattling of a helicopter came from above. Han Qingxia, who had just shaken off the first wave of zombies, heard the helicopter and yelled, "Kid, grab your dad and run." Han Qingxia finished speaking and started running. She created an invisible barrier in front of her, driving away all the zombies on the outer perimeter. Ningyu was the first to react, grabbing his father who was not far away, and then he and Han Qingxia took off running. After they had run about 3 meters, the others finally realized what was happening. They were running away. Rongyin's eyes widened, and he quickly chased after Han Qingxia. He couldn't let Han Qingxia get away. In that brief moment, his perception of Han Qingxia was completely redefined. He initially knew Han Qingxia must have some trump card up her sleeve, perhaps abundant resources, or perhaps she had some other use for Yu Tu and Lu Qian, which was why Yu Tu and Lu Qian would appoint her, a woman, as the alliance leader. But he never imagined that Han Qingxia became the alliance leader solely through strength, absolute strength. She was the true core of the Qingxia alliance, the true power behind it all. He had to keep her here. As long as Han Qingxia was with him, Yu Tu and Lu Qian would risk their lives to rescue her. He wanted her. He wanted her. Rongyin led her men in a frantic pursuit. Half of the surrounding zombies had been wiped out by Han Qingxia, and Rongyin and her group quickly escaped the zombie horde, fighting and chasing simultaneously. Han Qingxia saw the helicopter descending overhead. Su Xiaoyang was coming to support them. Just as Han Qingxia was about to reach the helicopter's range, she sensed an extremely dangerous premonition behind her.
She slowed her pace.
"Bend down," she said to Ningyu and his son behind her. Hearing Han Qingxia's voice, Ningyu pulled his father down, and a knife flew from behind them. Swoosh! The two knives collided. Han Qingxia's long knife deflected Rongyin's thrown knife. Her knife flew over Ningyu and his son's heads, the cold, sharp blade whistling as it pierced Rongyin, who was chasing after them. She had used all her strength in this strike. If Rongyin dodged, they could escape safely. If he didn't, this strike would kill him. He had no way to avoid it. Just as Han Qingxia was about to turn and continue running at full speed, she saw her flying knife suddenly stop in midair as it touched Rongyin's body. Immediately afterwards, swoosh! He grabbed the knife he had given to Han Qingxia and chopped down a zombie that pounced on him. This zombie was a new one. Blood splattered all over him, his gentle face covered in droplets. Rongyin blinked his long eyelashes, looking at Han Qingxia with a gaze both tender and crazed. He ran towards Han Qingxia at full speed. The blade pointed at the two people who seemed like stumbling blocks in his way. Han Qingxia saw this, turned around, and teleported to Ningyu and his son. She grabbed them both, hoisted them onto her back, and then teleported away again. But then, she discovered that her teleportation wouldn't work. It felt like she was being weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Looking up at Rongyin, she saw him running towards her step by step. Zombies pounced on him, but when they reached him, they all froze, like the blade from before. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
Rongyin, wielding the blade like a cleaver, hacked his way through the zombies. Han Qingxia understood. Besides his psychic and precognitive abilities, Rong-yin possesses a third power. He has a powerful trump card. He's never revealed it. That power is similar to short-range time stop. Listen to me, stay. Rong-yin, his face splattered with blood, smiled gently at her, pointing to the helicopter approaching overhead, its rope ladder lowering. I can't beat you, but keeping you here is no problem. You only have one backup left. Han Qingxia, holding one in each hand, stopped and gave Rong-yin a bright smile. Captain Rong, who said I only have one backup. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's words, Rong-yin's confident face froze. What did that mean? Then he heard another sentence. Boss, that man isn't dead. He even lured the zombies here. Rong-yin turned his head and saw a man leading thousands of zombies rushing towards them from all directions. He calmly ran through the horde of zombies, all of them ignoring him. Attracted by his voice, they surrounded them. Not a single zombie bit him. And that was Han Qingxia's lackey. Rong-yin was truly stunned. What was that? Just what were Han Qingxia's little followers? Why weren't the zombies biting him? He felt utterly overwhelmed by Han Qingxia's antics once again. Han Qingxia was a monster, and her people were monsters too. They looked ordinary, but in reality, no one around her was simple. In the blink of an eye, Rong-yin's base was completely surrounded by the zombie horde. Captain Rong, I'm leaving now. You don't want everyone in your base to die, do you? Han Qingxia, carrying two people on her shoulders, smiled slightly at him and turned to run towards the helicopter without hesitation. Rong-yin's eyes widened at the sight. He frantically wanted to chase after her and bring her back, but he turned back to fight his way back into his base. He could only watch helplessly as Han Qingxia led her people onto the helicopter's rope ladder, then watched as the helicopter flew into the zombie horde, picking up her little follower amidst the howling horde of zombies, and they all flew away. Rong-yin, fighting in the zombie horde, completely shattered his gentle expression. He began to frantically and brutally hack and slash at the zombies. This was absolutely the biggest loss he had ever suffered, the most utterly betrayed he had ever been. Han Qingxia had taken all his crystal cores, and she herself hadn't stayed behind. She had taken two people from his base and her little follower with her, leaving safely. Even worse, she had surrounded them with a zombie horde. Their base had been utterly ruined by Han Qingxia. Enraged, Rong-yin slashed down a few more zombies. Initially, he had the upper hand. Every step he took was steady and precise, allowing the Qingxia alliance to lead them out. His plan had always been to wait until they were out there, understood the true situation outside, and then annex the Summer Alliance. Before that, he hadn't shown them any weakness, and even gave Han Qingxia all his crystal cores as a sign of sincerity. Where exactly did things go wrong that made all his calculations fail? Han Qingxia took his crystal cores and his men, ruthlessly and decisively plunging their tomorrow base into the abyss. Rong-yin couldn't understand. He hacked away at the zombie horde while watching the departing helicopter. Han Qingxia, he would remember her fiercely. Boss, is tomorrow base dead this time? Su Xiaoyang, piloting the helicopter, asked. Han Qingxia looked at the people and zombies fighting below. They won't die and they won't be a major threat anymore. When she first saw tomorrow base, there were over 800 people, now there are less than 200. After this battle, Rong-yin estimated that he would have less than 100 people left at most. This formidable tiger had its limbs broken by her beforehand. She was never a good person to begin with. She showed no mercy to those who threatened her. Not to mention his repeated, subtle provocations of her bottom line, his attacks on her people, and his demands for excessive support. At the very least, she was no longer alone, no longer living in a bomb shelter, no longer in a small base with only a few dozen residents. She had a massive alliance. Rong-yin's 800 wolves, released as a threat, refused to stay in the wetland park and fight the zombies. So, she would personally help them fight the zombies. She had to deal with them. She was a carnivorous tiger on the food chain. She showed no mercy to her enemies. She wanted the greatest benefit, the biggest slice of meat. Those whose interests aligned with hers, she'd share a sip of soup with. Those whose interests didn't, she'd devour. Her tolerance and mercy were always reserved for her own people. Han Qingxia seized the crystal cores of tomorrow's base and swindled them out of a fortune, returning victorious. Upon her return, Han Qingxia began a reorganization. Yu too remained in that area, but his purpose changed. No longer was it to support Rong Yin and provide rescue, but to assassinate her. She wanted to trap them in that region. To exterminate them was a sign of respect for the enemy. After dealing with Rong Yin, Han Qingxia didn't stop. She only had an even more urgent need for reconstruction. The third year of the apocalypse was approaching. After the zombies had fully evolved, they were gradually breaking through the outer defenses and surging towards their safe zone. Fortunately, this time, the human settlements were no longer scattered little dots, easily swallowed by wave after wave of zombies. They had achieved a remarkable qualitative leap in the early stages. The vast majority of bases in the eastern region had coalesced. They formed a powerful alliance to fight against the relentless zombie horde. Han Qingxia currently has ample supplies, particularly food, as her base produces even the most basic necessities. Steel, industrial goods, weapons, equipment, and raw metals are in severe shortage. Personnel are also in short supply. All bases combined have fewer than 10,000 people. Subtracting nearly 4,000 combat personnel, the labor force is less than 6,000. The more extreme the situation, the more crucial national unity and concerted effort are. Han Qingxia implemented a nationwide planned production program for the Qingxia Alliance. A one-year plan. Within 1 year, steel production must double, and the first line of defense on the outside and the first line of defense within the inner city must be completed. Han Qingxia pondered that, at least 10 years after the apocalypse in his previous life, through a series of one-year plans, humanity's foundation must be firmly established. They have no time to look at 100 years, not even to consider short-term goals of 5 or 3 years. They must seize every moment. The first one-year plan is to build 2 lines of defense. The factories are already operational. I've calculated the maximum capacity, allocating 300 to 500 personnel to each factory. The factories can operate 24/7, ensuring uninterrupted flow of output to the next stage, all the way to the final defensive wall construction. Qi Seng showed Han Qingxia the data. His team's calculations maximized the output of each endpoint of their year-long plan. They had to consider manpower and the coordination between upstream and downstream operations. Once operational, their Qingxia base would function like a seamless machine, operating efficiently and precisely. It must be said, Qi Seng's people are perfectly suited for this. They are a professional think tank, maximizing their capabilities within a powerful alliance. If they were to build a base on their own, it would be a recipe for inevitable destruction, like in their previous life. They have strengths and weaknesses. Only by working together can they maximize each other's power. After listening to Qi Seng's report and arrangements, Han Qingxia carefully considered them and did some mental calculations to make sure there were no problems. Push it on. There's one more thing, Qi Seng said. This system can only last a month.
Why?
Because we're out of raw materials. Qi Seng showed another report. Our biggest shortage right now is steel. We only have enough iron ore to last a month. Han Qingxia frowned upon hearing this. However, there's some good news. We have a huge iron mine in the eastern region. So, Commander, you have to take over the mine. A helicopter flew across the clear, open sky. The people on board watched the scenery below gradually shift from the city to the suburbs, then to villages, crisscrossing roads and fields, the view becoming increasingly expansive. Of course, they gradually moved from a zombie-free safe zone to the outskirts where zombies appeared. In village after village, town after town, the streets were filled with wandering zombies. Hearing a sound overhead, these zombies, like hungry chicks, opened their mouths wide and looked towards the source of the sound, their heads following the helicopter's trail as it came and went. What a pity! Why didn't it fly into their mouths? Han Qingxia, watching the intermittent zombie zones from above, gradually focused her gaze on the approaching mining area. The helicopter landed, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. The moment it landed, all the zombies wandering near the mine were attracted by the sound. The fastest to run were a few worker-dressed zombies wearing hard hats. Their skin was pitch black, their bodies gaunt, and they were generally quite old. One after another, these worker zombies opened their gaping mouths, revealing large, yellow teeth, and extended their rough, bony fingers, almost devoid of flesh, lunging towards them. Bang! The helicopter door opened, and 3 or 4 men disembarked first.
Swish, swish, swish.
A few slashes fell. In no time, the zombies that had pounced were killed. After the zombies were all killed, a girl in combat gear with a high ponytail leisurely stepped out. This was Han Qingxia and her group. She brought Su Xiaoyang, Jin Hu, Qin Ke, and a young boy, Ningyu. She had come to scout out the mining area, to inspect the actual conditions of the mine and the surrounding area. If there were no major problems, she planned to have Lu Qian clear the road, eliminate the surrounding zombies, and officially take over the mining area. After killing all the zombies, Ningyu searched for their crystal cores one by one, quickly collecting them all. Well done. Han Qingxia patted his shoulder. After rescuing him that day, she learned he wasn't yet 16. According to the requirements of the Qingxia Alliance, they planned to send him to school. Ningyu stubbornly refused to go to school, insisting on staying with Han Qingxia. He said that after following her that day, he would only work for her from now on. Han Qingxia looked at the boy, thought for a moment, and nodded in acceptance. However, she didn't recruit him into her guard. Even the weakest of her guards, Lu Yu, was a psychic. She wanted to maintain the prestige of her guard. At least until Ningyu, an ordinary person, reached a certain level of strength, could he become one of her guards. At the same time, it would also encourage him to study hard, to be the best ordinary person possible, and not to hold everyone back. From then on, Ningyu worked alongside them. Of course, most of the time, everyone would take him along, letting him have his way. When fighting zombies, they'd give him the odd jobs, like collecting crystal cores. Ningyu wiped the crystal cores clean and put them all into a bag. Just then, he seemed to see a little girl flash by behind a series of excavated mine pits. Boss. He called out to Han Qingxia. What's wrong? Something just flashed by over there, he said definitively, pointing in that direction. Han Qingxia looked around, seeing no other zombies, and followed the others in that direction. Along the way, she used her psychic abilities. However, she found nothing. When they arrived, all they found was a tattered piece of clothing caught on a tree branch. Kid, don't be nervous. Jin Hu patted his head. No, brother Jin Hu, I really saw someone just now, a little girl, a little younger than me, Ningyu said earnestly. You're not thinking about that girl, are you? Qin Ke chuckled. You think everyone's like you? Han Qingxia rolled her eyes at him. All right, everything's fine here for now. Everyone survey the ground, count how many mine shafts there are. Don't stray too far, and report any issues immediately. Yes, 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 yes. Everyone dispersed, checking each mine shaft one by one. Ningyu, having just embarrassed himself by reporting a false situation, was now seriously inspecting the nearby mine shafts with a stern face. When he reached a dark mine shaft, he suddenly met a pair of gleaming eyes. Boss, we've found something. Jin Hu's voice rang out. Ningyu looked up at the sound of Jin Hu's voice. When he looked down again, the eyes he had just seen were gone. What happened? Han Qingxia walked over to Jin Hu, who was standing on a near-vertical cliff in the mine. Below the cliff was a pit over 50 meters deep. Inside was a horde of zombies. The densely packed zombies at the bottom of the pit howled at them, stretching their necks like koi fish waiting to be fed in a tourist attraction. Han Qingxia stood on the edge of the cliff. A few loose stones rolled down, immediately acting like bait. The horde of zombies excitedly and frantically trampled their companions' bodies, churning and surging in the pit. Pairs of grayish-white zombie eyes stared intently at the fresh, tempting food above, frantically trying to climb out of the deep pit. The zombies near the pit walls gripped the smooth stone, all using their cannibalistic strength to howl and climb upwards. However, most of these zombies could only climb about 20 meters before falling back down because the stone walls were too slippery. They simply couldn't climb up. Han Qingxia's gaze fell on the pit walls. Iron mines are usually blasted using explosives, then excavators are used to excavate the mountain, eventually creating a smooth, terraced landscape. But the pit in front of her was far too smooth. So smooth it seemed as if it had been deliberately created by someone to trap all the zombies in this pit. Who are you people? At that moment, a cold, ruthless voice came from behind Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia turned around and saw a group of armed men appear behind them. They surrounded Han Qingxia and her group of 5. The leaders carried old-fashioned hunting rifles, while the others held shovels or large machetes. This rustic attire gave Han Qingxia a feeling of being transported back to the War of Resistance against Japan. The group was generally quite old, mostly in their 40s or 50s. Their dark skin, lean but strong builds, rough knuckles, and hard hats all suggested they were former miners. The only exception was a young man in his late 20s who was leading the group. Beside him stood a girl of about 13 or 14. She stood behind the man, her bright eyes watching them with a mixture of wariness and suspicion. "Boss, she's the one I just saw." Ningyu recognized her and quickly said. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man opposite him immediately pointed his gun at him. "What are you doing?" Just then, a rumbling sound came from behind them. A large group of running zombies surged out from the mountain behind them. The group's expression immediately changed. Damn it! The zombie horde on the mountaintop has been lured down again. Seeing the howling, incredibly fast-running zombies behind them, the young man hesitated for a second, then turned to look at Han Qingxia and the others. "You guys come with us first." He led the way, heading towards the cave entrance Ningyu had just scouted. The others urged Han Qingxia and the others to quickly catch up. Only then did Han Qingxia notice another large door at the bottom of the mine. One by one, everyone jumped down and walked through the gate deeper into the area. Just as everyone was about to retreat, the horde of zombies above them caught up. Whoa! A zombie worker wearing a hard hat moved with incredible speed, leaping off the ground and lunging towards them. Han Qingxia was at the back. She wasn't in a hurry, taking a leisurely stroll, observing her surroundings at a leisurely pace. But just then, a jet of water shot over her head, piercing through the zombies rushing towards her from behind. Immediately afterward, a large hand grabbed her shoulder. "Hurry up and get inside." Zhang Zhishan shoved her inside with a look of disgust. Han Qingxia. After she went inside, Zhang Zhishan slammed the gate shut with a bang, and the sound of zombies pounding on the large iron gate echoed in from outside. Clang,
Clang. Thump. Thump.
sizzle, a sizzle. The cave entrance was now swarming with zombies. The resounding pounding and scratching of zombies' claws against the door and floor pierced the air. Zhang Zhishan, his face cold, slammed down a large iron bolt. The others behind him quickly used cotton wool to block the entrance. Only when the only sounds outside were the howling of the zombies did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. But soon one of them said, "Zhishan, the zombies on the mountaintop have been lured down. All our efforts have been in vain." After the statement, everyone turned to look at Han Qingxia and her group. Their gazes were undisguised and blatant. The hatred in their eyes was palpable. They had painstakingly cleared most of the zombies in their area into the deep pit without alerting the horde on the mountaintop. Their arrival has ruined everything. "All right, everyone go back to your other tasks. We'll deal with the zombies later," Zhang Zhishan said, his gaze sweeping over Han Qingxia and her group of 5. "How can that be? We sacrificed so many lives to clear that horde of zombies outside. We were hoping to kill the last few and get out, but now they've blocked the outside again. How are we supposed to get out?" A man in his 30s said angrily, "They have to take responsibility." Just then, a voice came from deep within the cave. "Boss, something bad has happened. Xiao Xiao is going into labor."
What?
"My wife is going into labor." The man in his 30s who had just spoken turned furious, his anger turning to panic, and he ran frantically into the cave, without looking back. The others around him also rushed inside. Zhang Zhishan looked at Han Qingxia and her group. You stay here and don't move, or I'll kill you all. He warned them fiercely. After saying that, he strode inside. After he left, only Han Qingxia and the others remained. Boss, what do you say?
Su Xiaoyang asked.
There aren't many of them, and the most powerful they have are 5 hunting rifles, which I can handle, Jin Hu said. How about we let the zombies finish them off? I'm on standby, Qin Ke said with a grin. Han Qingxia. Just then, a little girl appeared before them, pouting. My brother saved you all. What more do you want from us? Whistling at each other, the group, caught red-handed, looked at the little girl. Qin Ke immediately flashed a warm smile. Little girl, don't misunderstand. We're good people. Brother will give you candy. Don't touch me. You're the worst. Qin Ke. For the first time, Qin Ke, who had always been invincible, faced a crisis of trust. Looking at the little girl with a stern face, he lowered his head, one eye sincere and smiling. Little sister, I also have a sister your age. She was my darling, but she left in the apocalypse. Seeing you reminds me of her. I'm really not a bad person. You're as smart as my sister. You'll definitely see through me, right? The little girl stared into his eyes and slowly uttered 2 words. Liar. Qin Ke. I'm going to tell my brother that you people are trying to do bad things. And you're lying to me. The little girl turned and walked inside. Just then, a teenage voice, indicating puberty, rang out. Wait. Ningyu stepped forward. We really aren't bad people. The little girl looked into his eyes. Really? Really? We had no idea you were here, and we never intended to hurt you.
Ningyu swore.
The little girl thought for a moment. Okay, I believe you, but I only believe you. Qin Ke, everyone, what's this? Is it because they're close in age? Ningyu, having gained her trust, turned to look at Han Qingxia, who nodded at him. Ningyu, overwhelmed by her affirmation for the first time, felt his confidence soar. He looked at the girl before him. My name is Ningyu, she's my leader, and the others are my teammates, my brothers. The little girl glanced at the group. My name is Zhang Haidang, and that was my brother. He's the leader here. Have you always lived here? Yes. Zhang Haidang nodded. This is a cave we found while developing the mountain. After the zombie virus outbreak, we hid here. Are there many of you? Zhang Haidang shook his head. Many have died. There are 31 left now, no, 32. One more is coming soon.
Why?
Uncle Wu Hai's wife is about to give birth. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream erupted behind them. The scream pierced through the tightly blocked door behind them, exciting the previously quiet zombie horde again. They howled and lunged at the door once more. The little girl's face tightened upon seeing this. You really hurt us. We'd almost cleared the zombies out there, and we were even planning to go down to the family quarters to get some medical supplies to help Uncle Wu and the others. Now all the zombies have been lured down by your whirring helicopters, and we can't get out. The woman's screams continued. Zhang Haidang stopped talking to them and turned to run inside. Han Qingxia followed. As she walked inside, she could finally see the structure. It was indeed a natural cave with an underground river running through the middle. Fish seemed to be swimming in the water. The cave was quite large, and some mushrooms and other crops were growing there. The only light source was a LED light. However, this LED light was very dim and could go out at any moment. Seeing this natural haven, Han Qingxia understood why these people had survived for so long. With water and fish, as long as there aren't too many people, they can survive. In the center of the cave, a large curtain blocked the way. The women from the base were all inside helping out, while the men paced anxiously outside. Wu Hai, the one who had just yelled at Han Qingxia, was pacing back and forth like a cat on a hot tin roof. Wife, hold on. The scream subsided. Hearing this, Wu Hai rushed into the curtain. Wife, what's wrong?
Wife.
We're not having the baby. It's terrible, boss. A clear female voice rang out anxiously from behind the curtain. Xiao is having a difficult labor. Zhang Tuashan, waiting outside, heard this. His face darkened, and he strode inside. She's having a difficult labor. Yes, Xiao is hemorrhaging badly. I can't help her. Upon hearing this, Wu Hai immediately shouted, I'm not giving birth. I don't want the baby anymore. I want to save the mother. You must save the mother right now. It's not a matter of saving the mother or the baby now. Xiao is hemorrhaging badly. I have no tools or medicine. I can't save either of them. I'll go get you the tools. I'll go out right now. Wu Hai, calm down. Xiao is already hemorrhaging badly. Even if you bring the tools back, Xiao won't be able to wait. Then what do you want me to do? Do you want me to watch my wife die? Wu Hai, I'll kneel down before you. I beg you to save my wife. Xiao is my life. I beg you. Save her. Save her. Wu Hai knelt down in front of her with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. The girl watched Wu Hai kowtowing. She was helpless, because she had no other choice. Just then, a clear voice rang out. Let me see. It was Han Qingxia's voice, and everyone turned to look at her. Ignoring the stares, Han Qingxia walked step by step behind the curtain. A very thin woman lay on a small bed made of piled-up cotton wadding, her body covered in blood, unconscious from the pain. In the apocalypse, even survival was difficult for adults, let alone childbirth. The woman's long-term malnutrition, coupled with the near absence of medical care, made a difficult delivery inevitable. Han Qingxia reached out to check her breathing. At that moment, a hand blocked hers. You really have a way? Zhang Zhishan looked at her coldly and seriously. As long as she has a breath, I can keep her alive, Han Qingxia said. She had emergency pills produced by the system. As long as she had a breath, she could keep her alive. Hearing her resolute tone, Zhang Zhishan's eyes were thoughtful. He frowned. Think carefully. If you don't intervene, this has nothing to do with you. But once you do, you'll be responsible. Wu Hai, standing beside her, also looked up, staring intently at her. He wanted to speak, but his mouth opened, and he swallowed back any words of abuse or pleading. He just stared at her intently. Han Qingxia felt this gaze, pushed away Zhang Zhishan's hand, checked his breath, and finding he was breathing, pretended to take a quick rescue pill from her pocket, but actually took one from her spatial storage. One pill cost 100 points. This was only the second time she had exchanged for one, but this time, the quick rescue pill was incredibly cheap for her. She earns tens of thousands of points a day, even with her eyes closed. She took out the emergency pill and fed it to the woman. Everyone stared intently at the pill in her hand, Wu Hai and Zhang Zhishan watching without blinking. Will it work? Will it work? Will it really work? The female medical worker who delivered Xiao was even more skeptical, but shortly after Xiao swallowed the pill, she felt her breathing stabilize. She quickly went over to check on her, and soon her expression changed. She looked at Han Qingxia in shock. Xiao's pulse has stabilized. At that moment, everyone stared at Han Qingxia in astonishment. Wu Hai was the first to react. He rushed to his wife's bedside and saw the pain on her face gradually subside, a sliver of color returning to her pale face. He turned to Han Qingxia, overcome with emotion, and knelt down before her with a thud. You saved my wife. I, Wu Hai, owe you my life. It's not over yet, the midwife continued. The mother's condition seems stable, but the baby isn't. I estimate at most 3 hours. If she can't be born, the baby will die in the womb. Hearing this, Wu Hai immediately stood up. I'll go get you a medical kit right now. Wu Hai. Zhang Zhishan called out immediately. There are zombies outside. Even if it's hell, I'll go. His wife's life was saved. He would risk his life for his child. He would fight through fire and water. Calm down. Zhang Zhishan forcefully pulled back the out-of-control Wu Hai.
I mean, you can't get it by yourself.
We all have to go together. Hearing this, Wu Hai's impulsiveness gradually subsided. He looked nervously at Zhang Zhishan. Zhishan, don't say anything. We're from the same base. We share the same fate. Xiaxia's childbirth is everyone's business. Zhang Zhishan turned to the others. Except for the women, everyone grab your things and come with me. Haiding, you must watch the house. Zhang Haiding nodded, her face tense. Yes, I will. After assigning tasks to everyone in his small base, Zhang Zeshan's. Gaze fell on Han Qingxia and her group of 5. He was suddenly faced with a dilemma regarding their arrangements. Han Qingxia was an outsider. She had just saved Xiuxiu, but he couldn't trust leaving these 5 people in his almost undefended base. If these people did something to their base, he would be powerless to stop them. Come with us, he ordered Han Qingxia.
Why?
Qin Ku asked lazily. Zhang Zhishan's face turned serious. Because this is our base. Qin Ku blinked his one eye, about to say something, but was stopped by Han Qingxia beside him. Fine, we'll go with you. Han Qingxia agreed good-naturedly. Although she often acted ruthlessly, she was truly human. As long as others didn't infringe upon her interests, Han Qingxia was genuinely tolerant of people and situations. She understood everyone's struggle for survival and almost never took advantage of others' misfortunes or forcibly seized them. In fact, sometimes she would even proactively help people, without expecting anything in return. Of course, when her bottom line was crossed, she was truly ruthless. She wasn't an absolutely good or bad person. Good and evil could coexist harmoniously within her. She's the kind of person who could commit murder and robbery on the street 1 minute, and then, seeing a child fall into the water, heroically pull them out. Her personality is conflicting and distinct, with a clear sense of right and wrong. Therefore, Lu Qian has always held Han Qingxia in high regard, and the more he gets to know her, the more he likes her. He's always felt that she's strong but not bullying, authoritative but not domineering. Her claws are always extended upwards, not downwards. She never bullies the weak. Zhang Zhishan acted fiercely, but in Han Qingxia's eyes, he was just a big, pretentious fool. Not to mention the group of outdated survivors in his base, still using weapons like broadswords and shovels. They posed no threat whatsoever. Why bother bullying them? Besides, she was in this mine to survey the surrounding area, and these people seemed to be the only survivors. Taking them in was better than killing them. She was short-handed. Zhang Zhishan was wary and cautious towards them, so she decided to show them some sincerity. Seeing Han Qingxia agree, Zhang Zhishan's hostility towards her lessened somewhat, and since these people didn't seem to have done anything to them, he said, "You can stay. I'll take the men." "No need, I'll go with you." Han Qingxia waved her hand. "Ning, you can stay." Han Qingxia demonstrated her sincerity once again. If they left one person at their base, the others who went with them would definitely return. Don't worry about Han Qingxia causing trouble and sabotaging them halfway. Zhang Zhishan's hostility lessened considerably. He stared into Han Qingxia's eyes, a hint of approval in them, and nodded. "All right, everyone else, grab your weapons and follow me." After speaking, Zhang Zhishan led the group towards another exit. The cave had several interconnected exits, but clearly more than half of them were dug by themselves. Like a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows. Living in this kind of place, they had to dig many exits for themselves. Han Qingxia and her group followed behind them, thoroughly familiarizing themselves with the terrain of their base. Zhang Zhishan reached the exit and prepared to move the haystack in front of him to exit from there, when he heard a voice behind him. "Let's try another exit. There are too many zombies up there." Hearing this, Zhang Zhishan stopped moving the haystack and led everyone towards another exit. "Boss, this is the nearest exit," De Zhuang said from the crowd. "It's the same with another one," Zhang Zhishan said, choosing a different exit. As soon as this exit opened, sunlight streamed in, followed by a howl. A gust of foul wind swept in, and a middle-aged female zombie, head tilted, neck half-rotted, eyes bulging, pounced on him like a hungry tiger. A wha-bang! The middle-aged female zombie was sent flying by a single blow from a shovel. There were quite a few zombies at this entrance. Immediately afterward, Zhang Zhishan's teammates, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent, lined up, wielding shovels and machetes, hacking at the few scattered zombies around them. At the forefront of the charge was Wu Hai, wielding a large iron rake like a rampaging ox, spearing 2 zombies in front of him with each swing. Han Qingxia and the others followed behind them, witnessing this simple yet powerful attack method, deeply impressed by the boundless power of the masses. There are those who take a high-level approach, like Rongyin, building their base into an ironclad army, and there are those who take a more practical approach, leading their people like old farmers working in the fields, like Zhang Zhishan. Regardless of the method, as long as it works. Zhang Zhishan and his group quickly cleared the zombies from the cave entrance. As they left the cave entrance, Zhang Zhishan subconsciously glanced at the exit Han Qingxia had mentioned. That one glance made Zhang Zhishan's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. There were quite a few zombies at his cave entrance, but the zombies at the first entrance they had just encountered were all paralyzed. The howling zombies around the entrance were fighting like a grand tournament. If they had insisted on choosing that exit, they would definitely be in grave danger now. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhishan couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. At the same time, he looked at Han Qingxia with a strange glint in his eyes. Who exactly is this woman? Zhang Zhishan felt a surge of doubt and shock. However, he didn't have time to ask. After clearing away the few zombies around him, before attracting the surrounding horde, he quickly led his men down the mountain. Although Zhang Zhishan's group moved roughly, their teamwork was surprisingly efficient. Wu Hai charged ahead with a large iron rake, while the others spread out on either side, hacking at the zombies around them as they ran. Soon, Han Qingxia, following behind, spotted a square, old-fashioned Khrushchev-style apartment building at the foot of the mountain. The building was very old. Large sections of the sandblasted coating on the exterior walls had peeled off, revealing the red bricks underneath. The rooftop looked like it had been burned. Thick, dark gray smoke trails started from the west side of the 5th floor and spread all the way to the second window on the east side. The square, old apartment building resembled a coffin. The apartment building, with its few sheets and clothes still drying outside, tattered and torn by the wind, looked like a haunted house from a horror movie. Xiaohe's toolbox is on the 3rd floor. I'll lead the way. Everyone follow behind me. Once inside the old building, remember safety. Quick and decisive.
Zhang Zhishan said. Yes.
Everyone answered in unison, quickly running up the mine where zombies were gradually surrounding them. Han Qingxia and the others followed at the back. After running for a few minutes, they came down the mine sections. The closer they got, the more eerie and terrifying the building became. The walls at the bottom were covered with thick, dark blue moss, with several clumps of spiky moss clinging to the walls and a large banyan tree nearby. Occasionally, some bones could be seen on the ground. It was impossible to tell whether they were human or animal remains. Nearly 2 years have passed since the apocalypse. While the zombies don't infect animals, they do eat them. Unable to find humans and driven to extreme hunger, eating animals provide sustenance. Therefore, stray cats and dogs are almost nowhere to be seen in the city. Even the smallest rats daring to emerge from the sewers have been devoured by zombies. As the zombie horde spreads, the number of wild animals in the suburbs is gradually decreasing. This area has clearly been inhabited by zombies who have preyed on stray animals. Click, click. Zhang Zhishan, the leader, turned the key in the rusty lock. As the zombie horde caught up from behind, he finally opened the door. Quick, come in. Everyone rushed into the building through the back door. Bang! Zhang Zhishan quickly relocked the back door. An elderly zombie with only one tooth left slammed into the old-fashioned security door with a thud. Its single tooth was pitifully knocked out by the iron bars. Even so, it howled and gnawed at the rusty, grimacing iron bars in front of it, its last few teeth flying out with a thud, leaving only its withered, shrunken jaws scraping against the rust. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
Another large wave of zombies crashed into the door. Zhang Zhishan saw this. Quan Xiao Zhuang, stay here and guard the door. Yes, sir. 2 relatively younger middle-aged men stayed behind, while the others quickly dispersed throughout the building. This was a Khrushchev apartment building from the last century. The corridors on each floor were extremely long, connecting the entire building. The staircases were on the left and right sides, and the restrooms were communal, one on each side of each floor. Residents usually used these communal restrooms for washing clothes, brushing their teeth, and using the toilet. The apartment layout was peculiar, but fortunately, almost all the people were residents of the building and knew the layout well, following Zhang Zhishan closely. Han Qingxia followed behind them, finding the old building covered in a thick layer of dust, even more eerie and terrifying. When they reached the narrow corridor, only light streamed in from the far left and right ends, and from the occasional light from an open room. The corridor floor was littered with various items: books, teacups, children's notebooks, pillows, plastic bags. A jumble of daily necessities and occasional bloodstains, clearly from the hasty escape during the zombie outbreak. Until Han Qingxia passed the first-floor restroom. A strong stench wafted out. Looking inside, she suddenly saw a spherical object in the long sink. The thing's flesh had bloated and dissolved, leaving only empty, black eye sockets, staring blankly at Han Qingxia as she passed by. Holy shit, what is that thing? Qin Ke, seeing this horrifying scene, looked at the disgusting head with disgust. He casually picked up a pen from the ground and threw it. The pen tip touched the bloated zombie head like a needle puncturing a balloon. Bang! The zombie head exploded. Han Qingxia immediately pulled the others to safety. The stench hit the unfortunate young man, barely in his early 20s. Instantly, he looked like he'd been pulled from a septic tank. Han Qingxia, Qin Ke, everyone. The young man blinked, then vomited from the stench. 100 times more stench than tonsil stones. Look what you've done. Why did you poke that dead man's head? Han Qingxia glared at Qin Ke. I was wrong, I won't do it again, Qin Ke pleaded. He went up to the unlucky guy and handed him a clean towel. The unlucky guy looked at the group, obediently took the towel, and didn't utter a single complaint. We need to hurry, he said. That was all he said. After that little incident, they had already passed the people in front of them. Zhang Zhishan and his group had already run into the stairwell. Okay, let's go. Han Qingxia had a pretty good impression of this group. Most of them were honest, hard-working workers, and even their foreman, Zhang Zhishan, wasn't an ambitious person. Everyone was helping each other survive. No one was particularly capable. They were all ordinary, and their personalities were also mild and unassuming. Han Qingxia led everyone upstairs. She had just stepped onto the stairs when she sensed something was wrong. The stairwell was bitterly cold. A gust of musty, damp wind swept over them with every step. The stairwell was dilapidated. The green paint on the steps peeled away like molting skin, revealing the underlying brickwork. The concrete floor beneath their feet was uneven and pitted. Bicycles and strollers were haphazardly discarded at the back of the stairwell. Looking up, the backs of each step were covered in white or bluish-black mold. The narrow, painted iron handrails were riddled with small, corroded pits, like pimple marks. They looked like a face covered in acne. The air was thick with the smell of decay and mold. Before them, the dusty stairs were marked with mottled footprints. These were the footprints left by Zhang Zhishan and his group. Let's hurry, the young man who had been following Han Qingxia said. He took the lead, following in the footsteps of Zhang Zhishan and the others. 1 floor, 2 floors. The higher they went, the more mold appeared overhead. By the 3rd floor, the mold had almost completely enveloped the back of the staircase. This overwhelming mycelium nucleated countless black spores, enough to cause anyone with trypophobia to faint on the spot. Fortunately, Han Qingxia and her companions were all strong-willed. They endured their discomfort, pretending not to see the disgusting thing, and continued upward step by step. But as they stepped onto the 3rd floor, the footprints in front of them disappeared. Wait! Han Qingxia called out to the young man who was hurrying along ahead. The young man turned around suspiciously. What's wrong? Look at the footprints on the ground. Han Qingxia pulled him back, and everyone's eyes fell on the approaching 3rd floor. The steps to the 3rd floor were covered in a thick layer of dust. It was clearly abandoned for a year or two, a place never trodden by anyone. But Zhang Zhishan and his group had clearly come up from here. There was no other way forward for them. Han Qingxia pulled the young man back, taking his place, and looked down into the 3rd floor corridor. The 3rd floor corridor was just as dilapidated and chaotic as the 1st floor. Garbage and debris were scattered in every corner, accompanied only by a thick layer of dust. Other than that, there was no trace of anyone having been there. But the mottled footprints behind them were still there. It was as if that group of people had vanished into thin air. They had suddenly disappeared.
Boss, what happened?
Su Xiaoyang asked, his brows furrowed. I don't know. Han Qingxia shook her head. This was the first time she'd encountered something so bizarre. Don't you think this corridor looks familiar? Jin Hu suddenly asked. He stood one step below Han Qingxia, craning his neck to look at the long, dimly lit corridor in front of him. Books, teacups, children's notebooks, pillows, garbage bags. Everything was arranged on the floor. It's exactly the same as the first floor. Han Qingxia's heart skipped a beat. How could it be exactly the same? She stared intently at the corridor in front of her and pulled Qin Ku up behind her. Go in and take a look. Qin Ku, he was a half-zombie immune to zombies, not ghosts. She always had to ask him to step in and cause trouble.
But there was no other way.
Qin Ku had to go. He tied a rope to his hand and walked step by step into the building. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, as he sensed the zombies sending messages to those behind him. He didn't sense a single zombie until he stood at the bathroom door on this side. Qin Ku looked inside, his usually jovial face now grim. Beautiful boss, you might have to come and take a look. Hearing his words, Han Qingxia told Jin Hu to stay on the stairs and not go any further. She led Su Xiaoyang and the young man towards Qin Ku's direction. Walking on this dusty pavement, Han Qingxia's brows furrowed more and more. It really seemed exactly the same as on the first floor, except the direction they were going. Then, Han Qingxia saw something that made her question the meaning of life. In the sink of the third-floor bathroom, a swollen human head lay under the dripping water, staring blankly at everyone outside. A ghost. The young man, seeing this, turned pale with fright and backed away. Su Xiaoyang grabbed his shoulder, his face righteous. There are no ghosts in this world.
No, no, no.
The young man was now like a madman, his body trembling with terror. There's a ghost. There's a legend about this building being haunted. The old woman on the first floor, her son died in a mining accident. She waits for her son every day. I heard it before. My neighbor's uncle came home from get off work and encountered her. She kept asking him where his son was, and he said he didn't know, so he just kept circling on the stairs. He wasn't found until the next day at her doorstep. Why was he circling around her like that? It's haunted. Just then, a scream came from behind them. It was Jin Hu's voice. Han Qingxia immediately turned around upon hearing Jin Hu's voice and saw Jin Hu, who had been guarding the stairwell, lying on the ground, his head hitting the stairs. He was being dragged up by the feet and carried upstairs. Seeing this, Han Qingxia teleported to the third-floor stairwell in 3 breaths. But when she reached the top, Jin Hu had completely vanished. Only a drag mark remained, extending upwards, not stopping at the landing of the next floor. He had disappeared into a plane, just like Zhang Zhishan and his group had just vanished. At that moment, alarm bells rang in her mind, and she immediately turned to look into the third-floor corridor. The dim light on the third floor seemed to plunge into complete darkness, and she felt the red rope on her hand tighten violently. So tight it felt like it would break her hand. But at that moment, Han Qingxia gripped the red rope tightly. Finally, with all her might, the rope loosened, and a man ran out of the darkness. It was Qin Ku. Boss Beauty? Where's Xiaoyang? Where's that kid? Han Qingxia immediately looked behind him. The corridor behind him was now completely empty again, except for one person. I don't know. Qin Ku shook his head, looking behind him, also puzzled. You were holding onto my rope the whole time. I thought you had something to do, and ran back. Qin Ku raised the hand tied with the red rope. What about them? Didn't they run away when you were running? How would I know? I was too busy watching you. Han Qingxia. She didn't even have time to praise Qin Ku for being so obedient. She stared in shock at the seemingly endless, ghostly floor before her. Do you believe in ghosts? Thank you for watching Nava Manhwa Recapped.